This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 566. What are you looking at? Can't I occasionally contribute to the development of the safe zone? Zhuang Xiao rolled her eyes at Hu Xiao. Her Hu is almost in the safe zone. Why can't she work hard, Hu Xiao, eh? He is the one who said nothing. The road was clear, and their car started moving again. After approaching the daily collection area, they experienced another congestion. More and more people returned from scavenging, and their speed never increased. It was not until after 7 o'clock in the evening that they entered the road near the shantytown. It was too late, so Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao went directly back to their home outside the shantytown, so that they could rest at least an hour earlier. There was no moon or stars tonight, and there was no light except for the car lights, and there were dark shadows all around. The dancing grass in the yard was only a vaguely dark outline. The flame cat had already gone home, and was sleeping under its mangroves. The shiny belly was particularly clear in Zhuang Xiao's eyes. The two of them had a casual dinner, and went back to their rooms to rest. After driving all day, Hu Xiao fell asleep as soon as he touched his pillow when he returned to his room. Zhuang Xiao had taken a nap during the journey and became energetic again after washing up. He sat on the ground, staring at the sea clam in front of him with fiery eyes, and stretched out his hands. The next day, Hu Xiao got up and opened the door, and saw that Zhuang Xiao's bedroom door was open. The bed was made very neatly, but no one was there. He glanced at the sky outside again, and looked down at his watch. It was not yet 6 o'clock. Where is this person? Just as he was thinking, there was a sound in the yard. He walked out of the living room, and locked his target under the dancing grass. Who else could it be if not Zhuang Xiao standing in a newly dug deep pit under the dancing grass? What are you doing? Hu Xiao walked over and asked. Ah? Zhuang Xiao was working hard, and the sudden sound scared her. The box she was holding fell to the ground instantly. The unlocked box was open just like that. The energy stone rolled everywhere in the deep pit with a crash. The energy stone she had wiped clean was now completely ruined, and her work was in vain. Zhuang Xiao turned around angrily, looking at Hu Xiao, who was a few steps away from the pit, and said angrily, "People who scare others will scare them to death." After saying that, she climbed out of the pit, glanced at Hu Xiao, and said coldly, "You clean up, I'm going to cook." Thousands of energy stones are a bit difficult to wipe. Looking at the considerable number of energy stones at the bottom of the pit, Hu Xiao breathed a breath of the cold and fresh morning air. Today is another beautiful day. I'm so envious. When Zhuang Xiao came out of the living room with breakfast ingredients, Hu Xiao was already at the bottom of the pit. When she finished cooking breakfast and came out again, Zhuang Xiao put all her energy stones in a large wooden tub for a bath. There was a moment of stiffness in her expression. So why didn't she do this last night? Dancing grass, eh? Because of money. The first day back to the safe zone, it was cloudy. The sky was gloomy, as if it was covered with dark clouds, but not a drop of rain fell until Zhuang Xiao finished digging holes and hiding the energy stones like a little mouse. Water hemlock, monkey-faced dragon orchid, and the 3 poisonous weeds in front of Hu Xiao's window have all sprouted, and the tender green seedlings are all very cute. The leaves of the yellow fruit tree that Zhuang Xiao carefully planted on the wasteland outside the yard are a little wilted. But it doesn't look like it's going to die. Zhuang Xiao is going to observe whether this plant can only grow near a warm and humid hot spring. But now the ground she has carefully taken care of is covered with green grass, and the yellow fruit plants above her head can't stop the weeds below. After enjoying a lunch that was guided by Zhuang Xiao himself and practiced by Hu Xiao, the two of them became farmers weeding. And the flame cat became the supervisor. Before dinner, Zhuang Xiao lay on a stool in the living room. The message on her watch beeped several times, but she ignored it. Farming doesn't seem to be suitable for her. Hu Xiao, go buy herbicide tomorrow. Zhuang Xiao gathered her strength and shouted to Hu Xiao in the kitchen. As soon as she finished speaking, Hu Xiao came in with dinner, smiling and teasing. Who insisted on experiencing life? Zhuang Xiao half closed his eyelids and replied weakly, "Hu said so." Hu Xiao did not refute her. After entering the house and putting down the tray, he changed the subject and said, "I will go to the safe zone tomorrow. Do you want to go?" Zhuang Xiao raised his eyelids and said, "Buy herbicides?" She still has so many weeds that she hasn't cleaned up. She is considering whether to find someone to take care of them for her. It's too much effort. Why does she have to make herself suffer? Hu Xiao nodded, and remembered that it was not just this matter, so he added, "Go to Yin Hu's house. He heard that we are back and said he wanted to come over, but I refused." It would be more convenient for them to drive there. I'll go and bring back a lot of seafood. I'll give some to Yan Ming and Zhang Lin. Zhuang Xiao came to life, sat up straight, and started talking about where they were going tomorrow. After talking for a while eating, Zhuang Xiao checked the messages on his watch. There were 5 messages in total. One was from the number 3 safety zone, 2 transfer messages were from Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang, the 4th was from Yan Ming, and the 5th. It was actually Xiao Yin. As the brightest cub in their safety zone, everyone knew that Flame Cat was back as soon as she showed up. Xiao Yin said she wanted Flame Cat to do a mission. Zhuang Xiao said this with a sour taste, and the food in her mouth didn't smell good anymore. She looked towards the gate. The Flame Cat's big tail was swaying on the path at the gate, and it seemed quite leisurely and comfortable. What are you going to do? Wu Xiao stopped eating and looked towards the gate. Seeing that Hua Hua was about to get a regular position in the safe zone, Wu Xiao was in a very complicated mood. Oh, forget it, at least he has a regular position at home, and he has a firm grasp of the chef position. In the future, he can get several important positions at home one after another, and he will have multiple positions, which is not bad. Dancing grass, That sister also has a regular position at home, guarding the energy stone. Xiao Yin, You will also have a place in the safe zone in the future. Follow Feng Ziying and his group to go to the number 17 safe zone to rescue people, and Zhuang Xiao said halfway and stopped talking, delaying her meal. She simply took off her watch and handed it to Wu Xiao, letting him see it for himself. And Xiao Yin painted a pie for her again. It was still a big pie. Chapter 567. Wu Xiao was silent after reading it. The 4-legged flame cats were so much faster than the 2-legged humans in their ability to save money. What do you think? Zhuang Xiao asked when she saw Wu Xiao was slow to speak. She thought it was okay. I just don't know how many years it will take for this big pie to be fulfilled. Wu Xiao thought for a moment, and slowly uttered a few words. The reward is very generous. It's okay. Zhuang Xiao felt that it was barely enough. If she couldn't eat the meat in her mouth, it couldn't be considered her own. However, after going to other safe zones twice in a row, she inexplicably felt that safe zone number 11 was the best. No matter how bad the safe zone was, it was her first stop after coming to this world. Now, someone is willing to build a better safe zone, and she is naturally happy to see it happen. On this basis, it is not a bad idea to do her best for the safe zone. What's more, it was Hua Hua who contributed. Maybe she can do surveying work in the future, draw boundary lines in blind spots, and earn some extra money. Xiao Yin, We have a special instrument for testing radiation values. Zhuang Xiao, Can it be as good as my titanium alloy dog eyes? You agree? Wu Xiao guessed when he saw the happy look on Zhuang Xiao's face. Zhuang Xiao hummed, and then buried his head in eating. Agree. But before Xiao Yan's big pie was fulfilled, she still asked Hua Hua for a few snacks, just as interest. The next day, the sky was still very gloomy. However, Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao still went out, first to finish the things they had decided long ago, and then went to the mining area to find Xiao Yin in the afternoon. That's the plan. However, there are unexpected events. At this moment, a storm is hitting the number 3 safety zone, huge waves are surging on the sea, and the mutant silver dragon is swimming rapidly in the water. The dark clouds that cover the sky are swept inland by the sea breeze. As soon as the two came out of Old Man Yu's grocery store, they received a rainstorm warning from the safety zone. At the same time, they also received a message from Xiao Yin. Let's make an appointment after the rainstorm. Wu Xiao looked up at the sky. The dark clouds covered the sky, and it seemed that a storm was coming. Is Hua Hua still at home? Do you want to pick it up first? Wu Xiao opened the car door, and said to Zhuang Xiao after getting in. Zhuang Xiao looked at the gloomy sky outside the car window, felt the increasingly heavy humidity in the air, and shook his head and said, No, it knows that we are in the safety zone, and it is estimated that it will definitely come to the home in the safety zone to lie down. Her Hua Hua is very smart. Wu Xiao had no right to make suggestions on this matter. He listened to Zhuang Xiao. Moreover, animals are much more sensitive to weather changes than humans. He didn't worry about it. Before the vehicle entered the residential area where Yan Ming's family lived, Zhuang Xiao saw a familiar figure. In addition to her, there were 3 other people. The 4 people seemed to be. The car was moving fast, and she could see clearly in the blink of an eye. This was a group fight. As soon as the fighting posture was set, Zhuang Xiao and his car came close. Zhuang Xiao stuck his head out and shouted excitedly to the 4 people at the intersection, Yan Ming, come on! Yan Ming was delighted when he heard this familiar voice, and he didn't care whether he was fighting or not, and hurriedly looked at the approaching vehicle. Sister, you are back. When the boy saw Zhuang Xiao, he felt wronged. These three people were just like sticky candy. They just picked a fight with him alone. If he didn't fight, he would be a coward, but if he fought, so far, he has been beaten more often. And the enemy didn't follow the ethics of martial arts. 3 people beat 1 person without feeling shameless. Hui Zhao's car slowly braked, and Zhuang Xiao saw the boy's face clearly. She had only been away for a few days, and Yan Ning had become a bullied boy. This face was a bit miserable. Zhuang Xiao moved away from Yan Ning's face, and scanned the other 3 boys one by one. They were thin and weak, and a little pale and skinny, and they didn't look like people living in the safe zone. When the 3 boys saw Zhuang Xiao's face, they shrank inexplicably, and quietly stepped back half a step. Then the 3 of them exchanged glances quickly, and turned around and ran away. Thinking about the robbery, my calves still hurt. Why did you run away? Zhuang Xiao muttered, feeling puzzled. Is he scared when he saw the adults coming? 3 teenagers, The beatings are real, and the pain is deep. When Yan Ning saw the 3 men suddenly run away, he said several harsh words behind them, and then ran to Zhuang Xiao to show his courtesy. After getting in the car, he did not forget to tell Zhuang Xiao about his miserable experience recently, and his brother's strict teachings to him. What can Zhuang Xiao say? His brother has taught him the rules of survival in the Wasteland. She could only comfort him dryly. Then let's continue to work hard and never succumb to evil forces. Yan Ming, He wanted to lie down. Brother Hua? Yan Ning looked at Hui Xiao eagerly. Seeking comfort. We're here, get off. Hui Xiao stopped the car, ignored the child's aggrieved look, and got off the car and walked towards Yan Hu. Zhuang Xiao also jumped out of the car quickly, not wanting to listen to Yan Ming's miserable and sticky words. When we didn't meet, I missed the young boy. Now that we meet, I just feel that there are so many things to say. Yan Ming was the last one to get off the car. After Yan Hu exchanged greetings with Hui Xiao and Zhuang Xiao, he saw his own droopy boy. Why did he come back with you? Yan Hu asked Hui Xiao. We met by chance on the way, Hui Xiao said. Yan Hu looked at Zhuang Xiao again with doubt. Zhuang Xiao nodded. As Yan Ning approached, Yan Hu said gently, Lost? Yan Ning shook his head. They broke up before they even started. So contemptuous. His sister took a look, and the 3 brats ran away. After Yan Hu's brief description, Yan Ning's recent record became clearer. Yan Hu and Hui Xiao carried their things upstairs. Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ming walked behind and muttered a few more words. The main thing was that Zhuang Xiao recalled the appearance of the 3 teenagers and felt that they looked familiar. 3 people robbed on the road before, and their legs were broken? Yan Ming nodded. He also heard this news from others, and he didn't know whether it was true or not. When Zhuang Xiao entered Yan Ming's house and saw the dancing grass in the corner of the living room, his memory instantly came back. Dancing grass? Robbery? 3 teenagers? Aren't these the 3 robbers who wanted to rob her dancing grass last year? They are all in the guard team. The safe zone is really too small. After leaving Yan Hu's house, the sky was like a dark night. Zhuang Xiao told Hui Xiao about the robbery trio in the car. Hui Xiao couldn't help but look at the little girl several times. It turned out that such a thing happened on the day when Dancing Grass came back. She didn't mention it at all after returning home, and even gave him a unique dance performance. The car just arrived at the south gate of the city in the safety zone. A strong wind suddenly rose. A lightning bolt fell from the sky, resounding through the sky. Chapter 568. The heavy rain poured down instantly. In an instant, the rain on the ground gathered into a stream, surging near the sewers on both sides of the road. As Zhuang Xiao expected, the flame cat was lazily lying in the bamboo house admiring the dancing grass and the bean-sized raindrops. When Zhuang Xiao opened the door and rushed in, the flame cat just turned its charming big eyes slightly and stopped looking at her, the drowned chicken. It was just a few steps away. Even if Zhuang Xiao ran faster, she would inevitably be soaked by the rain. Hui Xiao wanted to show his gentleness and consideration, but there was no gap to find a needle. He was rejected 3 times in a row, and rushed into the rain as soon as the car stopped. The rain was pouring down, and the strong wind gradually disappeared. Between heaven and earth, lightning flashed from time to time, thunder rolled, and it was very scary. The lights in the room were bright. The table was filled with snacks that Zhuang Xiao could find in the storage room. When Hui Xiao changed his clothes and came down from the second floor, Zhuang Xiao was lying on the table, eating snacks while looking outside the yard, looking quite relaxed and comfortable. Occasionally there was thunder, but she didn't care at all. The rain curtain falling from the roof eaves separated the indoor and outdoor worlds into two. Zhuang Xiao heard the creaking sound of her feet on the stairs, raised her head, and smiled at Hu Xiao. The little girl's smile was like a camellia that suddenly bloomed in the mountains after the rain. Hu Xiao's eyes unconsciously showed a faint smile. The scent of dancing grass, splashing raindrops accompanied by the scent of soil floated in from the open doors and windows. The rolling thunder became farther and farther away, gradually disappearing in the distant sky. The rain lasted from morning to early morning. Zhuang Xiao fell asleep in the sound of rain and opened her eyes in the morning light. The sunlight rippled in through the gaps in the curtains, like golden waves on the sea in the evening. Zhuang Xiao rolled over in bed twice and got out of bed. The flame cat was at home, and the dancing grass was in high spirits after the baptism of yesterday's storm, dancing rhythmically with the sound of her stepping on the floor. Sitting at the dining table, watching Hu Xiao busy at work and today's breakfast, Zhuang Xiao felt that brother Hu seemed to be in a very good mood today. The breakfast was delicious and fragrant. He also had a taste of beauty. Such a pleasing brother Hu, she naturally had to stare at him a few more times. It's time to eat. Hu Xiao tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and his eyes fell on Zhuang Zhao's slender fingers. The roots of his ears were slightly red. What happened yesterday was still vivid in his mind. Zhuang Xiao came back to her senses from appreciating the beauty, uttered an "oh," and focused her attention on her favorite meal again. Occasionally, she would look at Hu Xiao to eat. Not long after, this would be in her bowl. Due to yesterday's heavy rain, Xiao Yan's time has not been determined yet. With such a heavy rain, the road was destroyed, there were falling rocks on the road, and even landslides and other situations may occur, affecting the movement of the convoy and people. Therefore, the road conditions between the 11th and 17th safety zones must be explored in advance before they can proceed with the next plan. This delay, time has passed for several days. However, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao have not been idle these days. On the first day, after giving the local specialties to be sent to the inner city of the safety zone to Zhonglin, the two returned to the shantytown. The mutant plants in the reclaimed plots are growing well. Even the plots where Zhuang Xiao had spent a lot of effort to clear the weeds were no exception. For several days in a row, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao repeated the same work. Fortunately, the effect of the herbicide was visible to the naked eye. There was no sign of weeds popping up in the places where the medicine was used. The fruits of their labor were preserved. Zhuang Xiao was very satisfied with this. In addition to the mutant plants in the plots he reclaimed growing like crazy, Zhuang Xiao found that the temperature rose sharply after a rain, and the mutant plants around their home were also unwilling to lag behind each other, running radially towards the scorching sun to get light. Zhuang Xiao had to sigh in his heart. The mutants are different, and the growth rate can be seen with the naked eye. The flame cat went out for a long journey these days. It was like telepathy. As soon as Xiao Yan received news that day, the flame cat came back. As soon as he came out of the trail, Zhuang Xiao met the guards patrolling in their area. Are they really adding more people? Zhuang Xiao asked. It felt like their family was now a top-secret organization. The number of this guard team was almost catching up with the number of people in the safe zone. Hu Xiao glanced at the few people and said, "It may be because of the dancing grass. Ask Xiao Yan when you see him." Ever since the dancing grass attracted the attention of the safe zone due to the incident of the mutant mole, it was inevitable that the guards would be added later. Rare species, which may also be very valuable species, must be protected. Let them do whatever they want. Anyway, it doesn't affect our daily life. Zhuang Xiao didn't care about this at all. I even feel like I'm some big shot. Dancing grass, eh? The big shot is her. It's her. It's her. You are so conceited. The collection area near the shantytown has returned to the scene of last year. In less than a week, the flowers, plants and trees on both sides of the road have become lush and green. There is a light mist in the morning air. Dew is hanging on the grass leaves. The sun hasn't jumped out from the horizon yet, and the road is already crowded. Sitting in the car, Zhuang Xiao looked at the scenery that kept receding outside the window, and felt that everything seemed to have changed, and everything seemed to be the same as before. What has changed is that she is no longer a member of the hurried, ragged scavengers. What has not changed is that she still needs to find a place to survive in the harsh environment of the wasteland like these people. Just entered the main road of the mining area. On the way, I met a group of people from the future team, including Xiang Su and Wan He, who I haven't seen for a long time. When the two boys greeted Zhuang Xiao inexplicably felt a little guilty. After returning from the number 3 safety zone, she seemed to have forgotten the two young boys. Are there any things brought back from the number 3 safety zone in the car? Taking advantage of the gap in the conversation, Zhuang Xiao lowered her voice and asked Hui Xiao. Hui Xiao nodded and said yes. That's good, that's good. The car of the future team was in front, and Zhuang Xiao and the others followed behind. Among the people going to the number 17 safety zone, this time was the future team. Due to the last accident, a lot of preparations were done before the departure this time, and the number of mercenary teams sent out was more than double than last time. Similarly, Xiaoyan hoped that more people could be brought back this time. Among the people who came from the number 17 safety zone, they still kept in touch with the people stranded there. With the endorsement of the previous group of people, the things behind would be easier to solve. Chapter 569. The car drove along the lane of the mining area. The road leading to the mining area was wider than the last time she came here, and occasionally temporary wooden houses could be seen on both sides of the road. Soon, the car of the future team stopped in front of a house in the residential area of the mining area. This house is a 3-story building, covering an area of 200 to 300 square meters, and the house is hidden behind a bush. There is no yard in front of the small building, just a bare building, close to the edge of the last protection circle of the residential area. Zhuang Xiao thought that this should be Xiaoyan's office in the mining area. There was an endless stream of people coming in and out of the gate of the small building, mostly from the mercenary team. The flame cat saw Zhuang Xiao's car parked here in the air, circled twice, and landed on the roof of the small building. Although everyone is not as curious about the flame cat as at the beginning, the charm of the flame cat remains undiminished. This appearance immediately attracted the attention of nearby people. Especially, there are Yang Lin and Zheng Pingsheng from the Vulture Squad, who just returned from the number 4 safety zone yesterday. Captain, this is the flame cat. I finally saw the real thing. Zheng Pingsheng looked up at the rooftop. The flame cat just poked its head out and looked down at its friends. Its sight bumped into Zheng Pingsheng's. Then, a light snort came out of its nose. Zheng Pingsheng pulled the Captain Yang Lin's arm and said happily, Captain, it greeted me, right? Yang Lin pulled his arm out of Zheng Pingsheng's hand without leaving a trace, thinking, how many points should his little Zheng get for this reading comprehension? As long as you are happy. After saying that, he entered the gate. What's the hurry? This time, they can face the flame cat every day, and then they can see and touch it enough. Xiaoyan was on the 3rd floor, listening to the noise outside, guessing that Zhuang Xiao and the flame cat had arrived, and got up and went to the window. A group of tall and mighty men from the future team surrounded a small figure, talking and laughing as they walked towards the gate. After entering the gate and confirming their identities, the group took the stairs to the 3rd floor. Xiaoyan and Feng Xiang were already waiting at the door. The future team members tacitly fell behind a few steps, letting Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao walk in front. Then, they slid into the meeting room on the side, where they were going to stay. The air around Zhuang Xiao suddenly became fresh. Xiaoyan glanced at the backs of those people and said to Zhuang Xiao with a smile, Cousin, are you having fun in the number 3 safety zone? Feng Xiang behind him only nodded to Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao, but did not speak. Zhuang Xiao hummed and said, Not bad. Then she stared at Feng Xiang's face intently. It has been a long time since they last met, and the skin of her safety zone's most beautiful woman has become so rough and so dark, and she no longer has the charm of the past. Cousin, what's wrong with me? Feng Xiang saw Zhuang Xiao looking at her without saying anything, and thought that she didn't wash her face after coming back from the mine, so she quickly wiped her face twice while speaking. Zhuang Xiao came back to her senses, shook her head gently, and turned to look at Hui Xiao. Hui Xiao immediately understood, and handed the 2 specially packaged small boxes in his hand to the 2 people standing at the door. Zhuang Xiao added, local specialties from the number 3 safety zone. Except for the packaging, she gave everyone the same thing, a bag of seaweed plus 2 seabird eggs. However, only these 2 were exquisitely packaged. After all, one matches the identity, and the other matches the face. Xiaoyan and Feng Xiang each took the gift box from Hui Xiao's hand, and thanked him in unison. The 4 of them went into the house. In fact, there was nothing much to say about the Flame Cat's mission. Xiaoyan's big cake had already been drawn. This time, I just came to hand over the Flame Cat. Zhuang Xiao just gave more instructions to the Flame Cat. It will take at least half a month to go back and forth this time. I hope Huahua can be there when we are in the number 17 safety zone. After everyone sat down, Xiaoyan put forward his request. It doesn't take too much time to go there, but it will take longer to get there and come back. The cold winter is completely over, and now is the time for mutant animals to go out and look for food, and there are inevitable dangers on the road. With the flame cat, some scattered dangers can be reduced a lot, so the time spent on this mission can be reduced. 7 or 8 mercenary teams were sent out at once for this mission, so there was a large gap in the number of personnel in their own safe zone, and the recent cleaning of blind spots around the mining area would be slowed down. Xiao Yin was also very troubled by this. Population is important, but talents are more important. Thinking of this, Xiao Yin couldn't help but look at Hu Xiao Yin. So long? Zhuang Xiao felt that this time was a bit long. Since Hua came out of the Emperor's forest, she had never been away from it for so long. Xiao Yin nodded, and said his concerns again. Zhuang Xiao thought for a while, and said tentatively, "How about I go too? Anyway, she has nothing to do recently." Zhuang Xiao and Xiao Yin looked at Hu Xiao at the same time. One asked, "Are you going?" The other said, "You don't care about her." Xiao Yin has heard a lot about the cousin's husband from the mercenaries recently, and has also heard a little about the two people. Now, the cousin is going, the cousin's husband must express his opinion, right? Hu Xiao, Hu Xiao looked at Zhuang Xiao's expectant sparkling eyes, and after a long silence, he sighed, "I'll go too." Zhuang Xiao was satisfied, and then looked at Xiao Yin and said, "This time, there is no need to hand over." Xiao Yin, Haha, that's good. As long as the cousin and cousin's husband are happy, Xiao Yin naturally had no reason to object to the two people suddenly joining the team to the 17th safe zone. This is even more true for Feng Xiang, who is responsible for leading the large team this time. If you ask who the flame cat listens to more, who else but the cousin? The 4 people in the room were very satisfied after reaching an agreement. They will set off early tomorrow morning. Xiao Yin said that it is still early today. If they have things to pack, they can go back now, and come back later. If they stay here at night, they don't have to get up early tomorrow. The accommodation is ready. Zhuang Xiao thinks it is not necessary. Their truck is now a mobile RV, and they can leave at any time. After leaving the small building, Feng Xiang took the two to the residential area, arranged a place for them to stay at night, and left. They will set off early tomorrow morning, and he has a lot of things to prepare. Zhuang Xiao recognized the door, and started to attack Hu Xiao. It's not even 10 o'clock in the morning. They can't just stare at each other here. This is a mining area, but also a blind spot. Before this area is designated as a safe zone, it means that this place has great potential. The probability of unknown mutant plants and animals appearing in the surrounding area is very high. In addition, she also wanted to go to the place where Xiao Yin promised to make the pancake and see what it looked like. Chapter 570. Standing on the top of the mountain, overlooking the dense forest and river below. Looking across the river to the distance, there is also an endless dense forest with many trees and occasional birds circling in the air. At the end is a red world. Zhuang Xiao suddenly felt that the pie had to be repainted. The area they surveyed and demarcated was too close to the high radiation area and was not habitable at all. It was quite suitable for her to take Huahua to explore from time to time. Is that Fulei Mountain over there? Zhuang Xiao pointed to a mountain in the distance that was higher than the mountain they were standing on and asked Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao looked in the direction of her finger. The sun was very dazzling. Hu Xiao raised his hand to block the sunlight, squinted his eyes, and looked over, and replied, looking at the shape of the mountain, "It is the remnant of Fulei Mountain." As he said, he pointed in another direction and said, "Over there is a small hot spring near the number 17 safety zone." Zhuang Xiao looked over. There was no shadow of the mountain, only lush vegetation. After staying here for half a quarter of an hour, Zhuang Xiao circled along the residential area designated by Xiao Yin, and flew back and forth between the safe zone, Fulei Mountain and the mining area. Still think the area designated by Xiao Yin is not so good? The most important point is that there is no barrier between the high radiation area and the designated area, all of which are relatively flat and dense forests, without any sense of security. Not only flying in the sky, but also mutant animals running on the ground can come and stroll around. Do you think the area designated by Xiao Yin is not good? After tossing for half a day, Hu Xiao looked at Zhuang Xiao's bitter and resentful look, and felt that she was not satisfied with the pie that Xiao Yin had painted for her. Zhuang Xiao nodded without hesitation. It would be strange if she was satisfied. The problem of high radiation area is the key point. In addition, there are many birds and animals in this large dense forest. With the current situation of their safety zone, they will have to wait until the monkey year to eat this cake. Go back, Huahua. Zhuang Xiao patted the side of the flame cat. When she comes back from the number 17 safety zone, she will go down and take a careful walk and then find Xiao Yin to talk about it. After returning to the mining area, Shuang Xiao and Hui Xiao walked around in the dense forest near the residential area again, but there was no special purpose. The surrounding area is the sphere of influence of the safety zone in the morning and evening. She checked the place in advance to see where it is suitable for rich products. When she comes back, she will join the army of scavengers. When she went back at night, she met Hu Qianli and his group again. The large area on the east side of Biling Mountain that was burned last year was burned clean due to the forest fire last year. When the weather is a little warmer, the safety zone will send people there to do the cleanup work. Soon, that large area will also be included in the sphere of influence of our safety zone. There are more scavenging areas this year. The only thing that is not friendly to ordinary people is that it is too far from the shantytown. After walking over the mountains and hills, time is wasted on the road, and there is no time to find edible food. It is even more unrealistic to spend the night there. Hu Qianli also said that it would be great if there were cars to go back and forth, like the autumn harvest collection area. Xiao Yin, lack of people, lack of people, lack of people. If there is a car, there must be people, and the people of the guard team and the mercenary team must be matched. It's still 2 words, lack of people. After everyone chattered for a while, they went back to rest. At 12 o'clock in the morning, Shuang Xiao tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. There was a smell of raw wood in the darkness, and the smell of other people who had lived in this room. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. When he thought about having to get up early tomorrow, Shuang Xiao wanted to bang his head against the wall. After another 3 minutes, he simply got up and went to the next room to pull Hui Xiao out of bed, and the two ran to sleep in their own car. Hui Xiao was sleeping soundly, and was dug out of the quilt by Shuang Xiao, and he was not angry at all. He followed Shuang Xiao silently into the car. Then, make the bed. The car was fully equipped with all the items, and there was no problem making 2 beds. As soon as the bed was made, Shuang Xiao rolled himself into the quilt, smelled the familiar smell, and fell asleep in minutes. Hui Xiao opened his eyes, looked at the dark roof of the car, and heard Shuang Xiao's even breathing in his ears, and he couldn't fall asleep for a while. I thought of my parents. The memory was too old, and their appearance was a little blurry. I also thought of my life in the mercenary team in those years. The past scenes appeared in front of him, and the most accessible thing is now. Hui Xiao thought so, and leaned sideways. Light came in from the car window, and fell into the car. After gradually adapting to the darkness, he could vaguely see Shuang Xiao's profile. Even if he couldn't see clearly, it didn't prevent him from focusing and looking seriously. Shuang Xiao and Hui Xiao were awakened by the noise outside in the early morning. It was still a little dark outside the car window. It was a little past 4 in the morning. Shuang Xiao opened his eyes, and saw Hui Xiao's dark eyes. He quietly retracted his arms and legs that ran away from home and said with a smile, "Morning. Morning." After that, he pretended to move back a few times silently. Very good, the distance is normal. Hui Xiao didn't move or speak, and looked at Shuang Xiao with burning eyes. Behind him was the cold metal carriage. If there was no carriage behind him, he would have slept on the floor last night. Shuang Xiao glanced around. This should be where she slept last night. Seeing that she finally stopped moving, Hui Xiao said, "It's almost time to get up. We'll leave at 5 o'clock. Shuang Xiao yawned, turned his back, and whispered, "Then get up. I don't drive anyway." Hui Xiao, It's time to put the driving lesson on the agenda again. Hu Qianli quickly packed himself up, and went to provide bed service. It's just that the 2 doors were knocked several times. The doors were knocked open, and there was no one in the 2 rooms. Where are the people? How come my cousin got up earlier than me? Hu Qianli thought of the 2 days he and Shuang Xiao lived outside the window, and felt that his cousin really didn't seem like someone who would get up so early. At this moment, Xiang Su came over, grabbed Hu Qianli's arm, and said as he walked, "I got up last night, and saw my sister and Hu Lao went out. It seems that they went to sleep in the car. Looking at that direction, it is where they parked. It should be right. You don't sleep in a good bed, but go to sleep in the car. Is your brain abnormal?" Hu Qianli muttered as he walked. Xiang Su rolled his eyes. How did his brother who married this wife? 3 seconds of silence for Sister Lan Hong, Really, it's not necessary. It's good to think less and worry less. As the noise outside the car became louder and louder, Hui Xiao blinked his slightly dry eyes, and got out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, he ran into Hu Qianli, who was obsessed with providing bed-calling services, and Xiang Su, who was his little tail. "Good morning, boss Hui, my cousin hasn't gotten up yet?" Hu Qianli greeted Hui Xiao with a sly smile, tilting his head to take a peek inside the car, but the light was a little dim, and before he could see clearly, the door closed. Chapter 571. Hu Xiao responded coldly, "Good morning. Have you two packed up?" Hu Qianli retracted his gaze and hurriedly responded, packed up, I'm here to wake up my cousin." Hee hee. Xiang Su shrank back and hid behind Hu Qianli, and said timidly to Hu Xiao, "Boss Hu, good morning." "Good morning, I'm just passing by." He really was just passing by, it was just a coincidence. Hu Xiao glanced at him, and replied good morning. Then he looked at Hu Qianli with a flattering smile, and couldn't help but said, "Take care of yourself first." After that, he walked towards the residential area. Xiang Su gently pulled Hu Qianli's hem and said, "Does Boss Hu dislike you for meddling in other people's business?" Hu Qianli pulled the hem of his hem out of Xiang Su's hand, turned his head, and looked at Xiang Su, saying disdainfully, "You're talking nonsense. Boss Hu is clearly concerned about me. This is just teaching him not to interfere with things that shouldn't be interfered with." "That's right," Hu Qianli muttered. "There is still a fundamental difference between caring about your cousin and caring about your brother's wife." "What did you say?" Xiang Su asked. "Nothing. Why do little kids know so much?" After saying that, Hu Qianli strode towards the flame cat. He should go find Hu to keep in touch with him. Xiang Su felt puzzled. Who was the little kid, his wife's position, vacant? All he needed was to let someone in. Do they all become adults after getting married? Humph. Xiang Su glanced at the silent carriage, turned around and left. He decided to go find Wan He. He had no common language with these old men. Even though Zhuang Zhao's head was covered by a thick quilt, she could hear the conversation outside clearly. She even heard Hu Qianli's mumbling that Xiang Su didn't hear. She silently complained in her heart. A bunch of childish ghosts. After the three people left one after another, all kinds of noises around them mixed together. Zhuang Xiao actually fell asleep again. She was still catching up on sleep until the car was swaying on the road. The people driving at the front of the convoy were from the Mandrill squad. Yishi Qing had the experience of going to the number 17 safety zone for rescue last time, so this time, he was assigned to the mercenary team to investigate the situation. What Alice's car was in the center of the team. However, Wei Sheng was the driver in the driver's seat, and Hu Xiao was catching up on sleep in the co-pilot seat. The road conditions to number 17 had been surveyed in advance by the safety zone, and the problems caused by the heavy rain had been solved, but the hard flaws caused by disrepair in the second half of the journey had not been solved. However, fortunately, there was a cleanup last time, so no matter how difficult it was better than the first time. Along the way, the car drove very fast, and it can be said that there was no rest in the middle. It just took turns to change drivers, and then set off again. Everyone hoped to reach the number 17 safety zone before the sun went down, so that they would not have to risk spending the night in the wild. Except for the original inner city of the safety zone, which was still inhabited, this number 17 safety zone was now considered a half-blind zone. The earlier shantytowns had long been buried in a green area, and there was no trace of human existence. The sun was setting in the west, and the light was dim. The convoy slowly drove into the boundary of the safety zone wall. All I saw were broken walls and ruins and weeds. If it weren't so close, you wouldn't be able to see the remaining safe zone walls. Zhuang Xiao had woken up long ago, squeezed into the front car, and looked at the place that was once bustling with people and brightly lit with great interest, as if she was visiting an ancient and dilapidated ancient city. If it was the same world, then everything in the city she had seen before would have been submerged under the lush vegetation hundreds of years ago. If it was a parallel time and space, then I wonder if the city she once lived in is still alive. Perhaps it was the influence of the setting sun. Looking at every scene here, there was always a sense of loneliness and solitude. However, this emotion did not last long. The convoy slowly stopped. On the original road, the bushes grew too densely, and the car couldn't get in at all. "Are we going to rest here tonight?" Zhuang Xiao stood in front of the car and looked around. Some people were clearing weeds, some were moving supplies from the car, and there were a few idle people wandering around the flame cat. Hu Xiao looked at the flame cat and said, "Rest here? Someone will come to pick us up tomorrow morning." "People from the safe zone number 17? Zhuang Xiao looked up at Hu Xiao curiously. Hu Xiao hummed softly and said, "They are the small leaders of the people in the safe zone number 17 now." "You are the king of the mountain?" Hu Xiao lowered his eyes. A smile welled up in his eyes, and chuckled, "Yeah, I guess so." Along the way, Wei Sheng talked a lot about the safe zone number 17. After they left yesterday, the mercenary team had a meeting for most of the day. In addition to the basic work arrangements, They talked about the current distribution of forces in the safe zone number 17. Anyway, it's very chaotic. Even those people last time were not so easy to take away. There were also many twists and turns in the middle. Most of them are retail investors. In fact, there are at least 10,000 people in the inner city of the safe zone. This is not just a case of the monkey being king when there is no tiger in the mountain. Zhuang Xiao said sourly. If she and Hua Hua were still here, they would still have a share. Flame Cat, If you had landed in the safe zone number 17, you would probably have nothing left. Zhuang Xiao, Hee, I am a person favored by the Queen Mother of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 572. Several members of the Vulture mercenary team turned their heads and looked behind them. They saw a pretty, fair, and petite girl standing behind them, looking at them with a smile on her face. Hello, cousin. Zheng Pingsheng was a little nervous and stuttered, but his reaction was the fastest in their team. There was no doubt that the girl standing in front of them was the cousin, owner of the Flame Cat, who was rumored in the mercenary team. Zhuang Xiao smiled generously and replied, Hello, cousin. If you don't know her, just call her cousin. Just like cousin has almost become her code name, these young people in the mercenary team, who are not even 20 years old, are all cousins. She took 2 steps forward, and everyone hurriedly made way. The Flame Cat rubbed Zhuang Xiao's head. After a little show of intimacy, Zhuang Xiao pushed the Flame Cat's head away with disdain, because this guy has been losing too much hair recently. It is estimated that her head is now covered with fiery red hair. The owner is here, and seeing the Flame Cat so docile again, everyone is eager to try. Can we touch it? Zheng Pingsheng asked Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao nodded and said, Yes, yes. Then he quietly reached into the bag and took out the comb for Hua Hua, saying, This is for you, it'd like someone to comb its hair. This job should be given to people who like to do it. Really? Then let's comb it. Zheng Pingsheng took the comb from Zhuang Xiao, holding it in his hand excitedly. Seeing that the young man liked it so much, Zhuang Xiao asked the Flame Cat to lie down, whispered a few words in its ear, and then left with Hua Xiao. Others rushed forward to grab the comb in Zheng Pingsheng's hand. When they were some distance away from them, Zhuang Xiao lowered her voice and said to Hua Xiao, Finally, I found someone to do this job. After saying that, she rubbed her itchy nose. Hua Xiao smiled and raised her hand to brush the hair on Zhuang Xiao's body. Don't save the fire cat's hair? Zhuang Xiao waved her hand and refused. No, no. It's enough to bother her with these on her body every day. She still saves. Whoever wants it can take it. Anyway, she doesn't want it. The two walked around. On the collapsed walls and tall shrubs, there were clusters of ground ivy climbing. After several trucks circled the campsite twice, the herbs and shrubs with slender branches on the ground crawled on the ground. As night fell, clusters of bonfires were lit. The moon rose in the east and set in the west, the sky was milky white, and wisps of white smoke rose from the black and gray ashes. The campsite became lively. The morning sun dyed the sky red. Suddenly, a car horn sounded from the hidden bushes. Here it comes, Weisheng said. Zhuang Xiao looked in the direction of the sound, and at this moment, a dilapidated medium-sized truck flew out of the jungle. The moment it landed, Zhuang Xiao was very worried about the car. The appearance of the car was like a rag doll that had been damaged many times and then patched up again. There was no intact iron sheet, and even the glass of the car windows was broken, which was patched with a few broken wooden boards, and the tires were also covered with a lot of band-aids. The hum of the engine sounded like an old man who was about to die. Such a car is still in use. It must be said that the user is skilled and bold. While Zhuang Xiao was sighing at the old car, the car stopped near them after making a few heavy breaths. The car door opened and 4 tall and strong men jumped out of the car. The clothes they wore were comparable to the appearance of the car. Their faces were untidy, their hair was curled up in hats or headscarves, and there were always a few disobedient tufts of hair that wanted to peel off their scalps. Everyone's eyes were as bright as a tiger coming out of the mountain. The 4 people strode towards them. Feng Xiang and several people from the mercenary team immediately greeted them. Captain Feng. Brother He. As they approached, Feng Xiang and the tallest and most burly man among the 4 people held hands together. Zhuang Xiao could sense that the 3 men behind Brother He were looking at them. Probably looking at the Flame Cat. Zhuang Xiao listened to their greetings quietly, chewing some dried meat. After about a minute, the greetings ended and everyone returned to their respective cars. Their motorcade followed the car that was about to be scrapped and set off. Zhuang Xiao asked Weisheng, Is Brother He the leader here? Weisheng said, Yes. They had seen each other's photos the day before. Although he didn't see the appearance clearly, the clothes were exactly the same as the clothes in the photo. And the car was also the same. Shabby. They should agree to go to our safe zone if they live like this, right? After all, the biggest leaders of the number 17 safe zone all live like this, so there is no reason not to go to a safe zone that is still promising. Of course, this was just her one-sided idea. Wei Sheng smiled and said, "Not necessarily, here there is a lot of freedom, no restrictions, and some people pay tribute from time to time." Zhuang Zhao's eyes widened, with an unbelievable look. Pay tribute? Hu Xiao seemed to be able to sense Zhuang Zhao's shock, and added, "It's equivalent to paying protection fees." Then, wouldn't it be nice for people to be local tyrants here? At this moment, Zhuang Zhao felt that life without restrictions seemed better. It depends on what conditions our Chief Xiao is willing to give, Wei Sheng said indifferently. The more favorable the conditions given by the safe zone, the easier the mission will be for them. If the remaining people are taken away bit by bit in the way of lobbying like last time, it will easily cause conflicts. They don't want this. They have to fight with the people here before fighting with the mutant animals. If the leader agrees, not to mention that they can take all of them away, at least more than 60% of the people will definitely be no problem. Zhuang Zhao said, "Oh," and continued, "What are the conditions in our safe zone?" Wei Sheng said, "Cousin, you have to ask Captain Feng about this." Hu Xiao interrupted, "Or you can ask Xiao Yan directly." Zhuang Zhao glared at Hu Xiao and said, "This should be considered confidential. How can people talk about it casually?" The convoy twisted and turned in the bushes, and the people in the car swayed left and right. After a while, Zhuang Zhao didn't have the heart to chat with these two grown men. In the front car, "Boss, did you see the flame cat?" Xiaoshan asked He Hu in a hoarse voice. Chapter 573. Black Tiger looked through the cracked rearview mirror, and occasionally saw the fiery red shadow. This safe zone number 11 is more difficult to deal with than he thought. "I'm not blind," Black Tiger said with a dark face. Xiaoshan choked, and the remaining Wang Ye and Shen Qingyan watched and watched, not joining the conversation, but just secretly happy in their hearts. Xiaoshan really doesn't know how to read the color at all. Black Tiger's face is the same as his surname. "You are still rushing forward, aren't you asking for a scolding?" Xiaoshan thought. Didn't he just ask a question casually? Why is the boss angry? Even so, Xiaoshan still risked being scolded, and continued, "Then shall we go back and pack up and leave? Last night my wife heard that someone came to the 11th safe zone, and the luggage has been packed. His wife did not go out to scavenge today, and she is still waiting for news at home." He Hu's face suddenly became darker, and he scolded, "Reserved, reserved, do you know what reserved means? As soon as this person came, you all followed him, so what qualifications do you have to negotiate terms?" Suddenly, he regretted bringing Feng Xiang and his group to the inner city of the safe zone. Those people will not pack their luggage like Qiu Shan's wife, waiting to run away with others. Inexplicable sadness climbed into He Hu's heart. These days, it is really difficult to lead a team. Xiaoshan shrank his neck and shut up. "Okay, anyway, if the boss doesn't run away, he will run away secretly. The sooner he runs away, the sooner he can get the wages of 1 point for 10 days. He always missed the days when he could drink nutrient solution every day. It was better than now, when he couldn't eat enough, and had to put some high-radiation food into his mouth. After finally getting through this cold winter, he didn't want his family to starve here for another cold winter." Chen Qingyan endured and endured, but finally spoke, saying earnestly, "Boss, be gentle when you talk to the people in the number 11 safe zone later. Don't scare them away." While he was speaking, he didn't forget to pay attention to his boss's face. He spoke very tactfully, but the boss's face became darker. Forget it, if the boss doesn't want to leave, then don't leave. He won't leave either. He is the only one in his family." Thinking back to the beginning, his father survived and got married thanks to the boss's father, and then he was born. With this kindness, he couldn't let the boss live alone in this deep mountain forest. In the safe zone covered with bushes and dense forests, the convoy drove for more than 2 hours, and finally at 10 o'clock in the morning, the group saw a little human habitation. This journey was considered safe. Although there were occasional small and ferocious mutant animals passing by, they were all scared away by the flame cat. As for those insect mutant animals, there was no need to worry at all. A row of straight trees stood in front of them, with their crowns in the clouds, like huge coconut trees reaching straight into the sky. The bare tree trunks were hung with ropes, bamboo baskets, and straw baskets. The cuts on the tree trunks were clearly visible, and they were obviously artificial coconut tree shapes. Zhuang Xiao was confused, but did not ask. It would be useless to ask. We will see the answer when we get off the car later. When the people under the car saw their convoy, they dropped the grass leaves they were testing and ran away in all directions, disappearing into the grass. Could it be that they were frightened by the fire? Zhuang Xiao poked his head out to look at the fire in the sky, and then they started to circle again. Flame cat, what can we do? You climb too slowly. It can only circle in the sky and wait. Wei Sheng was also puzzled and said, it doesn't look like it. Two of them looked quite happy. They laughed so hard that their teeth were exposed. Wei Xiao agreed with Wei Sheng's words very much. They really didn't look frightened. Qiu Shan, drive slower. I'll contact our people and make arrangements in advance. He Hu was simply unable to bear it. He was afraid that his own people would make him lose face later. Obviously, these people were so reluctant to follow last time, but this time, they were too unrestrained. Qiu Shan didn't understand why, but he obediently slowed down the car. At the gate of the city in the safe zone, the main part of the inner city wall of the number 17 security zone is still there. After years of repairs, it can barely block the attacks of mutant animals. As for the gate, it was broken and unusable 7 or 8 years ago, and was replaced with the current giant wooden gate. In front of the gate are rows of bamboo weapons. At this time, the gate is crowded with people. Why haven't you come yet? Didn't you say you were going to pick him up? What exactly does the boss want to talk about? Let's hurry up after the talk. I heard that the conditions over there are good. There will be people to help cut wood and build houses when you go there. That's right, machine cutting wood is not much faster than us chopping with axes one by one. The crowd chattered about the news they received in the past few days. In fact, not all messages can be received. After all, the signal is poor. After the storm a while ago, their base station seems to be not very effective again. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Even if there is external news, it's either not received or the signal is delayed. The remaining people in the 17th safety zone have been hiding here for decades. Originally, there were more remnants, but later some died and some left, leaving more than 10,000 people. Last time, some of them followed the 11th safety zone and ran away. Somehow, these people feel that life is more difficult. In fact, it's the same as before, but now there is a contrast. As soon as Zhang Hao received the news from He Hu, he immediately rushed to the gate of the inner city of the safety zone. When he saw the people gathered at the gate, he felt his eyes go dark. Such a big welcome. Wang Xiao, Zhao Dashan, Li Qiushui. What are you doing here, little brats? Zhang Hao got off his broken 3-wheeled motorcycle and started to drive people away. There were not many strong laborers at the gate. They were all old, weak, sick and disabled people who usually picked up waste nearby. This is estimated to have received the news and rushed over. Brother Zhang, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Wang Xiu, the second child in the family, was generally called Wang Xiao by his acquaintances. Seeing Zhang Hao coming over, the 7 or 8-year-old boy clung to Zhang Hao with a playful smile. What's so good about it? Aren't you hungry? Zhang Hao shook off his hand and went to drive away the other people. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. There are naturally some people in the number 17 safety zone who are usually sneaky and thieves. Why are you so proud? You will still live in the shantytown if you go there. What's the difference from us now? A young man said indignantly. Then don't go, said one of the old men with slightly gray hair. Someone immediately echoed, yes, then don't go. Chapter 574. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Who cares? The young man walked away in his worn straw sandals. When he reached the corner, he was sure that no one could see him. Hiding in the bushes, he spat, bent down and looked at the gate, muttering, a bunch of annoying people, I'm going, what can you do to me? No matter how much Qiushan delays, he will eventually reach his destination. As soon as the convoy stopped, the flame cat rushed down like an arrow that broke through the air, carrying the hot air in the air. Zhang Hao's lips were worn out, and he finally persuaded half of the people to leave. The remaining half of the people were like a pile of sticky candy, clinging to the position at the gate and refusing to leave. At this moment, a huge black shadow attacked from the sky. Everyone didn't even look up, and they scattered and hid in their own shelters. This is the survival instinct formed over the years. The mutant animals in the sky, the group of people in their safe zone can't handle them. Don't run away and keep them as food for them. Just as everyone was hiding, Qiushan's car arrived. Zhang Hao stood alone at the door, staring at the flame cat. His legs were trembling, and he reluctantly smiled on his face. The boss just said not to be afraid of mutant animals with fiery red hair and big blue eyes. That is the sacred beast of the number 11 safe zone. So, he is not afraid, not afraid. He comforted himself in his heart. As the flame cat's fire basin got closer and closer to his head, cold sweat broke out on his back, and the breeze passed through the clothes with 7 or 8 holes, and it was cold. There really are mutant animals. The young man hiding in the corner shrank back uncontrollably, trying to reduce his presence. If you want to eat Zhang Hao first. Hua. Zhuang Xiao poked his head out and shouted at the front of the convoy. Just received the news from Feng Xiang. The flame cat blocked the door. Hearing the sound, the flame cat took a step without recognizing relatives, and squeezed in front of Zhuang Xiao's car from the side of the convoy in 2 or 3 steps. Qiu Shan got out of the car and supported Zhang Hao, who was about to fall to the ground. Black Tiger glared at Zhang Hao, and then looked around the old and young who were looking around. The gate opened and the convoy entered. The flame cat cut in line and followed behind Zhuang Xiao's car, and swaggered into the inner city of the safe zone. This will also be its territory in the future. In addition to the trees that Zhuang Xiao saw outside, such as coconut trees, there were also many plants in the inner city, which was obviously different from the safe zone she had been to. Those safe zones were barren, whether in the inner area or the shantytown. But it was completely different here. After several years of wind, frost, rain and snow, the walls of the houses in the inner city of the safe zone, which should have been considered luxurious, were peeling off, revealing the color of the bricks and stones inside, and even in some dark and humid areas, there were clusters of short mosses. The small mosses were very green, just like the newly sprouted mung bean sprouts or pea seedlings, very pleasant. Is this moss delicious? Zhuang Xiao asked a question that she was most concerned about. If it is possible, it should be very refreshing and delicious when boiled into soup. Some taste sweet, some taste bitter. It depends on what kind it is. Wei Sheng answered quickly. He likes the pink and juicy leaves the most, and they are edible. It can quench thirst and fill the stomach. Zhuang Xiao was in a very good mood and decided to take some time to go for a walk with Wu Xiao. The two of them were just soy sauce characters, and were not part of the organization. It was just hard work. Flame Cat, what's so hard about patrolling your own territory? The convoy stopped in an open square. In addition to Black Tiger and his own people, Feng Xiang led several members of the mercenary team into a half-collapsed building, and Zhang Hao was responsible for entertaining the remaining people in the 11th safety zone outside. Zhuang Xiao jumped out of the car and took the Flame Cat for a walk around the square. It is estimated that this is where they will stay tonight. The people at the gate waited until they could no longer see the shadow of the convoy, and then they came out from their hiding place one after another and walked to the square. While walking, they also picked up the grass leaves on the side to test. Although the possibility of being edible is almost zero. Among the mercenaries from the 11th safe zone, almost all of them were familiar to Zhuang Xiao. Xiao Yan made this arrangement because he considered that Flame Cat had more contact with these people, and might be relatively familiar with them. If someone was in danger, maybe Flame Cat could reach out and save them with the familiar smell of human flesh. Zhuang Xiao didn't know these things, so Flame Cat naturally couldn't know them. Now that she was here, Zhuang Xiao was not in a hurry to go back. She was not interested in what Feng Xiang and Black Tiger talked about. At this moment, she just wanted to get some fresh and edible moss to take back. This feeling was like wanting to eat some wild vegetables in the fields in spring. Thinking of this, she missed shepherd's purse dumplings, cold mixed amaranth, scrambled eggs with Chinese tune, etc. Last year, she ate the mutated purslane, and this year she wanted to eat something else. The bracken in the small hot spring is also a must-try. Go get some when you go back. Zhuang Xiao looked back at Wu Xiao, and the Flame Cat who followed her closely. After a while of hesitation, she discussed, Wu Xiao, why don't you go and play with brother Hu? I'll just play with Hua Hua. Wu Xiao, The third in family status. The third for eternity. Wu Xiao nodded, but didn't insist, so as not to annoy the little girl. And as long as Zhuang Xiao asked, he would generally not refuse. If you want to find moss, don't go far away. Just stay here. Remember to come back for lunch. Wu Xiao reminded Zhuang Xiao and the Flame Cat. The Flame Cat didn't say yes or no. It has always been very reliable. After Wu Xiao left, Zhuang Xiao quickly entered the nearby bushes. The Flame Cat leaped and climbed onto the broken wall. There was a loud bang. Zhuang Xiao looked back and saw the emerald green wall covered with various mutant plants collapsed. In the sun, a wisp of dust rose from the broken edge of the wall. The Flame Cat had already jumped onto a short and strong bush. As far as the peripheral vision could see, a row of little radish heads stood side by side opposite the collapsed wall, with the fear on their faces still not fading. Zhuangxiao stood awkwardly in the bushes and squatted down silently. This is really... She had to run away before the group of little radish heads cried, as she couldn't do things like coaxing children. Although these little radishes in the wasteland didn't necessarily need to be coaxed. It turned out that the little radish heads in the wasteland had a pretty good ability to resist blows. After their brains stopped working for a few seconds, two of them cried out like wolf cubs. Chapter 575. It's her! It's her! It's her! Follow me. In the square. In the future, members of the mercenary team, such as Qilin and Mandrill, gathered together in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. As soon as Xiao came back, he was pulled over by Lu Feng from the Qilin team. Lu Feng put his arm around Xiao's shoulders and asked with a smile, "Boss Hu, when are you going to return to the mercenary team?" Xiao staggered and glanced at Lu Feng. Instead of answering him directly, he asked, "How is the talk going inside?" Lu Feng shrugged and replied, "I haven't come out yet, so I don't know what the situation is inside." After that, he continued, "Many people here live worse than those in our shantytown. It should be easier to talk. We can talk for a day and clean up for a day. Maybe we can return the day after tomorrow." Lu Feng is quite optimistic about this matter. Xiao hummed and got rid of Lu Feng's grip without leaving a trace, and continued to walk slowly. As he walked, 2 more teenagers came out from the side. It was Wan He and Xiang Su. Xiang Su said, "Boss Hu, where is my sister?" Wan He asked the same question, staring at Xiao without blinking. Xiao pointed in the direction where Zhuangxiao and Flame Cat had just left, and said, "She went to scavenge, and will be back at noon." There were only these 2 teenagers in the mercenary team who called her sister directly instead of cousin, and the closeness and distance were clear at a glance. Wan He sighed, "It can only be in the afternoon." His tone was quite lost, and then he continued to talk to himself. "Xiang Su and I have no work arranged in the afternoon, so we can accompany my sister to scavenge." Xiao, He was driven back. "Do you still want to go?" Xiao hummed and hummed twice casually, but did not respond. Hu Qianli sat in the middle of a group of people, talking about the Flame Cat. Zhang Hao and several people who were responsible for accompanying him listened with great interest. Full of envy. There were exclamations from the crowd from time to time. Xiao shook his head gently, and sat on the periphery of the crowd with Lu Feng, Xiang Su and Wang He. After sitting down, Lu Feng muttered, "Our team was the first to see the Flame Cat. Heluo fish, dragon scale fruit. And the little white flower that made Heluo fish run away. The trip to the Emperor's Forest is really nostalgic, indoors." Feng Xiang and He, who sat opposite each other, and had been chatting for a while. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, but the topic never got back on track. He, who looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. Why haven't these people mentioned that they should go to the 11th safe zone? Do they want to get a free meal? As He, who thought, he was a little absent-minded. "Boss He, what do you think?" Feng Xiang asked He, who with a smile. Although Feng Xiang's face looked a little rough in Zhuangxiao's eyes, his appearance was still very good among the rough men. His smile made people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. Especially in the past few days, he followed Xiao Yan around every day, and Pei Minghai occasionally gave the group of young people around Xiao Yan a small meal, and he also learned a lot of things that he had never touched before. Now, it is more than enough to deal with He Hu. He Hu was thinking about whether to have a lunch reception. Should he only eat vegetarian food, meat, or a combination of meat and vegetables? He heard Feng Xiang's voice, and after a moment of hesitation, he turned to Qiushan and said, "Qiushan, what do you think?" Qiushan, How can you ask him about this? I think. Qiushan's mind was working fast. The boss was obviously not online again. How could he remind him naturally what he had just said? I think we can eat first. After dinner, we can continue to talk in the afternoon. Don't you think so, Captain Feng? Just then, a bunch of gray-haired old men suddenly appeared on the window, pushing and shoving outside the window, chattering non-stop. He Hu's brain suddenly felt buzzing. He Hu laughed dryly at Feng Xiang and his group and said, excuse me, I'll leave you for a while. Qiushan, you guys continue to talk." Qiushan, Know what to talk about. After He Hu finished speaking, he hurried to the group of funny old men in their safe zone. "His father is inside." Qiushan laughed awkwardly and apologized to Feng Xiang. Feng Xiang looked at the window. Why didn't he find the people in the number 17 safe zone so interesting last time? Qiushan, Last time you kidnapped people like human traffickers. We didn't fight because we were weak. Hey who, Who admits they are weak? Chio Shan, Then they have hot weapons, do you? Hey who, Okay, you are weak and you are right. Hey who came to the window and said in a low voice, Dad, what are you doing here with your old friends? Then he stuck his head out to look for Zhang Hao's figure. Where are the people guarding the gate around here? Hey Rong grabbed Hey who's collar and said anxiously, When are we leaving? He finally made it to this age, and he wanted to live for another 2 years. It would be best if he could borrow another 300 to 500 years from God. Hey who, Your life until now was stolen from God. Go, we'll be leaving soon. You go back and pack up first, and wait for news. Hey who coaxed and deceived the group of old men to leave. They were all the pillars of their group, and they really couldn't be beaten or scolded. If you say too much, you'll be complaining. Watching a group of old men staggering away, Hey who yelled at Zhang Hao who was in the crowd, then turned around and returned to his position, saying calmly, Captain Feng, what did you say just now? Feng Xiang, At this moment, he didn't say anything. Looking at Hey who's expectant eyes, Feng Xiang understood. Zhuang Xiao was scurrying around in the bushes, followed closely by her little tail. She simply gave up and concentrated on finding moss. Ding ding, highly mutated due to radiation, inedible. Ding ding, highly mutated due to radiation, inedible. Big sister, this mutated half-moon moss you found is not good. A voice that sounded old-fashioned came from the cracks in the broken wall. Zhuang Xiao looked up and saw little heads popping up on the top of the wall. For a moment, she couldn't tell which child was talking. Moss? How could she be familiar with it? There were many people who ate wild vegetables in their world, but they had never heard of anyone who ate moss. Then, which kind of edible one is more common? Zhuang Xiao decided to ask. When 3 people walk together, there must be one person who can teach me. What's more, there are 9 people in front of her. Besides, now she is not as cautious and nervous as she was last year. Chapter 576. She is very confident now. If she can't beat them, she will run away. If she can't run away, she will fight. At worst, there is still the flame cat. When Xiao, It turns out that he didn't catch up with the good times. At that time, the elder sister always ignored them. I only heard one of the little girls with the highest head say, You are looking for money for Mutant Land. Isn't this voice the person who just spoke? The little girl raised her hand and continued, It's this kind, reddish-brown stems, with a small green umbrella on top. The little girl pointed to the only edible mutant plant she picked, and explained it to Zhuang Xiao one by one. Zhuang Xiao looked around and didn't find this mutant moss at all. A pale and thin boy who looked about 6 or 7 years old said, There is no inner city in the safe zone. Zhuang Xiao, She was lonely after listening to it. After the little boy finished speaking, the 9 children exchanged glances and collectively retreated to the top of the wall. After whispering for a while, they popped their heads out again. Zhuang Xiao thought, What if she heard everything? The oldest girl, Mingwei Zhuang Xiao, heard everything and said in a very strong tone, Does the red mutant animal listen to you very well? Zhuang Xiao nodded and waited for the next words. Then we will take you to our collection point. Can you bring it, the mutant animal, with you? Mingwei made her request. With such a big mutant animal following, those little guys will definitely not come out. And Mingwei thinks their request is reasonable. A good collection point is hard to find. Although the adults don't let us go to that collection point, but isn't the situation different now? Zhuang Xiao heard the 9 children's whispers, but no one mentioned the collection point they were about to go to, where there was a luxurious gift package waiting. The deal between He Hu and Feng Xiang had not yet been reached, but the deal between Zhuang Xiao and the 9 children was completed at a very fast speed. The flame cat was summoned, but it did not land, but only hovered in the sky. The 9 children had no objection to this. The group of 10 people shuttled through the grass and bushes for a long time. The grass and trees gradually became dense and farther away from the human voices. Zhuang Xiao remembered that he had promised Wu Xiao to go back for dinner, so he asked, How far is it? Mingyu broke the branch in front of him and replied without asking, Almost. Then Zhuang Xiao was blocked by a wall. Looking down, he saw a big hole hidden under the branches and grass. Big sister, hurry up. Zhuang Xiao, This still needs to go out of the inner city of the safe zone. Mingwei, Isn't that right? The leaves in the inner city can be inspected by the people in their safe zone every few days. A fresh and edible leaf will never be missed. Zhuang Xiao quickly sent a message to Wu Xiao on his watch, and then crawled out of the hole below. Half an hour later. Zhuang Xiao stood in the shade of a dirt hill that was more than 10 meters high. The bottom of the dirt hill was surrounded by bushes and weeds, and it would take a quarter of an hour to go around the shade. But they didn't need it, because Zhuang Xiao had already seen the mutant ground money described by Minghua that survived in the cracks. "It's here," Minghua said, observing the surroundings vigilantly. The flame cat squatted behind them, yawning from time to time. Very bored. Zhuang Xiao picked a small mutant liverwort that looked like a bean sprout and tested it. Ding, moderate radiation mutation, edible. Finally heard a pleasant sound, and was immediately delighted. It was not a waste of time to follow these children. The watch was not set to silent, and all 9 children heard it, and their khaki faces showed joy. Zhuang Xiao had not experienced the joy of collecting edible mutant plants in the wild for a long time. After the first good news came out, he was completely immersed in the joy of detecting mutant liverwort. In such a small area, they were like locusts passing through. In just half an hour, the mutant liverwort in this area was plucked out by them. Who made the mutant liverwort too short? It was too difficult to detect it on a living plant. Each person cuts off the root directly, and the exuded liquid is used to apply to the watch for testing. Even so, everyone does not have much mutant money in their hands. Especially Zhuang Xiao, looking at the small handful of mutant money in her hand, she can cook a soup, which is barely enough for her to drink. After this trip, she can't take the risk of being nagged by Hua Xiao when she returns. She can't just take this little achievement back. That's not worth it. Unlike Zhuang Xiao, the 9 children are happier than each other, and they have gained a lot today. Minghua is even more so. Today's risk is not in vain. Minghua looked at her worn-out watch, and then looked at the sun. "It's time to go back. Big sister, let's go back," Minghua said. At this moment, a message came into Zhuang Xiao's watch. It was from Hua Xiao. After looking at the content, she said, "Then let's go back." The group came, and went in a hurry. Just after walking 100 steps, a slight rustling sound came. Zhuang Xiao's heart suddenly jumped. Then a gust of wind blew, and the leaves rustled. With a sharp roar, the flame cat that was originally hovering leisurely in the air broke through the intertwined branches, and flew down to where Zhuang Xiao was. Zhuang Xiao was startled and shouted anxiously to the group of happy children around her, "Run quickly." Although she didn't know what the sound was, but the mutant animal that could make the flame cat make such a warning sound must be very difficult to deal with. The 9 children were first startled by the cry of the flame cat in the air, and then heard Zhuang Xiao shout. Without even asking, they ran towards the way they came. Zhuang Xiao simply didn't know how to describe her mood at the moment. "You really run when you're told to? You don't even ask? Don't kids have any curiosity?" Zhuang Xiao thought about these things, but her pace was not slow. She took out a sack from the bag behind her, and put it on her head while running. The grass and branches scratched her face. Luckily, she always carried her bag with her when she went out. It's just that the sack didn't have 2 holes poked in advance, so she was just running blindly now. She bumped her head into the big butt of the flame cat that had just landed in front of her, and her hand accidentally touched a place that shouldn't be touched. It was soft and nice to touch. Flame cat, taking advantage of it, it's unethical. Zhuang Xiao only felt the rustling sound, as if hundreds of small snakes were crawling on the ground, and her heart was pounding. She grabbed the hair on the flame cats, but with both hands, and climbed up. After 1 hand and 2 hands of hair, she finally got up. Chapter 577. Despite this, Zhuang Xiao was still terrified. The reason was simple. She didn't have time to fasten her seat belt. Fortunately, Flame Cat probably knew that she was shedding a lot of hair, so she flew relatively steadily, otherwise she would have fallen off what was several times, leaving the bushes and flying at low altitude. She took off the sack and looked back behind her. The earthen hill where she picked mutant liverwort came into view. The top of the earthen hill changed from a light yellowish-brown to a yellowish-brown. Under the sun, the yellowish-brown actually reflected a faint stream of light, flowing down from the top of the hill. The creepy rustling sound came from the fast-flowing color. After careful identification, it turned out that the ants flowing down from the top of the earthen hill were galloping down like thousands of troops. From a distance, the ants were murderous, like a dark cloud, drifting around. In just a moment, Zhuang Xiao turned her head, and a chill rose from the bottom of her heart. In the primitive jungles of Africa, there is a kind of ant called man-eating ants. They are not picky about food and eat both meat and vegetables. Every action is in groups, like a flood. If they are surrounded, living things can turn into bones in an instant, which is very terrifying. The possibility of escaping is almost zero. Zhuang Xiao didn't know what kind of ants came down from the dirt hill. Now she has escaped from the trap, but there are still 9 little carrots running below who wish they had 2 more legs. After groping in her pocket for a long time, a hemp rope appeared in her hand. Zhuang Xiao secretly rejoiced that they were all life-saving items, and it was indeed necessary to carry them with her. She looked back at the speed of the mutant ants. Let Hua turn back. Go back and pick up the 2-legged radish. It happened to be the critical time for the negotiation between her own safety zone and the number 17 safety zone. If the 9 little radishes, who had a friendship with her in picking mutant ground money, were in trouble, wouldn't she be guilty of a great sin? Come to think of it, it was all because of that mouthful of spring wild vegetable soup. Soon, Zhuang Xiao saw a familiar figure, Mingyu. There were 2 little ones with her, who seemed to be the 2 smallest ones in the group. The other 2 little radishes were nowhere to be found, and they might have escaped separately. Big sister. Mingyu was running with the 2 little ones in her hands, stumbling. When she heard the sound from the air, she looked up at the sky. Who knew that as soon as she shouted the word big sister, the 3 people were tripped by a vine at the same time and fell 3 meters away. Pooh! Pooh! Mingyu spit out the grass leaves in her mouth, got up from the ground swiftly, and hurried to help the other 2 children, and she was also very scared. Sure enough, her father was right. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. And she is always on the road of committing suicide, bravely moving forward. Dogwa, Xiaogua, are you okay? Minghua hurriedly checked the 2 sisters. Very good, just a scratch. This minor injury will heal in a few days. Dogwa and Xiaogua are twin sisters. They didn't cry when they fell and broke their skin. Instead, they persuaded Minghua. Sister Minghua, let's go quickly. Okay. Minghua agreed hurriedly. A familiar sound was approaching in my ears. It was the little guys coming out of the cave. A crackling sound of branches breaking came, followed by Zhuang Zhao's urging voice. Come here quickly, and tie the rope around your body. Big sister will take you to fly. Now, this voice is like the sound of nature to Minghua. Minghua pulled up the 2 sisters, and ran straight to the flame cat. Minghua grabbed the hemp rope, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She tied the 2 sisters together in no time, then raised her head and said quickly, Okay, big sister. Zhuang Xiao looked at the 2 little girls, who were tied up like dumplings, and could only say that these 2 children were really good. Zhuang Xiao pulled the 2 little girls up. Minghua didn't need her to call, and quickly climbed on the back of the flame cat and hugged Zhuang Xiao's waist. Zhuang Xiao, What about the distance between people? Minghua, She is afraid of heights. There was a human meat dumpling across Zhuang Xiao's body. Before taking off, Minghua quickly told the leaders of the remaining 2 groups to let Zhuang Xiao shout in the sky later, and they must be nearby. Listening to Minghua's quick explanation of her arrangements, Zhuang Xiao instantly felt that he was defeated. This psychological quality is strong enough. While running away, he did not forget to organize everyone to escape. He also knew the principle of don't put all your eggs in one basket. In short, Zhuang Xiao felt inferior. After the flame cat flew into the air, the little girl behind him kept silent and buried her head in Zhuang Xiao's thin back. Zhuang Xiao, Okay, the psychological quality is average. It's useless to praise. My waist is almost broken by this little girl. The other 2 leaders are little boys, one named Sweet Potato, and the other named Peanut. The names are simple and rough. The original intention of the parents to name them was extremely simple, just thinking that they could eat sweet potatoes and peanuts every day in this life. Minghua, Sweet Potato and Peanuts are the biggest among the 9 people. Each person received 2 slightly smaller carrots. When he saw the flame cat and Minghua, he climbed up along the flame cat's thigh without Zhuang Zhao's greeting. The flame cat was very sad. Being clawed here and there, its fur must be bald here and there. After the flame cat took off from the spot, strands of red hair flew away with the wind, and Hua's indescribable sadness also dissipated. After circling in the air for a long time, the flame cat headed for the inner city square of the safe zone. The square was full of people, and it seemed that they were gathering. Hey Hu stood at the door of the building and whispered to Qiu Shan, Isn't it just a little girl? Why is there such a big fuss? And everyone is rushing to see her. Qiu Shan retorted, Is she a little girl? She is a girl who can tame mutant animals. How can this be the same? Then he said with envy, If I come back an hour later one day, so many people will rush to see me. I will die with my eyes closed. What nonsense are you talking about? Hey Hu kicked Qiu Shan's butt. I'm back. Someone shouted in the square, and there was even a bit of loss in the tone. The opportunity to get closer to the cousin in the safe zone disappeared just like that. Everyone looked up at the sky. Zhuang Xiao looked down, and saw a group of people looking up at the sky. She raised her slender neck with great effort and looked at the sky. The weather today is really good. A white cloud blocked the sun. Could the little hands on her neck loosen up a bit and let her enjoy the occasional clouds floating by in the sky? When the flame cat landed, people in the square immediately surrounded it. Black Tiger stood on the steps, looked at the figure behind the bee's tamer girl, and rushed out with a brisk step. Chapter 578. Hey Mingwe. A roar passed through the crowd of people surrounding the flame cat and entered the encirclement. Hey, isn't your last name Ming? When she heard these 3 words, Zhuang Xiao first felt the little girl behind her holding her waist tremble. Before she could think about it, there were voices of cousins in the crowd. Then, there were the dark eyes of Hu Xiao standing in the crowd. Zhuang Xiao smiled in Hu Xiao's direction, then tore off the pendants on his body one by one and handed them to the people standing below. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as someone can catch it. The last one was Mingwe. Oh hey Mingwe. Hey, who had squeezed through the crowd in front and came close to the flame cat. The little hand that was originally tightly holding Zhuang Xiao suddenly loosened. When she turned her head, the little girl was holding Heihu's neck, making a sound similar to crying. From her direction, the little girl was just making a lot of noise without doing anything. However, the anger on Heihu's face gradually faded, replaced by gentle comfort. At this moment, Zhuang Xiao was left with envy. It's good to have a dad. No, it's good to have a good dad. Looking at Hu Xiao, who was right in front of her, Zhuang Xiao thought. Maybe she could give it a try? Although she couldn't have a good dad here, she still had other choices. However, seeing so many people around, hey, forget it, people have grown up, and they have to have face. The crowd gradually dispersed. Zhuang Xiao walked towards Hu Xiao, and the mutant ground money she picked in her hand was a little droopy. Before she could talk to Hu Xiao, the voice of Heihu, no longer gentle, and even a little furious, came to her ears again. From the noisy crowd, Zhuang Xiao managed to catch a few words. Mutant ants, lucky, no worries. Connected together, are they the mutant ants that emerged from the Earth Mountain, like 1,000 horses galloping? They don't have to worry, right? However, after Heihu comforted his troubled daughter, he hurriedly left the square with his men. Although the mutant ants in the safe zone are not as scary as the man-eating ants in Zhuang Xiao's mind, they still have to be careful. After hearing what Zhuang Xiao said, Hu Xiao's expression became solemn. Is it man-eating ants? Zhuang Xiao was very concerned about this. If so, should they run away in advance? However, she felt that it was wrong. If it was really man-eating ants, shouldn't the people living here have run away long ago? No. Hu Xiao answered very affirmatively. Even so, he felt it was necessary to talk to Feng Xiang. Hu Xiao went to find Feng Xiang, and Feng Xiang went to find Heihu, but the Heihu people had already left. He had to find Chen Hao, who was still in the square. What did you say? Is it true? Chen Hao's voice immediately rose, and without waiting for Feng Xiang to give him a positive answer again, he turned around and ran out of the square. Feng Xiang grabbed his arm. These people in the number 17 safety zone are really... Feng Xiang was a little speechless. Why are they coming one by one, and no one has explained to them clearly what is going on, no matter what kind of mutant animal it is? Even if this mutant animal will bring danger, under the current situation, they can't take people away immediately. Then, there is really no need to talk about the follow-up matters. The black boss has already gone. You should at least tell us about the matter. Maybe we can help? Feng Xiang was tired, but he had to hold the only person. When Chen Hao heard that Feng Xiang and the others were willing to help, he was not in a hurry to leave. However, he quickly told Feng Xiang everything about the mutant ants. Let's go and see together. Feng Xiang made this decision quickly after weighing the pros and cons. After Hu Xiao finished talking to Feng Xiang, he returned to Zhuang Xiao's side. Hey Mingwei was fidgeting in the building. She has always been the kind of person who would go to the Tiger Mountain even if she knew there was a tiger in the mountain. Now that they have escaped from danger, the adults left them in a hurry. How could they sit still? After turning around the house twice, they ran out of the house with a group of little radishes, but they did not come to find Zhuang Xiao, but ran in the direction where the black tiger left. Chen Hao was naturally very happy to hear that someone was helping him. Earth Hill. After the mutant ants came out and spread out, they began to circle around the exit. From a high altitude, it looked like a huge vortex. And as it rotated, the vortex continued to spread around, and it was gradually getting bigger. The grass and shrubs growing around it were like people whose legs were suddenly cut off, crawling on the ground, and then disappearing little by little, melting into this huge yellow-brown vortex. Black Tiger stood in the middle of the floating bridge built by two tall trees, holding a paint-chipped telescope in his hand, looking into the distance. The frightened mutant birds flew up from the woods, flapping their wings and circling in the sky, chirping non-stop. All Hey-Hu could see were the birds that cursed the ground in the sky. The distance was too far, and there were trees blocking the view. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard. A black bird appeared in the field of vision, and a red light flashed from behind the bird's buttocks. "Boss, is it the aircraft in the number 11 safe zone?" Xiao pointed at the pure black bird in the distance, his eyes bursting with strange brilliance, and he was surprised and happy. The poor and the rich are different. Look at others, and then look at what his boss has in his hand. There is no comparison at all. He completely forgot that when he took the telescope from Hey-Hu's father, he was also very excited like now. As a group of lower-class people living in shantytowns, they can hardly even make ends meet, so how can they have more points to invest in survival equipment? The telescope was pulled out from a small villa in the inner city of the safe zone by the people who stayed behind. It might be a toy thrown away by someone's child. It's just such a small object that was thrown away casually, but it is something that ordinary people can't reach. Sad? No time. The world left them an area for collection, and the materials for collection are very few. How can there be time for these extra emotions? The same world, different people, different moods. For example, Shuang Xiao, an outsider. Hua Xiao, is there anyone selling this in our safe zone? Shuang Xiao grabbed Hua Xiao's arm and looked up at the black aircraft that was gradually getting farther away. It looks like a swallow. She wants it so much. Hua Xiao shook his head gently and said, "No. Forget it," Shuang Xiao said indifferently. On the contrary, Hua Xiao looked at Shuang Xiao in surprise. "Give up so quickly?" Shuang Xiao continued. "I'll ask Xiao Yan later." Chapter 579. The black swallow quickly disappeared from her sight. The flame cat stood behind Shuang Xiao, not moving away, as if ready to run away at any time. At this time, they were near the gate they had entered before. The car that Feng Ziying and Chen Hao were in was just under the big tree where the black tiger was. Shuang Xiao looked around. In addition to the people in their safe zone, there were also people living nearby who had not gone out to scavenge. Everyone was walking on the road leisurely, and there was no sense of urgency. These people looked really calm. Everyone, It can only mean that the situation is still within the controllable range. And it's not the first time that they have come out to look for food. Calm down, just stay calm. Hua Xiao, do pangolins like to eat ants? Somehow, the shadow of the mutant pangolin suddenly flashed in Shuang Xiao's mind. Isn't it boring to eat mutant slugs in the small hot spring every day? Mutated pangolin, Why is there still a thing about it? Although it wants to change its taste. But it may not be a good thing for someone to think of it. Hua Xiao replied, I love it. Shuang Xiao sighed. I should have brought a mutant pangolin earlier. Hua Xiao, Hey-Hu and his men came down from the tree and arrived in front of Feng Ziyang's car. The aircraft had already reached the sky above the earth and hill, and the picture set back was very clear. Will it be over in an hour? Feng Ziyang looked away from the screen and looked up at Hey-Hu and asked. This is what Chen Hao said, but he still wanted to confirm with Hey-Hu. Hey-Hu nodded, staring at the picture on the display, and said, well, at most an hour. No, it should be half an hour before we go back. It's just that the range of these little guys' activities seems to be larger than before. He didn't say this, but he had already made up his mind. Feng Ziyang nodded, indicating that he understood. For a moment, the car fell into silence, and everyone just stared at the screen in front of them. After Mingwei, Sweet Potato, and Peanut left the square, they separated and ran towards their respective homes. As soon as Mingwei entered the house, she was shocked by the large and small packages in the yard. At the kitchen door on the west side of the yard, He Rong was still grunting and moving things out. Mingwei jumped over the obstacles in front of her from the gate and went up to help. Grandpa, why did you start packing so early? Mingwei helped move the big box from the kitchen to the yard. She glanced at her own stove. The stove was empty, with a big hole in the middle. The big iron pot had disappeared. Maybe it was in a corner of the yard, Mingwei thought, and her hands moved unsatisfactorily. The wooden box left the kitchen and landed in the yard with a clang. He Rong wiped the sweat from the wrinkles on his forehead and said with a heavy breath, I have nothing to do at home, pack up and leave early. Besides, your father will probably not hold back for long and will agree. Even if the other party can't offer any decent conditions, they can't stay in this safe zone. Mingyu agreed with what He Rong said. So she told He Rong about the mutant ants. Grandpa, I have foresight, right? Mingyu's eyes sparkled, and she looked like she was asking for praise. She knew that the mutant ants would only speed up their pace to the 11th safe zone. Therefore, she called her friends to go home and pack up their things quickly, and make sure to be the first group of people to respond to their father. Hey Hu, you are really my good daughter. Hey Rong nodded and praised, my Mingyu is still awesome. The two were chatting happily when a voice suddenly came out from the wall. Grandpa Mingyu, are you leaving today or tomorrow? I have packed up and am waiting for your boss to give an order, and we will follow. Hey Rong and Mingyu looked up at the same time and saw Qiu Shan's wife. Hey Rong said, Shanzi's wife, I guess we can leave tomorrow. Qiu Shan's wife Wan Xiu smiled brightly when she heard this and said, that's great. Do you want me to help you pack up? Wan Xiu was very enthusiastic, but was rejected by He Rong and Mingyu. Although the two families have a very good relationship, it is more reassuring to pack up your own belongings. Wan Xiu was not annoyed, thinking that she could leave tomorrow. She had to go back to see if there was anything else she wanted to take away from her broken house. Another half an hour passed. As He Hu said, the harvest vortex formed by mutant ants became smaller, and finally retreated back into the earthen hill. Outside the earthen hill, there was nothing left: moss, shrubs, grass and trees. The earthen hill looked like someone had drawn a circle on the ground with a large compass with the top of the hill as the center point. There was no grass growing inside the circle, and it was lush and green outside the circle. Seeing such a huge destructive power, Feng Xiang was shocked. At the same time, he felt a little sympathetic to the safe zone number 17. First, the mutant crows destroyed the safe zone, and now the terrifying mutant ants appeared in the safe zone. What kind of fate is this? Suddenly, he thought that their safe zone and the safe zone number 17 were adjacent to each other. Will such a mutant ant group expand to their area one day? Strictly speaking, the straight line distance between the two safe zones is also considered far. Black Tiger heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these little guys went back. Chapter 580. The news that the mutant ants came out to look for food spread to everyone in the inner city of the safe zone through word of mouth. The abandoned northern part of the safe zone has always been a restricted area for people living in the inner city. It is because of the appearance of mutant ants in recent years. Although two bad things have happened, in general, the danger is not much different from other small mutant animals living around. Therefore, no one has ever thought about leaving the relatively safe inner city area. Moreover, even if you leave the inner city area, will you be safe? Not necessarily. With all kinds of fluke mentality, these people finally chose to continue living here. Once people have a choice, they will waver, and hesitate. Now, there is a choice, or it is a better choice than now, and indecision has become unswerving. After lunch, Feng Xiang and his group were completely destroyed by the bowl of green meat porridge with color, fragrance and taste, and He Hu's meat was in great pain, because it was the meat he had eaten for half a year. He really spent a lot of money this time. Seeing that everyone was just drinking porridge and not talking, I think they were very satisfied with the meat porridge they prepared. After all, it was all meat. Who wouldn't like it? The people in the 11th safety zone just wanted to slow down, and they had to slow down, especially Feng Xiang, otherwise he really didn't want to see He Hu's face again. He still had half a month, and now it only took 2 days. There was plenty of time. Last time, they didn't enter the inner city of the safety zone, so now it was a good opportunity to observe. In addition, the situation inside and outside the safety zone should also be understood in order to carry out the work later. Black Tiger readily agreed to Feng Xiang's proposal, and offered to be their guide. Feng Xiang naturally agreed. Whether they were in the inner city or the outer city, it would be a good thing for them to have someone familiar with the environment of the number 17 safety zone to follow them, which could avoid many unnecessary troubles. For example, ordinary people, or mutant plants and animals. The group that had just arrived in the morning left in the afternoon, which naturally attracted the attention of the people wandering at the gate. Looking at the convoy that disappeared behind the bushes, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? Did the black boss have a breakdown in the negotiations with someone? Did the person leave? The young man who had sung the opposite tune with Zhang Hao in the morning ran towards the inner city as soon as the convoy disappeared. The 4 urban areas in the east, west, south, and north of the number 17 safety zone, except the northern urban area where the mutant ants appeared in the morning, the other 3 urban areas are the collection areas of Black Tiger and his team. Further out, that is, the isolation zone and shantytowns behind the boundary of the safety zone wall. They rarely enter these areas now. Firstly, it is too far from the inner city of the safe zone, and secondly, many areas have been demarcated by mutant animals, which is very dangerous. The 3 urban areas in the east, west, south, and north now have different species living in them. However, Hey Hu and others who live here will regularly clean up the main roads in these three urban areas to facilitate the passage of vehicles, which is also a way to demarcate the territory. At this time, Hey Hu and his 4 people were sitting in the car where Feng Xiang was, directing Yiming, the captain of the sharp knife team, to shuttle through the jungle and the wall. Although Hey Hu and his team would regularly clean up the main roads, the mutant plants in the wasteland grew too fast, and there were often drooping branches on the road intertwined with the thriving grass and trees on the ground. If you are not familiar with the road conditions, it is really easy to hit the wall. Who made the wall now covered with various vines, green and lush, and there is no way to tell whether the road ahead is a cover of grass or a real wall. Hypericum is the most famous mutant plant in our safety zone. I heard that people from the number 6 safety zone often come to our safety zone to collect the leaves of this plant for medicine. Hey Hu talked non-stop after getting in the car. In addition, there was a meal together, so he couldn't stop talking once he opened his mouth. Feng Xiang had heard of the mutant Hypericum plant, and he could nod and agree from time to time. For this reason, the safety zone also specially planted a medicinal field near the volcano, that is, Danqing Mountain. When talking about Danqing Mountain, Hey Hu paused, his mouth was a little dry, and after moistening his throat with saliva, he continued. You should know about Danqing Mountain, which is the closest mountain range to our safe zone. Most of it is within the scope of the blind spot. Only a little bit at the foot of the mountain on the south side is within the influence of our safe zone. The mutant Hypericum medicinal field is planted there. Feng Xiang saw that Hey Hu was talking about the mutant Hypericum endlessly, and finally couldn't help interrupting him and said, Boss Hey, why don't you tell me where we are going this afternoon? Hearing Feng Xiang say this, Hey Hu also knew that he had gone off topic. We are going to Dongcheng District now. You came from Xiqing District when you came here. Hey Hu spitted and talked again. Feng Xiang also simplified the information he wanted from his cumbersome sentences. There are a lot of mutant Hypericum growing in Dongcheng District now, but there are also a group of small mutant animals with a bit of irritability. These small mutant animals have been feeding on the fruits of mutant Hypericum for a long time. That wild medicinal field is their territory. So what does this black boss want to do? Zhuang Xiao looked at Wu Xiao, who was driving in confusion, and asked in a very low voice. The sound on Hu Qianli's watch continued, and the conversations between Hey Hu and Feng Xiang came from it. Not sure. After listening for so long, Hu Xiao didn't understand what Hey Hu wanted to do. Hu Qianli turned down the sound on his watch and said, maybe they want us to help clean up the mutant animals. So they don't want to leave. This? Hu Qianli also hesitated. It shouldn't be the case. Zhuang Xiao looked at Hu Qianli eagerly, waiting for him to give a reasonable answer. This? Maybe they want to eat meat? Hu Qianli made up a random excuse. Hu Zhao's expression was a little indescribable when he heard Hu Qianli's words. Can't you find a convincing reason? However, Zhuang Xiao nodded seriously and said, maybe it's true. She immediately remembered what Hu Qianli said when they had lunch when they just got on the car. After hearing Zhuang Xiao's words, Hu Xiao instantly fell into a state of autism. Okay, when Hu Qianli and Zhuang Xiao talk, he just listens casually. He doesn't know the brain circuit of Hey Hu, nor does he know the brain circuit of Hu Qianli and the little girl. He is the only normal one. Zhuang Xiao, When everyone is abnormal, the only normal person is an outlier. That is, the most abnormal person. Hee hee. Chapter 581. Daddy hey, your son ran away with someone. The young man shouted loudly, as he ran to the street where Hey Hu's house was. Humph, no one can leave him alone. Shen Hao, Who said he wouldn't leave? Ghost? The young man shouted and called out all the residents on the street, as long as there were people at home. One by one, they opened the door and looked out. And the one who lived in the 2-story small broken building also lay at the window, on the 2nd floor. Oh my god, why does this sound so strange? Who could Hey Hu run away with? Can he run out of the safe zone if he runs again? Wouldn't that be courting death? Wang Debao, you little bastard, what are you shouting about? Hey Rong's full voice came from the yard. Wang Debao just ran to the outside of the wall of Hey Hu's house. Next to Hey Hu's family is theirs. But he is the only one left in their family now. Last year, his parents went to the area outside the safe zone to scavenge for scraps. They encountered mutant jackals, and were eaten without leaving even a bone residue. He didn't know the truth. It was unclear who said these words first. The fact he knew was that his parents went out early one morning and never appeared again for a year. Sometimes, he couldn't help but wonder if his parents went out to get extremely rich edible supplies, but were killed on the way and their bodies were destroyed. Although the safe zone has been a group for warmth over the years, who can guarantee that there are no malicious people here? What's more, many people have died while scavenging for scraps over the years. Why did everyone else come back safely, but his parents couldn't? After his parents were gone, he was no longer a treasure in anyone's hand. When the mutant ants appeared today, he thought that no one should leave. It would be good for everyone to wait and feed the mutant ants together, which would also be regarded as the friendship of sharing hardships over the years. He knew that this idea was dark and shameful, but he just couldn't control himself from thinking this way. Old Man Hay often said that life would get better. However, his hair was almost completely white. Was life better? Life was still the same. Was there less hunger and cold? Or was there less high-radiation food? Except for very young children in their safe zone. Who the hell hadn't eaten high-radiation food? When Hay Rong came out of his yard, the door next door slammed shut. What are you looking at? Why don't you go home and pack your things? Hay Rong shouted at the people around him. The door slammed several times, and those who wanted to get some gossip withdrew their heads. Yes. Watching the fun is not as important as packing. Although there is not much luggage to pack. Mingwei came out of the house, and saw her grandfather slamming the door shut. Did Brother DeBeo make you unhappy again? Mingwei looked up at the wall next door. A weak grass on the wall swayed lonely in the wind. Who else but him? He didn't go to guard the door, and he didn't go to pick up rubbish. He just knew how to live a lazy life every day. He can still live to this day thanks to his parents. At this point, Hay Rong stopped talking. There is no sound insulation effect at all with a wall between them. Maybe that brat is still eavesdropping behind the wall. Go back to the house, and continue to pack up. Your father said that you should go with them this time. By the way, see if you can get more things from our safe zone to sell before you leave. This way, everyone will have a better life after you go there. Hay Rong waved at his granddaughter, and went into the house muttering. Wang Debeo, who was hiding behind the wall, heard what Hay's father said, hurried into the house, and went out again with a rough crossbow on his back. Mingyu stuck out her tongue behind Hay Rong, and went into the house. As soon as Wang Debeo arrived at the inner city gate, he saw Chen Hao organizing a group of people to pull a cart out. Wang Debeo ran to Chen Hao in 2 quick steps, and asked with a smile, Brother Hao, what are you all going to do? Hearing someone calling him, Chen Hao turned around and saw Wang Debeo, who had been arguing with him in the morning. Seeing the crossbow arrows behind him, he said unhappily, We are going out to work. You have to contribute too. Thinking of the bad things Wang Debeo had done in the past year, he felt angry. A good young man, how could? Of course. Wang Debeo patted his chest and said, Chen Hao, I don't believe you. Brother Hao, really? I promise that I will work hard this time and never. Wang Debeo wanted to promise again. But Chen Hao interrupted him, and said, Okay. Don't promise anymore, go if you want to go, follow the team well, don't run around. Understand? Wang Debeo agreed happily. Chen Hao glanced at him for a few times, and then called everyone to set off. Are we there? The car in front seems to have heard it. Zhuang Xiao stuck his head out of the car, and looked at the car in front. From the gap between the branches, he saw Feng Xiang get off the car. In the sky, the flame cat was like catching fish in the sea, and it dived into the dense forest. Hu Qianli had already received the news and hurriedly responded, We are there. Get off here. As he said that, he was the first to jump off the car and hurried to the team in front. He is a regular employee. After Wei Xiao and Zhuang Xiao came down, they quickly followed Hu Qianli's footsteps. They had no organization, but that didn't stop them from joining the organization temporarily and mixing things up. Hey Hu looked at the equipment on his own people, and then looked at the equipment of the other mercenary team, and he also became autistic. I wonder if they can also join the mercenary team after going to the number 11 safe zone? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's think about how to let our people save more money during this time. With so many members of the mercenary team, it should be much stronger than them fighting alone. At worst, we can pick up other people's leaks. After the group arrived and checked their equipment, they entered the dense forest in a mighty manner. The wall of this area has long been abandoned, and the East City District and the isolation zone have long been connected. Chapter 582. After a brief pause, Hu Xiao replied, It's not too dangerous, but it's not easy to hunt. Just when Zhuang Xiao wanted to ask more details, the vanguard suddenly stopped, and Hu Xiao's mobile encyclopedia had to stop teaching. Zhuang Xiao stood on tiptoe. Well, she couldn't see what was going on in front of her. However, she heard a bright and short chirping sound, like the sound of a certain bird foraging. There were other chirping sounds in between. However, there was a kind of chirping sound that dominated the list, and the singing sound topped the list of the most birds in the chorus. It seems that this is their main target today, the mutant fringe snipe. Among the male and female birds, the male is very showy and scumbag. Zhuang Zhao's guess was soon confirmed. After the team stopped, they quickly dispersed. After a few dozen meters ahead, they came out of the bush. In front of the bush was abundant water grass and a large swamp. The reason for the formation of the swamp is unknown. It is only known that after a heavy rain several years ago, the water flow here gathered and first became a small pond. Slowly over the years, it became what it is today. The mutant tasseled snipe, which originally lived in the waters outside the safe zone, also turned this place into a habitat. The whispering disappeared, and the whole team became silent. The team stepped on the thick dead branches and rotten leaves on the ground, making a slight creaking sound. The tasseled snipes strolling leisurely in the swamp or combing their feathers had not yet noticed the murderous intentions around them. Although the team moved forward in a scattered manner, the overall moving target was still towards the mutant Hypericum territory on the east side of the swamp. Zhuang Zhao and Wei Xiao followed the members of the future team. After a while, it was hard to see the members of other mercenary teams except for the members of this mercenary team. Everyone was in ambush and entered the hunting time. At this moment, Zhuang Zhao had not considered the problem of how to take out the tasseled snipe if it fell into the swamp. Due to the obstruction of water plants in the swamp, if you want to see the position of the tasseled snipe clearly, you must occupy the high ground. In the flat and safe area, there is only one choice, that is, to climb a tree. The members of the future team climbed the tree in pairs. Zhuang Zhao and Wei Xiao were naturally in a group. Climbing trees is a skill that Zhuang Zhao is now familiar with, and he climbed up easily. Is the one wearing a circle of explosive scarf a male bird? Zhuang Zhao asked Wei Xiao in a low voice. In nature, those with three color are mostly males. Zhuang Zhao naturally thought that the tasseled snipe with exaggerated neck feathers was mostly a male bird. However, Wei Xiao said, not necessarily. Now is the mating season for the fringe snipe. Among them, a type of male bird will pretend to be a female bird and sneak into the territory of other male birds, taking the opportunity to mate with the female birds in the territory. A cross-dresser, a female sexual orientation. Zhuang Zhao looked at Wei Xiao in shock. It also likes to steal other people's girls. Is it so weird? Zhuang Zhao felt incredible. At the same time, he felt that the old saying was too appropriate. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. She was shallow-minded. Wei Xiao's mouth twitched when he heard Zhuang Zhao's summary. The girl's summary language always had a bit of gossip, just like the story she made up. Zhuang Zhao, What do you mean by making up? That's called free combination and reorganization. Wei Xiao nodded and pointed to several representative tasseled snipes in the center of the swamp and explained them to her one by one. Beauty trap, sneak attack on Shinsong, and the 36 stratagems are all used. This bird also knows military tactics? Zhuang Zhao listened with great interest and almost forgot what their purpose was for lying on the tree trunk today, until a group of tasseled snipes performed the 36 stratagems. Flying is the best strategy. Did someone do it? Zhuang Zhao looked around through the branches. It seems that it was not the future team who did it. Wei Xiao stared at the tasseled snipes that were only slightly frightened and still remained in the swamp. He just nodded slightly to Zhuang Zhao's words. The crossbow in his hand was aimed at one of the tasseled snipes with fiery red neck feathers. With a whoosh sound, the cold arrow tip, with its unstoppable momentum, pierced through the hot afternoon sun and headed straight for the target. Zhuang Zhao turned his head suddenly, and the crossbow arrow was close to the target. Accompanied by a slight puff, the sharp cry of the tasseled snipe spread among the water plants. This cry was like a red alarm, awakening the tasseled snipes hiding in the grass, and each tasseled snipe flew into the air and headed far away. The tasseled snipe hit by the crossbow arrow flapped its wings and made its last struggle. The arrow passed through its throat, and no matter how much it struggled, it was in vain. After a few breaths, it lay on the water. Zhuang Zhao looked at the beautiful bird, and then looked at the water between them and the bird. How to get it back? You can't wade through the water, right? Although the swamp on the shore doesn't seem to be very deep, but who knows? Or should I ask Huahui to go and retrieve it? Is it a waste of talent? While Zhuang Zhao was struggling with how to get the prey back, the shrill bird calls in the swamp came one after another, which sounded quite creepy. The tasseled snipe hiding in the water grass was not hurt, and it cooed, its round eyes vigilantly observing the slightest movement around it. Use stillness to control movement, and be ready to soar into the sky. The question of how to get the first prey back has not been answered yet, and then after seeing the tasseled snipes floating on the water, she thought of another question. How to judge whose prey it is? Or is it a policy of common distribution again? Zhuang Xiaodong thought about it, and Hu Zhao's crossbow had shot 3 crossbow arrows, but she still did not move. While she was thinking wildly, a row of rafts flexibly shuttled in the swamp, catching one tasseled snipe after another whose bodies were still warm on the water. It was indeed premeditated. Even the rafts are ready. Black Tiger, I've been here all year round, all year round. How could I have such a brain? After seeing the prey coming ashore, Zhuang Xiao started to work with the crossbow in his hand. They changed several trees back and forth, and each time they moved to the east. In this process, all the mercenaries used cold weapons. Quiet, which can better hide the hunting. And Zhuang Xiao also found a benefit of hunting the tasseled snipe, that is, this mutant species will only flap its wings and fly away when frightened, and will not attack people. The whole process is quite safe. Except for the worrying hit rate. Compared with Hu Zhao's hit rate, it is even more like heaven and earth. Zhuang Xiao felt that his young heart was deeply hurt. Chapter 583. The hunting time for the tasseled snipe ended in just an hour. It had to end. Because most of the tasseled snipes on this side of the swamp flew to the other side of the water, and the remaining 3 or 2 were not worth their efforts to dig in the lush water plants. Zhuang Xiao shot only 3 tasseled snipes in total. It was unknown whether any of these 3 were edible, so she didn't care at all about the final ownership of the tasseled snipes piled on the rafts. In addition, when she was distracted on the tree, she saw a mutant animal in the grass under the tree that looked quite cute. It had long ears, blue-gray fur, and a little white hair on its tail. It jumped when it ran, like a rabbit, a mouse, or... She didn't know it, but she liked it so much, especially the blue-gray fur. It would definitely look good as a scarf in winter. Good harvest. Feng Xiang said, as he looked at the prey piled on the raft. It was the first time for He Hu, Qiu Shan, and others to see so many prey. Although not every one of them could be eaten, quantity was the key. With more prey, there would definitely be a lot of edible food. Quickly test. He Hu urged Feng Xiang. He couldn't wait to know the results. In addition, don't throw away the highly radioactive mutants. The feathers can still be used after processing. The main goal of the number 17 safety zone is to save money. Although the feathers of the highly radioactive French snipe are also highly radioactive and cannot be used directly for human heating, they can be used to fill the leaky walls and make door curtains. Feng Xiang pointed at 2 or 3 young men standing beside him and asked them to go for testing, and then left another team to wait here. He followed He Hu to the place where the mutant hypericum grew. At this time, there was already a group of people busy working in the place where the mutant hypericum grew. In fact, they originally wanted to wait for He Hu and his team. But it was uncomfortable to just wait without working. So, the group of people took sacks and went into the mutant hypericum forest. Chen Hao was waiting for He Hu's arrival on the periphery. After seeing Chen Hao and the cart behind him, Feng Xiang looked at He Hu with a smile and said, "Boss He, you are well prepared." He Hu laughed dryly and said, just in case. It will be used soon, so it's just right to use the cart for them to transport the prey back to the Feng team's car. They didn't shoot any melons or dates themselves. Forget it. Their real focus today is to pick mutant hypericum. After Feng Xiang finished that sentence, he didn't say anything more. This mutant hypericum, He Hu has been telling him all the way, the medicinal value is self-evident. For the members of the mercenary team, it is also a rare opportunity to earn extra money. Go! Be careful! Feng Xiang said loudly to the mercenary team members behind him. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard He Hu quickly and loudly added, "Be careful of the mutant raccoon in the bushes. That guy bites people." The second half of the sentence was obviously not confident enough, and he was very guilty. This matter he didn't have time to say it. Everyone was speechless. Could the people in the number 17 safety zone be more dishonest? Complaints aside. This mutant raccoon likes to travel at night, and never likes to travel in groups. In addition, its size is small and medium among all mutant animals. It is dangerous, but it is not a big deal for the mercenary team members. What's more, the fur of this mutant raccoon is a good thing, soft and delicate, and has excellent warmth retention effect. Like Zhuang Xiao, these mercenary team members also like the blue-gray fur of the mutant raccoon. When Zhuang Xiao heard the name of the mutant raccoon from He Hu, his eyes suddenly lit up. Judging from the name, it is most likely the cute one he saw on the tree before. Be extra careful later. Although the mutant raccoons are not big, They have sharp teeth and sharp mouths. If they are provoked, they will bite people without mercy. And it seems that there should be a lot of mutant raccoons living nearby. Although they will not hurt people in groups, it is not as easy to deal with one alone as imagined. Hui Xiao was worried that Zhuang Xiao would be deceived by the cute appearance of the mutant raccoons, so he reminded her a few more words, asking her to keep it in mind and be cautious. Zhuang Xiao's eyes sparkled, and she nodded vigorously. I know. She will never go head-to-head with the mutant raccoons. No matter how small this little guy is in the wasteland, he is as big as a hound. Facing the intimidating gazes of the mercenary team members, Hu still dryly described the characteristics and habits of the mutant raccoons. They will be colleagues in the future, so they still have to build a relationship. Feng Xiang, swamp. The flame cat jumped up and down in the air, ran around, and chased the fringed snipe closely. The tasseled snipe fled in panic in the face of the murderous flame cat. While gliding at low altitude, it was looking for a shelter. A bird that knows the art of war was instantly turned into slag in the face of absolute strength. Zhuang Xiao entered the mutant hypericum forest with great interest. In addition to Hui Xiao, she was accompanied by 2 teenagers, Xiang Su and Wan He. This was temporarily assigned to her by Feng Xiang. In the name of protection. Sister, let me tell you that the leaves of this hypericum have antibacterial and anti-inflammatory effects, astringent and hemostatic effects, and are quite popular in our safe zone. In the past, there were people in our safe zone who came here to resell this medicinal material to the number 6 safe zone to make a profit. Since entering the dense hypericum forest, Xiang Su has never stopped talking, and Wani also added a few words from time to time. Also, in addition to eating seeds and fruits, these mutant civets also like to eat insects, such as the mutant ants that appeared in the morning. There are mutant ants in Beicheng District and mutant civets in Dongcheng District. They are natural enemies. If we raise a group of mutant civets to eat mutant ants, wouldn't the problem of safety zone number 17 be solved? Suddenly, Zhuang Xiao felt that even if there were no mutant pangolins, would these mutant ants be the nemesis of other things? Can mutant civets be obedient? Xiang Su said weakly. This? It needs to be verified. Zhuang Xiao thought, it's careless. Hui Xiao was free, half of his mind was on Zhuang Xiao, and the other half was on testing the leaves of hypericum. At this time, the little girl choked and said lightly, it will be dark in 2 hours. 2 teenagers, Okay. They shut up. Chapter 584. Zhuang Xiao was worried about not being able to fill the hole she had dug, but Hui Xiao took over the conversation, so she encouraged the 2 teenagers, then you 2 should work hard. Try to get a sack of medicinal materials back before dark. 2 hours, there is still plenty of time. Xiang Su and Wani felt that this was an impossible task, but with Zhuang Xiao's encouragement, they instantly had the motivation to achieve their goals. Their sister was favored by the Queen Mother of the 9 Heavens. Believe it, and it will work. When Zhuang Xiao thought of the characteristics of the mutant raccoons resting during the day and working at night, he felt melancholy, and the moderately radiated mutated hypericum leaves detected in his hand were not fragrant. The flame cat was in the swamp, its hair was half wet, and its teeth were covered with the dull feathers of the fringed snipe. Its big claws scratched its mouth from time to time and picked its teeth, bubbling with happiness. Except that the prey was a little smaller, it was much easier to catch than the prey in the imperial forest. The colorful world outside is so beautiful. The fringed snipes, who like to fight alone, have no power to resist the strong attack of the flame cat, and they flee from this habitat that is now like a nightmare. The flame cat doesn't care about the deserted swamp at all. Anyway, once it leaves, the food will return to the table. Zhuang Xiao squatted in front of a cave. She has been observing for a long time. There are many fine hairs on the grass around the cave, and there are claw marks on the soil at the root of the grass that seem to be some kind of animal. There are hairs and claws, definitely not the snake she hates the most. As long as it is not a snake, she will be relieved. Moreover, she also looked at the color of the hair carefully for a long time. There was pure black, white, and most importantly, the blue-gray color that she missed so much. This is most likely the door of the mutant raccoon's home. Zhuang Xiao chopped off a branch from the nearby hypericum with her bare hands, put it into the hole, and probed the depth. It was deeper than expected. So, she changed to a longer branch, but still did not reach the bottom of the cave. This cave is quite deep? Zhuang Xiao thought so in her heart, took out the hemp rope from her bag, and took out an energy stone from her arms, and tied it to one end of the hemp rope. She sacrificed all the snacks of Huahua. She didn't believe that the fish would not take the bait. Yes, Zhuang Xiao thought that the cave of the mutant raccoon that she had found with great difficulty. How could she let it go easily? Flame cat, You call that great difficulty? You just stepped on the air with 1 foot. As the hemp rope slowly fell into the bottomless cave, Zhuang Xiao gradually slowed down her breathing and squatted in the grass, like an old monk in meditation. There has never been a moment when she was so patient as now, hunting a mutant animal. While holding her breath and calming her mind, the slight rustling sound of the leaves blown by the wind in the mutant hypericum forest, the ticking sound of the watch, and the whispers of people were sent to her ears one by one. Among these noisy sounds, there was suddenly a very special sound. But this sound was too subtle, and Zhuang Xiao mistakenly thought it was the movement of the big green caterpillar on the mutant hypericum next to her climbing on the branches and leaves. However, soon with the vibration coming from the hemp rope, this wrong perception was thrown out of her mind. I felt happy in my heart. One of the hands holding the hemp rope loosened a little, and the other hand tightly grasped the back end of the hemp rope. At this moment, a big head suddenly emerged from the gap between the branches and leaves of the hypericum next door, and a green creature was slowly wriggling on the thick top of the hair. The owner of this head seemed to be completely unaware, allowing the green creature to wriggle on the top of his head. Ah! Zhuang Xiao exclaimed, leaned back a little, and the hemp rope in his hand became tense instantly. Hooked, the shot from the big green caterpillar was instantly replaced by surprise, and the expression that did not have time to complete the natural connection suddenly became a little distorted. The owner of the head, Hu Qianli, was first frightened by Zhuang Xiao's cry, and then frightened by her ferocious expression. The hypericum forest was unusually dense, and now it was approaching dusk, making the already dim forest even darker. Even Zhuang Xiao, who had a beautiful face, looked very strange and terrifying at this moment. However, this is not a big deal for Zhuang Xiao. Her energy stone is about to be taken away by the fish below. This kind of thing, losing both the wife and the army, must not happen to her. Feeling the hemp rope in her hand getting tighter and tighter, Zhuang Xiao used both hands and feet, borrowing the power of her 2 feet and hips to move back quickly, while her 2 hands were alternating rapidly. The hemp rope was shortening rapidly, and the weight was becoming more and more obvious. After the initial shock, Hu Qianli has regained his composure. His cousin has caught a mutant animal. He touched the big green worm that was still wriggling on his head, and threw it into the bushes without testing it. His hands were sticky. This thing even secreted mucus on his head. Hu Qianli pouted in disdain, and was about to get out of the branches, and go forward to help pull the rope. However, everything happened too fast. Hu Qianli had only half of his body exposed when the mutant animal hiding in the cave at the end of the hemp rope was pulled out. A gust of killing wind came, and a black shadow flashed before his eyes. The mutant rabbit civets' struggling front paws slid past Hu Qianli's dark face. It was a close call. Zhuang Xiao looked at the mutant rabbit civet at the end of the hemp rope and was extremely excited. Success. Immediately, he stood up neatly and smashed into the mutant rabbit civet's body. The distance was so close that she couldn't use other weapons. The prey was in front of her. Zhuang Xiao didn't care whether the hemp rope on his wrist would fall off. The moment he flew up, he stretched out his hands at the same time and grabbed the 2 pink and furry long ears of the mutant rabbit. Ha! I caught it. Zhuang Xiao pressed the mutant rabbit under his body, holding 1 rabbit ear in each hand. The mutant rabbit was dizzy from the heavy object that fell from the sky. Its pink nose was pressed tightly between the heavy object and the ground, and its mouth couldn't open, which almost made it unable to breathe. Even in such an unfavorable situation, its 4 claws were still struggling hard, scratching the soil on the ground. The soil splashed everywhere. Hu Qianli's eyes were wide open, and his mouth was slightly open. The flying dust forced him to close his mouth and eyes instantly, and then his eyes quietly opened a gap to see the situation clearly, and he got out of the branches of hypericum in a few seconds. At this time, come forward to help. Otherwise, it would be difficult for my cousin to subdue the mutant raccoon with just her 2 hands holding the long ears. Zhuang Xiao felt more confident when she saw Hu Qianli coming forward. Otherwise, with her weight, she would not be able to suppress the mutant raccoon for long. It would take a lot of effort to subdue it without any harm. Now, with someone to help, this job is easier. Chapter 585. Hui Xiao, Xiang Su, and Wan He were near Zhuang Xiao. Hui Xiao moved towards Zhuang Xiao when she was unusually quiet, waiting for the mutant rabbit to take the bait. Xiang Su and Wan He started moving here when Zhuang Xiao and Hu Qianli made a noise. After the 3 of them appeared, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Qianli had already subdued the unwilling mutant rabbit. The 4 paws were tied tightly with hemp rope. Even the mouth that was still swallowing the hemp rope was wrapped around and around with hemp rope, and it couldn't even make a humming sound. What are you tying with this hemp rope? This mutant rabbit is so stubborn that it would rather die than surrender, and it refuses to let go? Hu Qianli asked curiously, holding the mutant rabbit's 2 big ears in his hands. Why is it that when mutant animals come to my cousin, they always look a little silly? Mutated raccoons. Who is silly? You don't want the energy stone. You mean the bait? Zhuang Xiao patted the dirt on his body and said calmly, it's the energy stone. Hu Qianli didn't want to say anything at once. Xiang Su and Wan He were the same. Hui Xiao took 2 steps forward and asked, are you two not injured? He looked in the direction of Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao waved her hand and said, it's okay, it's okay. The method worked. She would continue to look for the hole and fish. No, it was to fish for mutant raccoons. Zhuang Xiao was quite pleased with herself for being able to come up with such an effective method. She was still the smartest. Let's get the energy stone out, Hui Xiao suggested. The energy stone stayed in the living mutant raccoon for a long time, and the energy value would definitely be depleted. Now, Zhuang Xiao was too excited. I guess she hadn't thought of this yet. If I didn't tell her, the little girl would be depressed again. After Hui Xiao explained the reason to Zhuang Xiao, the little girl killed the mutant raccoon with a knife. If the mutant raccoon lives 1 more second, her energy stone may lose several points of energy. How can this be? The warm blood dripped onto the grass. The blood-stained energy stone was taken out of the mutant raccoon's stomach. Of course, Hui Xiao did this corpse-touching job. She didn't remember the original energy value of her energy stone, so she had no way of judging how much it had lost in this moment. Fortunately, the meat of the mutant raccoon is edible. This gave Zhuang Xiao a lot of comfort. It was considered to make up for the energy value she might lose. Did you bring the energy stone? Zhuang Xiao asked Xiang Hu Qianli, Xiang Su and Wan He. The 3 of them nodded in unison. If there is such a life-saving thing, you must bring 1 or 2 with you when you go out. To save your life. Then do you go fishing? Zhuang Xiao asked again. The 3 people were in a dilemma. Is this too extravagant? Energy stones as bait? Who uses such expensive bait for fishing? Flame cat. My little friend. Now, Hu Qianli has saved more energy stones than Xiang Su and Wan He. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded decisively. He wants to fish. No. He wants to follow in his cousin's footsteps. Who knows if fishing can bring other unexpected surprises? Zhuang Xiao, There was no surprise. She just wanted to get 2 more mutant raccoons. She wanted a couple's for scarf. How could this one be enough? What about this one? Take it with you? Zhuang Xiao looked up at Hui Xiao. Blood was dripping everywhere. It was too dangerous to carry it. Or let Feng Ziying and the others watch it for me. Zhuang Xiao added. Feng Ziying, He doesn't have to work and save money, Hui Xiao replied. The distance is too far. It will be dark in a short time. Let Hua come. The second in the family, come out to make a contribution. Flame cat, Status is earned by one's own efforts, Hui Xiao, Then he will not try this time. He wants to go fishing with a little girl. Flame cat, The third in line forever. That's fine, Zhuang Xiao replied. Then she started to summon the dragon now. After a while, the flame cat appeared in the sky above the mutant hypericum forest. The people who were picking leaves in the forest had been paying close attention to the movement in the sky as soon as Zhuang Xiao summoned the flame cat. Unexpectedly, this mutant animal from the 11th safety zone really appeared. It's incredible. Those who have seen it before, or those who have seen it for the first time, can't help but marvel at it. Everyone's eyes showed envy. After properly placing their first mutant raccoon, Zhuang Xiao and his group began their journey to find a cave. Xiang Su and Wan He had limited energy stones in their hands, so they planned to wait and see. If it doesn't cost too much energy, they can give it a try. Alas, it's all because of poverty. Other mercenary team members, No. Have you ever considered our feelings? Your future team is still poor. It's rich. The flame cat picked up the little meat of its little friend with one claw, and quickly flew away from the mutant hypericum forest and headed for the place where the convoy was parked. The sun was about to set. The mutant raccoons must have rested enough. If the flame cat stayed here, how could they catch mutant raccoons? The second fishing operation had not yet been implemented, and there was a commotion in the mutant hypericum forest. Brother Hao. Stop it! Wang Debao held a worn-out crossbow in his hand, and his exposed skin was scratched by the branches, leaving red marks. However, he still shouted loudly to Chen Hao, who was nearby. Seeing that no one responded, He directly called Chen Hao by name. Chen Hao was happily testing the leaves of Hypericum when he saw a gray-blue figure whizzing past his sack. Fuck, damn mutant raccoons. Chen Hao looked at the miserable situation on the ground and couldn't help cursing. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. The mutant raccoon's sharp claws scratched the sack, and the leaves inside were scattered all over the ground. At this time, Chen Hao had no mood to care about the mutant raccoons, which was the result of his work for most of the afternoon. Compared with the mutant raccoons that ran away, he was more distressed about the harvest in front of him. Woo, I was so heartbroken that I couldn't breathe. Chen Hao squatted down and began to pull the scattered Hypericum leaves into the sack in a hurry. I'll test it again when I get home in the evening. As soon as he stretched out his hand, a big foot stepped on it. The owner of the foot was still shouting Chen Hao's name while drilling into the Hypericum bush. Chen Hao stood up, gently blowing his purple hands, and yelled at the shaking branches. Wang Debao, you damn bastard, my hand. Chapter 586. After standing in the Hypericum forest and cursing the culprit for a few words, Chen Hao bent down again to pick up leaves on the ground. Mutated raccoons or something? Will Wang Debao be bitten by the mutant raccoons? He really doesn't worry about these things at all. First of all, the mutant raccoon is the one being chased, and secondly, there are many mercenary team members scattered everywhere in the Hypericum forest. Can a rookie like him be needed? Of course not. Chen Hao finished his self-summary and started his previous work again. It's still a while before dark. If you work harder, you can get more leaves back. Did Wang Debao, who was running over, not hear Chen Hao's voice? Of course not. It's just that he didn't have time to comfort Chen Hao, who was accidentally injured by him. The shadow of the mutant raccoon in front was almost gone. Oh hiss. He can't have this face today. It hurt so much. The mutant raccoon ran away. This place is not peaceful today. There are bipeds everywhere, and the atmosphere around here is obviously not right. If it had known, it would not have gone out to work so early. What to do? What to do? It must quickly occupy a cave and continue to hide. 1 minute later, Zhuang Xiao and Wang Debao stood face to face. Zhuang Xiao was holding a bloody mutant raccoon in his hand. Speaking of this mutant raccoon, it was really unlucky. Someone just waved the sharp dagger in his hand, and the mutant raccoon immediately bleed 3 feet away. The mutant raccoon, whose throat was accidentally cut, ran into the Hypericum bush due to inertia. It was not until Wang Debao ran over panting that he died. That. Wang Debao stuttered for a long time, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. The thick smell of blood became heavier with the sunset, and the dark forest was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Behind the cute and short girl stood 4 strong men. Judging from the clothes they were wearing, 3 of them were obviously from the mercenary team of the 11th safe zone. As for the other one, it looked like he didn't look easy to mess with. After assessing the situation for 2 seconds, Wang Debao turned around and ran into the forest without waiting for Zhuang Xiao to say anything. Hey you. Looking at the disappearing figure, Zhuang Xiao was about to say something, but he was stuck, still muttering, why don't you fight for the ownership of the prey? This mutant raccoon has neither energy stones in its body, nor meets the edible standards. It's useless to her. What should I do with that person if I don't want him anymore? Zhuang Xiao shook the mutant raccoon in her hand, which was gradually losing its temperature, and asked the 4 people behind her. Xiang Su and Wan He were still stunned by the casual knife her sister had just swung. How did she do that? Just waving the dagger casually? Can a mutant animal hit the blade? This skill is simply too much to want. Cousin, you don't want it? Hu Qianli said in surprise. Zhuang Xiao said speechlessly, I can't eat it. What am I doing here without the energy stone? Hu Qianli nodded repeatedly, and then said happily, then I'll take it back to Captain Feng. Zhuang Xiao, Zhuang Xiao didn't ask Hu Qianli what to do with Feng Xiang, as long as someone took over. Zhuang Xiao, who thought he would have a great harvest today, was forced to rush back before sunset. It was less than half an hour before dark. They were a little far from the gathering point, so it was better to go back early. Since they were using energy stones to fish for mutant raccoons, it was not impossible to fish early tomorrow morning. With a whole day like this, they must have achieved a lot. The premise is that they would not return tomorrow. On the way back, Chen Hao's convoy and Feng Xiang's convoy took the same route back. On the way, they also encountered many heads emerging from the bushes and grass. These were the people who went out to scavenge early in the morning. The road was not easy to walk on, and the convoy was not much faster than the convoy. This made Chen Hao and others who followed the convoy feel safe. Even the people who returned late, their pace of returning home was much slower. With so many mercenaries, they felt safe, After a group of people entered the inner city of the safe zone, Feng Xiang's convoy stayed in the inner square and camped there directly. The prey obtained in the afternoon was divided with He Hu. At the same time, he rejected He Hu's enthusiastic invitation to have dinner together. The shadow of lunch has not completely faded, and they think that the nutrient solution is more palatable. In the evening, He Hu and Feng Xiang did not talk about work. Everyone went back to their own homes, to their own mothers, and reported their work. The 17th citizen, who was scavenging outside during the day, joined the army of cleaning up the belongings after returning home at night. He Hu was a little confused when he carried the mutant raccoon that Feng Xiang asked him to take back. Wouldn't it be better to give him an extra tasseled snipe? Why give him a mutant raccoon that can't be eaten? Besides, among the more than 10,000 people, there are so many people who go out to scavenge every day. There are at least 100 people whose faces are scratched, if not 1000. Where can he find the person they are talking about? In short, He Hu, who was walking on the road, was confused and had no idea what the operation of the 11th safe zone was. Feng Xiang, Can he say that he doesn't understand what the operation is? Hu Qianli, Can't it be used to build friendly relations between the two zones? Complete the task earlier. Feng Xiang, Then why don't you say it? Hu Qianli, I thought you understood. Zhuang Xiao didn't care about their confusing accounts at all. After eating the roasted mutant raccoon, she went back to the car and slept. Hu Xiao was dragged away by Hu Qianli and others to build relationships. The flame cat was guarding the car and sleeping soundly. The dream was all about the tasseled snipe in the swamp. The next day, the people in the inner city of the safe zone stayed at home and did not go out to pick up rubbish. They were waiting for the black boss to give an order so that they could set off to the 11th safe zone immediately. On the contrary, Zhuang Xiaoling went to bed early and slept well last night. At dawn, he took the flame cat, and Hu Xiao to the swamp and the Hypericum forest together. Before leaving, Zhuang Xiao also left a message for Feng Xiang. Let them talk well and slowly. She wanted to fish for mutant raccoons in this safe zone for a few days, and catch more tasseled snipes. Of course, she did not say these words in the message. This perspective from a high altitude is very helpful for Zhuang Xiao to find an excellent hunting place, so that she can work together with Hu Xiao. She went to fish for mutant raccoons, while Hu Xiao went to hunt tasseled snipes. Everyone shines in their own areas of expertise, and strives to harvest a lot today, return with a full load in the evening. The swamp area is more obvious in the sky. Zhuang Xiao walked around the shore, and soon found a place with an excellent geographical location. Chapter 587. As soon as Feng Xiang opened his eyes, and checked his watch, he saw the message that Zhuang Xiao had asked for leave for Flame Cat. He didn't know what to say. He went out early to earn extra money, so he should at least take them with him. Before coming, he really wanted to discuss the conditions for taking 10,000 people with him. But now, he thought it seemed unnecessary. However, the formalities should be followed, otherwise it would show that they don't value the people in the 17th safety zone. After washing up in the morning, He Hu didn't come. After breakfast, He Hu didn't come. Even Qiu Shan, Chen Qingyun and others who I saw yesterday didn't see any of them. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock, and no one came to work in the square building. Feng Xiang strolled around the square twice, and his breakfast was almost digested, but there was still no one. In desperation, he could only take the initiative to find someone. However, at this moment, He Hu's house was also very lively, and a group of people were chatting enthusiastically. Since 6 o'clock in the morning, the gate of He Hu's house was crowded with people. People squatting outside the gate. Huzi, didn't you say you were leaving today? I've been waiting for your old car's loudspeaker to notify the streets all morning, but it's still late. An uncle of the same age as He Rong complained. He Hu, You're squatting outside my house before 6 o'clock. I haven't even left the house. How can I notify you? Brother Hu, what's there to talk about? It's a waste of time. When they say something, just nod your head. Isn't it done right away? A young man who was 2 years younger than He Hu said. Anyway, the arm can't twist the thigh. Might as well leave a good impression. Maybe you can get more attention. He Hu, It's best if he doesn't say anything. How can that be? You have to fight for a little more welfare. Qiushan felt that everyone was wrong and immediately raised his objection. However, someone else immediately retorted, Then what welfare do you want? Can they let you live directly in the safe zone? People in the shantytowns outside the safe zone are still living a precarious life, and they can give you better welfare. What a beautiful dream. Qiushan said hesitantly, Aren't they after us? He Hu, This sounds weird. A group of people were making a lot of noise in the yard of Heihu's house, and the noise was getting more and more intense. Wang Debao lay on the wall and watched with relish. Zhuang Xiao successfully found the first cave this morning. After confirming that it was the cave of the mutant raccoon, she began to implement her fishing operation. To be honest, this energy stone is really attractive to mutant animals. You can catch one every time you fish, unless there is nothing in the cave. Otherwise, there will always be something coming up. For example, she caught a real big rat in the cave, she thought, was the mutant raccoon. It is slightly smaller than the mutant raccoon and larger than an ordinary small dog. I don't know if this cave has been occupied by someone else. Otherwise, she clearly checked that the hair at the entrance of the cave is the gray-blue fur of the mutant raccoon, so how could a pure gray big rat come out? This made Zhuang Xiao happy and sad, a mixture of joy and sorrow. This turned out to be an edible mutant mouse, rat meat. She had never eaten it before. I heard it was very fragrant. But I wonder if it would spread any diseases or something? Mutated mouse. You have eaten so many mutant animals. Isn't it a bit late to say this now? After the failure of the first cave survey, Zhuang Xiao was not discouraged, and still carefully checked the clues outside the cave. Her idea was also very simple, just to accumulate experience points at that time. The second cave was lucky. It was a mutant civet cat, which was not edible. However, while waiting, Zhuang Xiaoyuan did not fish as seriously as she did last night, but while fishing, she checked the leaves of hypericum around her. 1 job, 2 incomes. Not bad. Even after Zhuang Xiao found 7 or 8 caves, she did not encounter a mutant civet cat carrying energy stones, and she also calculated the energy loss of these mutant civet cats that swallowed her energy stones. Basically, each mutant raccoon consumed about 10 energy points from the time it swallowed it to the time it was gutted, which was only a few dozen seconds, less than a minute. This loss value is really not small. If she didn't have enough energy stones, if she didn't covet the mutant raccoon's fur, she really wouldn't be willing to use energy stones for fishing. The flame cat was arranged by Zhuang Xiao to escort Hui Xiao early in the morning, so as not to scare away the mutant raccoons nearby. However, Hui Xiao felt that with the flame cat, his harvest today would probably be 0. After the morning came, he hunted 5 tasseled snipes and then ate them all while letting Hua Hua pick them up. Oh, he vomited out the crossbow arrows. He now has 5 fewer crossbow arrows in his hand and needs to be reforged. Fortunately, the flame cat is still very good at reading people's faces. In the second half, after picking and choosing, it will leave a few for Hui Xiao. However, for the remaining few, I don't know whether the flame cat did it intentionally or unintentionally, but the sound was always the same. Ding, high radiation mutation, inedible. After Hui Xiao used up all the 10 crossbows he carried, he fortunately gave up hunting the tasseled snipe. He had to give up, because all 10 crossbows needed to be remade, and there was not a single usable one left. Hui Xiao was a little bit impatient now. Chapter 588. Besides, Zhuang Xiao already has 5 edible mutant raccoons following behind him, the kind that will die with their eyes wide open. They ended up with their stomachs ripped open, so it can't be blamed that Zhuang Xiao was ruthless. Who let these people care more about money than their lives, as long as they are willing to give them a taste of their own medicine and meet the edible standards. Zhuang Xiao is willing to let them go and continue the great project of chickens lay eggs, eggs lay chickens. Reproduction and reproduction, endless. Only then can she have a constant supply of meat and fur. Now she is squatting in the 11th cave today. The entrance of this cave is very hidden, covered with thick green grass. If Zhuang Xiao hadn't accumulated a little experience points, he might not have found it. The hemp rope has been put into the hole, waiting for the prey to take the bait again. Try to use the same energy stone, and she chose the one with the lowest energy value as bait. The less loss the better. Now, after many losses, the energy value of the piece in the lower cave is less than 10 points. She already has enough prey on hand, and it is not important for this almost useless energy stone whether it can catch prey. From holding her breath and carefully pulling the hemp rope to wait at the beginning, now, she casually tied the hemp rope around her waist. Her hands were busy picking the leaves of hypericum. Compared with half a year ago, she is already a skilled inspector. It is still very high that the unqualified products detected are quite annoying. But what can we do? Everyone is like this. She is much better than many people, such as Brother Hua. Hui Xiao, He is not even qualified to be a tester now. There are no products for him to test. After the crossbow arrows stopped working, he began to look for tasseled snipe eggs along the perimeter of the swamp. It is the time of spring when flowers bloom, and it is the time for all things to reproduce. The current temperature is just right for tasseled snipes to reproduce offspring. Therefore, the male tasseled snipes in the swamp are breeding frantically, fighting one duel after another, and are committed to filling the harem. When the concubines are successfully pregnant, these scum snipes will continue to start a new round of talent shows to find the next pregnant concubine. After the harassment of the flame cat yesterday, the male tasseled snipes, who tried hard to fight in the palace, are still relatively well behaved today. Those little tricks to win favor are used very little, and they can win the favor of female tasseled snipes as quietly as possible. The flame cat had Huishao's offering today, so it behaved very well. It no longer killed people in the sky above the swamp, but waited for Huishao to call it to eat. Huishao, eh? Why can't there be a chance for telepathy? Zhuangxiao looked at the mutant raccoon hanging on the branch of Hypericum, struggling desperately, and was silent for a moment. With its big belly, it was obvious that this was a pregnant female raccoon. The mutant raccoon stared at Zhuangxiao with fierce eyes, as if it was ready to eat her at any time, but its two bound ears made it helpless against Zhuangxiao. The mutant raccoon's voice was sharp and piercing. After enduring the magic sound piercing his head for half a minute, Zhuangxiao silently reached into his backpack. It was time for lunch. Huishao looked up at the sun, then looked down at the eggs in the bag, and the only edible tasseled snipe in his hand. It should be enough for today's lunch. Huishao called Huahua, who was drinking water on the shore, and prepared to go to the Hypericum forest to find Zhuangxiao. When he heard Zhuangxiao's name, the flame cat casually grabbed a handful of water stains on his mouth with his big paws, and walked in front of Huishao. The little friend was nearby. It was just a short distance, and he had to land as soon as he took off. Huishao followed behind Huahua. His eyes fell on its swaying butt. Finally, he understood what people said. Zhuangxiao carried a wooden stick with her morning harvest hanging on it, and walked leisurely towards the swamp. Alas, the sack farthest from her back was not very obedient. However, she was too lazy to pay attention. Huahua, I'm here. The unique sound in the dense forest, and the familiar snorting were enough for Zhuangxiao to recognize that it was the flame cat. Zhuangxiao waved happily at a Hypericum forest in front of him. Although the flame cat had not yet appeared. Huishao followed the flame cat slowly, and suddenly it started running. The tree trunks that were temporarily bent, but not broken due to its size, all hit Huishao due to the reaction force. Huishao's running steps suddenly stopped, and his body bent down. A sharp wind passed over his head. The branches trembled violently, and as they swayed back and forth, they became gentler little by little. When he bent down, the flame cat had already disappeared. Fortunately, the direction where the flame cat disappeared, the various freshly broken branches, and the footprints on the ground were all guiding Huishao in the direction of advance. He, who happily came out of the building, and took his people to his old and dilapidated car. As soon as they got in the car, He, who said to Qiu Shan, "Let's go around the inner city twice, and shout on the loudspeaker." "Okay." Qiu Shan replied happily. The car coughed dully, and flew out with a bump. The loudspeaker on the roof repeated the same words over and over again. In the square, Chen Hao and his group, who were listening to Hu Qianli's nonsense, jumped up from the ground when they heard the voice. "Old Hu, I'm going home to pack my luggage first. I'll listen to you guys talk when I have time." After saying that, he ran away without looking back. Hu Qianli's ears were circling with the words shouted by the loudspeaker, and he couldn't help showing a bit of joy on his face. He said to Yi Qing and others beside him, "Is this done? Is it right?" Yi Qing looked at the door of the building. Feng Xiang and his group walked out of the building slowly, with a relaxed look on their faces. Feng Xiang looked up at the sky. It was only noon, and they should be able to go out and do some private work. "What is Captain Feng looking at?" Hu Qianli bumped into Yi Qing's arm, and muttered in a low voice. He also looked up at the sky. "I heard Yi Qing say, surveying the weather? After all, is the signal of the number 17 safety zone really that bad? The message he sent out in the morning still shows that it has not been delivered. The instability of the signal will inevitably affect some warning information issued by the safety zone, such as the weather. Forget it. Captain Feng is not good at this at all." Hu Qianli did not believe Yi Qing's words at all. This guy's ability to talk nonsense is just as good as his. "Shen Hao, eh?" Feng Xiang walked down the steps slowly, and walked towards the place where the mercenary team gathered. The expression on his face has changed from the relaxed and carefree just now to a very serious one. Zhuangxiao pulled the feathers out of the flame cat's teeth, took out 2 small energy stones from the bag, and stuffed them into its mouth. This big belly is not as bright as before. It needs to be supplemented. Chapter 589. The flame cat rolled gently, and the energy stone in Zhuangxiao's palm disappeared. Xiao gently touched what was head several times. Whoever saliva is from it, wipe it off. When the flame cat came, the sacks behind Xiao were much more obedient. A moment later, Xiao also arrived. The two searched for a long time along the shore of the swamp, and finally found a place to rest for lunch. Above their heads was the crown of a deciduous tree. The huge crown was like a huge parasol, which could block most of the solar radiation for them. There were only a few herbs growing on the ground, which was very convenient to clean. However, these two advantages were not the main reasons why Xiao chose to have lunch here. The most important reason why she chose this place was that there was a stream extending from the swamp. The water area was not large, but it was clear, and even the water plants growing on the bottom of the water could be seen clearly. Naturally, you could also see the fry moving back and forth in the water. There are still many unhatched yolk sacs left in the water plants. This is the main way for small fish to obtain nutrition in the process of fertilized eggs turning into small fish. When the small fish grow up, the yolk sac disappears. There are too many types of freshwater fish. Xiao cannot accurately identify the species of the small fish in the water. And judging from the size of the yolk sac, the possibility of these small fish growing into mutant species that threaten human survival is not very high. The flame cat squatted beside Xiao. The two, one big and one small, stretched their necks to look into the water. Xiao was packing the cooking utensils for lunch, but he didn't care what the two were doing. Until, which deserted city area shall we go to? Wasteland asked Hu Qianli. Dongcheng District. We went there yesterday, so we are familiar with the situation. Hu Qianli thought that Xiao did not have a good time fishing for mutant raccoons yesterday, so he should go again today. What about the other teams? Are they all going to Dongcheng District? Xiang Su leaned out and looked at the vehicles in front and behind. Their car was sandwiched in the middle. As long as we don't go to Beicheng District and the original safe zone, the rest is up to you. Isn't that what Captain Feng said? Yi Qing retracted from the window on the other side and responded to Xiang Su's words. It's free time, and you can form groups freely. It was not easy for him to get on with the future team. Meng Qingyang was squeezed down by him and followed Feng Xiang in the same car. Ha! I feel happy just thinking about it. Two young men who were still working diligently in the inner city of the safe zone looked at the convoy in the distance. One of them said, "Are they going out to hunt mutant animals together?" "Yes," the other young man replied. "The Black Boss has notified them, and they will leave with the convoy tomorrow. These people in the number 11 safe zone must not have run away secretly." It was close to noon, and Heihu's car was still shuttling back and forth on the streets of the inner city of the safe zone to notify. When passing by his own door, a group of people rushed out of the gate and blocked the street in front of the door tightly, before who could say anything. The people who came out dispersed in a moment. Mingyu stood at the door and saw Heihu's car. He ran to the front of the car in 2 steps and greeted everyone in the car one by one. Finally, he turned his head and looked at his father and asked, "Black Boss, your father asked me to ask you when can I move the luggage to the car?" The corners of Heihu's mouth twitched unconsciously. This little girl was spoiled by her father. She has no respect for her elders. "Go back and tell your father's father that we will come back after 2 more rounds," Heihu said unhappily, pretending to hit Mingyu's head. Mingyu nimbly jumped back 2 steps and said with a smile, I know. You continue. Seeing the little girl turn around and leave, Heihu hurriedly added, "You should simplify your luggage. There is not enough space in this car." "I know." Mingyu waved her hand behind her and entered the house. Heihu said to the people in the car, "You too, simplify if you can. There are many old, weak and disabled people in our team. The number 11 safe zone can spare 2 cars for us to use, but no more." The people in the car nodded in agreement. So in the next 2 rounds, in addition to notifying the departure time tomorrow, they also deliberately added a sentence about simplifying luggage and equipment. Before things were settled, everyone was looking forward to going to the 11th safety zone, and they could hardly wait. However, now that the dust has settled, everyone looks at the businesses they have built in the safety zone over the years, and suddenly a little bit of reluctance surges in their hearts. At the same time, there is a little more confusion about the future. However, this feeling is fleeting. After the last lap, the loudspeaker added another content. "If you want to scavenge, try to go to Dongcheng District to scavenge in the afternoon." Why add this sentence? Qiushan was puzzled. Just now, there was news from the door that the convoy has left. I guess they should be going to Dongcheng District. Black Tiger chuckled. The road conditions in their safety zone are really not very good, unless someone leads them, it is very difficult for strangers to drive freely in their safety zone. Then, the most likely route for the convoy to go out is to follow the route he provided yesterday. Although it is not 100% guaranteed that they will be active in Dongcheng District, the convoy will definitely pass through the main streets of Dongcheng District. With so many mercenaries active in the abandoned safety zone, it will be safer for them to go out to scavenge. Qiushan said, and planned to finish his work. He took his wife to the Hypericum forest, where he had been yesterday afternoon. He didn't consider mutant animals. The other people in the car thought the same way. I don't know how it happened, but there were really a lot of leaves that met the edible standards in the Hypericum forest yesterday. More than 10% more than usual. And the mutant animal called the flame cat has appeared there, and the probability of the mutant rabbit civet appearing in the daytime should be even smaller. It's a treasure-picking area. Zhuangxiao waved his hand back and forth in the water, and the fish followed his hand and swam back and forth. This is so strange. Does this little fish like to eat meat? But it doesn't look like a piranha. Ah! Zhuangxiao suddenly pulled his hand out of the water. A needle-like pain spread across his fingers. Huixiao immediately put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, and walked over here quickly. What's wrong? The flame cat blinked its confused big eyes, and looked at Zhuangxiao. Did something happen that it didn't know about? Didn't we play well just now? Hand is swollen. Zhuangxiao raised his finger pitifully. The white finger became visibly red and swollen, like a thin carrot. Chapter 590. The flame cat made a meowing sound, as if it was laughing at someone. Zhuangxiao glared at the flame cat, and then looked at Huixiao with a wronged look. Huixiao came to the water flow, his eyes quickly swept across the water, and his heart was instantly relieved. He squatted down to check Zhuangxiao's fingers, and said softly, It's okay. I'll get the ointment, don't move. Zhuangxiao said, and moved a little further away from the water. Is the little fish in this water poisonous? After a brief stinging sensation on the fingers, the rest was numbness. The redness and swelling looked scary, but after a while, her mind was clear, her speech was clear, and her body had no other discomfort, so the little fish was poisonous and should not be fatal. Huixiao was looking for ointment in his backpack, and replied, Well, this is the fry of the yellow-boned fish. There are poison glands on the dorsal and pectoral fins. After being stung, there will be redness, swelling, severe pain, or bleeding symptoms. Found it. Zhuangxiao listened and simply got up and went back to the tree. Why does this yellow-boned fish sound more scary than piranhas, comparable to pufferfish? However, pufferfish seems to be poisonous all over the body, and it is a super strong neurotoxin. But if it is handled well, it can be eaten. Can this yellow-boned fish be eaten now? Just when Huixiao wanted to get up, Zhuangxiao was already close. The little girl's swollen hand was very consciously handed to Huixiao. Huixiao was helpless, but said honestly, It can be eaten. But you have to be very careful when handling it. Huixiao held the little girl's wrist, squeezed out the light green paste from the hose, and applied it to her swollen fingers little by little. The icy and cool feeling spread on the skin, with a faint scent of grass and wood. The scent is familiar. Does this ointment contain hypericum? Although Zhuangxiao asked this question, his tone was very affirmative. Okay. Huixiao stuffed the ointment directly into his jacket pocket for easy access at any time, and answered Zhuangxiao's question, Well, it does, but it's not the main ingredient. Zhuangxiao stared at her fingers for a long time. The red carrot turned into a green carrot. Can the yellow-boned fish in the water also turn into the yellow-boned fish in her pot? Huixiao had no idea that the little girl, who had just been pricked, had already started thinking about how to get the yellow-boned fish into her bowl. Lunch is not ready yet. Seeing that Zhuangxiao was fine, Huixiao gave her 2 more instructions. For example, don't get close to the water. For example, emphasize that there are many species in swamps like this, and there may be some dangerous aquatic creatures. Wait, Zhuangxiao hummed twice, and sat like a good baby. Well, wait for dinner. You will have the strength to catch fish only after lunch. At this time, Zhuangxiao, whose little finger was injured, had completely forgotten why the yellow-boned fish seedlings in the water followed his finger back and forth. After being glared at by Zhuangxiao, the flame cat flapped its wings and flew away. It circled in the air like a huge mutant seabird, and then plunged into the swamp like a red cannonball wrapped in fur. When it came out again, the red fur coat was covered with dark green algae. It held a golden fish about 2 feet long in its mouth. This poor yellow-boned fish never thought that it would have the opportunity to fly in the sky one day without flying feathers. However, it was not a surprise at all. The frequently swinging tail of the fish proved how scared it was at the moment. The flame cat flew higher, and higher, with the yellow bone fish. Zhuang Xiao held his big iron bowl, staring at the two tasseled snipes in the water grass that were, well, mating. Interested. A breeze blew, and the yellow-green waves on the swamp covered with water grass surged. The wind slowly passed through the water grass and the branches above, sending the not-so-pleasant whispers of the tasseled snipes like lovers. Suddenly, there was darkness in front of the eyes, covering the wonderful action movie being broadcast live in the animal world. Zhuang Xiao laughed dryly. Ha, I was discovered. She thought Hui Xiao didn't see it, but... Aren't you watching it too? Zhuang Xiao instantly became justified. Besides, this is not that live broadcast of Renrenren. Some animals need to be bred by humans directly. Zhuang Xiao finished speaking, and his eyes became clear again. However, the film ended here, and the two fringed snipes were combing their feathers and preparing to bow. Ah, it's over. Zhuang Xiao was very regretful. Hui Xiao suddenly found it funny. He thought the little girl was going to make a few sarcastic remarks to him. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiao heard a strange whistling sound coming from above their heads. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao looked up at the sky. They saw a long yellow object accelerating and falling towards the bushes. Following closely was Huahua's majestic figure. The mercenaries are here. Zhuang Xiao's eyes followed the grown yellow bone fish to the bushes in the distance, and the sound of a car starting was heard in his ears. Hu Qianli slammed on the brakes, and everyone fell forward. What's going on? Old Hu, what are you crazy about? Can't you just give me a heads up? Fortunately, everyone was wearing seat belts, and no one flew out of the car. However, the people from the Qilin team were following behind Hu Qianli's car. The car of the Qilin team stopped just 1 meter away from the car in front. There was also a burst of complaints. However, these sounds did not enter Hu Qianli's ears. After a short period of shock, everyone saw Hu Qianli on the driver's seat quickly unfasten the safety belt, open the door, and jumped out. Where is he going? Yi Qing looked at everyone in the car, with a confused look on his face. I seemed to hear a thump just now, as if something hit the ground, Wei Xing said. At the same time, everyone looked at the front window. The flame cat swooped down from the sky, saw the convoy, made a sharp turn in the air, and headed towards the swamp again. All of us are our own people. Just have someone hold it for your friends. Hu Qianli looked at the yellow bone fish on the ground in disbelief, and kicked it. The yellow bone fish turned over reluctantly. Alive? Hu Qianli looked up at the sky, which was clear and cloudless. Can fish fall from the sky? Is this a freshwater fish? There is a tornado so early. Hu Qianli's mind was full of thoughts, but it did not affect him from killing the yellow bone fish and quickly testing it. Ding, moderate radiation mutation, edible. Be careful when cooking, it is poisonous. Eatable. 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 Such a half-meter-long yellow bone fish can be eaten. Hu Qianli's mind was filled with only this one voice. Eatable. As for the voice broadcast of friendly reminders of poison, the brain automatically blocked it. Chapter 591. Amid everyone's astonishment, Hu Qianli happily carried the yellow bone fish back to the car. After learning that the yellow bone fish could even be eaten, there was another wave of envy. After a while, the car restarted, and the outside of their car window was covered with black heads, waiting for the sound of this good thing to happen. The people of the Qilin team behind them, near the driver's seat, all saw Hu Qianli carrying the fish into the car, and looked at each other, and finally couldn't help it. Lu Feng contacted Yi Qing of the convoy in front. After hearing the news, everyone in the Qilin team fell into a strange silence. That's fine. Zhuang Xiao saw that the fish fell somewhere else, and she didn't mean to find it back. Anyway, she has Huahua. That's as much as you want. It's important to eat quickly. At this moment, Hui Zhao's watch made a beeping sound. Zhuang Xiao was eating without raising his head, and only heard Hui Zhao's voice slowly. We will return early tomorrow morning. Zhuang Xiao paused and raised his head. Have Feng Ziying and the others agreed so quickly? Hui Xiao hummed and continued, we will leave at 5:30 in the morning. Zhuang Xiao, so early. Zhuang Xiao quickly ate up the meat in his big iron bowl and said, I'm done. Let's go to the South City District. It would be better to go to the West City District. As for the North City District, forget it. Next time I bring the mutant pangolins, I'll play with them. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the female raccoon that was so quiet that it seemed to be non-existent. He didn't know if this guy would be swallowed by the mutant ants if he fought alone. The female raccoon in the sack felt a little chilly for some reason. It felt like a disaster was about to happen. Zhuang Xiao looked away from the sack and began to help Hui Xiao clean up. The flame cat went back and forth between the swamp and the convoy again and again, and one yellow bone fish after another fell from the sky, accurately hitting the targets on the ground. Thanks to the flame cat's many trips back and forth, and the heads growing outside the car windows, now everyone in the mercenary team knew that this was a gift from the flame cat. Flame cat, you are all the porters of the gift. Otherwise, it would have to carry the yellow bone fish back today. The mercenaries were addicted to the delicious food that fell from the sky, and they didn't know that the flame cat regarded them as porters. Anyway, no matter what, all the participants were very happy at the moment. Inner city of the safe zone. In addition to the people with inconvenience in their legs and feet, there are also people who must stick to their posts. The people in the number 17 safe zone can be said to have come out in full force. Looking down from the sky, it was like the mutant ants that left their nests yesterday morning. Just outside the door, there were crowds of people, and everyone was smiling as if they were attending a grand gathering that only happens once in a century. After walking 200 meters away, the crowd gradually dispersed. However, most of the people still headed straight for Dongcheng District. The flame cat flew at a low altitude. The speed was very slow, so slow that the flame cat felt that it could not fly fast. Hu Xiao sat behind Zhuang Xiao, and behind him was a group of mutant raccoons whose blood had already coagulated. Zhuang Xiao sat in the front, wearing a straw hat made of vines on his head, holding an unknown but lush shrub in his hand. It was a primitive sunshade. Zhuang Xiao had to work hard to hold the wind that was whistling in the air. But it had to be used. The sunlight in the sky was the strongest at that time of the day. Even though Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao were equipped with radiation protection items, there were always places that they could not take care of. This bush in his hand was just right for checking for deficiencies and filling gaps. The car that Hu Qianli and Lu Feng were in had just found a suitable place to park when they saw the mutant plants moving in the air. Did you see it clearly? What mutant plants? Lu Feng asked Hu Qianli, who was looking through a telescope. Hu Qianli nodded, put down the telescope and said, I see it clearly, we will dig two back later. The second half of the sentence was said by Hu Qianli to the people of the future team. Wei Sheng and others nodded hurriedly. Lu Feng also instructed everyone in the Qilin team, let's dig a few back later. I always feel that the mutant plants that my cousin took so much effort to bring back should be good things. I don't know which old city Huahua is flying to with his cousin. Hu Qianli sighed. Shi Jingqing looked at the flame cat that was gradually going away, and replied nonchalantly, it seems to be Xiqing District. Zhuang Xiao, No, I'm going to Nancheng District. There has never been so many humans in the old side of the safe zone in one day. Not to mention mutant animals attacking people, many small and alert mutant animals are hiding in their nests, and refusing to come out to find food. The most common thing on the ground is mutant insects. The mutant birds in the water area flew out of the bushes, grass, and dense forests, flying away from the messy and dangerous area at the moment. The Hypericum Forest and swamp in Dongcheng District are overcrowded. Under the hustle and bustle of people, the tasseled snipe had already run away, planning to find a quieter grove to talk about love again. Compared to the swamp, Zhuang Xiao was not well prepared. The people in the safe zone are well equipped, with rafts, fishing nets, harpoons, and other fishing tools all ready for battle. This scene is comparable to the winter fishing activity that Zhuang Xiao participated in the number 6 safe zone. However, it is a simple version. Are you sure it is this kind of shrub? Suddenly, Yi Qing did not believe Hu Qianli. This bush is too big, not to mention that everyone has one. Even if there is a shrub like this on the roof of a car, you have to give this mutant plant a haircut in advance. Otherwise, it will be difficult to bring it back. When Yi Qing thought of this, the one on the flame cat popped up in his mind again. My cousin is really a god. Hu Qianli didn't care about Yi Qing's skepticism. It is this kind. I am absolutely not wrong. Don't believe it. Chapter 592. When the last ray of sunset disappeared before the horizon, the crowds of people who had returned with their full loads returned to the inner city of the safe zone one after another. At this time, the square was also bustling with people. Everyone was talking about today's harvest. The flame cat stepped on the last ray of sunset, and slowly landed in the inner city square of the safe zone. Huh? Zhuang Xiao looked at the mutant plants on the roof of the mercenary team, and said in surprise. Do the mutant plants used for sunshade in the afternoon have any special value? She looked around at the surrounding vehicles. There was one on each car. The flame cat landed. Hu Xiao hesitated for a moment, then replied with certainty. No. He had tested the leaves of this mutant plant, and it really had no special effect. That's strange. Zhuang Xiao muttered. While Hu Xiao took the prey off the flame cat, He was also wondering if there was any news he didn't know. Although the sun had set, the sky was still bright. The solar lights on the square emitted dazzling light. As soon as the flame cat came back, it attracted the attention of the mercenary team members. As soon as it landed, several people ran towards the flame cat. "Cousin, you have a good harvest. Which safe zone did you go to hunt?" Hu Qianli ran over in a hurry. His eyes kept looking at the prey on the flame cat. Mutated raccoons, mutant mice, mutant hares, tasseled snipes, and mutant pheasants. "Cousin, could it be that she has caught all the mutant animals in the number 17 safe zone?" Zhuang Xiao grinned, then waved her hand and pointed in the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. She even went to the North City district to tease the mutant ants. Unfortunately, after teasing for a long time, they just hid in a cave, and didn't even send out a patrol soldier. "Just tell me if it's infuriating, female raccoon. You let me, a pregnant woman, be bait. Isn't that immoral?" Hu Qianli was surprised. "You went to the North City again?" However, before Zhuang Xiao could answer, Yi Qing behind Hu Qianli circled around the flame cat several times, and helped Wu Xiao unload 2 loads of goods. He couldn't help but suddenly interrupted the two people's chat and said, "Cousin, where is your mutant plant?" Wu Xiao said that he threw it away, but he really couldn't accept the truth given by Captain Hu, so he went to his cousin to confirm it. "Throw it away." Zhuang Xiao replied as a matter of course. "It's useless. Who would fly with it?" Hu was reluctant to fly anyway. The resistance was too great, not only affecting the flying speed, but also consuming physical strength. Throw it away." Hu Qianli was incredulous, and walked around Zhuang Xiao to look at the flame cat and the ground. What happened? Zhuang Xiao scratched her head, and felt puzzled. Especially when she saw the complicated expressions of the mercenary team members, who followed Hu Qianli. She was even more confused. Isn't it just a useless mutant plant? Are these people necessary? Immediately, a light bulb flashed in her mind, and after the question mark turned around in her head, she asked everyone, "Is the mutant plant in the car used for any special purpose? If so, I will also dig 2 and bring them back." Hee. Everyone, this. Everyone was hesitant to speak, and couldn't say it. Shameful, so shameful. "So why didn't you ask at that time, Hu Qianli? Isn't it because the signal was bad and the message couldn't be sent?" He won't take the blame for this. Finally, Feng Xiang stepped forward and made things right for everyone. As soon as Feng Xiang finished speaking, Zhuang Xiao immediately said happily, as if he had found a soulmate, "I said that this mutant plant is very useful as a parasol." Wu Xiao still doesn't admit it. Wu Xiao, Who can carry such a large mutant plant? Flame cat, It's me, and it's me. Isn't the weight on me? Zhuang Xiao, It seems to be true. Everyone came, and after a few acquaintances greeted Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao, they helped to carry the prey on the ground. When they left, they were all dejected and listless. After seeing the mutant plants on the roof, they vowed even more, to never listen to one side, and follow the trend blindly in the future. People should still believe in their own judgment. The truth of the matter was not revealed until many days after they brought the people of the number 17 safety zone back to the mining area safely. Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao learned the truth from Hu Qianli, the big mouth. In response, both of them were speechless. It was difficult to comment on this matter. However, Wu Xiao could still understand their behavior. After all, the little girl did have some luck. So, they were not too blind. Zhuang Xiao, Good vision. After dinner in the evening, everyone regained their spirits. The real work of their trip was about to enter the next stage of the return journey. How to return safely is the top issue they need to consider now. Even if there is a flame cat accompanying them, some preparations and arrangements should be made in advance. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, He Hu came again and discussed with Feng Xiang the subsequent plan and the living defense force that their safety zone can provide. With so many people, it is definitely not enough to rely on the people of the number 11 safety zone mercenary team. If they encounter any danger, let alone one-on-one protection, even 1-on-10 can't do it. There were several people who went out to pick up waste this afternoon who were injured, but they were not very serious. With the medicine provided by the mercenary team, they received timely and effective treatment. Considering that they will pass through blind spots on the way back, the risk factor is much higher than in the abandoned city of the safety zone. Then, the cooperation of the 2 safety zone people is particularly important. Feng Xiang is also very satisfied that He Hu can take the initiative to ask the original guard force of their safety zone to join. More people does not necessarily mean more power, but with fewer people, some things cannot be arranged. It can't be like last time, these people are just accompanying as protected people, wouldn't that make them tired to death, and there may not be a good result. Then it's settled, Heihu said with a smile. This is also an opportunity to show off, and the capable people in their safe zone hope to be able to stand out. Feng Xiang smiled, and patted Heihu's shoulder, and agreed happily. You are good, I am good, it's everyone's business. Why not agree? This time, Qi Xiao gave him a lot of authority. Xiao Yin, I wish everyone in your safe zone could be used. What are you looking at? Hui Xiao looked up at the roof of the car, and saw Zhuang Xiao sitting cross-legged, looking at the mercenary team. Collect information. Zhuang Xiao lowered his head. His ears were still erect. Chapter 593. Hui Xiao thought, most of the lights in the square are off, what can we see? He looked at the night sky in the distance. Was he looking at the Milky Way? The silver Milky Way was brilliant, and it was really beautiful. Or, he could go up and watch the stars with the little girl. Just as he was thinking this, Feng Xiang and Heihu's conversation ended. Zhuang Xiao retracted his ears, stood up, and jumped down from the roof of the car that was more than 3 meters high. Hui Xiao was so scared that he wanted to rush over to pick him up. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and he was too late. Hui Xiao had only walked halfway when Zhuang Xiao was already standing there, smiling at him with a look of praise, as if to say, I'm awesome, I'm awesome. The little tail behind her was swaying, and she was so proud. Hui Xiao wanted to scold her, but when he saw Zhuang Xiao's eyes that were brighter than the stars, his anger disappeared without a trace, without even a spark. Let's go to bed. Zhuang Xiao was still very considerate. He walked quickly to Hui Xiao, grabbed his big hand, and went to the back door of the carriage. Being angry is so harmful to your health. Hui Xiao let Zhuang Xiao pull him forward. His eyes fell on the two people's crossed hands, and it seemed that the fragrance of honey slowly penetrated into his heart and lungs in the night. So sweet, so sweet. The next day, Zhuang Xiao woke up before dawn. The whole night, the smell of prey and the strong smell of blood filled my nostrils, which really made it hard to sleep. Zhuang Xiao rubbed his sleepy eyes and said vaguely, I should sit on the roof today. The air on the roof is good, fresh and pleasant. After Hui Xiao woke up, he was full of energy, and his palms were full of the soft touch of the little girl's hands. And a sweet smell. What smell of prey? He didn't smell at all. Hui Xiao's colleague, who was blinded by lust, used the only clear mind left in his mind to reject Zhuang Xiao's proposal. Zhuang Xiao curled his lips and said, Then I will take the train today. Hui, abbreviated as train. Hui Xiao was confused, and then he woke up. Fortunately, they were on the same frequency. After spending a long time together, Hui Xiao felt that he could still keep up with the girls thinking most of the time. At the gate of the inner city of the safe zone, 2 long lines stretched from the gate to a long way out. Everyone had big and small bags. The few carts in the safe zone were full of people, including the elderly, children, pregnant women, and people with disabilities. The first 3 were not included in the list as long as they could still travel. On the periphery of the team, there was a fully armed person guarding both sides every 3 to 5 meters. Black Tiger's car was like a huge moving mountain. In addition to Black Tiger and Qiu Shan, there were luggage, and luggage. Chen Qinshan, Wang Ye, Chen Hao and other key personnel were now responsible for patrolling back and forth, and would cooperate with the members of the mercenary team to maintain order and safety. The vanguard of the number 11 mercenary team had already left the inner city of the safe zone, and Chen Qinshan followed the vanguard. Feng Xiang and Black Tiger's vehicles were one in front and one behind, so as to communicate in time. There was also a part that fell at the end of the team, and Hui Xiao and Zhuang Xiao's cars were among them. As for the Flame Cat, it went to inspect its future territory earlier than the vanguard. It went back and forth in a few minutes to see where its friends were. A large number of people followed, and they walked. Although the daytime was extended, the possibility of reaching the mining area within 1 day was 0. The large group moved extremely slowly. Zhuang Xiao sat on the roof of her car as she wished, along with Xiang Su and Wan He. In order to free up an extra car for the people in the number 17 safety zone, Feng Xiang forced some more people to be taken by Hui Xiao. For example, Hu Qianli, Wei Sheng, and Yishi Qing were all included. It was called to entertain his cousin. In fact, Zhuang Xiao had a crush on Wang Ding and Wang Qiong, brothers and sisters of the Qilin team. The 2 brothers and sisters were tall and strong, and they looked very safe at first glance, and new people had new things to listen to. Although she and the members of the Qilin team had the experience of rescuing people on the ice in Baishui River, they were not that familiar with each other. Lu Feng, cousin, Why didn't you say it earlier? If you said it earlier, we could recommend ourselves to Captain Feng Ba. It was self-recommendation. Among the mercenaries, the future team is definitely the first echelon with the closest relationship with Flame Cat and Cousin. However, Lu Feng thought that although they were the second echelon, they could be promoted to the first echelon at any time regardless of brotherhood. After all, who doesn't have ambition? However, Captain Lu of the Qilin team had no chance to express his feelings to his cousin, who asked the former captain of the future team to push their cousin in the safe zone. This relationship is really a bit hard, being despised. Xiang Su and Wan Yi kept complaining. It was not enough to turn over the underwear of everyone in their own mercenary team along the way, and they also turned over the underwear of the mercenary team they were familiar with. Zhuang Xiao, who was unable to extricate himself from the gossip and scandal, no longer missed the tall and mighty brother and sister duo. After receiving the news from Feng Xiang yesterday, Xiaoyan sent 3 fully equipped mercenary teams to meet the people in the number 17 safety zone. The last time he encountered the mutant jackal, he still felt uneasy. If this is the case, and he can still encounter such a tragic situation as last time, it would really be pitfalls. Cui Fangjin, If we talk about who is the best pitfall, it must be his good son Xiaoyan. Before the ice and snow melted, Cui Fangjin was driven out of his house in the safety zone by his little lover and his little lover's lover, and there was no place to reason. Without Cui Fangjin from the 11th safety zone, who would take him seriously? What's more, everyone in the high level of the safety zone knows that Cui Fangjin is a son-in-law who lives with his family, and he is a son-in-law with no talent, no morals, and no appearance. It is also unknown what went wrong in the mind of the daughter of the head of the safety zone to marry such a person. However, this kind of thing is a matter of one willing to fight, and the other willing to suffer, and it has nothing to do with others. People who know about this matter just take it as a joke. Now that he has been kicked out like a drowned dog, no one will take Cui Fangjin seriously. Especially the safety zone where he is now has received a hint from Pei Mihai, and the job that was originally willing to do for him has also been lost. Now Cui Fangjin, who has nothing, is really miserable. It is really a blessing to be able to survive the end of winter and live to this day, and still be able to make a living in the shantytown. Of course, Xiaoyan no longer cares about these. He now has so much work to do every day that his hair falls out in handfuls. How can he care about his father, who is very likely to pass on the midlife baldness crisis to him? Chapter 594. Sitting in the aircraft, Xiaoyan's mind was full of thoughts, both worried about the current predicament and ambitious about the future. The exploration and mining of iron ore has started since last year, and the mining has been on track. Next, there are many links such as processing, transportation, and sales that need to be carried out. The construction around the mining area is also going very smoothly, which does not consume much of his mind. So, after Feng Xiang and his party went to the number 17 safety zone, Xiaoyan put the demarcation of the scope of the new urban area on the agenda. The development and construction of a new urban area is not a one-day job. Seeing the mountains and streams below, the towering ancient trees, not to mention the factors such as mutant animals that can move, it will take a long time to clear the grass and shrubs on the ground, and the tall shrubs. If everything goes well, it will take a year and a half, and even worse, it may not be effective in 3 to 5 years. Xiaoyan sighed heavily. The road ahead is long and arduous. Ian, are you sure you've chosen this area? A middle-aged man sitting next to him asked. The middle-aged man is Lin Ji, the second son of Mr. Lin Ji. He is 45 years old this year. Lin Xiangrong is his son. When he was young, he traveled between various safe zones, and followed the radiation survey team to define the boundaries of blind spots and safe zones. In fact, it is to avoid the sphere of influence of the safe zone outside the high radiation area. Xiaoyan nodded slightly, turned to look at Lin Ji and smiled. Well, Uncle Lin, the rest of the work is up to you. If you need manpower and equipment, you can go directly to Uncle Pei. Lin Ji smiled slightly and joked, Can I borrow the flame cat? Although he knew the possibility was not high, he still wanted to tease Xiaoyan. He is not even 30 yet, but his hair volume is about to reach his level. Why should he fight so hard? Xiaoyan's heart suddenly choked. Let's not talk about the fact that this flame cat has an owner. Even if it belongs to him, it seems that everyone wants one. Even if the flame cat has the ability to clone, I'm afraid it will be too busy. Uncle Lin, are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Xiaoyan said helplessly. Lin Ji laughed and waved his hand, saying, Okay. Let Zhang Lin follow me, and give me another mercenary team. Safety first. Your Uncle Lin cherishes his life very much. Otherwise, he would not have left the survey team at the age of 40 and returned to the number 11 safe zone to live a retirement life. If the old man hadn't kicked him out this time. He really didn't want to work. Since he was 15, he has been moving between various safe zones and blind spots. He has encountered danger every time, but thanks to God's blessing, he can always escape danger and survive. The old man said that he was blessed by his ancestors for being able to live to go home after so many trips between the safe zone and the blind spot. It was just Zhang Lin and a mercenary team. Xiao Yan agreed very readily. Zhang Lin, no. He is lying at home. Why should he go out to work? The aircraft circled in the air for another hour, then turned around and flew back to the safe zone. Today's luck was really good, and there were no super large mutant birds in the blind spot. After the flame cat entered the blind area from the number 17 safety zone, it was very lucky to encounter a medium-sized lone mutant bird, which was less than half the size of the flame cat. The flame cat decisively went forward to tease it. Then, after half an hour of chasing and intercepting in the air, it successfully took down the spoils of war. Zhuang Xiao was sitting on the roof of the car, still wondering why what took so long to turn around this time, when she saw a red cloud on the horizon. She stood up, stared at the approaching flame cat with a sharp gaze, and said happily, "Oh, I'm back, I'm back. Where is it? Where is it?" Xiang Su and Wan Yi sat up straight together and looked up into the distance. The little black dot approached little by little, and in an instant, the full appearance of the flame cat was revealed. According to the eyesight of these two people, when Zhuang Xiao shouted that the flame cat appeared, the two of them could only see a small black dot at most. However, due to the super high flying speed of the flame cat, it only took a blink of an eye to reach the top of the convoy. Really, it brought back prey. Xiang Su was very excited, as if the prey was hunted by himself. There was a commotion above the roof of the car, and it was hard for the people in the car not to pay attention. They all leaned out of the car window. The flame cat flew back and forth over their heads dozens of times. This was the first time it brought back prey. It was almost noon at this time, and this large group of people barely reached the original boundary marker of the number 17 safety zone. The original boundary between the blind zone and the safety zone no longer had much meaning. The mutant animals had spread to the old city area of the safety zone, and the original collection area was not much different from the blind zone. It was near noon, and the team in front had just stopped. The flame cat landed on the side of the vehicle where Zhuang Xiao was, threw the prey in its mouth heavily on the ground, and scratched its mouthful of hair with its claws in disgust. This feathered prey was okay to improve the food occasionally, but the flame cat couldn't stand eating this stuff every day. There were too many feathers. Not only did they get stuck in the teeth, but they also flew everywhere. The nose was always itchy and uncomfortable. As soon as the flame cat landed, Zhuang Xiao got up excitedly and jumped off the roof of the car. With the experience of last night, when he jumped again, he was so calm and composed that he wished he could jump out of the feeling of floating in the air. But that was impossible. The sound of thumping when he landed. It was enough to prove that although she was small, she was still very heavy. Xiang Su and Wan Yi followed suit and jumped off the roof of the car, thinking they were also very cool and handsome. Everyone, just be happy. Xiao lost his temper. He could only comfort himself with one sentence: practice makes perfect. Isn't the little girl's action very neat? Mingyu, with peanut and sweet potato, was originally following the Black Tiger's convoy. After seeing the flame cat fall to the rear of the convoy several times, they walked slower and slower, and finally became the tail of the team. If it weren't for the mercenary team's car behind them, these three little guys could have walked even slower. They fell directly to the vehicle where Zhuang Xiao was. In fact, except for the leading convoy, the convoys behind were more or less uncomfortable, because the moving speed was too slow. Afterwards, if the lanes of the vehicle sandwiched in the crowd were wide enough, they would walk in parallel with a large humanoid group, so that they could walk for a while and stop for a while. Otherwise, they could only move at a snail's pace. Chapter 595. For the whole morning, as the vehicle stuck at the back, Feng Xiang did not give it any important tasks. The people in Zhuang Zhao's car were quite comfortable. After driving for a while, they got off the car to do some scavenging work on the side of the road, and then continued on their way. Scavenging? It was still an unmanned scavenging area, so there would always be some small gains. I didn't think the time was unbearable. Taking advantage of the rest time, Mingwei, Huasheng and Digua slept near the flame cat. Although they had a chance to get close to the flame cat that day, the situation was too critical, and everyone was still scared. so there was no extra thought to feel the awesome feeling of riding the flame cat. The three people stood stiffly at a distance of more than 10 meters from the flame cat, but their 6 pairs of eyes were sparkling. Zhuang Xiao was checking the mutant bird on the ground, and when he looked up, he saw the 3 carrot heads, who met the mutant ants that day. Thanks to them, she had a soup made from mutant moss. Zhuang Xiao handed the mutant bird to Xiao, and then waved to the 3 children. The 3 children were carrying heavy luggage, and the bags hanging behind them, and in front of them were shaking while running. Zhuang Xiao was really worried that their little necks would be broken. Of course, Zhuang Xiao's worry was completely unnecessary. They were carrying some items that might be used in outdoor survival. This was also the concern of their parents, that if they encountered an accident on the road and got lost, they also hoped that they could rely on the equipment they prepared in advance to increase their chances of survival in the dense forest. Big sister. The 3 children had rosy faces and bright eyes, and they looked a little more innocent. Zhuang Xiao didn't come into contact with many children, but it was rare to see such an expression on a child in the wasteland. She didn't even know if it was because her mentality had changed or because she was shallow. After only thinking for 3 seconds, she attributed the reason to the former. Her mentality had changed. After all, the problem of food and clothing was basically solved. She had a little special ability, and she also had a flame cat by her side. Life was going smoothly, so naturally everything looked good to her. Unlike before, when she had only a piece of broken grass leaf on her body, she really looked at everyone with the intention of coveting her harvest. She felt that everyone who looked at her more had ulterior motives towards her. Zhuang Xiao took a long time to dig out her snack bag, and finally gave the 3 children some snacks. Here, dried sweet potatoes, one the size of a little finger, was Zhao's special supply, small snacks for teething. Looking at the golden dried sweet potatoes handed to her, Diguo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he turned his head to look at Mingyu. After Mingyu nodded, Diguo happily took it, thanked him, and carefully put it into the small bag on his chest. The second one was Peanut, a peanut, the size of a mutated date. Peanut and Sweet Potato reacted in the same way. The last one, hey. Mingwei, she can't pick a moon. That's impossible. A piece of honey lotus root slice, a small hole, is a moon, flame cat, 10 suns, 9 have to be shot down. How do you make this string of moons? Judging from the reactions of Sweet Potato and Peanut, Mingwei is the leader of the children. She didn't need to look at anyone. She took the lotus root slice generously, and thanked them. Xiang Su and Wan He were drooling as they watched from the side. Okay, they admitted that they also wanted to eat snacks. Zhuang Xiao glanced at her bag. Okay, there are still quite a few. The 2 teenagers each shared a peanut. Reward for telling her gossip and interesting stories all morning. Of course, those cousins from the mercenary team around didn't get any. Who made them older than me? Hu Xiao, The 3 children stayed behind smoothly. After the team set off again, there were 3 more little figures on the roof of the car. There were naturally more gossip stories. Yes, that's why Zhuang Xiao left the 3 children behind. The storytelling styles of teenagers and adults are different, and these children are different from teenagers. She was tired of hearing about the things in her own safe zone, so she wanted to change the storyteller and change the taste. The 3 children kept it at first, but later, those who told good stories could even get snacks, so they told it with all their strength. Mingwei, as Heiyu's biological daughter, knows more about the number 17 safety zone than peanuts and sweet potatoes. Even when the vehicle stopped midway, and the people in the vehicle went to the grass beside the road to pick up rubbish, the storyteller did not press the pause button. Hu Xiao, Yi Qing and others followed behind Zhuang Xiao, and also heard a lot of it. It was quite interesting. Until dusk fell, news came from the front that a place to rest had been found. The 3 of them got off the car. Sister Xiao Xiao, I will tell you about the glorious deeds of the Black Boss tomorrow. Mingwei ran a distance, and then turned back to shout to Zhuang Xiao in the car. Then, he quickly chased the sweet potatoes and peanuts. Yi Qing smiled at Hu Xiao and said, "This little girl is really a clever little ghost." Hu Xiao smiled and said nothing. It's enough to make his Xiao Xiao happy. Zhuang Xiao responded with a good from a distance. Xiang Su looked at the 3 figures, who disappeared into the crowd and said, "She is giving her father a final appearance." That's right. Wan He echoed. As the tail of the convoy, when Zhuang Xiao and his group arrived, the campsite in front had been cleaned up. In addition to the tall trees, the shrubs and weeds on the ground were cleared away. Some people squatted near the campsite, using the light of the solar lamp to detect the grass leaves and insects on the ground. If they can use local materials, the Wasteland people will definitely use local materials. Except for the cry of the night owl, it was quite quiet at night. Nothing happened overnight. In the early morning of the second day, a white mist floated in the dense forest. The dark green treetops were hidden in the white fog, leaving only thick tree trunks standing around, which looked very strange and terrifying. Although it was not so dense that people could not see each other face to face, this level of fog was still very dangerous for people who were on the road, especially those who were in the blind spot. Shuang Xiao sat cross-legged on the roof of the car. She slept in a sleeping bag last night. When she woke up and stuck her head out, she thought she had arrived in the world of immortal cultivation. Where did Hua go so early in the morning? Shuang Xiao's eyes could see energy stones and radiation, but there was nothing she could do about the thick fog. However, among the five senses, the ears, which were much better than ordinary people's hearing, were still online. The people who were resting on the ground stayed where they were after waking up, and they were very nervous. This was in the blind spot, and there was such a thick fog, which was very dangerous no matter how you looked at it. Chapter 596. Since receiving the news from the inner city of the safe zone yesterday morning, the top leaders of the mercenary team arranged the Sharp Knife and Black Tiger teams to be responsible for the pickup mission this time. Yesterday afternoon, the Sharp Knife and Black Tiger teams left the safe zone and came to the mercenary team's base in the mining area. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the two teams set out from the mining area to the number 17 safe zone. However, before departure, He Ming, the captain of the Sharp Knife team, sent a message to Feng Xiang explaining his expected arrival time, personnel situation, weapons and equipment, etc. However, after the message was sent, half an hour later, no reply was received from the other party. In the meantime, he tried to contact Feng Xiang by satellite, but the other party still did not move. This inevitably made He Ming feel uneasy, and he immediately reported the news to the top leaders of the mercenary team. As time passed, he was a little restless. "Captain, how is it? Is there any news?" Jiangqi said. They had once gone to the 17th safety zone for rescue, so this time the mission fell on them again, and the Black Tiger squad also acted mainly under the command of their captain. He Ming shook his head, and was about to speak when the mercenary team came back with a message. The meaning was clear: let them act according to the original plan. Since the safety zone has issued an order, they can only execute it, and the more they can't contact Feng Xiang, the more urgent and imperative their action this time is. Notify them to set off, He Ming ordered. At this time, it was already past 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sun passed over the horizon, and the sunlight poured onto the ground through the layers of gaps. The dew made the ground wet, and the road was wet and sticky. Feng Xiang and his group, trapped in the dense forest by the thick fog, also noticed the abnormality of communication. Not to mention the watch, which could not receive signals in the blind area, and the strange thing was that the satellite long-distance communication equipment equipped with them could not send messages. The only thing they could use now was the walkie-talkie, and the maximum communication distance was within 50 kilometers. And they were at least 90 kilometers away from the mining area. According to the news received yesterday, the Sharp Knife team and the Black Fox team should have set out from the mining area long ago. However, it is still impossible to judge how wide the distribution range of this thick fog is, whether it is generated in the area where they are, or whether it has spread to the two safety zones at the beginning and the end. Feng Xiang selfishly hopes that the range of this thick fog is limited, and they only need to walk 10 kilometers, or 20 kilometers, and the thick fog will dissipate. Yes, after discussing in the morning, the group agreed that they could not sit here and wait for death. Even if today's marching speed is only half of yesterday's, plus the two teams coming to support are on their way, the distance between the two sides is getting shorter and shorter. Then, the walkie-talkies in their hands are expected to be useful at noon. And there are two prerequisites for this speculation to be realized. The first is that the support team will not encounter dense fog, or very few sections of the road will be dense fog. The second is that they will not encounter any emergencies, which is also the part that worries him the most. No matter what the road ahead is, no matter how many concerns there are at the moment, the large force still set out on the road to number 11. Suddenly shrouded in thick fog, everyone was uneasy and followed the person in front of them closely, as if they would be swallowed by the unknown hidden in the thick fog if they were not careful. Except for the sound of people's footsteps and the occasional roar of the car, there was silence all around. An indescribable atmosphere of terror permeated the team. The entire mercenary team and the escort force led by Black Tiger changed their casual and leisurely state yesterday, and were on high alert after setting off today. Everyone's expression was tense, and their eyes were alert. Thick fog occasionally appears in the mountains and valleys. However, it also requires multiple conditions of time, place, and location to form, and no one expected that such a thing would happen to them. In this situation, the flame cat can no longer give them enough sense of security. Zhuang Xiao sat obediently in the car, with a solemn face and no words. Hua went out at an unknown time, and has not returned yet. Is it safe to fly in the sky in this foggy weather? Hua Xiao gently put his arm around Zhuang Xiao's shoulders, and let her lean on him. He tapped the little girl's arm with his fingers to calm her down. Xiang Su and Wan He looked at each other, and shut up silently. Zhuang Xiao's ears had never been so quiet. Except for the sounds made by their group, the only sound from the dense forest was the rustling of leaves in the wind. This was obviously too quiet. The howling of those mutant animals, the chirping of mutant insects, and the singing of mutant birds seemed to have disappeared overnight. They were like the only living creatures trapped in the thick fog. I can't hear anything, Zhuang Xiao murmured in a low voice. I don't know if it was for me or Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao paused and turned to look at her in surprise. Xiang Su, who had been silent for a long time, interrupted and said, Sister, is there something wrong with your ears? With Xiang Su's answer, everyone else just looked at her with concern. Perhaps because everyone's eyes were too intense, Zhuang Xiao came back to her senses from the silence and said, Don't you think it's too quiet? Everyone listened attentively. In the closed car, the engine of the car made a rumbling sound. If you don't pay attention, you won't feel it. With this special attention, you will feel that the car is actually quite noisy. At this moment, a voice came into Zhuang Xiao's ears very clearly. Zhuang Xiao sat up straight suddenly, stood up and opened the iron window on the car behind him, and searched for the fiery red figure in the white fog. The car body trembled suddenly. It was the flame cat that landed on the roof from the air. Hua is back. Hua is back, Zhuang Xiao said in surprise, wishing she could stick her head out of the car window, but the window was too small, and there were iron bars, so she couldn't stick her head out at all. Ishikiyoshi was driving in front, and felt the car body falling down. Then, through the small window between the front and rear compartments, he heard Zhuang Xiao's happy voice, and knew that the heavy object on the roof was their escort ambassador this time, the flame cat. The joy hadn't passed for 3 seconds. A sharp and piercing metal friction sound resounded throughout the interior of the car. Everyone frowned and looked up at the roof, not understanding what happened to the flame cat. The metal friction sound continued, and the slowly moving car was shaking because of the continuous claws of the flame cat scraping the iron sheet. For some reason, Zhuang Xiao's heart jumped several times. Since Emperor Lin, Hua has never been so irritable. Uneasy, is it uneasy, or... Chapter 597. Or did it want to warn them in this way? Thinking of this, Zhuang Xiao hurriedly opened the door of the car and called the name of the flame cat. Hua. Everyone in the car naturally felt the unusual behavior of the flame cat, and came to the same guess as Zhuang Xiao. The eyes of the people in the car exchanged with each other. The moment Zhuang Xiao opened the door, Hua Xiao had already grabbed her body. Although the vehicle was moving slowly, there were still vehicles following behind them. Now that the fog was thick, any obstacles on the road would not be seen at all. After a brief moment of surprise and uneasiness, Ishikiyoshi asked others to quickly notify the 2 cars behind them that they had to stop for a while. The flame cat heard Zhuang Xiao's call and jumped down from the roof. The deep scratches on the roof caused the dark green paint on the body to fall off, revealing the silver-gray metal inside. The silver-gray claw marks were like a cold blade, emitting a chilling cold light in the dark green. Before the car stopped, Zhuang Xiao jumped out of the car. Hua Xiao, who was following behind her, could only jump out of the car. The claws of the flame cat kept scratching the wet ground, and deep black grooves immediately appeared on the hard road. At the same time, the flame cat also let out an unknown scream. It was a warning. It was indeed a warning. The moment Zhuang Xiao approached the flame cat, she clearly felt Hua's urgent mood. This was to let her run, but where did this danger come from? Zhuang Xiao didn't have time to think about it. She turned around and grabbed Hua Xiao, saying anxiously, Notify Feng Xiang and ask the team to speed up. The faster the better. Then he seemed to think of something and lowered his head and murmured, No. Hua Xiao looked at the top of Zhuang Xiao's head, held her shoulders with both hands, and whispered, Is Hua warning that there is danger? He tried to make his voice soft. Hopefully, this can calm the girl's anxious mood. It should be. Zhuang Xiao raised her head, with panic in her eyes, and said uncertainly, It should be, and it's very dangerous, but I don't know what this danger is. Maybe it's some kind of mutant animal. Zhuang Xiao stumbled as he spoke, then turned to look at the flame cat. Is it a mutant animal? There has never been a moment when Zhuang Xiao wanted his Huahua to learn human language so much. Flame cat, why don't you speak my language? It's better to have many skills, understand? Flame cat stopped digging the ground with its claws, and blinked its big eyes, as if thinking. Then it slowly nodded its head. After a second, it slowly shook its head again. Zhuang Xiao really wanted to rub Huahua's head hard. Is it, or is it not? After seeing the two reactions of Flame Cat, Hua Xiao decisively said, I will explain the situation to Feng Xiang in front of the convoy first, and let the mercenary team decide for themselves. Whatever the danger is, it is very dangerous. Flame Cat has fulfilled its due responsibilities. Okay. Zhuang Xiao responded repeatedly. She is not a very smart player, so it is better to leave this matter to professionals to discuss and decide. It is like the darkness before dawn. The wait is always long. Hua Xiao quickly described the situation of the Flame Cat to Feng Xiang, and also told him his guess. As for whether Feng Xiang would take it into consideration, it was not up to him to decide. It concerns the lives of so many people, so this kind of pressure should be given to the person who should bear it. He should lie down too. As the saying goes, one should not meddle in politics if he is not in a position to do so. If there is any danger, do what you can, Feng Xiang. No, you guys. He felt like the sky was falling. Flame Cat, It's almost time. After getting a handful of snacks, the Flame Cat finally calmed down. However, the big head kept arching Zhuang Xiao's small body, wanting her to sit on his back. Okay. Zhuang Xiao compromised. Life is important. The most important thing was that she wanted to check the surrounding situation. Now she didn't hear any suspicious sounds, which was quite worrying. The unknown is the most terrifying. People must first know what they are going to face, only then can they make corresponding preparations. Zhuang Xiaokai got on the back of the Flame Cat, and the news came from the front. The team accelerated forward. Hua Xiao, let's go and have a look around. Zhuang Xiao waved at Hua Xiao below. Yi Qing saw that his cousin and Hua Xiao were both on the back of the Flame Cat, and immediately leaned out and handed the walkie-talkie in his hand to Hua Xiao and said, Captain Hua, you take this. Hua Xiao wanted to refuse, but when he thought that what he had in his hand was definitely not as good as the mercenary team's carefully equipped, he took it and said, I will notify you in time if there is any news. Within the communication range, Yi Qing waved his hand and told them to hurry up. The sooner they left, the sooner they could figure out what danger they were about to face. Captain, can't you get in touch? Jiang Qi asked He-Ming cautiously. The car sped along the road for 2 hours. He-Ming's face had never looked better. He-Ming hummed. Then the car made a sharp turn, bypassed a dense forest, and entered the mountainous area. He-Ming leaned forward and immediately grabbed the back of the chair. If it were in the past, he would definitely be furious. But now, he can't lose his temper. What he needs most now is calmness. At this moment, Jiang Qi explained, Captain, there's fog in the mountains. At the end of the road, there was a vast expanse of white, as if someone had set up a roadblock with a piece of ethereal soft white gauze. He-Ming looked up and stared at the front with sharp eyes. No wonder it is like this. Without receiving the captain's order, Jiang Qi did not release the accelerator, and in just a moment, the vehicle plunged into the white fog. The car then slowly slowed down. If it didn't slow down, it would be death, of course. They didn't want to die. The sizzling sound of electricity echoed in the car. The people who went to rescue were also very alert. He-Ming was also silently calculating the distance range of the walkie-talkie in his mind. It should be fast. The Flame Cat was very fast. In almost an instant, the three of them were above the fog. The highest fog in the mountains was only 400 or 500 meters. The mountains in the distance that exceeded this altitude were like fairy mountains in the sky, looking extremely beautiful and charming. And the clearly visible red radiation lines around were like strings that could take people's lives at any time. However, Zhuang Xiao had no intention of appreciating these charming or deadly views. I saw wisps of black smoke rising from a fairy mountain in the distance. Is that Danqing Mountain? Zhuang Xiao pointed at a place that seemed almost nothing to Hua Xiao. Danqing Mountain, where her hot spring was located. And her mutant pangolin was still there, acting as a guard for the mutant slugs, eating and waiting to die. Chapter 598. Hua Xiao carefully identified the direction below, and gave Zhuang Xiao a positive answer. That was Danqing Mountain. Although he had not seen anything yet, he initially speculated that it was indeed the location of a small hot spring in the Danqing Mountains. In a moment, the Flame Cat had flown several miles. There was still fog under his feet. Hu Xiao's walkie-talkie soon lost contact with Feng Xiang and his group. The thick fog dissipated little by little, and there was a lush vegetation below. The image of Danqing Mountain appeared clearly in Hu Xiao's field of vision. At the same time, the noisy sound from the deep forest was sent to Zhuang Gao's ears by the wind. The mutant animals were fleeing frantically, and the chaos was unbearable. As far as the eye could see, the black clouds moved quickly towards the flame cat. The flame cat leaned back and raised the current flight altitude. After a while, the black cloud was stepped on by them. Looking carefully, it was not a black cloud, but a dense mass of mutant birds. The mutant birds wailed. All these signs showed that her small hot spring was about to erupt. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao were immediately horrified. The temperature in the air was getting higher and higher. The pungent smell was extremely uncomfortable, and the black smoke had no intention of stopping. The crater from which the black smoke came out made a rumbling sound, as if thousands of ferocious ancient beasts were about to break free from their confinement and could not wait to come to the ground and be reborn. At this time, the small hot spring was already under my feet. The flame cat circled around the small hot spring, and there was no trace of the mutant pangolin. Did it escape? It would be good if it escaped. It would be good if it escaped. They didn't have any extra time to stay here. Most of Danqing Mountain is in a blind spot, and some areas are even covered by high radiation areas. The number of mutant species in it is immeasurable. At present, these mutants are fleeing around Danqing Mountain. Maybe some of them will collide with their team or enter the safe zone while escaping. As for the problems caused by the volcanic eruption, judging from the distance, their safe zone will at most be affected by the volcanic ash, which is not enough to be fatal for a while, so there is no need to consider it for the time being. The most important thing at the moment is to send this message out as soon as possible. After a little thought, the flame cat was driven away from the Danqing Mountain range. As soon as Hu Xiao replied to the communication tool in his hand, he immediately explained the situation one by one. The beautiful Feng Xiang, who received the message, was like a crazy person. What the hell is going on? Just when Feng Xiang was anxious in the car, the message from He Ming of the Sharp Knife team came in almost at the same time. This is really good news. At this moment, He Ming's mood is indescribable. He wanted to say, is it too late for him to run now? The rescue work is a long and arduous task. Captain, what should we do? Wang Fafa hesitated to speak. This rescue mission was really unpredictable. They had to rely on themselves for the best. Jiang Qi kept his eyes on the thick fog in front of him and listened to the conversation in the car with his ears erect. He Ming was silent, and the others did not say a word. Do they have any choice? No. 10 minutes after receiving the news, Feng Xiang quickly passed the news on. After a moment of panic, entanglement, and confusion, the people who had just received the news stabilized their emotions under the comfort of the surrounding guards. At this time, there was no village in front and no shop behind, and they were trapped in thick fog. Except for the young children, who were still ignorant, everyone knew that panic would be useless, and would only add to the trouble. It would be better to hurry up. It takes time for the mutant animals to escape in the mountains and forests. The birds in the sky are too late to escape from the area now, and they have no time to attack them. In a few hours, the main danger they will face is the mutant animals escaping from Danxia Mountain and nearby. Feng Xiang, who received the news from the back of the convoy, knew that this calmness was only superficial, but this superficial calmness was enough for his organization to carry out work. When the flame cat returned to the convoy, except for Zhuang Xiao's car, almost all the cars were full of people. It felt like a train in a certain Indian country. There is no need to say more about the carriage. Outside the carriage, all places where people can stand or hang are full of people. There is even a long string of flatbed trucks towing the rear of the car. Overloaded, that's for sure, but fortunately the car wasn't moving very fast in the thick fog. The risk of rollover was there, but it was greatly reduced. And after most of the people who affected the progress of the journey got on the car, the whole team moved at least half faster than before. Out of trust in the future team, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao discussed and contributed their own roof and front compartment. As for the rear compartment, there were more valuables in it, one of which was the energy stone stuffed in the corner by Zhuang Xiao, and the other was that the prey almost filled up half of the compartment, and there was not much space left, so they didn't lend it out. And compared to the closed rear compartment, the mercenary team on the roof was more likely to detect the enemy and fight in time. Anyway, Zhuang Xiao thinks so. Although walking will not cause too much loss to the members of the mercenary team, it is better to save physical strength if possible, so that they can give more life than others in the battle. After Hu Xiao returned the walkie-talkie to Yi Qing, he stayed on the back of the flame cat with Zhuang Xiao, fully equipped. The Flame Cat walked back and forth in front of the team, which was quite conscientious. It can be said that all members were in a state of high alert, waiting for the arrival of the mutant animal tide in the safe zone. The dancing grass danced without wind, and the enchanting dance immediately attracted the attention of the guards patrolling around. The news was reported immediately. At the same time, the families who planted dancing grass at home also found the abnormality of dancing grass. Especially Lin Ji's family, who planted a large number of dancing grass. A large area of dancing grass, with long branches swaying arbitrarily, was like a group of demons dancing wildly, which frightened Lin Laozi, Lin Xiangrong and Zhang Lin, who were recording data behind the screen. Since Zhang Lin received the news yesterday, he had to follow Lin Xiangrong's father, Lin's second uncle, to survey the radiation value in the blind area and complete the definition of the boundary line of the new urban area. Zhang Lin moved into the Lin family. In addition to catching up on survey-related knowledge with Lin's second uncle, he also had to learn from Mr. Lin about the growth status and habits of mutant plants and animals under different radiation conditions and other knowledge points. As the saying goes, cramming at the last minute, this is what Zhang Lin said in the past 2 days. At this moment, not only the dancing grass in Mr. Lin's planting yard behaved abnormally, but even the mutant moles living underground behaved a little abnormally. However, the former's behavior was more obvious. Chapter 599. Mr. Lin reported this sudden change to the senior managers of the safe zone without hesitation. It was because the mother plant of the dancing grass had shown too many unusual special features before, so after receiving the news this time, it immediately aroused high alert in the inner city of the safe zone. Almost everyone believed that there must be a deep meaning behind the abnormal behavior of the dancing grass that they did not know. Yes, they are so blind and believe it now. Zhuang Xiao, is her dancing grass so awesome? Dancing grass, You can treat me as an ordinary grass and plant it at home. Xiaoyan sat in the conference room with a blank expression. Only his fingers tapped lightly on the table, again and again. The tapping sound echoed in the quiet room, making people inexplicably nervous. Qi Xiao, why don't you contact your cousin? The middle-aged man spoke tentatively and sat up a little straighter. The big belly suddenly hit the edge of the table, and then bounced the man's forward movement back. Xiaoyan raised his eyes, with a strange look. The middle-aged man who was stared at by Xiaoyan felt uneasy and thought, what kind of look is this? Didn't everyone say that my cousin is very powerful? After a short silence, Xiaoyan exhaled a breath of turbid air and said in a deep voice, my cousin is on a mission with Feng Xiang, and she is out of contact. Are all the high-level people in their safe zone so unreliable? Or have they been with Cui Fangjin for a long time, and their brains have been filled with water to a certain extent? Oh, he thinks he is too. His brain is probably filled with water, and he thought of contacting his cousin at the first time. Everyone didn't know that Xiaoyan had already regarded them, and themselves, as a group of guys whose brains were soaked in water, and they all looked at Pei Meihai behind Xiaoyan. Pei Meihai rolled his eyes. Why were they all looking at him? Ever since Cui Fangjin was expelled and after a long round of cleaning, these people seemed like quails. Stared at by everyone, Pei Meihai turned and left. He went to pour water for a yin. Seeing that Pei Meihai left without saying anything, everyone was depressed. Or will they not come to this meeting in the future? Let them step down as soon as possible, and let their stinky boys take over. Why are there so many things every day? Why do we need to develop and build? Isn't it good to be content with the status quo? The atmosphere in the inner city of the safe zone was tense. At this time, Feng Xiang and his group, who were still 50 or 60 kilometers away from the mining area, finally met up with the members of the Sharp Knife and Black Fox team. The two teams' vehicles led the way as the vanguard. Although the support team had joined, the depressed and tense atmosphere in the team did not dissipate, and it was even more tense than before. According to Yiming, they were still about 20 kilometers away from the dense fog area. The distance was not long, but it would take 3 or 4 hours to walk. Even if the progress was accelerated, the time could only be barely controlled within 3 hours. There were still 3 hours, but the restlessness of the mutant animals in the mountains and forests had already appeared. Although the sky could not be seen, the first batch of escaped mutant birds had already fled from their heads half an hour ago. Time passed by little, getting closer and closer to the border of the thick fog, and the sound of mutant animals running and howling was gradually approaching. The people trapped in the thick fog discarded their luggage again. In this short period of time, the luggage carried by everyone in the team was half less than when they set out. What is Huawei doing? Hu Qianli, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, stuck his head out of the car window and looked down. Good guy, It doesn't matter if he looks at it. A stream of water splashed on the tire. Aren't you asking this without knowing the answer? Solve one of the 3 urgent needs in life. Zhuang Xiao took a look and saw nothing. But this action, this sound. It is one of the 3 urgent needs in life. Hui Xiao straightened the girl's body and sat her down. After the initial chaotic mood, as the danger gradually approached, the girl became lively again. After Zhuang Xiao finished speaking, Hu Qianli laughed and praised, Huahua is really smart. He even knows how to mark the territory. Flame cat, Not entirely, it's mainly because I really can't hold it back. Hearing Hu Qianli's praise, Zhuang Xiao's mind flashed back to the mutant wild boar poop that Hui Xiao gave to Yan Ming's family. According to Yan Ming, some of that poop was also distributed to Hu Qianli's family, but it didn't seem to be of any use later. The only time it could be used was the mutant mole attack, and it was inexplicably solved with the participation of dancing grass. Zhuang Xiao suddenly had an idea and turned his head to look at Hui Xiao, his eyes bright. Hui Xiao, can Huahua's poop be used to deter mutant animals? Although I don't know how powerful Huahua is in a high radiation area, it shouldn't be too bad. Huahua's height and figure are enough to kill all the mutant animals she sees in seconds. Hui Xiao knocked on Zhuang Xiao's head and said, mutated animals are in a state of panic, so they don't care whose territory it is. Zhuang Xiao said. Okay, no, Huahua may not be able to poop anyway. By the way, she has never seen Huahua poop. Flame cat, What kind of smelly habit is this? Flame cat is quite concerned about pooping, and poops every time a car passes by. It really is able to control itself. It amazes Hui Xiao. This behavior of Flame cat, which makes people wonder what to say, relieves the dark clouds covering people's hearts for a while. However, this relaxed mood did not last long. As the fierce and intimidating howl of Flame cat continued to sound in the thick fog, everyone's heart became tense. Until the first round of mutant animals emerged from the dense forest like a tide, the tense string in everyone's heart was completely broken. At this time, the accident site was still 5 kilometers away from the dense fog area. The team was running fast, and the formation was instantly hit by the mutant animals. In the dense fog, wailing sounds suddenly rose. A bloody smell slowly merged into the white fog, and the ground was filled with pools of bright red. The mutant animals were fleeing completely on instinct. This survival instinct made them subconsciously avoid one car after another, which also caused those walking people to directly bear multiple attacks and trampling. For the prey lying on the ground and the attacks from the bipeds, the mutant animals seemed to be unaware of it and just ran for their lives. Only occasionally a few mutant animals that were actually injured stopped and attacked the roadblockers in the dense fog. Roadblocker, They don't want to either, mutated animal, Do we want to? We are just trying to escape. The flame cat ran around in the thick fog, attacking anyone who seemed to want to covet its food reserves. Chapter 600. Although it has not eaten any of the reserve food, it still regards it as its own. The heavy fog greatly affected the sight of the crowd and hindered the counterattack of humans. The convoy heading to the non-fog area was also disturbed by the mutant animals crossing the road from time to time, which slowed down the convoy's pace. The flame cat ran panting and howling from time to time, and scared away some panicked mutant animals wherever it passed. This kind of scaring did not prevent the mutant animals from retreating along the original route, but only made them bypass the road where it moved back and forth. However, this can at least give the people in its range a chance to breathe. Some people directly climbed up the tall trees nearby, and some people are still running forward. When will the mutant animal tide end, and how long it can last is still unknown. This situation of being unable to see and unable to hear clearly is very frightening. Mutated animals and humans dislike each other, but the two sides are not really hostile to each other. Many weapons equipped by the mercenary team are useless at this moment. The middle of the road is in chaos, and the casualties are unknown. The convoy that was cut off at the back can't move forward and can only watch from the spot. It can be said that it is very lucky that in the first wave of mutant animals, there were no mutant animals large enough to crush the vehicles. The mutant animals encountered so far basically choose to bypass the obstacles in front. However, there are also a few blindly bumping up, but the power is not enough, so they can only make a few clanging noises. Casualties are inevitable, and rescue at this time will only increase casualties. Time passed quickly, but it seemed particularly long. Zhuang Xiao sat on the back of the flame cat, anxious but helpless. The flame cat was ordered by her, and its 4 legs were almost running out of sparks, and the effect was not obvious. It can be seen that in this chaotic group battle, the flame cat did not have any advantage in fighting alone, and she thought that this was not even a battle. After all, Neither of them wanted to pay attention to each other, and they just subconsciously wanted to kick away the stumbling block in front of them. For the mutant animals, they were stumbling blocks on the road. And for them, the mutant animals crossing the road were stumbling blocks that prevented them from leaving this area. This wave of mutant animals lasted only less than a minute. The situation eased slightly. Zhuang Xiao commanded the flame cat to rush out of the thick fog area to check the road conditions ahead. On the road, they also knocked down 3 or 2 mutant animals that came out of the bushes on one side of the road. After the mutant animals behind them cursed a few times, they stopped moving. For this kind of traffic accident, Zhuang Xiao could only pray silently that they could continue running. Just don't leave them alone. After checking the situation ahead, the flame cat plunged into the dense fog area again and explained the situation to the team that was still moving forward in the dense fog area. Zhuang Xiao felt that they and Hua Hua were especially like a jumping monkey today. From Feng Xiang, they picked up another walkie-talkie dedicated to the mercenary team, which was specifically responsible for detecting the enemy situation. This indirectly saved Zhuang Xiao from seeing the tragic situation on the road. As the cars gradually drove away from the dense fog area, the team at the end of the team also hurriedly got off the car to check the casualties. The moment of life and death has come. After leaving the dense fog area, the convoy drove for another half an hour before leaving the mountainous area and entering a relatively flat area. Even after leaving the dense fog area, the mutant animals on the road still did not stop, and they would fly over the road from time to time. The dense fog showed no signs of dissipating. The flame cat took Zhuang Xiao and would shout a step on the dense fog again. At this time, the inner city of the safe zone received the news from Feng Xiang. At the same time, the alarm was also sounded and entered the first level of alert. The strange behavior of the dancing grass finally got a reasonable explanation, and everyone seemed to be secretly relieved. Not knowing the reason makes people feel more terrified. Humans claim to be the highest civilization in nature, but how insignificant they are in front of the power of nature. Man can conquer nature, but it is just human self-consolation. Typhoons, tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanoes. Humans have never really escaped from these natural disasters. How did a planet that was once habitable become a wasteland today? It's just a small force of nature. This small force of nature almost destroyed human civilization. As a part of nature, humans, like other mutant creatures, are just surviving in the cracks. Between self-destruction and being destroyed, humans can only control self-destruction. As the saying goes, if you don't commit suicide, you won't die. The screams of humans in the thick fog are still echoing in my ears. Zhuang Xiao looked at the red strings in the distance, the black smoke, and the sound of mutant animals running away on the ground, and felt powerless. This fucking world. Zhuang Xiao cursed silently in her heart. At the same time, she cursed herself again in her heart. It was all her own fault. Isn't it nice to eat and wait for death every day? Zhuang Xiao couldn't think of a reason for her self-contradictory behavior. Forget it. As a person who doesn't have the brain of a great philosopher, all the great principles are empty. There is a saying that goes, the man has his own reasons, and the woman has her own reasons. She thinks it makes sense. When she read some philosophical works, she found that some things just had no conclusions. After reading a thick book, she found that people had said both the positive and negative sides, good and bad things. But the conclusion, well, read more and you will understand, and it will be more interesting to see the world. Hua Xiao sat behind Zhuang Xiao. Since leaving the thick fog area, he has not said a word, which made her a little worried. So he put his head on Zhuang Xiao's shoulder, leaned close to her ear, and asked, "Did you find anything?" The warm breath rolled into her ear, and Zhuang Xiao's hair stood up immediately. The random things in her mind disappeared instantly. No, why did this little brother of what come so close to talk? This is not appropriate now, Hua Xiao, No, if I don't talk closer like this, what can I hear in the strong wind? Hua Xiao obviously noticed that Zhuang Xiao's body stiffened, and then he saw that the little girl's ears were red and almost dripping blood. He really didn't have any other thoughts. No, I didn't find anything, Zhuang Xiao said stutteringly. Sit up straight. Flame cat, No, it's not appropriate for you two to create this atmosphere now. Hua Xiao also sat up straight, with clear eyes, looking forward. Chapter 601. In the forest, the mutant pangolin dug through the mountains and waded through the water. Its 4 short legs desperately moved to find the place where it used to farm and mine. It was terrible. It would never go to the small hot spring to be a guard again. The mutant slugs had all run away, and the hot spring water could no longer be used for bathing. What was the point of being a guard? Of course, the most important thing now was to escape, Fule Mountain. Where is Fule Mountain? It knew the way when it got to Fule Mountain. The mutant pangolin looked up at the surrounding trees from time to time, and then continued to hurry on. The mining area was closed, and all operations were stopped. People living in the residential area of the mining area were also on full alert. Well, many people whose houses were not very solid climbed up the nearby tall trees with their bags. Fortunately, there were many tall trees in the blind area. Mutant birds flew overhead, and mutant animals ran on the ground, but compared to the number encountered by Feng Xiang and his group, there were far fewer of them. Some people even tried to hunt small mutant animals that passed under the trees. Such opportunities don't come often, so if you can catch one, it's a good thing. At the same time, if you encounter a large mutant animal, you must not dare to do it. What if it hits the tree trunk with its head, and the tree trunk shakes twice and falls down, although the first level alarm was sounded in the inner city of the safe zone? However, according to the information fed back by Feng Xiang, if the mutant animals did not pass through the safe zone, the harm caused by the volcano might not reach their safe zone. At most, it was just covered by volcanic ash. This situation is not enough to pose a big threat to them. But if a large number of mutant animals pass through the safe zone and do not stop, it can only mean that the safe zone is not safe and the impact may be great. However, it is only speculation at present. No one knows what the situation is like this time. The people in the safe zone who are scavenging outside have returned home one after another. The safe zone city is open to the outside, and people who are willing to enter the safe zone to hide can still enter. There is no way around it. The safe zone has gone to the number 17 safe zone to recruit people for population, and they can't just leave the people in their own safe zone alone. Moreover, the loss of population is not conducive to the long-term development of the safe zone. The news that people in the shantytown can enter the safe zone has not been notified through public channels, so the number of people entering the safe zone is within a controllable range. Lan Hong and Shen Yi have been in contact since they came back from the number 3 safe zone, and occasionally the two of them will make an appointment to go to some collection areas to scavenge. Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang are both out of contact. Shen Yi was alone at home, unable to contact Meng Qingyang. Feeling uneasy, he immediately contacted Lan Hong. After the two discussed, both sides went to the safe zone. In the training ground, the newly selected guards this year, as a temporary team, also began their first internship in their lives. One by one, they entered the various urban areas in the safe zone with high spirits to maintain the public security in the city. They met Lan Hong's family, who had nowhere to stay after entering the safe zone. Wandering in the safe zone, Lan Hong began to regret why she did not choose to buy a property on the edge of the safe zone as soon as she returned from the number 3 safe zone. Their family has this strength now. It's just that the energy stones in hand will be sharply reduced. If Hu Qianli encounters something, it will be difficult to deal with it. Sister Lan, you guys go to my house first for a while. I don't live at home recently. Yan Ming invited enthusiastically. While speaking, he had already begun to call his brother to go out and pick him up. After receiving the news, Yan Hu came over almost without hesitation. Lan Hong didn't even have a chance to refuse, and Yan Ming followed a small team of guards. This is really... Looking at Yan Ming's back as he walked away, Lan Hong, carrying her child, could only stomp her feet on the spot. She also made an appointment with Shen Yi. What should I do? What about Sister Shen? Lan Jing glanced at her sister's expression and said cautiously. Zhao Chun stood aside, waiting for her daughter's decision. For a moment, Lan Hong was stared at by two eyes, and made a decision instantly. As for Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao, they followed the flame cat in the sky, but they did not go to Danqing Mountain. They just checked the situation within the range that the intercom could reach. The mutant animals were still fleeing, and the first batch they encountered was outside Danqing Mountain. The mutant animals living in the Danqing Mountain range were still spreading around. The situation was not optimistic for them. Chapter 602. After Feng Xiang and his team brought all the survivors out of the dense fog, they headed for the safe zone without looking back. The people accompanying them were either sad, happy, or confused, but no one stopped. The next journey was not smooth sailing either. Mutated animals often appeared. If they wanted to rest easy, they would have to wait until after the Danqingshan volcano. However, fortunately, the vision was clear now, and the weapons and equipment they carry could finally come in handy, and to a certain extent, they could also disperse the mutant animals that came in groups. In this way, the group fought and advanced all the way, and finally reached the original target settlement, the residential area near the mining area, before it got dark. After receiving the news from Feng Xiang, The mercenary team stationed here immediately assisted him in resettling the people who had escaped from the number 17 safe zone. The total number of people brought from the number 17 safe zone was more than 12,000, and less than 9,000 people arrived at the safe zone alive, with a loss of up to 25%. Adding the original population here, the number of people clustered around the mining area has reached more than 10,000. Those who can still move freely are arranged on the nearby towering trees to avoid the mutant animals that may appear at any time. And the injured population are placed in the mercenary team's garrison for unified management. The mercenary team's garrison is small in area and has defense projects. The Flame Cat is more than enough to control this small area. With the blessing of both, the effect is obvious. Most of the mutant animals will take the initiative to avoid them, and the few that are not sensible are also driven away by the Flame Cat. Although Zhuang Xiao is not very clear about the casualties after the attack, he can guess a little from the overall appearance and injury status of the crowd. Moreover, the Flame Cat can be of great use now, so she was relieved. In order to reward the Flame Cat for its hard work, she gave it a handful of snacks at night. In the midst of their busy schedule, Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang received a message from Yan Hu, and they felt relieved. Without any worries, they were in a much better mood. Once people are safe, they start to think about other things. For example, those who died in the tide of mutant animals, and the decision to come here this time, and so on. People's hearts are floating, and those who have lost their families are complaining. After Black Tiger tried to appease him, but failed, he was ruthlessly suppressed by the mercenary team. In fact, it was just a deterrent with force, and no actual casualties occurred. People living in the Wasteland are used to judging the situation. After the soft and hard tactics, everyone was as honest as quails, and the silence in the field was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. When he heard the earth-shaking roars of the fire cats outside from time to time, he looked even more obedient like a little sheep. At dawn, a loud noise swept through the night sky like a tidal wave, waking up everyone who was sleeping soundly. The ground began to tremble, and the low rumble continued. An inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped the safety zone and the blind spot. The main peak of Danqing Mountain is where the small hot spring is located. The crater billowed black smoke into the sky and continued to spread around. Red magma gushed out of the crater, and tongues of fire meandered down from the top of the mountain, devouring all living things on the ground. The light of dawn was almost instantly covered by dark clouds. The ground gradually returned to calm, and the violent rumbling noises, like thunder in the ears, gradually disappeared. Everyone was in fear, and could not come back to their senses for a long time. I am afraid that the number 17 safety zone is gone. At this moment, the ordinary people from the number 17 safety zone were extremely fortunate that they made the most correct decision. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao huddled in the narrow carriage, looking at the volcanic ash covering the sky, and they were silent for a long time. Once again, feeling the power of nature so close, Zhuang Xiao had mixed feelings in her heart. After a moment of stunned, she covered her mouth and nose tightly, searched the carriage, found a bed sheet, and hurriedly jumped out of the car, and then the Flame Cat called in from the outer perimeter of the defense wall, covering the mouth and nose of the Flame Cat. There is not only dust in the volcanic ash, but also harmful substances such as sulfur. It is no less harmful than solar radiation. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the sky gradually recovered. During this period, mutant animals frequently appeared. For large mutant animals in groups, the safety zone even used highly lethal thermite incendiary bombs. This extremely lethal weapon burst out thousands of fireballs in the air, attacking prey indiscriminately within the target range like a meteor. Of course, this weapon is not suitable for use in the safety zone, because the attacked area will instantly fall into a sea of fire, which may cause forest fires. With such uncontrollable consequences, the safety zone's thermite incendiary bombs and other highly lethal weapons should be used with extreme caution. This battle between the safety zone and the mutant animals lasted for 3 days, and 3 nights before the red alert was lifted. On the 4th day, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao drove away from the mining area. The branches and leaves on both sides of the road, which should have been lush and green, were covered with thick volcanic ash. Everything looked gray and urgently needed the arrival of a rain to revive. But, will it really be alive? Time soon gave the answer. The Flame Cat had returned to his home in the shantytown. The flame grove outside the yard was no longer as gorgeous as before. It was not much different from the grass and trees encountered on the road, and was also gray. On the contrary, the dancing grass at home looked slightly better, with obvious green. Even if there was no wind, it could still sway its branches, and the volcanic ash that fell on the branches and leaves was naturally thrown away. The flame cat strolled around the house for half a day and then left. The destination, of course, was the Imperial Forest. The days outside these days were too sad, and it wanted to find a place with beautiful mountains and rivers to breathe fresh air. In fact, Zhuangxiao wanted to go out psychologically, but he couldn't move physically, so he simply gave up the opportunity to go out with the flame cat this time. What happened a few days later made her regret why she didn't leave home with Hua Hua without hesitation. After leaving the safe zone, she didn't have to suffer anymore and could spend half a month in a carefree manner. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in the world. After just one night's rest at home, Hu Xiao took her to the safe zone to shop, and a lot of shopping. After Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang finished their mission, the first thing they did was to deal with the energy stones in their hands, and then they also went shopping. However, it was a big purchase and a house. Originally, the two planned to buy a house in the new city in the future, but the danger was happening, and they were all people with families, so they couldn't wait. The main reason for making this decision was that they had enough points to buy a temporary shelter. Chapter 603. Hu Xiao took Zhuangxiao to the grocery store street first, and then to the South Commercial Street. Zhuangxiao did not raise his question until the end of the purchase activity. Why do we buy so many building materials? Hu Xiao replied while driving, after the volcanic eruption, there may be acid rain. Zhuangxiao really didn't think of this, it was true. After the volcanic eruption, a large number of harmful substances will be formed, and the most likely one is sulfur. If the sulfur in the air encounters the right weather, it is very likely to turn into acid rain and fall on the land around Danqing Mountain, and this impact may be more serious than the impact caused by the volcanic eruption. The grass and trees died, food was scarce, and mutant animals rioted. One by one, each thing seemed unrelated, but it was like a chain that connected all the things together. What should I do with the dancing grass? If there was acid rain, Zhuangxiao was most worried about the dancing grass. This is her unique mutant plant, which is incomparable to those dancing grasses. How about building a glass house for it? After Zhuangxiao made a suggestion, he rejected it first. It seems not to work. The acid rain will eventually fall to the ground, seep into the soil, and corrode the roots of the dancing grass. Don't worry, as long as the roots are there, it can still grow. Hu Xiao replied. Isn't it because I am worried that it will affect its roots? That's why I bought limestone. Is there a chance to demonstrate the value of his mobile encyclopedia? Hu Xiao is happy to help Zhuangxiao solve his doubts. However, the process of buying a house for Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang was not smooth. The real estate prices that had been falling since last year have inexplicably risen again. In other words, the house that Zhuangxiao bought last year has appreciated in value. Even so, Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang gritted their teeth and bought a house each at the outermost edge of the safe zone. Considering that there is also his mother-in-law's house, Hu Qianli's house is slightly larger than Meng Qingyang's. It is said to be larger, but it is only 3 square meters more. There are many people like Hu Xiao who are wary of the arrival of acid rain, so most of the people outside the shantytowns have been reinforcing their houses recently. There is no need to worry about the houses in the safe zone, and there is no problem in dealing with general acid rain. Really, this once again indirectly confirms the importance of buying a house in a safe zone. As expected, just as everyone was cleaning up the mess, one morning 7 days later, several nearby safe zones, including the number 11 safe zone, simultaneously issued a red alert message. Acid rain is expected to fall today and tomorrow. This news came suddenly, but it was expected. After receiving the news, every family stayed indoors. Zhuangxiao and Hu Xiao spent half a week dealing with the shantytown affairs, and another day dealing with the dancing grass in the yard and the outdoor shed built by the flame cat next door. They were busy for most of the week. I don't know if the flame cat also knew that acid rain would inevitably fall after the volcanic eruption, and it has never come back since leaving home. However, Zhuangxiao's longing for it was very short-lived. She was really too tired every day and fell asleep as soon as she touched the pillow. Although it was her fault not to miss Hua Hua, she actually worked for Hua Hua's red grove for a whole day. Hopefully it will be effective. Otherwise, Hua Hua can only get some more flame trees to plant. In addition, there are her yellow fruit mutant plants, which are also key protected objects. After all, the small hot springs are gone, so how can the mutant plants near the small hot springs still exist? Zhuangxiao was lying on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, looking at the sky outside the window. It was cloudy. What do you want to eat at noon? When Hu Xiao came down from upstairs, he saw Zhuangxiao slumped on the sofa, and the mutant pangolin curled up in the corner. Early in the morning, Hu Xiao received news from the mining area that their mutant pangolin had run into their mine again to mine. This scared the people working in the mining area. Why is this living ancestor here again? Although the other party has profound mountain chopping skills, this guy doesn't listen to orders. If they can use them, they will use them. Therefore, as soon as they found the trace, the miners surrounded this guy. Among the people surrounded was Lao Mo. Maybe the mutant pangolin has a good memory. It smelled a familiar smell, and allowed people to surround it obediently. I want to eat everything, Zhuang Xiao said this weekly. In the past few days, she felt that she was very considerate of Brother Hua. She didn't ask for any meals a day. She ate whatever was cooked. What should I feed the mutant pangolin? Hua Xiao ignored Zhuang Xiao's words, which were equivalent to not saying anything, and turned the topic to the mutant pangolin. Anyway, the little girl has been very obedient these days, and eats whatever is given to her. Zhuang Xiao turned over and squirmed forward twice. His eyes fell on the mutant pangolin. He stretched out a hand and knocked on its hard shell, and asked, "Jia Jia, what do you want to eat?" Hua Xiao, Do you want it to understand what you say? Mutated pangolin, Can't it have a good sleep? It's so tiring to travel. Zhuang Xiao knocked on the mutant pangolin shell several times in a row, but it didn't move, and even its round body was rolled up again, making it more compact. It's cultivating immortality. Zhuang Xiao replied to Hua Xiao indifferently. She shouted, if she didn't want to eat, that was her business. Seeing that the third mouth in the family didn't want to eat, it would be easy, otherwise, it really was. I didn't know what to give the mutant pangolin to eat. Chapter 604. This acid rain lasted from the morning until the early morning of the same day. Fortunately, the single-family house in the safety zone was strong, and they had taken some precautions in advance. Until the next day before Zhuang Xiao went out, she had no direct feeling of the damage caused by this acid rain. After getting up in the morning, the sky was still gloomy, but this gloomy feeling was very different from yesterday morning, and it was very clear. Zhuang Xiao hurriedly packed herself up and urged Hua Xiao to hurry up. She wanted to go back to the shantytown as soon as possible to see how her dancing grass was doing. The dancing grass in the yard of the safety zone looked like it was drooping. Even though the roof was built in advance and even the roots were treated accordingly, it still looked like it was about to die. How could Zhuang Xiao feel at ease to go to the shantytown with the big beauty? The car slowly moved from the edge of the inner city of the safety zone to the outer city. The whole picture after the acid rain gradually appeared in Zhuang Xiao's vision. At first, the houses looked a little shabby. After careful observation, slight corrosion marks were found. Then, after reaching the outer urban area of the safe zone, the degree of corrosion became more and more serious. But the houses were still solid, and there was no broken roof and leaking tiles as imagined. This was thanks to the concrete surface of the houses in the safe zone, which was much more corrosion-resistant than wooden, bamboo and thatched houses. And after arriving in the shantytown, this view was also verified. The shabby houses looked even more shabby. The car was past the main street of the shantytown, and the air brought by the wind had a faint pungent smell. From the view from the backing car window, Zhuang Xiao did not see many people appear. Maybe they are still worried about the unexpected acid rain. Before leaving the human living area, Zhuang Xiao felt nothing about the danger caused by the acid rain. After all, she had experienced strong winds and heavy rains before. This time it really looked quite peaceful. But in fact, hidden under the peace is the real murderous intent in the future, and it is the disaster that people really need to solve. The chain reaction caused by acid rain is the most terrifying. The sun poked its head out from the clouds, and thousands of golden lights sprinkled from the sky to the earth. Solar radiation followed. After the car sped out of the shantytown, Zhuang Xiao was shocked by the scenes in front of him. Everything in the world turned into one color overnight. The scavenging area, which should have been lush and green, is now like a yellow desert full of mutant plants, showing a strong sense of desolation. All the red, green, and pink colors were replaced by yellow. Zhuang Xiao opened her mouth wide and pointed at the grass and trees outside the car window, trembling. For a moment, she couldn't say a word. Isn't this going to kill off human life? Is it the rhythm of not letting people eat even grass leaves? Suddenly, she felt that the bright sun in the sky was not so scorching. It's over. Has her beautiful and charming lady also turned from bright and beautiful to old and yellow? Zhuang Xiao suddenly withdrew her eyes from the roadside and looked up in the direction of her own courtyard. In the air, every branch of the dancing grass was like a defeated rooster, with its head drooping, half dead, and tightly clinging to the main trunk. My vicious beauty. Zhuang Xiao wailed and kept urging Hua Xiao, hurry up. Hurry up. The car suddenly made a sharp turn and drove into the path in front of the house. As he got closer to the house, Shuang Xiao became more and more uneasy. Hui Xiao braked suddenly, and the car stopped suddenly. Shuang Xiao jumped out of the car, ran to the door, and opened the gate of his own house. The moment the gate opened, he felt at ease. The dancing grass covered from the roof down still had a hint of green, probably because it was not directly baptized by acid rain. Although the leaves looked a little wilted, when the footsteps of people came, Shuang Xiao still saw the dancing grass trying to dance. Fortunately, it's still alive. Shuang Xiao stood outside the dancing grass and looked at it with burning eyes. Hui Xiao came to the window of his bedroom, bent down and opened the wooden barrel covering the 3 poisonous weeds, carefully checked them, and then covered them again. He returned to Shuang Xiao and said, "It seems that the previous work was not in vain." Shuang Xiao looked back and glanced at the 3 poisonous weeds under the windowsill. "Are those 3 also alive and well?" Hui Xiao hummed and said, "They look okay." Hearing that the poisonous weeds were still alive and well, Shuang Xiao suddenly remembered the fiery red grove and the wasteland she had reclaimed. Just now, she was only concerned about going home to check on the dancing grass, and she didn't even look in that direction. Now that she remembered it, Shuang Xiao hurried out of the yard again. Hui Xiao squatted down and checked the soil around the dancing grass again. In fact, he was far from being as optimistic as he appeared. This was only the 2nd day of the acid rain, and yesterday's acid rain had completely penetrated into the soil. Although he had treated the soil around the plants at home in advance, there was no guarantee that this effect would really work. At least 3 more days of observation would be needed to determine the results. Ah! The fiery red grove is over. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry came from outside the yard. Hui Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly got up and walked out of the yard. As soon as he stepped out of the door, there was another wail from Shuang Xiao. "My yellow fruit, Wu, is gone!" Hui Xiao hurriedly went into the grove, and his body touched the branches and leaves of the surrounding trees, and the leaves made a crackling sound, and they were crispy. The area of the reclaimed wasteland was relatively large, and the root system was also preserved at the time. It was expected that the branches on the ground would become like this. Now, Shuang Xiao stood in the forest, looking around at everything around him. She was extremely heartbroken for the farm work she had been doing here, and she didn't know how to regret it. The situation of its red grove was not optimistic. Whether it would survive or not was also unknown. Shuang Xiao felt like the sky had fallen, and she still hadn't figured out the peculiarity of the flame tree. If the whole army was killed, she would have to go to the depths of the Emperor's forest. If she had known earlier, she would have gone out. Watching the fruits of her hard work being destroyed into what they are now, she was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. When Shuang Xiao saw Hui Xiao coming over, she leaned against him, looking heartbroken. She was just short of beating her chest and stamping her feet. "Dancing grass, Isn't it too early to cry for the funeral? I'm still alive." Chapter 605. After calming down a little, Shuang Xiao staggered to check the mutant water hemlock and mutant monkey-faced dragon orchid in the back of the yard. These are extremely valuable assets of the family. She wanted to experience this heartache all at once. Let the pain come more violently, Flame Cat, The pain is enough at once. What a deep understanding. Speaking of the Lord Flame Cat, who is in the depths of the Emperor's forest, his life is so comfortable at the moment. Surrounded by green mountains and green waters, delicious food is in front of him. Ah woo, a mouthful. The belly of a 4-hoofed mutant animal was torn in half by the Flame Cat. The bright red blood immediately flowed all over the floor. The Flame Cat did not have the habit of chewing slowly, and swallowed the torn tender and juicy mutton into his stomach. In the distance, a mutant animal that looked very similar to the Flame Cat was lying leisurely on the grass, with its round belly facing upwards and its eyes squinting, as if it was sleeping or taking a nap. After the Flame Cat finished its prey, it slowly walked to the grass in front, and lay down beside the mutant animal. The mutant animal opened its eyes slightly, then closed them again in an instant, and rolled over to the Flame Cat. It was still the most comfortable to lie next to it. Shuang Xiao, That's not the case. Her wah's belly was as bright as a 1,000-watt incandescent lamp. After checking all the mutant plants that she had planted herself, Shuang Xiao did not return to the safe zone, but stayed here. That day, Hui Xiao drove Shuang Xiao and strolled around. On the 2nd day, they went to Biling Mountain and climbed up the ridge. The land on the east side of Fulei Mountain, which had just regained some vitality after being destroyed by the wildfire, is now dead silent again. On the 3rd day, the two went to Fulei Mountain again, but did not go up the mountain. They just stopped at the foot of the mountain. On the way back in the afternoon, They went to the stream where she touched the pearl shells. The water plants in the water did not seem to be affected at all. I think it was because of the running water. Except for the first 2 days, they saw a lot of people scavenging on the road on the third day. For example, the stream was overcrowded. In other areas, the scavenging can be regarded as real scavenging. After all, there is not even a piece of edible grass and leaves in the safe zone. There are many tall trees in the area near the outer edge of the safe zone. Some of the scavengers have the idea of scavenging trees. As for why, it goes without saying, it's nothing more than looking for food. It's impossible to sit at home and eat all the food. Huishao said that the mutant plants with strong vitality will sprout new buds in less than a week and regain vitality. Zhuang Xiao found it incredible. She was skeptical of Huishao's statement. After all, the mutant plants at home showed no signs of recovery in the past few days. So the two of them have been strolling around outside without doing anything in the past few days. The safe zone has been very quiet in the past few days, and no disaster relief measures have been issued to the watch. As time passed, Zhuang Xiao felt that maybe what Huishao said was true. It's true that after 3 days of hunger and 9 meals, the mutant plants on the land outside will sprout new buds again and provide edible food for humans. The group of people who migrated from the number 17 Seiki zone, as soon as the acid rain passed, started to clean up the plants in the blind area. The reason why they were so active was that there was nutrient solution to be obtained. On the morning of the 4th day, when Zhuang Xiao got up, her mood returned to a beautiful state. Not only did the branches of the lower part of her dancing grass stretch freely, but even the flame tree outside the yard and the yellow fruit mutant plants also had a little bit of new buds at the roots. It looked very lovely. After another week, the desert-like world gradually regained vitality. It was as if the world had come alive again. Zhuang Xiao thought so too. In short, it was always a pleasant thing for the mutant plants to return to a green state. 2 days later, an uninvited guest came to the house and tried hard to invite Zhuang Xiao to the blind area, but she refused. The person who was rejected by Zhuang Xiao was none other than Zhang Lin. However, after knowing what Zhang Lin was going to do, Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but think of the area that Xiaoyan wanted to enclose. Since someone went to survey it, they would soon find out that it was close to the high radiation area. After another heavy rain, the mutant plants in the safe zone grew like crazy and returned to their appearance before the acid rain. Zhuang Xiao also started her scavenging work again. Chapter 606. My harvest today is not good. I didn't find a single edible leaf or fruit. Zhuang Xiao half-crouched and ran to Huishao. She was unlucky, and Huishao was unlucky. I wonder if this can add up. Huishao felt a little strange about Zhuang Xiao's sudden approach. This was not like her usual style. In the past, every time she went out to scavenge, she would be at least 10 or 8 meters away from him. In fact, the actual distance was much farther than this. And not only is the radiation value high, some even carry slight toxins. This is very strange. Zhuang Xiao plucked a green leaf from in front of Huishao and continued while testing. Is it caused by acid rain? I think so. Zhuang Xiao asked and answered himself. Huishao, He thinks so too. Do you think we should change our position and go to a place where acid rain does not fall? We don't know where there is a non-acid rain area around us, south or west. It should be at least 500 kilometers away. It seems a bit far to drive there. It would be great if Huahua was here. Zhuang Xiao talked to herself, and Huishao occasionally responded. Most of the time when there were a lot of words like this, Zhuang Xiao didn't need to express her ideas in the middle of the crowd. As long as someone listened to her, Huishao understood this well. Although the results of today's trip were not very gratifying, they were not in a hurry. Anyway, they were not hungry. However, people like them who were wealthy and had no burdens were naturally not very worried. On the contrary, it was different. For example, Xiaoyan. This kind of person with great ideals is so worried at this moment. Head baldness and progress. Mr. Lin, are you saying that the mutant plants in the safe zone are most likely polluted by the last acid rain? Xiaoyan unconsciously raised his hand and grabbed his hair, and 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 strands of hair fell leisurely on the documents on the table. The white paper and the black hair are in sharp contrast. Xiaoyan brushed off the annoying black from the paper and stared at Lin Ji seriously. From the results of various feedbacks so far, Lin Ji paused for a moment and said with great certainty, "It is indeed the case. I contacted several safe zones affected by the acid rain this time, and the messages sent back were basically the same, and other safe zones almost reached the same conclusion. For example, in safe zone number 6, Not all areas were affected by the acid rain this time, and the probability of detecting edible food from mutant plants in that part of the area is not much different from before. While listening to Lin Ji's slow talk, Xiao Yan couldn't help but pull a handful of hair again. Pei Meihai sat on one side, looking at Xiao Yan's raised hand, and wanted to break his claws off his head. This hair. If it goes on like this, the lushness will not be as good as his gray hair. Pei Meihai moved his butt. Well, hold it back. There are still people here. It's not appropriate. Mr. Lin, what do you think we should do now? Xiao Yan asked humbly. Lin Ji sighed and frowned. Difficult. The office fell into silence. After what seemed like a long time, Lin Ji slowly said, Didn't my second son go to the blind area? Let their team search for the rare mutant plants in the safety zone in the blind area, especially the acid-resistant ones. I will draw up as many mutant plants as possible that meet the requirements, and at the same time. After a pause, Lin Ji added, At the same time, these mutant plants will also mobilize people in our safety zone to search together, and we still need to verify them in detail. The characteristics of mutant plants are ever-changing, and he dare not be too sure of some things. Xiao Yan nodded and said, I know. Then he turned to Pei Meihai and said, Uncle Pei, contact the other safety zones to see if they have any good news. Okay. Pei Meihai responded. He knew that if this matter was not handled well, it would inevitably cause unrest in the safety zone in the long run. After Lin Ji left in a hurry, Xiao Yan and Pei Meihai discussed in the office for more than 2 hours, until they were interrupted by the news from the escort team. When Zhuang Xiao returned home at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he found that the roads and paths near their home were full of people again. No, these people are not worried about the recent scavenging work. What happened? Hu Zhao's car was blocked outside, so he could only open the window and ask someone at random. But the person was outside the crowd, standing on tiptoe and watching seriously, completely ignoring the voice behind him. Just when Hu Zhao was about to go down to ask, Zhuang Xiao reached out and grabbed his arm, saying in a faint tone, No need to ask. Hu is back. Hu Zhao turned his head, his eyes suspicious. Hu has been flying around in the safe zone for a long time. Everyone is used to it. How could it be? Zhuang Xiao continued. It seems to have brought back a guest. Huh? Hu Zhao was puzzled, staring at Zhuang Zhao's eyes, waiting for her to say the next word. Hu brought back another Hu. Zhuang Yao's eyes were sure. She heard it all. There should be 2 identical flame cats near the yard now. Flame cat, Happy? Surprised, seeing that the car could not get in for a while, Hu Zhao could only park the car temporarily nearby, on the route where the guards patrolled back and forth. The 2 got out of the car, bypassed the crowd, and walked home from the sparsely populated back. Once you enter the range of the dancing grass, you can't hear any sound of people around. The flame cat took his wife to stroll around the wasteland reclaimed by Zhuang Xiao. Dancing Grass was very calm about the fact that there was another flame cat on the territory. It had to be calm, because its vines were destroyed by the acid rain, and it had not yet recovered to its former peak state. This was still 1B2, and it was obviously not on its side. Let's just hide for now. You'll get used to it after hiding for a while. Besides, we'll all be a family in the future, and we should make money in harmony. With 2 flame cats, will it have more fertilizer in the future, so that it can grow into its former beauty faster? Zhuang Xiao and Hu Zhao squeezed left and right in the bushes, and just as they entered her yellow orchard, they ran into 2 identical big faces head-on. Well, it seems that they are not exactly the same. The flame cat's hair is not as long as Hu was, but other than that, the 2 are exactly the same. The big blue eyes flickered. Hu took a step forward, rubbed Zhuang Xiao stickily, and then opened his mouth. Chapter 607. Waiting to be fed, Zhuang Xiao was confused for a moment. What was going on? This breath is too stinky. I don't know what he ate outside for more than half a month. Seeing that Zhuang Xiao had no reaction, the flame cat rubbed Zhuang Xiao again, this time with a little more force, and almost hit him. Hu Zhao supported him, and looked up at the flame cat. The flame cat's mouth was wide open again. Waiting to be fed, this time Hu Zhao was the one who had the same idea. He slowly took out a low-level energy stone from his pocket, and threw it into the flame cat's open mouth. The flame cat smacked its mouth. A little too little, not enough to fill the gap between its teeth. After eating the energy stone, Zhuang Xiao watched Hu retreat, and then rubbed his head affectionately against the short-haired flame cat next door, and licked its fur with his tongue. Zhuang Xiao was stunned by the flame cat's subsequent actions. What's going on? Has he found a wife? Just as she was thinking about it, the short-haired flame cat, which had been licked by Hua several times, came forward with its long legs and imitated Hua, rubbing against people, opening its mouth, waiting to be fed. Zhuangxiao, what the hell? Is he here to eat the rich man's house? Or is it the new wife who came to ask for money or red envelopes? Zhuangxiao felt thunder rolling above her head. Hua must have become a spirit. Looking at the short-haired flame cat waiting and refusing to retreat, Zhuangxiao reached into her pocket again and again. She still couldn't be too stingy. Then, she hardened her heart and took out a handful of energy stones from her pocket. The short-haired flame cat's eyes lit up immediately. Sure enough, he had chosen the right target. No more searching through the stinky poop and other food stomachs. The short-haired flame cat swallowed the energy stone and retreated contentedly. Zhuangxiao just watched the two of them being so affectionate. Zhuangxiao felt a sour taste in his mouth. Then he turned around and dived into Hu Zhao's arms. Woo. Raising a pet is really a waste of money. It was rare for the little girl to take the initiative to throw herself into his arms, so Hu Zhao accepted her with a smile. It was just that the two big ones next to him were a bit annoying. The flame cat, Same here. Zhuangxiao pretended to cry a few times, hugged Hu Zhao, and showed off a disgusting scene, and then pulled Hu Zhao away. She had to think about how the wool came from the sheep. This rebellious son, if he continues like this, she will lose everything. I don't know whether the flame cat family is monogamous or polygamous, and whether the couple raises the children together, or the mother raises the children. Zhuangxiao's steps were heavy on the short journey to the door, but her mind was working fast, thinking a lot, even thinking about Hua's future descendants. After all, she knew too little about the flame cat family. Until a few meters away from the door, Zhuangxiao felt that the daughter-in-law Hua had found was quite polite. She even brought a gift when she came to the door. Yes, Zhuangxiao was so confident. The two mutant animals piled outside the door must have been brought back by Hua and Hua's girlfriend. Just because they were too big, it was really hard to get them back with Hua's mouth alone. Zhuangxiao looked at the two mutant animals for a long time, and after testing, well, they are not edible. Very good, this gift. Wasted the efforts of Hua and his wife. Neither she nor Hu Zhao can eat it. She looked up at the dancing grass, which was very beautiful. Dancing grass, It can contribute the box near the root as a return gift. After dinner, she will have a good talk with Hua. She will be a vegetarian in the future, so that it can bring back some edible vegetables and fruits when it goes home. But now, since Hua is back, can she and Hu Zhao go for a walk somewhere farther away? By the way, go see Zhonglin. Have you seen the mutant pangolin? After dinner, Zhuangxiao remembered that she seemed to have never seen the mutant pangolin since she came back. As usual, when she and Hu Zhao came back, the mutant pangolin would definitely come out. Are you scared by the sudden appearance of a new member today? Hu Zhao put down the work in his hands and said, I'll go out and look for it. Okay, then go ahead. You're digging the pit and shoveling the soil too slowly. Zhuangxiao threw up the soil in the pit and said without raising his head. Hu Zhao was despised. Okay, his strength is a little bit less than that of the little girl. Zhuangxiao, You call that a little bit? Hu Zhao walked out of the door and walked around the place where the flame cat couple was lying without looking around. He was really envious and jealous. This Hua's movements were too fast. Without any signs, he saw the major event in his life. Hu Zhao wandered around outside for a long time, and finally dug out the soil under the orchard. As soon as he returned home, he was dragged into the pit by Zhuangxiao to help loosen the soil. The door was open. The two flame cats with shiny bellies outside the door occasionally took time to glance at the two people working in the yard. Mutated pangolin, It's really a hard life. Xiaoyan received news from the shantytown in the afternoon, and planned to take a detour to see his cousin when he went to the mining area tomorrow. As a result, when he went there early the next morning, he found nothing. In fact, he didn't want to ask his cousin for help. He just wanted to see something new. When he got back to the car, he tried to contact Zhuangxiao or Hu Zhao again, but he couldn't contact either of them. This is normal. People from the nearby guard team said that the two flame cats flew away when it was just dawn in the early morning. It is estimated that the two people left at that time. Xiao Yan's motorcade staggered towards the mining area. There were endless people scavenging on the road, and everyone's face could not see any expression. Still the indifferent look, as if there was no tomorrow after today. Xiao Yan retracted his gaze, and returned his gaze to the display screen in his hand. This was the latest data sent back from the mining area. This was probably the best news he had received since the safe zone. Suddenly, a year had disappeared. Xiao and Zhuang Xiao sat on Huahua, and Yan Yan flew beside him. Yan Yan's name was Huahua's wife. This was the name Zhuang Xiao had dreamed of after concentrating for a long time. Although it was a bit hasty, it was okay. They had agreed before going to bed last night that today they would go to the place where Huahua often went. Sure enough, after flying for nearly 4 hours, when the sun became gradually scorching, Huahua led them into the high radiation area. Chapter 608. Zhuang Xiao was a little uncomfortable for a while. The red high radiation light made her see the world as if she was wearing a filter. It was really not very pretty. After flying in the high radiation area for another quarter of an hour, Zhuang Xiao gradually adapted to the fiery red filter, and saw green mountains and green water. In the distance, a river passed by the mountain, like a silver ribbon shining with waves, winding and twisting, and disappeared after flowing into the flat forest. At this time, the vegetation was lush, and the endless sea of forests, because of the undulating mountains, were like rolling green waves, full of vitality. Zhuang Xiao admired this beautiful scenery, and had no time to look at other things. Suddenly, Huahua dived and rushed to the direction where the silver ribbon disappeared. Wherever his eyes passed, the high mountains were covered with dense coniferous forests, deciduous forests and bushes, one after another, layered and clearly divided. After hovering at low altitude for a while, they entered a green passage along the river in the dense forest. The branches on both sides of the river intertwined, vines drooped, and the sparse sunlight sprinkled down, making the water's surface sparkle. No words were enough to express the shock in Zhuang Xiao's heart. It was too beautiful. This was a real uninhabited and natural place. No beauty, no filters, and no need to deliberately look for shooting angles. Any direction can be a painting. That's it. This is a high radiation area. This is a high radiation area. Just as Zhuang Xiao was beating his chest and stamping his feet, the surrounding scene suddenly became clear. A small lake appeared in front of them, with turquoise water, water plants swaying in the wind, and mutants flying in the air. Well, it was a big bird, an oversized bird. Yes, she was not in a peaceful and beautiful fairy tale transition, but in a wasteland that could be torn to pieces by a once tiny bird at any time. After they landed, they walked along the lakeshore for a while, until they arrived at the red grove that Zhuang Xiao was very familiar with. Isn't it the flame tree with silver edges in the high radiation area? And here, under the red dense forest, except for the red of the flame tree, the dense red radiation lines are completely invisible. This is really a ghost. Ah! Zhuang Xiao screamed in her heart. So, what did she find? She found a great treasure. Yes. Ask yourself again and again, and then give yourself a positive answer again and again. This is a rare treasure for the safe zone. It is a perfect tree species for planting green belts. Green belt. I've made it. Xiao noticed that Zhuang Xiao leaned forward so much that he wanted to get in front of the flame cat right away. He didn't know what she had discovered. As soon as Huahua and Yan Yan entered the red grove, Zhuang Xiao couldn't wait to slide down from Huahua. Touch here, touch there. It was like seeing this mutant plant for the first time. After Xiao came down, he followed Zhuang Xiao's footsteps closely and observed the surrounding situation. It was obvious that they were now in a high radiation area in the blind spot. Don't ask him how he knew. There were too many mutant insects, mutant animals, and mutant birds that occasionally floated into his eyes along the way. He had never seen them before. The flame cat couple followed the two people step by step. This place didn't look like a safe zone, where there were only two-legged beasts. There were many legless beasts, four-legged beasts, and multi-legged beasts. Xiao? Zhuang Xiao's voice came from the bushes. At this moment, she didn't care about the green fat man crawling on the leaves. There are many saplings here. They are much smaller than the ones Huahua had taken so hard to bring back. Such small saplings can be brought back in large quantities at one time. And then grow up. It will become a small forest. I wonder if they will bloom, produce seeds, or be grafted? Xiao pushed aside the grass in front of him and saw the person squatting on the ground. What did you find? Xiao squatted down and continued. Isn't this the flame tree in front of my house? It seems that the little girl named it this way. Yes, that's it. Zhuang Xiao nodded fiercely, his eyes sparkling, and his eyes were still on the flame tree. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he looked up at Xiao and said, Give me the energy stone on you. Zhuang Xiao stretched out his little hand. Xiao didn't ask, and took out all the energy stones from his bag and gave them to Zhuang Xiao. And the one on the neck. Zhuang Xiao took the one in his hand and pointed at Xiao's neck. Xiao took it off without objection and hung it directly on Zhuang Xiao's neck. Behind Hui Xiao, two flame cats blinked their big eyes and looked at the sparkling energy stones one after another. So many, I want to eat them, but I can't grab them. Eat one meal or eat many meals. The flame cats still know clearly. Zhuang Xiao, After confiscating the energy stones from Hui Xiao and stuffing them into the bag on his waist, Zhuang Xiao stood up from the ground and said with great enjoyment, "Do you feel it?" Hui Xiao, What did he feel? Will he feel that he will be fainted by the high radiation sunlight in a while? Hui Xiao also stood up, then looked at the intertwined branches above his head, then shook his head and said sincerely, "I don't feel anything at the moment." Zhuang Xiao smiled and said, "Feel it slowly, you will feel it in a while." After that, she called Hua, and Hua's wife hid in the bushes. Hui Xiao was completely confused. He looked around and the surroundings looked quite normal. The only abnormal thing seemed to be Zhuang Xiao, who was having fun in front. "Can this be eaten?" The surprise was mixed with the excited female voice, and Hua's meowing sound. "Meow. What about this?" "Meow. Pa, it's edible, but it's bitter, not delicious. Don't want this." Hui Xiao fell behind a step, and the tails of the two flame cats swept his face rhythmically from left to right. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Hui Xiao rubbed his nose and ran to the front in a few quick steps. As soon as Hui Xiao appeared in front of Zhuang Xiao asked, "How is it? Do you feel it?" Hui Xiao shook his head. Zhuang Xiao thought, maybe the contrast is not obvious enough. Shouldn't Hui Xiao be allowed to bask in the sun for a quarter of an hour, and then come in, so that he can feel it more directly? As soon as he said it, Zhuang Xiao stuffed an edible fruit into his mouth, raised his hand, and stuffed another into Hui Xiao's mouth, and then dragged him to the outer area of the red grove. "Stand here." Zhuang Xiao pointed to a place with particularly good sunlight to Hui Xiao. Hui Xiao was confused, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he still chose to believe the little girl without thinking. Anyway, standing for a while won't kill anyone. Just stand. Chapter 609. Hui Xiao was exposed to the sunlight like he was standing in a military posture, with an expression of fearless fear of death. However, he had just prepared himself for this incomprehensible behavior when he saw Zhuang Xiao walk up to him in 2 steps and drag him to a tall tree again. Zhuang Xiao looked up at the towering tree and nodded with satisfaction. This is the only way to make an accurate comparison. Hui Xiao was just like before. Zhuang Xiao left Hua to watch Hui Xiao, so that he would not be taken away by some mutant animals. She took Yin Yin back to the Red Grove, found a place where she could see Hui Xiao, climbed onto Yin Yin's back, and looked down at Hui Xiao's situation. Hua and Hui Xiao were on each side, and they were speechless. This was a high radiation area deep in the blind spot, and it happened to be the time period of the day when the solar radiation value was the strongest. Even though Hui Xiao had dense shade above his head as a shield, he still felt dizzy after 3 minutes. Is this what I want to experience? Hui Xiao thought so in his heart. Hua glanced at Hui Xiao's face, and then meowed softly. Okay. Zhuang Xiao drove Yin Yin out of the grove immediately, and after approaching him, he began to hang energy stones on Hui Xiao, one by one. It was like decorating a Christmas tree. The 2 flame cats' mouths were eager to move, and they turned their heads to look at the beautiful scenery today. Drool dripped on the grass leaves. Zhuang Xiao turned a deaf ear to it, hung the largest one on Hui Xiao's neck, and said, "Is it uncomfortable?" Hui Xiao, What do you think? Not bad. Hui Xiao gave a forced smile. Zhuang Xiao patted Hui Xiao's chest in a soothing manner and said, "Enough energy stones. It will be fine in a while." She couldn't just say that she could see that the flame tree had the effect of absorbing or carrying solar radiation. What's the principle? She didn't understand. She didn't need to understand. In short, this mutant plant would definitely benefit their safe zone. She was happy when she thought that she would no longer have to get up early and go to the road to collect waste. This kind of woody tree is tall and has no effect on the growth of herbs, shrubs, vines, and other plants under the tree. It is an excellent sunshade and radiation resistant. After hearing Zhuang Xiao's words, Hui Xiao was not comforted, and even though he was like this, the little girl was still smiling. He said that he was very sad. His status in the little girl's heart needed to be raised urgently. After Hui Xiao fully recovered, all the energy stones were confiscated, and the second stage began. Under a flame tree with similar conditions, Hui Xiao continued to stand at attention. Time passed by minute, and Hui Xiao felt that he seemed to understand, but his face was full of disbelief. This was impossible, right? Is it different? Zhuang Xiao pointed at the flame tree beside Hui Xiao and said, "Stand under this flame tree." Hui Xiao nodded in confusion and shock. "How did you find out?" "My 5 senses are sharp." Zhuang Xiao said confidently. She was telling the truth. She is the most visually sensitive among the 5 senses. No problem at all. When Zhuang Xiao's smug expression came out, Hu Xiao smiled. Yes, his little girl's 5 senses are indeed different from ordinary people. This has been verified many times. There is no doubt. You are in love. Zhuang Xiao returned the energy stone to Hu Xiao, and at the same time he talked about his speculation. Hu Xiao listened carefully, and nodded frequently. Zhuang Xiao threw away the inedible fruit in his hand, and solemnly concluded, in addition to the snake and scorpion beauty, this flame tree is also very suitable for our safety zone. I will send a few trees to Lin Lao later, then let Huahua improve the residential area in the shantytown, so that the area of the Red Grove covers the main road. Zhuang Xiao imagined that he would never be poisoned by solar radiation again, and immediately decided, let Xiaoyan plant it. Farming is good for physical and mental health, and Xiaoyan, who was far away in the mining area, had no idea that he had been assigned by his cousin to work in the greening safety zone. At this moment, he was talking to the captains of the 3 teams, Feng Xiang, Shi Jingqing, and Yang Lin, about going deep into the blind area to find acid-resistant mutant plants. In fact, according to what Mr. Lin said to him later, perhaps the changes of the mutant plants will return to normal after a few normal rainfalls. In addition, the land can also recover by itself. However, all these take time, and it is hard to say how long it will take. It may be as short as 3 to 5 months, or as long as 3 to 5 years, who can say for sure. To live well is not just a matter of luck, so Xiaoyan decided to follow Mr. Lin's suggestion. If you rely solely on other safe zones, even if you have a solution, you must exchange it with something of equal value. After all, who would give things to others for free? Even if there is such a safe zone, Xiaoyan must think about whether there are pits dug here, waiting to bury him. Therefore, the most urgent task is that only Uncle Lin and John Lin can find acid-resistant mutant plants in the blind area. Obviously, it is not enough. Then, it is necessary to send more people. Isn't my cousin in the safe zone? Feng Xiang was very troubled by the new task. Going deep into the blind area is a bit deadly. No, it is very deadly. Last year, they almost entered the high radiation area by mistake. If you go deep into the blind area, the possibility of entering the high radiation area by mistake is very high. Feng Xiang is convinced of this. Shi Qing asked the same question, but his eyes were fixed on Xiaoyan's hairline. Oh my god, tut. Then he secretly glanced at Feng Xiang's face, and his heart was also full of tuts. People who are too ambitious are always so admirable. Yang Lin was the most indifferent, but he was also very concerned about this issue. The flame cat is not invincible, but it is very useful in certain situations. Xiaoyan smiled bitterly and teased, your cousin went out with the flame cat early in the morning, and I haven't received any news of their return yet. This cousin is really the safe zone cousin. The flame cat is really the sacred beast of the safe zone. Whenever the mercenary team goes on a mission, these people want to borrow the cousin's fire. Maybe. In the future, their safe zone badges and mercenary team badges should be changed. The 3 of them felt a little disappointed, but they quickly adjusted their mood. In the past, they didn't have flame cats in their safe zone, but they still had to carry out many dangerous missions, and this matter is indeed, as Chief Xiao said, it is imminent and must be done. Chapter 610. Early in the morning of the 2nd day after the meeting, Feng Xiang, Shi Jingqing, and Yang Lin led a group of people and left the mining area in a mighty manner, heading to the depths of the blind area. The blind area between the safe area and the mining area is no longer a blind area now. Vehicles and people come and go between the 2 places in an endless stream. Before this, the safe area had carried out several rounds of sweeps in the surrounding area, and adopted thundering means to quickly occupy the territory. With the frequent human activities, the number of other mutant animals here naturally became scarce. Even so, the mining area and its surrounding areas are stationed with mercenaries and guards all year round to deal with those mutant animals that occasionally cross the border. Moreover, the group of people from the number 17 safe area, after a short training, all those who met the requirements were allowed to join the guard team. This was also one of the deals reached between Feng Xiang and Black Tiger, so the guard team here is sufficient. With such a blessing, the mercenary team members taken away by Feng Xiang will not bring much impact to the mining area. Since discovering the benefits of the flame tree, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao have been staying in the grove. For an afternoon, the 2 of them lived very peacefully in the grove, just like the daily collection area in the safe zone. Zhuang Xiao's superpower, that it caused her a headache before, also returned. This area is very much to her liking. Moreover, It may be because of the flame tree above. The solar radiation dare not be too reckless on these mutant plants, so the mutant plants under this grove are very edible. She was happy until she lay in the cave of the flame cat couple at night. No wonder what was settled here. This place is so good, with mountains, water, and a wife. Dream home, isn't it, Xiao? I agree, of course. There is nothing perfect in this world. This is what was territory. There are very few mutant animals within the territory, and even the bird nests on the trunk of the flame tree are pitifully few. Under such circumstances, where can she find energy stones? The recent expenses are too high. If they are not replenished in time, there is only one result, that is, eating up all the money. Without energy stones, it is equivalent to her and Xiao losing the free pass to enter the high radiation area, which, of course not. When Feng Xiang set off, Xiao also woke up. After a quick wash, she started today's exploration. However, only Hua accompanied him this time. Although I don't know why Yin doesn't want to go, but it doesn't affect her, and Xiao going out. It's time to witness the strength of the flame cat in the high radiation area. This will make it easier for her to walk on the road of seeking death in the future, because Xiao and Xiao have no knowledge of the topography, flora and fauna of this area. The flame cat is flying at high speed based on its past trajectory in the high radiation area. This high radiation area is much larger than Xiao imagined. In the four directions of east, west, south, and north, Xiao's eyes did not see any area without a red filter. And the flame cat naturally could not drag two people to an area that it could not control at all. Burden 1 Xiao, Burden 2 Xiao, Half an hour later, Xiao stood under a purple-black mushroom forest, and looked up at the mushroom cap that looked like an umbrella above her head. The sunlight that leaked through the gaps in the dense forest was blocked by the huge mushroom cap. While she was looking at the giant mushroom, the mushroom cap above her head suddenly disappeared. Instead, Hua's head was smacking his lips. I didn't expect Hua also likes to eat poisonous mushrooms. Xiao quickly lowered his head and moved to another mushroom umbrella. There was no flame tree here. Too much sun radiation can easily damage the skin and turn it black. Xiao, who was in shock, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard Xiao's words, and then tried to make his tone calm. This is purple Ganoderma lucidum, a mutated purple Ganoderma lucidum. Xiao turned his head suddenly and looked at Xiao, with a look of don't tease me, and pointed at him tremblingly. Looking at the huge purple umbrellas all over the mountains, she said, You said this is Lingji? She thought it was some kind of poisonous mushroom. Look at how bright the color is, and the sheen on the surface. It tempts her to lie down all the time. How much patience does she need to control herself, and not eat this mountain delicacy that is so beautiful that it makes people cringe? As a result, what did Xiao say? This is Lingji. It's not that she hasn't seen pictures of Lingji, but the fungus family is too large. She has heard of Lingji before, and there are many that look like it. So, when she saw this precious medicinal material that can be regarded as the flesh and bones of the living dead, she really didn't expect that she could still be alive, and she was alive in the way she saw. She believes in the dandelions all over the mountains, and the purple Ganoderma all over the mountains. Okay. She believes it. Before Xiao nodded his head in affirmation, Xiao rushed to hug one. Get rich. Get rich. I've had enough of ginseng stewed chicken. Let's have some Ganoderma stewed chicken. It must be very delicious. Hua doesn't care what the two humans in the Ganoderma forest think. It just thinks that this soft mushroom tastes good, and can also replenish physical strength. Xiao, wandering in the Ganoderma forest, feels like she has eaten poisonous mushrooms at this moment, and she is in high spirits. She loves high radiation areas. She loves high radiation areas. This is all hers. Hers? After walking around in the Ganoderma forest for a while, the mushroom-picking girl immediately went online to work, turning into a hard-working little bee. One, and another. Although there are occasionally a few plants with high radiation that don't give face, this does not affect Zhuang's happy soul that has ascended to heaven. Aren't there still a lot? She can still lack 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 more. What's more, there is Hua who is here to clean up the mess, so not a single one will be wasted. Xiao looked at the happy figure of the little girl, calmed down his excitement, and joined in. At this time, saying one more word would be a shame for him to see these big Ganoderma lucidum today. Ganoderma lucidum is a good thing. Not only Hua likes it, but also those mutant insects and the like are not few. Therefore, after Zhuang's excitement passed, he finally noticed the worm slowly wriggling at the root of the mutant Ganoderma lucidum. It's not a green fat man, but a white fat man. It's white and fat, and looks cute and scary. The latter is for people like Shuang Xiao who are afraid of everything chubby. Chapter 611. Shuang Xiao, who had reacted, could not ignore the fat white man crawling on the ground, so she simply climbed onto what was back and straddled him. She tied a hemp rope into a big circle, and then she changed from pulling the Ganoderma lucidum with her bare hands to tying the Ganoderma lucidum with a hemp rope. After tying it, she also shook off the fat white men who wanted to go home with her without paying the toll. However, this activity did not last too long. Huohu could only carry a limited amount of Ganoderma lucidum, and they had to go somewhere else. They could only look back at this Ganoderma lucidum forest after climbing on Huohu's back, and then look again, and reluctantly not look at the third time. After returning at night, after Wu Zhao's popular science, Shuang Xiao realized that the weirdness of this wasteland was beyond her imagination. At this time, Shuang Xiao, who was flying in the sky, naturally could not know what happened at night. Now, she and Wu Zhao have to bring back a mutant Ganoderma lucidum to the safe zone, and yesterday's flame saplings. That's too much. There are too many good things in the high radiation area. She is really willing to leave. 2 flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. Feng Xiang and his group had just entered the blind area and almost accidentally entered the high radiation area that the mercenary team members hated the most. After 2 members fainted, everyone was alert to the abnormality and left the high radiation area in time. Miss my cousin's first day. Sure Jingqing chewed a roasted green fat man in his mouth, and didn't forget to mutter. Jiang Shuyan felt sympathetic, sighed softly, and echoed, Miss my cousin's first day. Except for Feng Xiang, who Qianli, Meng Qingyang and other members of the future team pretended to look angry at the people of the Mandrill team, secretly saying, too shameless, actually snatched our lines. Sure Jingqing glanced at Hu Qianli and his group, and suddenly felt that the green fat man in his hand was really fucking fragrant. Crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds rang out. Hu Qianli simply turned his head to look at Feng Xiang and said, Captain Feng, can we contact the team that surveys the radiation value? Captain Feng swallowed the fruit in his hand, hummed and said, yes. Let's just act with them. Before Hu Qianli spoke, Sure Jingqing stopped chewing the green fat man and interrupted him. In this way, we can also avoid the risk of entering the high radiation area. After all, it is easy to mistakenly enter the edge of the high radiation area by identifying the differences between different areas only through our experience. Sure Jingqing babbled, saying everything Hu Qianli wanted to say, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Hu Qianli stared at Sure Jingqing angrily, without saying a word. This old guy has no martial ethics. Why did you interrupt him again? After Yi Qing finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows at Hu Qianli with a smug expression. Come! Hit me, Hu Qianli, Yang Lin, the captain of the Vulture Squad, who had been silent all the time, also spoke at this time. I agree with Captain Shi's proposal. Although Feng Xiang was the leader of this operation, Yang Lin was the oldest and most experienced member among them, so Feng Xiang still had to listen to his words. Besides, if 2 of the 3 captains agreed, then his objection would naturally be invalid. Then he could only agree. No, Zhang boy, you can't do this. You are so nervous every day, it's easy to have a mental breakdown. Lin Ji finished the nutrient solution in his hand, and smacked his lips in disdain. While comforting Zhang Lin, he also stopped him from complaining about the nutrient solution. This thing really doesn't taste good. The mercenary team member sitting next to Lin Ji looked at the second uncle of the Lin family, with a confused look on his face. What kind of taste can this nutrient solution have? Just as everyone was puzzled, Lin Ji continued, can you add some sugar or salt in it? Every time he went on a mission, he complained about it once he drank it. But over the years, the taste of this nutrient solution has never changed, and it is still as unpalatable as before. Because he had just encountered an attack by mutant animals in the morning, Zhang Lin was quite nervous, but the pain and complaints of the second Uncle Lin actually dispersed most of the worries in his heart. Zhang Lin said helplessly, Second Uncle. How could he be so unlucky to be picked by second Uncle Lin? He didn't want to run into any blind spot. He didn't want to step into the blind spot without his cousin and Huohu. It was so dangerous in the morning. Okay, I won't say anything. Linji stood up. I'll walk around nearby, you guys eat slowly. Go see if there are any sour fruits nearby. As soon as Linji turned around, the 2 mercenary team members next to him immediately followed. This person is their key protection target. Don't mention it. It's quite funny. After a few days in the blind spot, they still learned a lot of new knowledge from this person. And this second Uncle Lin didn't have any heirs. So now the people in the mercenary team all called this second uncle. Second uncle, please walk slowly. The two mercenary teams walked a few steps quickly to catch up with the people, protecting Lin Ji in the middle on the left and right. As soon as Lin Ji left, the remaining mercenary team members also accelerated their eating progress. The leaders had gone to work, so they couldn't just eat and chat leisurely here. They were the most professional group in the safe zone. Zhang Lin, baby just wants to go home, woo woo woo. At this time, the special watch on Zhang Lin's wrist suddenly rang. He looked down, and a big smile appeared on his face instantly. Finally, an adult came to take over his work. Great. Have you contacted? Ishi Qing asked Feng Xiang anxiously. Feng Xiang nodded and said, well, we have contacted. It's not too far from us. If nothing goes wrong, we can meet in the evening. That's pretty close. After that, Ishi Qing asked everyone to pack up and get ready to go. It's better to meet earlier if we can. Chapter 612. Before setting off, Feng Xiang, Shi Jingqing, and Yang Lin studied the proposed topographic map of this area together. After determining the general location of Zhang Lin and his group, they set off. The group hurried and finally found the mark left by Zhang Lin before dark. The two armies successfully joined forces just before the dense forest became pitch dark. Here, Zhang Lin and his team were stationed in a vast water area. The bonfire on the shore had already been lit. The two sides naturally exchanged greetings when they met, and exchanged what they had. In particular, the issue of mutant plants was discussed in depth. Although the main job of the second uncle of the Lin family was to survey the radiation value, he knew more about the information of mutant plants and animals under the influence of his old father than the people of the mercenary team. Under the blazing bonfire, everyone's face was full of the words that they were good students who were willing to learn. Zhang Lin felt relieved when he saw 3 more mercenary teams, and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. In the middle of the night, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the water. Shi Jingqing, who was on duty, immediately became alert. He listened carefully, and the buzzing sound like bees collecting honey was getting closer and closer, and he thought to himself that it was not good. The people who were also on duty naturally heard this strange sound. They jumped up from the ground one by one. Wake up! Wake up! Something is happening! Shi Jingqing shouted loudly. Everyone was startled and woke up from their sleep, and their hands immediately grasped the weapons beside them. Lin Ji was dragged out of the sleeping bag by Zhang Lin. He was still a little confused. It's not that he's not alert enough, it's just that he hasn't had a good night's sleep in the past few days. At the age of over 40, the best destination for him is to live out his days in peace. Lin Ji, Then I, your father, will have to lie down in the soil. The darkness swallowed up the faint light of the campfire, and there was only darkness at the end of the water. And the buzzing sound came from the darkness in front of him. As the buzzing sound at the end of the darkness became more and more obvious, Lin Ji's not-so-clear mind instantly recovered a little clarity, and shouted, Quick! Put out all the fires. The voice was full of anxiety and urgency. Although everyone didn't understand why, they immediately did it. At this time, they didn't know whether they should be glad that it was closer to the water source, or farther away from the water source. This crisis came from the water source, and the first step to resolve this crisis was to put out the fire with water. Hurry! Hurry! Don't leave a single spark behind. Lin Ji, who was always lazy, was no longer lazy. He hurriedly joined the firefighting team with his old cold legs. His fighting ability was not good, but he could still be a firefighter. Feng Xiang saw that Lin Ji was so anxious that he was about to go into battle himself, and he deeply realized that this fire might be one of the factors that attracted danger tonight. Hu Qianli, Wang Zhong, Xiang Su, and you, help together. Feng Xiang randomly pointed to a few more alert personnel in the team to join the firefighting team. Hu Qianli and others should be, but the water-holding tools were not only small, but also very few. It would definitely not work to rely on water alone. So these people dug the soil on the spot, and used the soil to put out the fire. There is strength in numbers. In just a moment, the surroundings were plunged into darkness. Someone wanted to turn on the flashlight. However, as soon as the light shone out, he was scolded by Lin Ji. This man was one of the members of the mercenary team that came with Zhang Lin. These days, Lin Ji has always shown the image of a kind and funny middle-aged uncle. When has he ever shown such a stern side? The young man of the mercenary team was frightened and his hands trembled. Well, the lights were turned off. In an instant, they fell into darkness again, and then Lin Ji's reminder came. Face down, lie on the ground, don't move. Dozens of people in a group all crawled on the ground in unison. Zhang Lin only felt that someone pulled his arm in the dark, and with a plop, His face and the ground came into close contact. His face was burning with pain, but he didn't dare to say a word. Everyone held their breath and lay on the ground, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, ready to attack at any time. Although this attacking posture is not very convenient, after a few breaths, everyone felt like they were in a big bell, with a constant buzzing sound that made their eardrums ache. Until now, except for Lin Ji, who knew what the mutant insect from the water was, everyone else was still confused. However, it didn't matter. At the moment, the most important thing was when would this crisis be over. Half an hour passed, an hour passed. 2 hours passed. The sky was turning pale, and it was about to dawn. With a weak light, Feng Xiang slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. There was nothing in the air, only a faint white mist covering the forest, like a dream. Everything that happened last night seemed like a dream. At this moment, I suddenly heard someone snoring rhythmically beside me. Great, John Lin was still asleep in this situation. As soon as the sky brightened, someone tentatively turned his head to look around, and exclaimed in a low voice, What is this? He saw that there were densely packed winged insects everywhere around him. The light green body, smoky gray wings, and the body length of an adult's palm looked like a dragonfly, but much smaller than the mutant dragonfly. As soon as the sky brightened, people were not so scared. When it was close to dawn, they noticed that something fell on them one after another, and on the grass around them. At this time, they looked closely. Sure enough, they saw the corpses of insects that looked like mutant dragonflies. Feng Xiang had already stood up and kicked Zhang Lin beside him. Zhang Lin and Lin Ji didn't know when they fell asleep, and now they were all facing up. There was a mutant insect near Zhang Lin's mouth, stuck with saliva. At this time, Feng Xiang kicked, and Zhang Lin moved subconsciously, mumbling something unconsciously. Then, the mutant insect entered Zhang Lin's mouth very smoothly. The muscles on Feng Xiang's face twitched. Forget it, eating one shouldn't kill you. Delicious. Zhang Lin smacked his lips, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Lin Ji fell asleep much earlier than Zhang Lin. Lin Ji woke up when Feng Xiang kicked Zhang Lin for the first time. While Zhang Lin was talking in his sleep, Lin Ji sat up, opened his misty old eyes, looked around, and then greeted Feng Xiang. Xiao Feng, good morning. Feng Xiang, good morning, Uncle Lin. Feng Xiang replied indifferently, and planned to ask about the situation last night. Chapter 6:13. But before he opened his mouth, he heard Lin Ji say, Eat this for breakfast. He was holding the corpse of a mutant insect in his hand, looking at it with interest, and explained to Feng Xiang, This is a mutant mayfly, a model of living in the morning and dying in the evening. It must be our fire that attracted them last night. After saying that, Lin Ji patted Zhang Lin, who was still sleeping. Zhang boy, wake up. It's time to have breakfast. Zhang Lin, who was patted on the face, sat up suddenly when he heard this familiar voice. Second uncle, drink nutrient solution for breakfast. Every morning when he woke up, Lin Ji was most concerned about what to eat for breakfast. This is inertia. Zhang Lin's answer was also very clear. Don't eat that today. Eat this. Lin Ji grabbed a handful of mutant mayflies on the ground and threw them into Zhang Lin's arms. Quickly test and find out what you can eat. Feng Xiang was a little speechless and looked at the mercenary team members following the two with great sympathy. Following these two, it was hard for them. This was the first time Feng Xiang encountered a mutant mayfly, and he didn't quite understand what characteristics this mutant mayfly had, so he sincerely asked Lin Ji, Uncle Lin, this mutant mayfly. As soon as Feng Xiang mentioned the mutant mayfly, Lin Ji hurriedly interrupted him and said, Oh? This, let's talk about it while eating. What can Feng Xiang say? Let's talk while eating. It was really cold and hungry after a night. The mountain forest is not like the safe zone. The temperature difference at night is still quite large. Feng Xiang called on the members of Yang Lin's team and patrolled the surroundings again before coming back to join in the breakfast time. Little Feng, old Yang. Come here. The mutant mayflies are all roasted, come and try them. Lin Ji greeted Feng Xiang and Yang Lin enthusiastically. Yang Lin glanced at Feng Xiang. Why is he old Yang? Is he really that old with a difference of 5, 6, 7 or 8 years? As soon as Feng Xiang and Yang Lin sat down, it was time for Lin Ji to start the class. Listening to Lin Ji's information about the mutant mayflies, the people around them suddenly felt that the roasted mayflies in their hands were not fragrant. This thing may not look small, but it is also an omnivorous animal, and it eats meat. If one of them was bitten by a mutant mayfly last night, once the bloody smell spread out, that person would not be able to survive. It is even very likely to implicate the people around. Moreover, these mutant insects mostly live in water areas, but they are also very phototropic, especially at night. They go wherever it is bright. So you must pay more attention in the future. Lin Ji reminded him, and then added, however, these mutant mayflies are hard to guard against, and it's useless for you to pay attention. Feng Xiang and others, Then what's the point of your nagging? Everyone stared at Lin Ji with burning eyes, and he stared at him, and said embarrassedly, hee. It's okay, just sleep like yesterday. With so many people joining today, I wonder if the food for lunch and dinner can be improved, Lin Ji thought happily. Danger or something, if you can avoid it, just avoid it. If you can't avoid it, just die. Zhuang Xiao was awakened by the fragrance of breakfast. Yesterday, they not only brought back purple Ganoderma lucidum, but also brought back several mutant pheasants and mutant rabbits. As expected, you still have to pick the soft ones, which makes life in the high radiation area pretty good. As for those large mutant animals, I didn't see many with more energy stones, so I'll just leave them alone. Why did you get up so early? Zhuang Xiao climbed up on Huahua. It's a little cold to sleep at night, so it's better to sleep on Huahua than in a sleeping bag. Constant temperature. Hua Xiao stirred the food in the pot, and replied without raising his head, I went to bed early last night. Zhuang Xiao said oh, wiped his face briefly, and then went to see the purple Ganoderma lucidum piled in the corner. In 1 night and half a day, the purple Ganoderma lucidum has aged a lot, and is far less juicy than the one picked yesterday. Are these purple Ganoderma lucidum just left like this? Will they go bad? If they go bad, they will definitely be worthless. How much can she eat? I really want a fresh keeping space, But it's impossible. If there are too many buffs stacked, she will have to rush out of the planet and go to the interstellar. Hua Xiao replied, no. It can be kept for at least 7 days. Okay, then she will be relieved. Zhuang Xiao thought so, and immediately abandoned the purple Ganoderma in the corner, and went to see the Ganoderma stewed chicken in the pot. It smells so good. Zhuang Xiao sniffed. Is it almost ready? Hua Xiao smiled, quickly took out a bowl from the pot, handed it to her and said, try it. Zhuang Xiao took it, held the bowl, and went to find Huahua. First greeted the flame cat couple very warmly, and saw that the 2 big cats didn't even pay attention to her, so she started eating by herself. Huahua, where are we going today? Zhuang Xiao asked after eating half a bowl of Ganoderma stewed chicken with satisfaction. She wanted to change the taste of lunch today, such as a vegetarian feast or something, which would be great. Huahua raised his eyelids and responded to her softly. Meow, do you know where to find energy stones? I'll go find some. The cost these 2 days is quite high. Zhuang Xiao muttered to himself, you see, your wife should eat more snacks. She has a baby now. Yes, Hua Xiao speculated that the reason why Yan Yan didn't want to go out might be that she was pregnant with a cub. Of course, this is just speculation, but it doesn't prevent Zhuang Xiao from using this reason. Her eyes are not X-rays, and she can't do a full-body scan of Yan Yan. Whether it's true or not, she can only wait and see. I just don't know how long the pregnancy period of the flame cat is, 3 to 5 months, or longer than that of humans. Huahua hummed and turned to comb Yan Yan's fur. No, what do you mean? You don't want to eat snacks? Huahua still ignored her. Zhuang Xiao finished half a bowl of chicken soup, and went back to Hua Xiao in a bad mood. If you don't want to communicate, forget it, Don't even think about getting her energy stones today, support your wife. I was cheated of several energy stones yesterday, and the more I think about it, the more distressed I feel. I didn't bring enough energy stones this time when I came to Huahua's house. It's not enough for the couple. After breakfast, after Zhuang Xiao paid for 2 more E-level energy stones, Huahua finally agreed to go out for activities. The energy stone was naturally eaten by Huahua's wife. When Zhuang Xiao and Hua Xiao were flying on Huahua's back, she was still a little indignant. What is this called? Is this called marrying a wife and forgetting the mother? Hua Xiao was stunned. The family status was reversed. He has a son. Chapter 614. If Huahua knew what Hua Xiao was thinking at the moment, he would definitely slap his big melon seed without hesitation. Just ask, do you still want to be a father? If you still want to, then give him another iron sand palm, and I guarantee that the water in your brain will be emptied out, along with the brain matter. For the disease of nerve problems, the medicine will be cured, and it can also provide after-sales service. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. There. Zhuang Xiao sat on Huahua and pointed to a flat ground on the hillside below excitedly. She said, and gently pulled Huahua's hair with her hand. Hua Xiao heard Zhuang Jiao's excited shout, and couldn't help but look down. A waterfall flew down from the middle of the mountain and fell into a deep green pool below. There was a gap below the deep pool. As the waterfall water continued to pour in, the water in the deep pool continued to flow out from the gap, forming a stream. On both sides of the stream, the land is flat and open, without any tall trees blocking the view. Green plants are crawling on the ground in patches. As Hua got closer and closer to the ground, Xiao finally saw the fruits on the green plants crawling on the ground. So familiar, what is this? Just as Xiao was searching for records in his memory, they had already landed on the bank of the stream. Xiao, come down quickly. Xiao jumped off Hua and turned to look at Xiao, only to see that this young man Hua was staring at the melon field. However, compared with the melons, Xiao only had melons in his mind at this time. Seeing that Xiao did not move, he thought he was just too shocked. After all, he had been in this state many times since the two of them entered the high radiation area, and Xiao was no longer surprised. So, she just symbolically urged Xiao, and then hurriedly prepared to run to her melon field. Even if the melons in this melon field are different from the melons she has seen, but aren't they all mutated? It is not impossible to change your skin and live in the wasteland again. However, just as she took 2 steps towards the melon field, her arm was grabbed by someone. Don't go! Xiao saw the little girl stepping towards the melon field without hesitation, and hurriedly grabbed her. Xiao paused, looking puzzled. Why? Is this melon poisonous? There are many fruits in this wasteland, even if they are not highly radioactive mutations. More than half of them are poisonous and cannot be eaten. No wonder Xiao's first reaction was this. Xiao nodded and said affirmatively, this melon is poisonous. He just searched for information about this melon in his mind. No wonder he felt familiar. This mutant plant is really very famous, although it is not common. Xiao let go of Zhuangjiao's arm and explained the characteristics of this mutant plant in detail. This mutant plant has a name that matches it very well, spraying melon. As the name suggests, this melon is like a pea shooter. When it matures, it will explode with a little external force, and the liquid and seeds inside will spray out in all directions. And that liquid is highly toxic and has a certain corrosive effect. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible that such a good melon field was not destroyed by mutant birds or animals. Are you saying that this melon can spray up to 100 meters away? Xiao looked at the melon field not far away and measured the distance between her and the melon field with her eyes. But only 10 meters. She quietly moved back 2 steps and then quickly stood behind Xiao. Xiao looked at the little girl's actions, smiled helplessly, and said, the melon on it is not ripe yet. Don't worry. Xiao glared at Xiao, thinking, if it's not ripe, isn't it poisonous? She is not fully armed today. Can't afford to offend this big sprayer. Seeing Xiao still hiding behind him, Xiao could only turn around helplessly and said, do you really not want it? This melon has a particularly important use. Xiao deliberately kept it a secret, staring at Zhuangjiao's face with a smile in his eyes, waiting for her to ask out of curiosity. Sure enough, Xiao said, what is the use? Killing people invisibly? Or? Suddenly, the figure of dancing grass appeared in Zhuangjiao's mind. Can this melon be used as a defensive mutant plant? Xiao said before Xiao, and in the previous several communications with Xiao Yin and Mr. Lin, the two people meant to plant dancing grass on the border of the safe zone. The reason why it has not been widely promoted until now is that no one has seen dancing grass before. But according to Xiao's previous words, this big spray melon is obviously quite famous in the wasteland. Does that mean that this mutant plant already exists in a safe zone? Thinking of this, Xiao gave her a positive answer. Indeed, and this melon has been planted on a large scale many years ago in the number 2 safe zone, which is 1,000 kilometers away from us. After Xiao finished speaking, he pulled Xiao, and the two slowly walked towards the melon field. Why don't we plant it in our safe zone? Xiao was still confused. Other safe zones could plant it, but why couldn't their safe zone plant it? If this big sprayer was really that strong, it could contribute a lot to the defense of their safe zone. Xiao smiled helplessly. It's not that easy. This kind of precious species is treated as a treasure by the safe zone. If you want it, then bring something in exchange. Not really. It grows in the wild. Just pick 2 and bring them back. Xiao muttered. Xiao raised his hand and knocked on Zhuangjiao's head and continued, it's not like a long time ago. The roads are connected in all directions. Just maintaining a road between 2 safe zones requires a lot of manpower and material resources. The safe zone only needs to set up checkpoints on the only road to block your smuggling route. After that, Hui Xiao explained the geographical location of the number 2 safe zone to Zhuang Xiao in detail. Zhuang Xiao felt that it was really not easy to cross mountains and rivers, cross the high radiation area, and bring out a big sprayer or a big sprayer seed. After all, they have special instruments to detect whether there are melon seeds in passing vehicles and luggage, and the inspection is as cautious as that of customs. However, what does this matter have to do with her? She is not going to be a stowaway. She now has. Well, before she knew it, she had stood at the edge of the melon field with Hui Xiao, and in front of her was a huge melon field that stretched as far as the eye could see. Now, it's all hers, although she can't take it away. However, it would be nice to bring 2 back for Xiao Yin and Lin Laozi to take care of. She is proud to contribute to the construction of the safe zone. Who can be more conscious than her? Hua. You are the one who is willing to be a salted fish, and you are the one who wants to move bricks for the safe zone. Hui Xiao was thinking that Xiao Yin might owe a favor or debt to his cousin again this time. If the debt is more, I am afraid that he will have to use the safe zone to pay it off in the future. Xiao Yin, It's not impossible. Xiao Yin, who was far away in the safe zone, couldn't help sneezing, muttering, who is scolding him behind his back. Chapter 615. I just had a small meeting with the senior executives of the safety zone this morning. As a result, these old guys started to make trouble again. Not only did they shout about resigning, but they also said they were willing to send their young people out to gain experience. And these old guys would not toss with the young people. Xiao Yin naturally could not agree. I don't know if the old guys who said this morning were too cruel, and they were all cricketing him behind his back. Ian, what did you say? Pei Minghai sat on the other side of Xiao Yin's office, which was also convenient for him to answer any questions in time. Xiao Yin took over the safety zone for less than a year. Although he made rapid progress, he still lacked experience. For example, this morning, young people are irritable. This is not good, not good. Uncle Pei, I'm fine. Xiao Yin raised his head and responded. As soon as the voice fell, a strong itch swept from the nose. Achu. Hui Xiao, is that enough? Zhuang Xiao carefully wrapped a vine of the mutant melon on the green melon, and when he could no longer see the rough thorns on the melon, he roughly stuffed it into the sack. The edges of the mutant melon leaves were covered with dense thorns, and the green surface of the melon was also like this, just like a bunch of immobile hedgehogs, very prickly. Hui Xiao wrapped the roots of the mutant plants with soil, put them in the sack, tied the sack up and replied, "That's it." As he said that, he stood up and reached out to pick up the sack beside Zhuang Xiao. 2 sacks. They have done their best. If there are more, it will hinder them from carrying other items back. After placing 2 sacks of mutant squirts on Hua, Zhuang Xiao did not plan to move to another place. Besides, she had no purpose in the first place. It didn't matter where she looked for energy stones. Hui Xiao was in front, and Zhuang Xiao was behind. The 2 of them followed the stream into the dense forest one after the other. As soon as they entered the dense forest, they could clearly feel the light dimming. Looking up, the trees were lush, and the vines were entangled on the branches. The soft branches hung down, blocking part of the sunlight that had passed through the obstacles. Perhaps the sunlight was thin, which hindered the growth of the plants below. The plants on the ground were short and sparse. The thick dead branches and leaves accumulated over the years were very soft when stepped on, just like stepping on the thick sea surface, without any sense of stability. Hui Xiao explored the way ahead, walking carefully and cautiously. Zhuang Xiao followed him step by step, and every step fell on Hui Xiao's footprints. Hui Xiao's steps were much longer than Zhuang Xiao's. Zhuang Xiao walked in this way, just like jumping grids. And Hua was where they could see with their naked eyes. Zhuang Xiao didn't feel any sense of urgency. It was just. Sometimes there were mutant animals startled by Hua. This was very bad. It often disrupted her rhythm of jumping grids. Later, after many times, Zhuang Xiao lost interest in jumping grids and focused on observing the trees above her head. Whether it was the towering trees in the dense forest or the vines climbing on the trunks, Zhuang Xiao almost didn't recognize them. For example, the most familiar poplars, elms, and sycamores, even if they existed now, she might not recognize them. Not to mention these plants growing in the deep mountains and old forests. As for these vines, her recognition was zero. Fortunately, there was a watch. After confirming that there were no bird nests on the trees above his head, no, it should be said that there were no bird nests with energy, Zhuang Xiao began to randomly check the mutant plants around him. Focus on the unknown ones, pick some fruits and put them in the bag, and if there are small seedlings growing at the roots, just pull them up by the roots and take them back. Until noon, they did not reach the source of this stream, but the water surface was getting wider and wider. Chapter 616. The tall trees were only distributed on both sides of the water, so as the water became wider, the trees and vines were no longer connected, leaving the opportunity for the sunlight to tilt down. The blue waves were rippling, the waves were shimmering, and it was a bright and beautiful scene. The scenery was beautiful, but Zhuang Xiao had seen too many natural scenes since entering the high radiation area. Therefore, it did not arouse her interest at all. Under the sun, the breeze floated, the water surface was sparkling, and the white halo was projected into Zhuang Xiao's eyes from time to time. At first, Zhuang Xiao did not care, until Hui Xiao called her in front. "I'm coming." Zhuang Xiao responded, ran a few steps, and soon came to Hui Xiao. On Hui Xiao's open palm, there was an energy stone covered with wet soil. "You picked it up?" Zhuang Xiao's tone was full of disbelief. Hui Xiao hummed, pointed at the ground and said with great effort, "It's here." Zhuang Xiao didn't look at the place where Hui Xiao pointed, but scanned all around like a scanner, and she didn't see anything. Could it be that the situation has changed, and it's Hui Xiao's turn today? After testing, Hui Xiao picked up a sea-level energy stone, which made Zhuang Xiao, who didn't get any energy stone after entering the high radiation area, a little depressed. However, this depressed mood did not last too long. Well, because she will soon turn her luck. The group who encountered the baptism of mutant mayflies last night are also very lucky today. Before the mission, they had found 4 types of mutant plants in the long list given by Xiao Yin, and one was an unknown plant. The mutant plants held by Feng Xiang and his team were selected from dozens of mutant plants. Only when the probability of producing edible leaves meets the standard will they choose to carry this mutant out. With Lin Ji, he also did a simple pH test on the soil in this area. The acid concentration exceeded the normal value. But it cannot be determined whether it was caused by acid rain or the original soil here was highly acidic. However, whether it is the former or the latter, these mutant plants can still maintain the current output rate after a growth cycle of nearly 1 month, which means that they are undoubtedly the target of the mercenary team this time. "Didn't you pick more of that flower?" Xiang Su asked Jiang Xuyun beside him. The flower in Xiang Su's mouth refers to the only unknown plant among the 5 mutant plants they found this morning. This mutant plant was discovered by him first. At that time, he just thought that the flowers of this plant were gorgeous and looked very poisonous, so he was ready to test it to confirm. If it was really as he guessed, he would dig one back and send it to Zhuang Xiao. His sister loves highly toxic mutant plants. He still remembers this hobby. "Pick it," Jiang Xuyun said as he opened a pocket hanging on his waist. Xiang Su took a look and saw a very small mutant plant seedling lying inside. "You dig it up and plant it?" "Yes. This flower is so delicious, so sweet." After saying that, Jiang Xuyun patted Xiang Su on the shoulder and praised sincerely. "Thanks to you today, we can eat such delicious flowers." "That's right." Xiang Su couldn't help but straighten his chest. Although his original intention was not to complete the task, but the end result was good after all. "What are you two dawdling about? Hurry up." Ishi Qing turned around and saw that the 2 guys were far behind, and they didn't know what they were mumbling together. "Young man, you must have been beaten up, right?" Here we go, here we go." Xiang Su and Jiang Xuyun responded in unison, striding towards the main group. "What are you 2 guys dawdling about in the back?" Ishi Qing asked. Since he was not his own captain, Xiang Su was not afraid of Ishi Qing, and said with a smile, "Captain, sure, I didn't say anything, just chatting, just chatting." Ishi Qing went to see his troubled team member again, and Jiang Xuyun immediately replied, "I really didn't say anything." After that, Jiang Xuyun carefully glanced at Ishi Qing's expression and said, "Captain, how long do we think we will stay outside this time?" Chapter 617. "Let's see how the mission is completed," Ishi Qing replied casually. Xiang Su interrupted, "Then our mission situation should be quite good now, right?" Ishi Qing did not follow Xiang Su's words, but glanced at the large team in front and urged, "Hurry up. There is not even a shadow in front." After that, he quickly followed. Xiang Su and Jiang Xuyun looked at each other, no one spoke, and quickly followed Ishi Qing. At this time, Zhuang Xiao was squatting on the river bank in a daze. If you look closely, you can see that on that seemingly calm face, 2 eyes are surprisingly bright. She said how could her luck be worse than Hui Xiao? This bad feng shui is back. However, how to get this good feng shui out of the water is a problem. The stream is so clear that you can see the bottom clearly. The water plant swaying under the water can be seen clearly. And the color of the water plant's roots is almost black. I don't know if it's the problem of the water plants or the stream is very deep. But the thing that makes her salivate is in the dark. After thinking so much, it only took a moment. Hu Xiao looked at Zhuang Xiao, who was in a daze, and then looked at Hua Hua, who was drooling at the stream next to him. Do these two want to eat fish at noon? Hu Xiao was puzzled. Hua Hua is so greedy. Why doesn't he just go down and catch it? Hua Hua, don't work. Zhuang Xiao thought for a while, looked around, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it into the water. Water splashed on the water surface immediately. As the stone sank, the water ripples spread around in circles and slowly disappeared. As soon as the water ripples disappeared, Zhuang Xiao stood up. Ah, it moved. Her energy stone moved. What does this mean? This means that her energy stone is in the stomach of some mutant aquatic creature. Seeing Zhuang Xiao so excited, he didn't know what he had discovered. So Hu Xiao asked curiously, what moved? As soon as he finished speaking, he knew what was moving. There was a mutant lobster in the water. Hu Xiao saw what was in the water clearly, and he didn't care whether Zhuang Xiao was happy or not, and he retreated away from the river bank with the arm he grabbed. Hua Hua turned around and ran away without anyone calling him. This black and red little monster was so painful to be caught, and it was difficult to bite it, otherwise the snacks here would be enough for it to eat for a long time. As soon as this mutant lobster came ashore, it showed its full fangs and claws, and its body stood up half a meter high, which looked particularly intimidating. No, why are you running? We've already reached the shore. Hurry back and catch them. Zhuang Xiao ran a few steps, and then dragged Hu Xiao away. Why are they running? Can't they just climb the tree? And Hua Hua, why are you running? Zhuang Xiao shouted at Hua Hua, who was almost out of sight. In just a moment, the dense forest became chaotic. Birds sang in the forest. After a while, a group of blue-gray mutant birds appeared from nowhere, shuttled through the gaps between the dense trees, and finally came to the stream. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao were already squatting on the branches of a tree, looking at the one-sided battle below. The mutant lobsters that had just come ashore drilled into the mud on the river bank one by one, and their speed was so fast that it was amazing. However, these blue-gray mutant birds were obviously familiar with the usual operation of mutant lobsters, and they also had one biggest advantage, that is, their beaks were particularly long, about 1 foot long. The pointed beaks were like a chisel, and they chiseled at the mud. The unlucky mutant Long Xiao was forced to go ashore, and was thrown on the grass far away from the river bank. The mutant bird that found its prey flapped its 2 big wings and pounced into the grass. At this time, the beak that was used as a chisel just now turned into a sharp blade, and instantly separated the head and body of the mutant lobster, and then ate an energy stone. The energy stone was very small, but very bright. The mutant bird's set of actions was smooth and breathtaking. It can be seen that this is obviously an expert in hunting mutant lobsters, or strictly speaking, they hunt the energy stones in the mutant lobsters. In this operation, there were obviously more mutant birds that were harvested than the one Zhuang Xiao saw. A lot, all of them have gained something. Seeing so many energy stones being snatched away by the mutant birds, Zhuang Xiao could only watch. Who can blame the other party for the huge family group? If it were just her and Hu Xiao, they would definitely be sent to be teased. Hua Hua now has Yin Yin, so he has to pay more attention to his image. This group of blue-gray mutant birds came quickly and left quickly. In less than 5 minutes, they disappeared in the greenery. Quick! Quick, go down! Zhuang Xiao pushed Hu Xiao, who was blocking her steps, and urged urgently. Without energy stones, it would be good to have mutant lobsters to eat. The two jumped down from the tree and looked at the headless bodies scattered everywhere, feeling very happy. Lunch is settled. Let's eat this for lunch. Hu Xiao picked up the body of a mutant lobster from the ground, cut off the torn part, and the rest can still be eaten. The premise is that it must meet the edible standards. Hu Xiao had no shame in eating the leftovers of the mutant bird. Did they eat less leftovers from Hua Hua? Of course. A lot. Hearing Hu Xiao's proposal, Zhuang Xiao nodded in agreement without hesitation, and the sacks were taken out of the mountain, and then she also did a set of extremely smooth operations, picking up the bodies, checking the bodies, and putting them into the sacks. In the process, Zhuang Xiao did not forget her energy stone. The meat must be eaten, and the energy stone must be taken. After lunch, Zhuang Xiao's next activity was Jiang Taigong fishing, willing to take the bait. The main character Jiang Taigong is played by Hu Xiao and Hua Hua, and she just wants the fish. No, this time it's the lobster. She can't handle too many at once. She still believes that she has the ability to hunt one by one. Hu Xiao doesn't need an appearance fee at all, but Hua Hua, Zhuang Xiao paid 2 energy stones to let this guy sit there with a tree trunk in his mouth and fish for mutant lobsters. The bait of the two fishermen is the inedible meat of the mutant lobsters they just picked up. Zhuang Xiao doesn't plan to sacrifice the energy stone this time. They have an afternoon to spend here. They can catch a few mutant lobsters. It's just like a vacation today. It turns out that lobsters can really be caught. Look, it also has an energy stone. Zhuang Xiao held up the energy stone he dug out from the mutant lobster corpse thrown up by Hua Hua, and excitedly showed it off to the two diligent fishermen. Chapter 618. Hua Xiao and Hua Hua turned their heads at the same time, and when they saw the energy stone in Zhuang Zhao's hand, they both showed their big white teeth. Then, they quickly turned their heads to look at the water surface. Hua Hua's large head-turning movement caused his hemp rope fishing rod to shift position like a branch, so he glanced at Hua Zhao's and quietly moved it with his claws. Okay, it's the same. He will keep this fishing rod, and he will fish like this in the future. He doesn't need to wet his hair, it's simply a perfect way to catch fish. Hua Xiao and Hua Hua didn't put away the fishing rod until the sun was setting. The energy stone spread out on the sack looked so bright and dazzling that it burned people's eyes. Zhuang Xiao grabbed a handful and stuffed it into Hua Hua's slightly open mouth. His little hand, which was stained with Hua Hua's saliva, gently stroked Hua Hua's head twice. Good boy, let's continue fishing tomorrow, Zhuang Xiao announced. Hua Xiao thought it was feasible and nodded in agreement. Such a leisurely life is still quite addictive. It's just that the weather was not good. Soon after returning to the cave for dinner, there was a strong wind outside the cave, and bean-sized raindrops poured down. The raindrops drifting in from the cave entrance wet the ground of the cave entrance and the stone walls on both sides. Accompanied by the sound of wind and rain, Zhuang Xiao and Hua Xiao soon fell asleep. The next day, when Hua Xiao woke up, it was still dark, and the sound of rain outside the cave was still there, but it became very small. If you want to go out today, forget it. As the saying goes, there are 4 seasons in a mountain, and the weather is different every 10 miles. Feng Xiang and his group, who were also in the blind spot, struggled forward in the humid and hot dense forest. Hu Qianli wiped the sweat from his face and complained to Yi Qing, "Why is the weather so hot today? It's not going to rain, right?" He looked up and could only see a dense green. Yi Qing panted and said, "It shouldn't rain. It should just be a simple rise in temperature. This dense forest is much more lush than the one they passed through 2 days ago. The mutant plants are arranged in a staggered manner. From the ground to the top of the trees, all kinds of creatures grow everywhere. Moss plants, herbaceous plants, tree plants, and vines that string these plants together. They are traveling slower today than before. First, the road conditions are complicated and it takes time to clean up. Second, snakes and insects often appear, making it difficult to guard against them. It's hard to say. The weather in this forest is like the face of the baby, it changes at any time." When Hu Qianli talked about the baby, he couldn't help but think of his little girl. I don't know what they are doing at home right now. At this moment, the little girl that Hu Qianli missed was crying loudly at home, and she couldn't be comforted no matter what. "Mom, what's wrong with her? Why is she crying endlessly?" When Lan Hong saw Zhao Chun enter the house, she immediately asked anxiously. 2 days ago, they moved out of the safe area temporarily. First, it was inconvenient for Zhao Chun and Lan Jin to go out to pick up rubbish, and second, the house was small and stuffy, and no fan was installed after buying it. For these 2 reasons, it is better to live in a shantytown. Zhao Chun put the tool she was carrying on the table, but did not take the child. She was very dirty now. "I'll change my clothes first." When Zhao Chun came out of the bedroom, the child was still crying. She took it from her daughter, checked the child inside and out, and then said, "The child is hot." Afterwards, Zhao Chun explained the precautions to Lan Hong in detail. According to Zhao Chun's instructions, Lan Hong cleaned up the child again. Sure enough, perhaps because the body felt comfortable, the baby fell asleep in a while. Lan Hong put the child back in the bedroom, and only then did she remember why her mother came back so early. Just as she was about to ask, Lan Jin's voice came from outside the house again. "Sister, I'm back, the weather is really hot," Lan Jin said as she walked into the house, picked up the kettle on the table, and gulped it down. Lan Hong and Zhao Chun waited for him to finish drinking, and Zhao Chun said, "Why did you come back so early?" Lan Hong stopped talking when she heard the word yes. Lan Jin put the kettle down, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, waved his hand, and said, No. I have not harvested anything these 2 days, and the weather is getting hotter day by day. I plan to roll up my bedding and walk to the mining area with Wen Ming to work tomorrow." "Where are you 2 going to live?" Lan Hong asked. "Because it is difficult to scavenge this month. Many families in the shantytowns who have no food have gone to the mining area to make a living. At least working there can get 1 or 2 bottles of nutrient solution. It is better than scavenging here on your own. Lon Jean nodded and said, otherwise, my brother-in-law is not here. If he is here, I can go and rub his bed. Do you think your brother-in-law's dormitory is open to anyone who wants to live there? Zhao Chun stretched out his hand and wanted to hit this unreasonable son. Lon Jean dodged flexibly. How is it possible? I'm just talking. Lon Jean said with a playful smile. If he and Wen Ming were together, the two of them could build a temporary shed over there. Many people who went there did the same thing. Anyway, it's not cold now, and people won't be cold at night. You're just making trouble. Zhao Chun laughed and scolded him, then sighed and said, otherwise, I can go with you. As soon as Zhao Chun finished speaking, he was stopped by Lan Hong and Lon Jean. Mom, no. I still have to take care of you if you go, Lon Jean said, shaking her head like a rattle. And Lan Hong could vaguely understand her mother's thoughts, and hurriedly said, Mom, if you go too, I can't take care of the little one at home by myself. Lan Hong was selling misery. When Zhao Chun thought of his granddaughter, he really couldn't let it go, so he temporarily gave up the idea. If you don't want to go, then don't go. I'll wait until the solar radiation is not so strong in the afternoon, and then go to the nearby collection area to have a look. Lan Hong thought of the current horrible harvest rate and advised, if you really want to go out, why not let Lon Jean take you to Shishia's land in the afternoon? Yes. I'll take you there in the afternoon. Lon Jean nodded in agreement. Chapter 619. After Lon Jean and Lan Hong finished talking, the two siblings smiled in tacit understanding. After lunch, Zhao Chun and Lan Hong helped Lon Jean pack up the things she would take with her tomorrow morning, and then Lon Jean took Zhao Chun out fully armed. They walked all the way to the path in front of Zhuang Zhao's house, but didn't meet anyone. Lon Jean didn't come here often, and when he stood at the intersection, he subconsciously looked around. The guards might have happened to patrol somewhere else, and didn't see anyone. Zhao Chun couldn't help but say a few words when he saw his son like this. What are you doing? This sly look is really unbearable to look at. I didn't see anything, Lon Jean said, and then grabbed Zhao Chun's arm and walked quickly into the path. After entering the path, it is impossible to meet anyone. After a month of recuperation, although the height of the dancing grass has not recovered, its spirit has returned. Under the scorching sun, it is lush and green. However, the two did not walk to the gate of the yard, but went directly into the Red Grove area from the side of the path. It's really cool in here. As soon as Zhao Chun entered the Red Grove, he took off his hat and fanned it twice. Now the flame tree is growing well, more than enough to block the sunlight above the head. In addition to its unknown special effects, it is naturally more comfortable to stay under this forest than anywhere else. Lon Jean also agreed and said, well, indeed, the trees planted by Sister Shishia's family are more shady than those of other families. Zhao Chun glanced at his son. Wasn't this brainless boast learned from Hu Qianli? Soon, the two of them passed through the Red Grove area and came to the yellow fruit tree area. The mutant plants here are not as tall as those in the Red Grove, and the sunshade effect is much worse. The two put their hats back on their heads. They walked around the yellow fruit tree area and cleaned up the vines that tried to climb on the fruit trees. Zhao Chun also tested the edible leaves. The result was still very unsatisfactory. Zhao Chun was idle, so he tested the mutant plants nearby. The reminder sound on the watch was still, ding, high radiation mutation, not edible. Ding, moderate radiation mutation, edible. Two watch reminder sounds, with completely opposite results sounded, and Zhao Chun glanced at her watch, which was flashing red. Not hers, that's... She looked up at Lon Jean, only to see that this troublesome brat was picking leaves from Zhuang Zhao's fruit tree. Lon Jean, what are you doing? Zhao Chun shouted loudly. The mutant plants here are not those wildly growing plants outside, but are carefully cultivated by humans. Zhuang Zhao, It's not that careful, the level of effort is just the level of not dying. Lon Jin's hand holding the leaf trembled, and the plump and tender leaf fell to the ground. No, what can I do? Just testing the leaves. Lon Jean felt more and more guilty, but he didn't forget the edible leaves that just fell. This has been picked, it can't be wasted. Seeing that his mother was staring at him, Lon Jean showed a flattering smile and explained in a low voice, I just want to see if the mutant plant in Sister Shishia's house is also unusual. That's all. After Lon Jean finished speaking, he searched around and found some not-so-fresh mutant plant leaves that had fallen naturally on the ground. He quickly picked up a piece. Ding, moderate radiation mutation, but edible. Zhao Chun, Since then, the mother and son have started a new mode of scavenging, picking up leaves that have fallen on the ground. Naturally, the result is very gratifying, because they had spent a lot of time dealing with the weeds and vines around them before. It was dark before they finished picking up leaves on the ground, and the two could only leave the area reluctantly. After returning home that night, Lan Hong looked at the leaves on the table and was silent for a moment. Why didn't she think of picking them up when she went there a few days ago? There was an extra cold dish for dinner, which was not bitter or astringent, and tasted pretty good. Although the harvest was good in the afternoon, the leaves that fell every day were also limited. It was impossible for them to take care of the mutant plants and turn them bald after a few days of care. Lan Jin still set off with a large group heading to the mining area before dawn the next day. Even if Zhao Chun found a job, he would go to Zhuang Zhao's planting area every day. In the following days, he simply did not go home at noon. Like Lan Jin, he wrapped himself in a blanket and took a nap in the Red Grove. Not to mention, it was much more comfortable than sleeping at home. Zhao Chun thought it would be great if his cousin could hire someone to look after the garden. That's my Red Grove. Lan Hong expressed her incomprehension of her mother's behavior, or more accurately, she was speechless. The two families were not too far away. Wouldn't it be nice to go home and rest? Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao, who were in a high radiation area, stayed in the cave for 2 days and 2 nights because it rained for 2 days and 2 nights around the cave. Hui Xiao was worried that the weather was too hot and the meat would go bad, so he took advantage of this time to grill and smoke meat in the cave. The two flame cats were disgusted by the smoky smell and drove Wang Xiao and Hui Xiao directly to the entrance of the cave. It was because the wind and rain were not strong later, otherwise Zhuang Xiao would have to argue with Hua. It was also fortunate that they had prepared enough firewood in advance, and the number of edible mutant animals they brought back was not large. Otherwise, the things they had worked so hard to get would have rotted in their hands. Tomorrow, let's go back tomorrow. Zhuang Xiao sat on the top of the tallest flame tree and said to Hui Xiao, who was sitting under her trunk. They were abandoned by the two flame cats today. Eating energy stones alone could not fill their stomachs. As soon as the weather cleared up, the two big ones sneaked away without giving them any chance to stay. Hui Xiao responded, okay. They had been in the high radiation area for long enough. It was time to go back and take a look. Then I'll go down and dig some saplings of the flame tree. Hui Xiao continued. Zhuang Xiao waved her hand and said, go, go. She wanted to look at the energy stones in her mutant lobster's stomach from afar. Alas, it was impossible for her and Hui Xiao to get there on foot, and the most important point was that Hui Xiao said he couldn't find the way, so he only remembered a general direction. Therefore, she could only miss the beautiful and brilliant time of that afternoon from afar here. After Hui Xiao finished speaking, he went down the tree trunk. There were only a few mutant insects, large mutant birds, and animals around the Red Grove. The thing the little girl had to worry about the most on top of the tree was probably the solar radiation above her head. However, the little girl was wearing a flame tree suit from head to toe, so she wasn't afraid at all. Chapter 620. Beside the stream, Hua was sitting calmly with his fishing rod in his mouth, looking at his wife with a proud look from time to time. It's time to show real skills. Yin Yin looked at Hua as if he was looking at a fool, then lowered his head to bite the prey on the ground. I don't understand what this male partner is doing. At the same time, Feng Xiang was thinking about whether they should return to the mining area. Except for the harvest of the first 2 days, they got nothing in the following days, and encountered 2 attacks by large mutant animals. Fortunately, there were only injuries among their group, but no one died, which was considered very lucky. Are you going back now? Zhang Lin shouted in a low voice. I'm afraid that there will be another large mutant animal suddenly popping out from some corner. Feng Xiang nodded and said, well, it's been long enough. The main thing is that the mutant plants must be sent back as soon as possible. When he said this, he was looking at Lin Ji, the second uncle of the Lin family. Lin Ji nodded slightly and said, it's better for you to go back earlier. If the mutant plants are really effective, let the Xiao family boy quickly arrange more people to come and transplant some more back. But Zhang Lin wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lin Ji. After you go back, tell Xiaoyan about my survey situation. I will probably go back in half a month, Lin Ji said. Zhang Lin looked at Lin Ji in confusion. Aren't they supposed to work until the weather doesn't allow it? Why did they go back after only half a month? However, Lin Ji just glanced at him and didn't explain much. Feng Xiang naturally would not interfere with Lin Ji's arrangements, so he nodded and said, no problem. The matter was settled, near the mining area. Lon Jean, we are here. A young man shouted at Lon Jean, who was looking around in the crowd. Beside the young man stood Wen Ming and a bunch of little carrot heads. This young man was Wang Debao from the 17th safety zone, but from now on there is no 17th safety zone, they all belong to the 11th safety zone. The personal information on the watch had been modified shortly after arriving at the mining area. Lon Jean heard the shouting, looked in the direction of the sound, waved his hand, and shouted to Wang Debao and his group, "Here we come." Lon Jean responded to Wang Debao and others while squeezing through the crowd and running over. "Brother Lon Jean, you are too slow. The other teams have been on the road for a long time. We are the only team missing you." Mingyu looked at Lon Jean, who was running out of breath, and criticized him without any politeness. Sorry. Mingyu, people have 3 urgent things to do." Lon Jean scratched his head embarrassedly. He was no longer surprised by Mingyu's adult-like tone. This tone was very similar to his elder sister Lon Hong. Seeing him like this, Mingyu was not the kind of person who was unreasonable, and his tone immediately softened. "Okay. Everyone is here. Let's go." Mingyu looked like she was the boss of this team. Although she is now the 4th oldest, it does not prevent her from continuing to be the boss of this team. Who made these people not have a reliable one? I can't grab any task. Since arriving at the mining area, Wang Debao still lives next door to Heihu's family. The house built by his family was built with the help of Mingyu's family. As the saying goes, you are grateful to the people who helped you. Mingyu is also a powerful person. Besides, his father Heihu is still in charge of the management of this group of people, but the current management is different from before. In the past, they were so poor that they couldn't even have a hot meal. Now it's different. There is a safe zone above Heihu. Before the tasks or resources assigned from above reach them, they have to go through Heihu's hands. As a person who knows the current affairs, and is very reasonable, Wang Debao naturally follows the lead of Mingyu. Now this personal evaluation is also his own evaluation. Safe zone number 17 is gone. He redefines himself. What's wrong? Brother Lon Jean, after your brother-in-law comes back, will you go home? Mingyu took care of the little ones in his team, while asking Lon Jean for information. This big brother's brother-in-law is a mercenary. And he seems to know the big sister with the flame cat. Mingyu felt that she needed to help her father expand his network of contacts in the new safe zone. If I don't go back, what home should I go back to? He still has to continue to struggle in the mining area. Okay, not long after Lon Jean and Wen Ming arrived at the mining area, they met Mingyu and Wang Debao and his group. Later, at Mingyu's repeated invitation, the two moved their residence to the vicinity of Mingyu's home. The people living in that area are all familiar with Heihu, and all of these people's families have people who have joined the guard team. The security issues in this area are naturally stronger than other places. And now every time he goes out to work, he and Wen Ming's luggage rolls will be deposited at Mingyu's house. Mingyu then asked Wen Ming, "What about brother Wen?" Wen Ming was flattered and said, "Me. When Lon Jean goes back, I will go back." In fact, he didn't want to go back at all. Their family's situation is a bit complicated now. This year's life will be even more difficult. He has to find a way to earn more points to supplement the family expenses. Mingyu said, "Oh, and didn't ask any more. You have to eat one bite at a time. If you talk about this kind of mind, Lon Jean and Wen Ming combined may not be able to beat Mingyu." Fortunately, Mingyu didn't have the intention to harm others. It's just that there is a little bit of small thoughts. The group followed the large group and rushed for an hour, and finally arrived at the destination. Their workplace today is the section of the road under their feet. This road is a common section leading to the number 17 and number 3 safety zones. The safety zones decided to renovate and widen the road. Yesterday, the large grass and trees on both sides were processed by the guards with machines in advance, but there are still many small shrubs, weeds and gravel on the road and both sides of the road, which need to be cleaned up manually. This is the task Mingyu grabbed. This job is not very dangerous and easy. Although the income earned is not good, it will not make them hungry. There are still many people who do not have high requirements who will choose this job. Number 17 safety zone is gone. I don't know what's the point of repairing this road? Wang Debao muttered while picking up branches on the ground. After hearing this, Mingyu said without raising her head, "Number 17 safety zone is gone, but isn't number 3 safety zone still there?" Chapter 621. Wang Debao was just mumbling to himself, but Mingyu overheard him. He then looked up at Mingyu and said, "That's true." Seeing that Wang Debao agreed with her, Mingyu didn't plan to stab him again. He always talks too much nonsense. Lan Jin and Wen Ming saw the scene, looked at each other, and made a gesture of shutting up at the same time, and then moved towards the sweet potato and peanuts. If you can't afford to offend, you can afford to hide. The children such as Sweet Potato and Peanut smiled secretly. The morning sun was still a little soft, covering everyone who worked hard below, looking gentle and safe. 2 days passed in a flash. Feng Xiang and his group, who entered the blind spot, returned to the mining area with various mutant plants and mini harvests. After a short stop, the group drove to the safe area. When they were still some distance away from the shantytown, Hu Qianli saw 2 fiery red figures in the sky with his sharp eyes. He immediately stuck his head out and called the name of the flame cat. However, after the shout, the speed of the flame cat's flight increased significantly. It was not until the flame cat's figure disappeared at the end of the blue sky that Hu Qianli retreated into the car, still muttering, "Cousin didn't hear it." Xiang Su heard him talking to himself and said, "It's so far away, and the wind is so strong when flying, how could it be possible to hear it?" "Oh, that's right," Hu Qianli responded casually. Zhuang Xiao was still dozing with her head drooping. Even if she had extraordinary hearing, she couldn't stop the sleepy bug from chasing and blocking any sound from the outside world. After flying all the way, the 2 flame cats carried so much luggage, so they must want to go back and rest early. Therefore, Huahua and Yin Yin completely blocked their hearing system. The noisy sound was too annoying. Lan Hong, who was lying under the red grove, was sleeping soundly. She heard the giggling sound of her baby, and suddenly sat up from the straw mat, and her head hit the big fangs in Huahua's mouth. "Ah!" Lan Hong screamed. Lan Hong's scream was more effective than Hu Zhao's gentle moaning. Zhuang Zhao's head, which was drooping, immediately stood up and looked around blankly. "Are you home?" The gate and the wall of his own house came into view, and he was really home. After a brief panic, Lan Hong calmed down immediately after hearing Zhuang Zhao's voice. She turned to look at her baby. As a result, she still saw a head with fangs exposed. In an instant, her mood, which had just calmed down, began to beat again. Zhuang Xiao reacted belatedly. "I seem to hear Sister Lan's voice?" Hu Xiao had already seen Lan Hong on the ground at this time, and reached out to help her, and said, "You can boldly remove the seam." After waking up, Zhuang Zhao's movements were still quite agile. She directly brushed away Hu Zhao's hand, and slid down from Huahua's body. "This hand is in the way, Hu Xiao, eh? Sister Lan Yu." Zhuang Xiao saw the little meat ball under Yin Yan's head, and was immediately stuck. How could there be a small one? Lan Hong suppressed her fear, and fished out her baby from Yin Yan's big mouth, hugged her tightly in her arms, and then stood up and jumped to Zhuang Zhao's side. She decided to come here because her mother told her that it was more comfortable to sleep here than at home. As it turned out, it was indeed more comfortable than at home. However, she didn't expect that the owner would come back soon after this. Seeing that the little meat ball was gone, Yin Yin was not disappointed and simply crawled on the mat. The grass was horizontal and vertical, and it looked refreshing and clean. "Xiao Xiao, are you back?" Lan Hong smiled and greeted Zhuang Xiao. Then, she nodded to Hu Xiao, and then turned her eyes back to Zhuang Xiao. "Yeah, I'm back." Zhuang Xiao smiled and replied, stretching out her finger to poke the baby in Lan Hong's arms. "Why did you bring the baby out? The sun is very bright today." Lan Hong was very embarrassed, so she told her mother what she had done here recently, and also explained why she slept here. After hearing this, Zhuang Xiao looked at the flame tree nearby. Sure enough, they all know what they are talking about. "Since you are back, I will pack up and take the child back." As she said that, Lan Hong stuffed the child into Zhuang Zhao's arms, and bent down to pack the luggage on the ground. Zhuang Xiao subconsciously caught the child, stiffened his body, and dared not move, slowly turned his head to look at Hu Xiao, who was unloading the luggage from the flame cat. "Hu Xiao, you come?" The voice was very small, and it scared the little friend in her arms to tears. She doesn't know how to coax children. Lan Hong put the scattered things on the ground into the bamboo basket, and reached out to pull the straw mat on the ground. One time, it didn't move. 2 times, still didn't move. Yin Yin didn't even raise his eyelids. Lan Hong glanced at the new flame cat again, and then silently withdrew her hand. "Forget it. Isn't it just a broken straw mat? This flame cat likes it, so give it to it. After all, this is Huahua's little friend, so treat it with courtesy." After mumbling in her heart, Lan Hong stood up and prepared to find Zhuang Xiao to ask for the child. When she looked up, the person disappeared. The tall and strong Hu Xiao stood there, holding her baby in his arms. "Wasn't it?" Lan Hong stepped forward awkwardly and said with a smile, "Brother Hua, the child. Give me the child." The child was handed over. Lan Hong said goodbye to the two again. Zhuang Xiao didn't say anything polite to Lan Hong. She just wanted to wash up and go back to her doghouse to sleep. Although Hua's doghouse was not small, it was not as comfortable as the bed she was used to sleeping in. However, before that, she still helped with Xiao pack things into the yard. They were a little later than planned. In addition to digging up the saplings of the flame tree, they also brought back a lot of mutant plants from the high radiation area. They mainly took those that they didn't recognize and didn't look as abnormal as the dancing grass. Although the big spray melon looked a little wilted, it had strong vitality and was still alive and well after a few days. However, Zhuang Xiao didn't plan to plant this big spray near her home. She planned to give this lethal mutant plant to Grandpa Lin for free. The old man should be very happy. When they finished cleaning up these, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If you want to plant the flame tree today, go plant it yourself. I'm going to rest. Zhuang Xiao didn't want to accompany Hua Xiao to continue to tossing. She had done her best. Whoever wants to do the rest of the work today can do it. Hua Xiao looked at the many mutant plants spread out in the yard. Should he do it or not? There is only one answer to this question. Chapter 622. Before going to bed, Zhuang Xiao also took off her watch and threw it to Hua Xiao, who was still ready to continue fighting. As soon as they left the blind spot and entered the sphere of influence of the safe zone, her and Hua Xiao's watches kept ringing, which was very annoying. She was too lazy to read the news in it, and just handed it over to her personal secretary Hua Xiao to deal with it. Anyway, so many days have passed, and if there is anything important, it will be done. Yes, it's so willful. Anyway, some secrets are not in the watch. With so much information, she just needs to listen to Hua Xiao's brief report at night. Thinking of this, her action of throwing the watch seemed a little neater. The task was completed, and she went back to rest happily. Hua Xiao looked at the extra pocket watch in his arms, not knowing whether to laugh or not. Dancing grass, eh. If I can read, I can do this job. Hua Xiao, eh? You wish. Zhao Chun and Lan Hong were talking about Zhuang Zhao's return at home, when suddenly the watch rang. It was Hu Qianli's message. Lan Hong couldn't help but smile. Is it Lao Hu who is back? Zhao Chun asked with a smile while rocking the baby carriage. Lan Hong nodded, then said, he just came back this morning and went to the house in the safe zone and asked me where I was. I really forgot to tell him. Zhao Chun said. Lan Hong smiled and said, when we moved back to the shantytown, he was already in the blind spot. Anyway, he couldn't receive the message, so I didn't notify him. Then let him come back first. Lan Hong had no plan to live in the safe zone for the time being, so she simply sent a message to Hu Qianli. Hu Qianli had just left the house and was about to go back to the shantytown. On the way, he met Ming Qingyang, who was also rushing out of the building. Why is your sister-in-law not at home? Ming Qingyang nodded and said helplessly. She said she went back to live in the shantytown. She said it was boring and uncomfortable to live in the safe zone. You say this is really true. It's not easy to buy a house in the safe zone, but these people are disgusted with it. Hu Qianli was also helpless when he thought of the reasons given by his wife, which were exactly the same as those of Ming Qingyang's family. Ming Qingyang was also speechless. The two men, who were also a little speechless, just walked and chatted, and they didn't feel tired on the way. This time from the blind spot, they harvested a lot of edible fruits. These foods that they picked by themselves and didn't need to be collectively distributed were taken back home directly, and the rest just waited for distribution. Recently, Xinyi was bored at home. Since his life became rich, his desire to struggle has been reduced a lot. Besides, the current situation does not allow her to work hard and scavenge for scraps. So, she was really leisurely lying at home for a while, eating and sleeping every day, and she gained a little weight. As for worrying about Ming Qingyang, of course, she was a little bit worried. But, it was really just a little bit. Even if Ming Qingyang really encountered any danger, she could not help him. So why bother to add burden to her rare lying life? When Ming Qingyang returned home, he saw that his wife, who made him miss her, had gained weight. At such a time of transition, his wife could actually gain weight, which was really a great skill. That night, the young couple, who had been separated for a long time, naturally had a warm and affectionate time. The next day, Zhuang Xiao went to Hu Qianli's house to return the straw mat that Yin Yin had occupied. They spent 2 hours at Hu Qianli's house, listening to Hu Qianli's story about their thrilling and exciting experience in the blind spot. Of course, this time, Zhuang Xiao and Hua Xiao had no chance to enjoy this special experience. The only time they didn't have the flame cat by their side was probably when Huohui sneaked out with Yin Yin. When they came back, Huohui didn't know why they were making a fuss and insisted on eating 2 more energy stones. Zhuang Xiao had no idea what Huohui had experienced outside. Since he was acting cute, she naturally had to give him the energy stone. Otherwise, how can she and Hui Xiao get out of the high radiation area? 2 legs, forget about tiring Hui Xiao to death. Anyway, when she is tired, she will let Hui Xiao carry her. So Hui Xiao will definitely be the first to die. Hui Xiao, are you going to go again in a while? Is the mutant plant you found useful? And how is the survey progress of the second uncle of the Lin family? When Hu Qianli finally couldn't stand the dry mouth and drank water, Zhuang Xiao immediately took the opportunity to ask a series of questions that she was concerned about. This guy, cousin who didn't even take a breath when telling the story, and he was so excited that she was embarrassed to prepare her passionate speech. Hu Qianli put down the water cup, cleared his throat, and then said, "Of course we have to go. We don't care about the mutant plant after we hand it in. I don't know who it is given to. As for the work of the second uncle of the Lin family, Hu Qianli thought for a while, then said awkwardly, "I don't quite understand the data he made, but he said he would be back in half a month, so my cousin can ask Zhang Lin." After leaving Hu Qianli's house, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao went to the gate of the inner city of the safe zone without stopping. This time, the two did not plan to enter the inner city, but Xiao Yin and Lin Xiangrong came to the gate to greet her together. Zhuang Xiao had no choice but to obey. With Xiao Yin, the process of entering the inner city was much simpler, and their car entered the inner city quite smoothly. However, as soon as the car entered the inner city, it was handed over to the people brought by Xiao Yin to drive, and she and Hui Xiao got on the car where Xiao Yin and Lin Xiangrong were. As soon as she got in the car, Zhuang Xiao changed herself into a comfortable position. Sure enough, this car was luxurious and noble, completely different from the economical and practical style of her and Hui Xiao. After the matter at Lin's home is over, cousin can come to my place and sit down. I'll ask Uncle Pei to. Xiao Yin paused for a moment and continued, and upgrade the level of Hui Xiao's watch, so that it will be much more convenient to come to the inner city in the future. Zhuang Xiao raised her hand to refuse. She didn't want to come to the inner city too often. However, before she raised her hand, Hui Xiao held it down and winked at her. Zhuang Xiao didn't understand, but she believed Hui Xiao. So, she changed the refusal she wanted to say into a simple which was considered as an agreement. The car quickly drove into the Lin family's mansion, and after a detour, it went directly to the planting area of Grandpa Lin. When Zhuang Xiao got out of the car, the first thing she saw was the crazy growing dancing grass. No, how come the dancing grass grows so well here at Grandpa Lin's place? It's pleasing. Chapter 623. Zhuang Zhao's astonished expression naturally caught Lin Ji's attention. As soon as the 4 people got off the car, Lin Ji came up to them with brisk steps and said smugly as he walked, "How is it? Old man, I've raised this dancing grass well, right?" That expression was full of pride and arrogance. Before the acid rain, he arranged for people to cover the entire dancing grass. As for the problem of rainwater infiltration into the soil below, there is no need to worry about it, because the dancing grass was isolated to prevent the mutant mole from escaping. This made the preparations before the acid rain much easier. Zhuang Xiao smiled and nodded, and praised sincerely, "You raise it better than me." Hearing the praise from the owner of the dancing grassland, Lin Ji was even more proud. As the saying goes, the old and the young, when this person gets old, some of his temper is like that of a child, and he inevitably needs people to coax him and say some nice words. Although Zhuang Xiao is not good at coaxing children, she thinks she is good at coaxing old children. After all, she has experienced the situation of having an old man in the family as a treasure. Before the group entered the room, Zhuang Xiao had already coaxed the old man to smile, and he wanted to recognize Zhuang Xiao as his goddaughter. The daughter is still sweet. Lin Ji glared at Lin Xiangrong beside him, turned around and talked to Zhuang Xiao with a smile. Lin Xiangrong, who did he offend? Xiao Yin and Hui Xiao followed the 3 people silently, listening to the business bragging between the old and the young in front, and couldn't help but raise the corners of their mouths. Unexpectedly, this little cousin is quite good at fooling people, Xiao Yin thought. Then he glanced at Hui Xiao. Maybe this guy has been fooled by now. He follows his cousin like a tail every day. As soon as the group entered the room, Zhuang Zhao's voice stopped abruptly. In the hall on the first floor, there were all kinds of mutant plants lying neatly on the floor, one next to the other. Some people were carefully shuttling between the mutant plants, some were testing the branches and roots of the mutant plants, and some were sitting aside and recording seriously. In the hall, You can hear these people occasionally whispering, as if they were communicating something. Zhuang Xiao was quite shocked when she saw such a scene for the first time. When she came here before, she had never seen so many people working at the same time. Suddenly, she was a little nervous. These are all professional farmers, and they are not comparable to her, a free-range farmer. It seems that her decision is right. Professional matters should be left to professionals. She just needs to wait and enjoy the good life in the future. Xiao Xiao, did you bring mutant plants? When Lin Ji saw the mutant plants sent by Xiao Yin, he suddenly remembered that the little girl also came to give him mutant plants. Zhuang Xiao nodded, hummed, and then turned to find Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao? Hu Xiao, who was named, immediately understood and asked Xiao Yin for 2 people. He went out again, just after entering the room, and not sitting down. This young man is very good, Lin Ji praised. What? Zhuang Xiao didn't pay attention to Lin Ji's words, and said in confusion. At this time, Lin Xiangrong spoke up and repeated what his grandfather meant. My grandfather said that Brother Hua is a good person. Seeing someone praising Hu Xiao, Zhuang Xiao was very happy. How could the person she chose at first sight be wrong? Hua, Did you have a choice at that time? When Hu Xiao came back, Zhuang Xiao, Lin Ji, and the other 4 were sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Hu Xiao followed the instructions of Mr. Lin and placed the sack and the mutant plants on a large open space in front of the sofa coffee table. Hu Xiao squatted down, took out the gloves from the bag and put them on, and then began to take the mutant plants out of the sack. Xiao Yin, Lin Xiangrong and Mr. Lin were quite curious about what kind of mutant plants had to be put in a sack, so the 3 of them simply stood up and walked around to the front to take a closer look. Seeing that the 3 people had stood up, Zhuang Xiao was embarrassed to sit down, so he simply followed the 3 people to join in the fun. When Hu Xiao took out the first mutant squirting melon from the sack, Xiao Yin rushed up with a brisk step and said in disbelief, Is it a squirting melon? Xiao Yan's voice trembled, and he turned to look at Grandpa Lin. Is it the mutant squirting melon from the number 2 safe zone? Lin Ji squatted down, carefully observing the mutant plant that Hu Xiao took out from the sack, which was already a little wilted, and shouted anxiously, Xiao Xia, pushed Hu Xiao who was working away. No, how could these people be so rude? This is too rude. Look at the leaves, the melon, the root system. What have they been ruined into? Lin Ji was so distressed. I regret that next time I go to the high radiation zone, I must let Xiao Xiao take his old bones with me. With a cheating artifact like Hua, it is not unimpeded in the blind area, but under normal circumstances, it is safe. It's safe now. With the blessing of the energy stone, he can hollow out the high radiation area. Hua, You can always hollow out the high radiation area, but it can't bring it back even once. The young man named Xiao Xia, who came over also had a look of heartache on his face, when he saw the mutant plants on the ground. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Hu Xiao silently stepped back several steps, and went to stand with Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao looked at the heartbroken and unbelievable expressions of these people, and touched her nose guiltily. She and Hu Xiao tried their best. It was really not easy for the 2 of them, and the 2 flame cats, to bring these out of the high radiation area from 1,000 miles away. How many flame trees were abandoned? Are there any saplings of flame trees? Zhuang Xiao whispered to Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao nodded slightly and said, There are several. He planted most of the saplings of the flame tree around the yard, and also left a few to be planted in the yard in the safe zone later. That's good. It's not known when he will go to such a high radiation area so far away next time. It's better to keep more for home. She already knows the benefits of this mutant plant, so she must make full use of it. Xiao Yin and the others don't know yet, so let them slowly discover it. It should be faster than Lan Hong and the others found it. Otherwise, it's really sorry for Zhuang Xiao praising them for their professionalism. Lin Ji, It will take half a year for this sapling to grow, right? How about we go back first? Look at them like this. I guess they are not in the mood to chat with us. Zhuang Xiao continued to whisper to Hu Xiao, muttering. Hu Xiao thought it was feasible, so he took 2 steps forward and called out to Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, why don't you go ahead and do your work? We'll go back first. Go. Don't bother me while I'm working. Lin Ji waved his hand without even raising his head, and drove them away. Hu Xiao's expression remained unchanged, and he went back to find Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao smiled. Great, we can leave now. Chapter 624. As soon as the 2 walked out of the door, Xiao Yan's voice came from behind. Cousin. Zhuang Xiao could only stop and turned around reluctantly. Then Zhuang Xiao put on a professional smile and said, Cousin, you don't have to send us off, we know the way. The big sprayer didn't even leave out Cousin Xiao. Isn't this too powerful? Mutated spray melon. Didn't you agree to go to my house? Xiao Yan didn't respond to Zhuang Zhao's words and asked back. Zhuang Xiao went to see Hu Xiao. When did she agree? Hu Xiao raised his wrist, revealing the watch inside. Okay, let's go to another one. After doing it all at once, she will belong to her alone. Pei Minghai is serving his mutant thunderbird in the back garden. Having a half day of leisure, Xiao Yan went out to Old Man Lin to study mutant plants today, and he took this opportunity to rest for a while. Feed his pet bird. The mutant thunderbird looked unruly, and the iron chain tied to its feet made a crisp sound of metal collision as it walked back and forth. The bird said that it was a little depressed today, and a little irritable. It didn't want to pay attention to this old man. However, Pei Minghai had long been accustomed to the dead look of the mutant thunderbird, and he was not annoyed. He happily poured the meat and water into 2 basins, and then pushed them to the little ancestor with the same bamboo pole. Eat, why don't you eat? Pei Minghai urged, looking very patient. Suddenly, someone was heard saying, Are you still keeping this mutant thunderbird? It's so disobedient, why don't you eat it? The roasted thunderbird meat is so delicious. The girl's calm tone was full of eagerness. I want to eat. Xiao Yan led Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao to Pei Minghai and stopped, shouting, Uncle Pei. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao also followed Xiao Yan and called Uncle Pei. Pei Minghai was in a good mood when he saw the two of them. It seems that Yin will not work today. At such a young age, white hair has appeared. This can't go on. Young people should play with young people more. You are here. Pei Minghai greeted warmly. As soon as the voice fell, the mutant thunderbird behind him made a strange cry, which scared everyone. Everyone turned their eyes back to the mutant thunderbird. The mutant thunderbird, which was originally arrogant and looked like it didn't want to be in my eyes, rolled its eyes, and slowly lowered its head to eat its meal today. Eating others is better than being eaten by others. You are pretty good today. Xiao Yan praised casually without caring. This mutant thunderbird has become Uncle Pei's favorite now. He dare not say he wants to eat it. Eat more, eat fatter, more meat is delicious. Zhuang Xiao encouraged the mutant thunderbird. Mutated thunderbird, Does it eat or not? Pei Minghai doesn't mind Zhuang Xiao scaring his bird. He didn't expect that this guy would eat obediently after being scared. He will do the same in the future. Mutated thunderbird, The 4 people stared at the mutant thunderbird eating the food in the bowl without knowing the taste, and then went back to the front yard leisurely. Leaving the mutant thunderbird behind was the one who wanted to cry. Burp, I'm full. Today, seeing the living mutant thunderbird, Zhuang Xiao suddenly wanted to eat. I missed it after not eating it for so long. When I get home, I will ask Hu Xiao when they will go to Fulei Mountain. Fulei Mountain in this season should be very different from Fulei Mountain covered with ice and snow, right? I wonder what else is there on the mountain besides the mutant thunderbird. Is her little silverfish still there? Zhuang Xiao was able to do 2 things at once, and occasionally respond to the conversation between Xiao Yan and the other 3. After entering the house, the group sat down. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao took off their watches and handed them to Pei Minghai. Pei Minghai went to the office area, while Xiao Yan stayed to entertain the guests and talked about Lin Ji's work progress in the blind spot. Zhuang Xiao was particularly interested in this. After all, Hu Qianli didn't know anything, and there was no useful information. I plan to send some more people over there, but the progress is still too slow. To be honest, although Lin Ji and his team have tried very hard, the terrain in the blind spot is complex and dangerous. It is all about human legs, so the progress is really not fast. Xiao Yan even considered whether to repair a few places where aircraft can dock. In this way, it may be more convenient to transport supplies. Of course, these are just in the consideration stage. After all, the final demarcation of the boundary line still needs people to walk out step by step. Not all work can be accelerated by taking shortcuts. Zhuang Xiao, She thinks she can. Zhuang Xiao hummed and quietly picked up the fruit on the table. Xiao Yan just let her pass, and she was polite. But now she wants to eat. With Zhuang Xiao not paying attention, Xiao Yan could only chat with Hu Xiao, so he asked Hu Xiao again, Have you been in the safe zone recently? It's a headache to find someone, but not be able to find them. Hu Xiao glanced at Zhuang Xiao who had successfully obtained the fruit and replied, I shouldn't go out far for the time being. This time she went out for a long time, and the little girl probably didn't want to go out for quite a long time. However, it's hard to say about the blind spot nearby. Xiao Yan seemed to remember something, apologized to the two of them, and then left in a hurry and went upstairs. Zhuang Xiao picked up a fruit from the table and handed it to Hu Xiao saying, Try it, It's quite delicious. She didn't recognize this fruit either. It tasted good. She was still a long way from becoming a top rich person. Hu Xiao took it, but didn't eat it, but played with it in his palm. After a while, Xiao Yan came down from the building with a thick stack of papers in her hand. Take a look. He excitedly handed the drawing in his hand to Zhuang Xiao, who was still chewing water ghosts. Zhuang Xiao raised her eyes and glanced at the drawing in his hand. What are these? From her point of view, the pictures on the drawings were all upside down. She just glanced casually and really couldn't tell what the lines drawn on the top drawing were. What is it? Zhuang Xiao asked. Xiao Yan didn't answer his question, but waited stubbornly for Zhuang Xiao to take it and take a look first. In desperation, Zhuang Xiao could only reluctantly abandon the fruit in his hand, put it on the table, and then reluctantly took the thick stack of papers from Xiao Yan. It was actually a thick stack of papers. Seeing Zhuang Xiao took it, Xiao Yan sat down again. Hu Xiao also stopped studying the fruit and looked at Zhuang Xiao curiously. The paper in his hand. Zhuang Xiao carefully turned the stack of drawings over and carefully looked at the lines drawn on it with pencil. This. After seeing the contents of the first drawing clearly, Zhuang Xiao didn't know what to say. She looked up at Xiao Yan in shock. It shouldn't be that serious. Chapter 625. How is it? Xiao Yan was very satisfied with Zhuang Xiao's extremely shocked expression at the moment. It was worth his staying up for several nights. What is it? Hu Xiao asked the doubts in his heart. He looked at the expressions of the two people, finally decided to see what was written on the paper first. He moved closer to Zhuang Xiao and took out the top sheet of paper from her hand. In this way, the style of the second drawing appeared in her eyes again. Hu Xiao looked at it carefully for a while and praised insincerely. The emblem of this mercenary team is well drawn. The flame cat and the dancing grass really look like a loving family. The soft and tough branches of the dancing grass surround the big head of the flame cat. Don't say it. It really looks like that. What do you think, cousin? Xiao Yan is still waiting for Zhuang Xiao's answer. Zhuang Xiao was silent again. Her dancing grass and flame cat were obtained by her own strength, so of course. It's good. The drawings are pretty good. Zhuang Xiao smiled and praised sincerely. The painting skills are good. She held it in for a long time, but she really couldn't think of any suitable words of praise to praise the author of these drawings. There are more below. Let's see which one looks good, and we'll take that one. Xiao Yan automatically took the praise of these two as his consent to use the portrait rights of Flame Cat and Dancing Grass. Zhuang Xiao held the thick stack of papers, struggling whether to let her serpent beauty and Hu would take a look, and suddenly thought that the two of them probably didn't have any aesthetic taste. What's more, one of them doesn't even have eyes. The right to vote on this matter should be decided by her. When Pei Meihai came back, he saw three young people huddled together, discussing something, so he simply didn't bother them. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It's almost lunchtime, he should go prepare lunch first. Zhuang Xiao noticed Pei Meihai coming back, and just wanted to stop the topic they were discussing, when she saw the old man turn around and hurried out again. Hey, don't go, she wants to go home for dinner. Hu Xiao and Xiao Yan were the ones who were mumbling here, so she nodded and shook her head, and it was tiring. Okay, so why did Xiao Yan draw so many pictures? And each one looks similar, and after all, it's not the dancing grass and flame cat form. Which one do you think is the best? Xiao Yan was eager to decide on this as soon as possible. When the convoy sets off to other safe areas in a while, it will just be time to change all the uniform logos on the cars, people, and objects. The reputation of the dancing grass is not yet well known in other safe zones, but the name of the flame cat has already spread to all safe zones. It's just that those who are far away can't come to witness the beautiful scene of the mutant animals and humans living in harmony in their safe zone. The unremarkable safe zone number 11 finally has its own characteristics in the future. Hu Xiao selected 3 of them and asked Zhuang Xiao, "What do you think of these 3? Zhuang Xiao looked down, She thought they were all the same. Can't all 3 be used? Hu Xiao looked at Xiao Yan. His words didn't count. Xiao Yan, Seeing the two people's embarrassed expressions, Zhuang Xiao looked carefully at the 3 spread papers. This one is pretty good. This one is the best one Hu drew. Anyway, Dancing Grass can't complain to her to express dissatisfaction, so she should be fine if she favors one over the other. Dancing Grass, No, sister, make a scene. Things were settled so hastily, and the 3 of them were immediately in a good mood. Zhuang Xiao couldn't wait to go home and cook. She had never thought of staying for dinner. However, when Pei Meihai led a group of people in an orderly manner into the hall, The fragrance floated into Zhuang Zhao's nose without any warning. This meal, maybe it's still worth eating. More than a dozen plates. You can taste different dishes in one meal, except for the feast at Meng Qingyang's house that time. I really miss it. Usually, there are only 2 living people in the house, she and Huishao, and they have never had such a wasteful way of eating. At most, there are only 3 or 4 dishes. The ingredients today or tomorrow may still be exactly the same. There is really nothing new. Huishao, He felt that he was at the peak of his life. Little girl, you still felt like you were at the bottom of the mountain. It was rare to encounter such a delicious lunch, and the host was so kind to keep him, there was no reason for Zhuang Zhao to refuse. Just put it on the table and eat it. Facts have proved that this meal is really to my liking. Later. Maybe I can go there for 2 more meals. Next time, I'll bring back some poisonous insects and poisonous plants from the high radiation area. When you visit someone, you have to bring something, right? After leaving Xiao Yan's house, Zhuang Zhao sat in his car and burped in a very unpresentable manner. Then, as if it was contagious, Huishao also followed suit. After that, the 2 of them couldn't stop laughing. Finally, the car was filled with Zhuang Zhao's unrestrained laughter. Ha ha, hiccup, ha ha, hiccup. Huishao glanced at Zhuang Zhao, who was lying on the seat, laughing so hard that he was out of breath, and pursed his lips without saying anything. His ears were red. He said he wasn't full, but he didn't know if the girl believed him. Oh, it was really... Hiccup. After a while, the car arrived at the door. Zhuang Zhao was the first to jump out of the car. Swipe the watch, the door opens. Why does the door opening prompt sound so good? Sure enough, this new watch is awesome. Yes, she has a brand new watch again. Even if the new watch is not in the highest echelon of the safe zone, it can definitely be in the 2nd echelon. Zhuang Zhao is very satisfied with this. By the way, her identity was still an illegal household, but now that she was led by the flame cat and the dancing grass, her blackness should have been bleached out long ago. Her identity should be shining now. Seeing the gate open to both sides, Huishao drove the car into the yard. The gate was closed. Why did you make a door out of the cave? Lin Ji walked back and forth at the entrance of the cave with his hands behind his back, not understanding what Zhang Lin did. Is he still complaining that it is not hot enough to sleep in the cave at night? What's wrong? He is really bored. While directing people to continue to weave the branch and leaf door, Zhang Lin responded to Lin Ji, Isn't there a river on the opposite side? I am afraid that I will attract a group of mutant mayflies when I sleep at night. Chapter 626. In addition to the mutant mayfly incident with Xiao Yan, they encountered it again yesterday. Although they escaped, most people did not sleep well. When they encountered the mutant animals today, their people were almost injured because of lack of energy. This is not okay. So, early this morning, Zhang Lin refused to sleep outside at night. A group of people spent a whole morning and finally found the current place to stay, a fairly spacious cave. With this place to stay, they can come back here to sleep after finishing their work in 3 or 4 days. Only by sleeping peacefully can they act energetically the next day. What is this called? This is called sharpening the knife before chopping wood. If you have nothing to do in the afternoon, go to the mining area to look for Lan Jin. He has been out for several days, and has not even sent back a message. Lan Hong held the child and instructed Hu Qianli, who was carrying out the plate cleaning operation. Hu Qianli hummed twice randomly, and swept the last few leaves in the plate. Where did you get this leaf? It's delicious, Hu Qianli said with lingering feelings. Lan Hong glanced at the table, gently patted the child's back, and said, My mother and I picked it up from my cousin's forest 2 days ago. I don't know what kind of mutant plant it is, but the probability that the leaves are edible is quite high. Then I'll find time to ask my cousin for one and plant it. Hu Qianli thought for a long time and found that his family could only plant it in the yard of the shantytown. Plant it in the yard outside. You are so shameless. I picked up these leaves that fell naturally. I didn't dare to pick any of the leaves from Xuxia's mutant plant. Lan Hong was still a little embarrassed about her behavior. Hu Qianli grabbed his cousin and kept talking to her in the morning, but she didn't find a suitable opportunity to talk about this. Although it wasn't a big deal. But she always felt that she had taken advantage of her cousin again. I'm so proud. Hu Qianli didn't think it was a big deal, but was particularly proud. Besides, he hadn't planted the dancing grass yet. The dancing grass in Aunt Ma's yard next to Yin, whose yard was already very tall. Back then, Aunt Ma had shamelessly taken these dancing grasses from Yin Ming, and she took better care of them than her own children and grandchildren. Half of the items bought from the safe zone to deal with acid rain were used on the dancing grass. That's why the dancing grass is so lush and lovely. And this dancing grass, since they planted it, their family has never been robbed again. Although they had never been robbed before. But now, all the credit has been attributed to the dancing grass by Aunt Ma. Yin Hu's family already has dancing grass, so I can't ask my cousin for another mutant plant, and my cousin has never been the kind of person who favors one over the other. Hu Qianli had a lot of reasons for his future behavior. Zhuang Xiao, don't. She just likes to favor one over the other. It's not something that ordinary people can do to treat everyone equally. Hu Qianli still thought that he would be favored by his cousin, so he went straight to Zhuang Zhao's house after leaving home. But it was obvious that he was rejected. After asking, I found out that Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao went to the safe zone today. In this case, the matter of the mutant plant that was asked by the face can only be put on hold for the time being. His wife told him to go to the mining area to see his brother-in-law in the afternoon. So, after a while, he contacted several people from the mercenary team just to get a ride to the mining area. Otherwise, he would be exhausted to death just by relying on his 2 legs. I don't know when this mining area will be included in the sphere of influence of the safe zone. With communication, it won't be so hard. An hour later, Hu Qianli finally got on the bus that would return in the evening as he wished. How long has it been, and you can officially go on duty? Hu Qianli asked the person opposite. How long has it been, and this kid can go on field missions? Yin Ming scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. A temporary substitute, just a temporary substitute. He had to stay in the training ground for at least half a year before he had the opportunity to enter the safe zone. What about your brother? What is he busy with recently? After listening to this, Hu Qianli remembered that he hadn't seen Yin Hu for a long time, and he didn't know what he was busy with now. My brother is also in the mining area. What is he doing in the mining area? Hu Qianli continued to ask. Yin Ming said, join the team to transport iron ore. The mercenaries were also in this group. Hu Qianli heard about it after he came back, but he didn't expect Yin Hu to go there too. How is your brother's recovery? Hu Qianli was more concerned about this. Although Hui Xiao had become lively and energetic, I don't know how much precious energy stones his cousin had used to nourish him to reach this level. How could the families of Yin Hu and Yin Ming have so many energy stones? However, he thought about it, and it was possible. Among the people who went to scavenge with his cousin before, they had the most times twice, and Yin Ming also earned a lot of points in the number 6 safety zone last year. They all knew the latter news. At that time, several members of the Qilin team were at the scene, and the news could not be concealed at all. Not bad. Yin Ming no longer eats, drinks and sleeps with Yin Hu every day, but his brother seems to be in good spirits. There shouldn't be a big problem. That's good, that's good. After talking about this, Hu Qianli talked to Yin Ming about Zhuang Xiao's return, but Yin Ming can no longer be his sister's follower like before. This feeling, how to say it, is still very lost. After arriving at the mining area, Hu Qianli said goodbye to Yin Ming and went to inquire about Lan Jin's news. It was also a coincidence that when leaving the mining area, he happened to meet He Hu and Qiu Shan, who were going to do business. The 3 of them had met twice, and He Hu still remembered Hu Qianli. Since they recognized each other, it was natural to exchange pleasantries. The news about Lan Jin was obtained in this way. I'll tell him what Captain Feng said when I see him. Hu Qianli waved at He Hu and Qiu Shan, turned around and walked towards the main road. He Hu and Qiu Shan looked away after seeing his back disappear. Qiu Shan asked in confusion, Boss, why are we looking for Captain Feng? He Hu knocked Qiu Shan's head and said, what else can we do? Find a way to send Mingyu's kids to the safe zone. We can't just let them hang around outside like this every day. We still have to make long-term plans for the children's future. Ah, so that's it. Qiu Shan didn't think it was a big deal. Now those kids can earn their own food and drink, and they won't starve themselves. Isn't that good? However, he was still curious about why the black boss sent people to the safe zone, so he asked, what's the point of sending them to the safe zone? Chapter 627. He Hu glanced at Qiu Shan and turned around and left. Qiu Shan scratched his head, not knowing how he had offended Boss Hu again. If you don't understand, just ask. Didn't he say that before? Hu Qianli, who had received the news from Lan Jin, stood at the intersection, wondering whether he should go to see his brother-in-law. If he saw him, he would miss the car going back. If he couldn't see him, it would be hard to explain when he returned home. However, the time was really not right. Just as he was struggling, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Old Hu, what are you doing here? He looked back and saw that Chen Yuanlin and his group from the Blade Squad were driving in the direction he wanted to go. He immediately smiled widely. In the past, he had only a half-familiar relationship with many mercenary teams. Since Wu Xiao, who had a cheat, came out of the future team, the people of the Safe Zone mercenary team seemed to have become familiar with the people of their future team. And Wu Xiao's cheat was naturally his cousin. "Captain Chen, where are you going? Can you give me a ride?" As soon as the Blade team's vehicle stopped, Hu Qianli hurriedly said his request. As expected, the Blade team was going to the same place where Lan Jin was doing the mission. Hu Qianli got on the car smoothly and thanked him. With a means of transportation, he arrived at the destination in just half an hour. The Blade team's mission today was to patrol back and forth between the main roads. Hu Qianli searched for Lan Jin and Wen Ming in their car. If he could find them, it would be the best. If he couldn't find them, he tried his best. A clear conscience. Wen Ming and Lan Jin were carrying a branch together to the designated location. Wen Ming walked in front, while Lan Jin followed behind with his head down. The ground was not flat, so the people behind still had to look carefully at their feet to avoid falling. This was the experience accumulated from many bloody lessons. When the car came towards them, Wen Ming just looked up and met Hu Qianli's big face. "Hey, Wen Ming," Hu Qianli called out first. Lan Jin, who was behind, heard this familiar voice and suddenly raised his head. "This is... my brother-in-law is back." However, the branches and leaves on the branch blocked his view. But it was not a big deal. Soon, the car stopped beside them. Hu Qianli looked at Lan Jin, who was as black as charcoal, and thought, this child has grown up and is as black as him. Lan Jin, what a strange grown-up remark. After meeting the people, Hu Qianli was completely relieved and finally went back to report with full confidence. In addition, Hu said before that the two guys lived near their home, so after a few words, he patted his butt and left. After completing the task assigned by his wife, Hu Qianli opened up and chatted with Lu Feng and his group about their recent experiences. "We will go again in a while, and it may be your team's turn by then." Hu Qianli patted Chen Yuanlin's shoulder and said like brothers. Chen Yuanlin moved away without leaving a trace, and said with a fake smile, "We don't really want to go there." Really, who would like to run to a blind spot with no one around for no reason? Although we are in a blind spot now, there are people everywhere, so we generally don't encounter any danger. And the blind spot that Hu Qianli mentioned is really a complete blind spot. There are no people, and there is no road. We rely on two roads. As the temperature rises day by day, walking in the dense forest is more unbearable than walking in the dense forest on a cold winter day. However, after a few days, Hu Qianli's bad mouth really came true. Lin Ji and Zhang Lin, who originally planned to come back in a while, had to come back from the deep forest in advance because 3 people in their team were injured. The weather is hot, and people sweat, and wounds are prone to suppuration and infection. It was not a serious injury, but under this situation, it is hard to say if it is delayed for a long time. Anyway, Lin Ji originally planned to come back once, so he came back early. Zhang Lin had no professionalism at all. As soon as he sent Lin Ji to the car that came to the safe area to pick him up, he ran away with his own car. He wanted to go home and have a good rest, sleep for 3 days and 3 nights first. Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao really didn't go anywhere during this period. They just sorted out their 1 acre and 3 feet of land in the shantytown. The flame trees planted by Wu Xiao around the yard were all pulled out by the vicious beauty the day after they returned from the safe zone. This is very speechless. Is this dancing grass bullying the newcomer by relying on its arm? However, facing the unreasonable dancing grass, what can Zhuang Xiao do? He can only move the flame trees again and again, until the distance between the two is almost the same as the one for the fire seed, and the dancing grass will give up. It seems that the competition between mutant plants should not be underestimated, especially in front of mutant plants like dancing grass that have become spirits. Fortunately, her flame tree and fruit plants seem to be quite normal at present, which makes her very relieved. Otherwise, if she gets a few more mutant plants like dancing grass, she will probably die. Hu Qianli came to ask for fruit plants as soon as the two returned to the shantytown. Zhuang Xiao didn't say anything and let him dig them himself. After Hu Qianli left, Zhuang Xiao took Wu Xiao and started to press the branches of the fruit plants. She had raised oleander before, and the branches buried in the soil could grow roots. In addition, she also cut some off and raised them in water or directly inserted them into the soil. These are with the mentality of trying. If they can survive, they will survive. If they can't survive, forget it. She knows so many people in the safe zone now, and there are many people with sharp eyes. In addition, Hu Qianli's big mouth, blabbering, her fruit trees are really not enough for them to dig. However, Zhuang Xiao really guessed wrong this time. He had no time to hide such a good mutant plant. Telling others is absolutely impossible. Anyway, she worked on the farm for a while. In addition to the dancing grass, the other plants in the yard, such as water hemlock, monkey-faced dragon orchid, and the 2 poisonous plants, were also very energetic. The 2 flame cats shuttled back and forth between the safe area and the unknown place, and sometimes Hua Hua would even take the mutant pangolin out with him. The mutant animals of different species actually lived in strange harmony. Even when they slept during the day, the 2 flame cats used the spread mutant pangolin as a pillow. No matter how you look at it, it's incredible. Once you see incredible things more often, you will get used to it. Chapter 628. Since Zhuang Xiao sent a batch of mutant plants to the inner city of the safe zone, she has never asked about it again. It is better to have less contact with some people, to avoid finding more work for yourself. Although she likes to go to high radiation areas, once this hobby becomes a job, it is really meaningless. Lin Ji left Xiaoyan and just returned home. Before he had time to change his clothes, he was dragged by his father to see his mutant plants. No, Dad, can't you let your son rest for a night before asking? Lin Ji dragged his heavy steps behind Lin Ji. How much reluctance there is in this, I am afraid only his hollowed-out body knows. Why did he go to find Xiaoyan and pay Mihai as soon as he came back? It was because he thought that things would be settled earlier, and he didn't have to worry about it, and he could go home and sleep like Xianglin. When he came out of Xiaoyan's place, he happened to meet Xianglin's father, who looked like Mithra Buddha. He asked Xianglin about his work performance for a long time. After dealing with it for a while, he was finally relieved. Unexpectedly, he was drafted by his old and strong father again when he returned home. You are so young, it's okay to sleep less. Lin Ji walked in front, looking back at his disappointing second son from time to time. He was so young, but he looked like he was sucked out of his energy by the goblins in the mountains. Really? He still doesn't exercise enough. It seems that he has been lying at home for the past few years. He will talk to a yen next time and find more work for this guy. The father and son urged each other, dragged on, and finally came to Lin Ji's newly opened plantation, and started the academic discussion between the father and son on the mutant plants. When passing by those mutant squirting melons, Lin Ji's dull eyes suddenly shone. Where did you get this, old man? Lin Ji pointed at the mutant squirting melon covered on the ground. When he was young, he wanted to smuggle one back from the number 2 safe zone, but unfortunately, he failed. The smuggling plan was aborted before it even started. However, it was a good thing that he didn't do it, because after leaving the number 2 safe zone, he happened to meet the smugglers, and was beaten so badly. Really? No matter what your reason is, which safe zone you are from, or how strong your background is, I will beat you up first. The customs of the people in the number 2 safe zone are really. Don't mention how tough they are. When Lin Ji thinks back now, he is still scared. Unexpectedly, they also have this big squirting melon in their safe zone. Did you listen to me? Didn't I tell you when I just got here? Lin Ji got angry, and the old flesh on his face was shaking. Lin Ji was inexplicably a little scared, and whispered, I'm old, my memory is not very good, my memory is not very good. Lin Ji, Who is the father, and who is the son? Lin Ji waved his hand at him in disdain and said, forget it, go back to sleep, you smell so bad that I almost vomit. Lin Ji, No. Is this his fault? Who had to drag him here? The old baby felt wronged, but the old baby didn't say anything. After experiencing Lin Ji's cold and arrogant attitude, Lin Ji silently closed his mouth and swallowed the rest of the words. Why argue at this time? It is right to run away. As for the big spray melon, it is not too late to ask after it wakes up. Lin Ji saw his second son running faster than a rabbit, shook his head, and couldn't help but feel relieved inside. If only he could be more motivated. Lin Ji, He is so tired. How can he not be motivated? Lin Ji walked around the plantation. There has not been a drop of rain in the sky recently, and the acidity of the soil environment is high. We can only rely on these mutant plants. At present, the growth is not bad. After observing for a while, we still need to transplant some more in the safe area. It is still too little. Xiaoyan was staring at the data given by the second uncle of the Lin family. Looking carefully, there was still some worry in his eyes. The new area that was initially surveyed does not seem to be ideal. The growth of mutant plants in one direction is obviously abnormal, and judging from the radiation value data, It is undoubtedly adjacent to the high radiation area. Just as he was thinking, Pei Meihai pushed the door open and came in with a rectangular box in his hand. Ian, the drawings and samples you gave me before are all out. Pei Meihai put the box on the table and slowly opened it. Xiaoyan saw a row of badges with very similar drawings, but completely different shapes. Xiaoyan hummed, put down the report he was reading, and took one out of the box to look at it carefully. How is it? If there are any places that need to be modified, I will take it to find someone to modify it. Pei Meihai said, looking at Xiaoyan's face. By the way, such a big change in the safety zone signs has never happened before. The ones used before were all passed down by the ancestors of the Xiao family, and have never been changed for hundreds of years. After these identifiers are determined, they must be archived in the database again, and the data must be connected to each safe zone. Otherwise, when other safe zones see them in the future, they will think that they are new forces that have just emerged from somewhere. No, leave them with me for the time being, Xiaoyan said lightly. Pei Meihai responded, okay. Then Pei Meihai seemed to remember something and said, and what about the matter about He Hu and others that Feng Xiang mentioned last time? How do you plan to deal with it? When Pei Meihai said this, Xiaoyan suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a thing. He Hu and others hope that some children in the number 17 safe zone can enter the school in the safe zone to study. This is not a difficult thing for him, and he really needs people, especially people who can do things. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyan said, no problem. The people in the number 17 safety zone are now also ours. Take this opportunity to select some children of appropriate age and intelligence from the safety zone and the shantytown to study in our own school, or send them to other safety zones for exchange and study. The specific rules you can discuss and report to me. Train them up early, and they can be used sooner, Pei Meihai agreed, and then prepared to go out to see who should be responsible for the follow-up. Uncle Pei, what is Sima Yan doing recently? Xiaoyan remembered that he seemed to have not seen this person for a long time. At that time, Feng Xiang came to find him with him. Later. Arranged for this person to go to other safety zones, right? Chapter 629. Hearing Xiaoyan's voice, Pei Meihai stopped, then turned around and said with a smile, you forgot? You arranged for him and Guzhua to go to other safe areas to discuss matters related to the sale of iron ore. Xiaoyan slapped his forehead with his big hand. He really forgot. This person hasn't been around for half a year. It's really... Look at my memory. Sima Yin, eh? If you want to get promoted and get a raise quickly, you still have to show your presence in front of your boss. Or say good morning, good afternoon and good night every day? Seeing that Xiaoyan really forgot about this person's arrangement, Pei Meihai continued. Guzhua said back news these 2 days. Their work is progressing smoothly. That's good. Xiaoyan thought about it. It seemed that there was really nothing to ask Pei Meihai, so he asked him to leave. After Pei Meihai left, Xiaoyan found the information he wanted, then dialed the corresponding contact, confirmed with the other party, picked up the long wooden box from the table, and went out. Shanty area. Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao were moving the 2 poisonous plants under the windowsill, planning to place them in the corridor between the outer wall of Zhuang Xiao's bedroom and the courtyard wall. The 2 mutant plants had grown to be a bit of a nuisance, affecting Wu Xiao's daily path to the kitchen to cook. The corridor between the outer wall of Wu Xiao's bedroom and the courtyard wall was lined with monkey-faced dragon orchids, and the water hemlock in the backyard occupied most of the yard. Under such circumstances, the 2 poisonous plants could only be planted on Zhuang Xiao's side. I found that there was no normal plant in our yard. Poisonous. Poisonous. Still poisonous. Zhuang Xiao said, pointing to the mutant plants in all directions of the yard. A very dangerous safe house. Otherwise, if we expand the yard this year, we can. Wu Xiao was about to plant some other mutant plants, but suddenly remembered what the dancing grass was doing now, and changed his mind decisively. The area can be larger. Well, it seems that there is no effect except for the larger area. Forget it, this yard is fine. Zhuang Xiao didn't want to expand the yard. Xiaoyan's promise has not been fulfilled yet, and she will definitely have a bigger yard in the future. This place is just treat it as the ancestral home. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Xiao thought that this idea was quite funny, and couldn't help laughing. Wu Xiao was watching from the side, confused. They were chatting seriously. How come? Someone is coming. Zhuang Xiao's laughter stopped abruptly, while Wu Xiao was confused. Wu Xiao saw the little girl running towards the door in a hurry. Xiaoyan stood at the gate, looking at the 2 flame cats, and a mutant pangolin sleeping soundly, and unconsciously lifted the wooden box in his hand. Is there something missing from this pattern? The gate creaked open from the inside. Xiao Yan turned his eyes to the inside of the door, and saw Zhuang Xiao blocking the door, with two dark eyes staring at the wooden box in his hand. Hui Xiao came and said, "Come in." Xiao Yan was about to raise his foot, but was interrupted by Zhuang Xiao's voice, and heard Zhuang Xiao say, "No, no. Let Hua Hua see it too." Xiao Yan, Hui Xiao, Hua Hua, who was called, opened his bright and dazzling blue eyes, and glanced at Zhuang Xiao. "What are you looking at? It doesn't want to look." "Dancing grass, She wants to look, she wants to look." Through previous communications, Zhuang Xiao already knew what was in Xiao Yan's wooden box. As an important character, Hua Hua naturally had to give some opinions. Hua Hua was pulled by the ears and looked at those strange things for several times, but he didn't understand them at all. He blinked his confused eyes and looked at Zhuang Xiao. "What are these? Is it going to be hung on it? It's too ugly, I don't want it." Zhuang Xiao took out one item after another from the wooden box, shook them in front of Hua Hua's eyes, and then put them back into the wooden box. "Okay," Hua Hua agrees. Hua Hua's opinion is not important, but the formalities still need to be done. She is definitely not a domineering parent, Hua Hua, Xiao Yan held the wooden box in his arms, and didn't know what to say for a moment. "So, you want to see it? Does it mean to show it to the flame cat? Then, does your dancing grass want to see it too?" Xiao Yan's brain has been like water since he entered Zhuang Xiao's territory. The moment he said it, he wanted to control the water in his brain. "What nonsense is this?" "Okay." Zhuang Xiao agreed very happily. Now that he is here, he has to see it even if he can't bear to see it. Dancing grass is much more enthusiastic than the flame cat. Not only is the weather good today, there is also a breeze in the air. Recently, 2 flame cats have been feeding it continuously, and its daily nutrition has never been interrupted. Look at its green little arms, how suitable it is for dancing. With 2 slaps, the vines of the dancing grass hit Xiao Yan. Zhuang Xiao was totally unprepared for the dancing grass to do this to her, and she had no time to stop the vines above her head from flying toward Xiao Yan. Even if she had been prepared, she probably would have been too late. Who let the vine fly over her head? Xiao Yan was a little confused. This arm was a little painful. I had never seen the dancing grass at my cousin's house so warm, so hospitable before. "Are you okay?" Hui Xiao, who was beside Xiao Yan, coughed lightly, resisted the urge to laugh, and expressed his deep concern to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan wanted to shake his head, watching the vines fly into the air, and replied nonchalantly, "It's okay. I just doubted my life a little." The dancing grass planted by Lin Ji and Zhang Lin's family was not like this. Following the same method, the items in the wooden box were shaken in front of the dancing grass one by one. This time the dancing grass responded. After putting the things back into the wooden box, dancing grass rewarded Hui Xiao and Xiao Yan with a whip. This time, it was on the shoulder. Very gentle. Are they brothers? Patting on the shoulder. Zhuang Xiao was used to dancing grass's magic operation. Seeing Hui Xiao and Xiao Yan's appearance, she didn't feel any pain, so she didn't have to apologize to her own vicious beauty. Xiao Yan came less than 3 minutes ago, and he didn't even have a cup of tea. He was sent to the intersection of the small road by Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao in a daze. After getting in the car, Xiao Yan suddenly came to his senses. He wanted to get a free meal. The second blind spot survey operation was soon put on the agenda. Lin Ji and Zhang Lin, who had slept at home for 3 days and 3 nights, were dug out of their beds at home again, starting their next 1-month mission. At the same time, Pei Minghai, after 2 days of discussion, quickly came up with a plan for the talent training program in the safe zone. After it was reviewed and approved, he began to prepare intensively. Chapter 630. Ian. Can I not go? Look at my face. It's even darker and uglier than yours. If this continues, Sister Xiaoxiao might not recognize me. Since Zhang Lin got the news, he has been following Xiao Yan's, but every day to beg for mercy. This lifelong friendship is not to be used in this way. Besides, his ability is really average. And he doesn't want to make progress. His family's wealth is enough for him to live for 2 or 3 lifetimes. What else is he fighting for? Xiao Yan felt his head buzzing, especially when he heard the words black and ugly. His blood pressure soared. He glanced at Zhang Lin's lush and dark hair, and touched his hairline again. He felt that Zhang Lin still had great potential for improvement, so he stopped and advised earnestly. Uncle Zhang told Uncle Pei 2 days ago that he was old and wanted to retire, and that your brother was not doing well. You are the last one in your family now, and the future of the Zhang family depends on you. Really? Did my father really say that? Before Xiaoyan finished speaking, a smug smile appeared on Zhang Lin's face. Xiaoyan turned to look at Pei Meihai and said, "If you don't believe me, ask Uncle Pei." "Yes, yes, that's right. And your father also said that when you inherit the family business, your brother will have to get pocket money from you in the future," Pei Meihai said with a smile, like an old fox looking at a naughty little beast. "Doesn't that mean my brother will have to live by my face in the future? Ha ha." Zhang Lin's smile became bigger and bigger, and finally he simply laughed up to the sky twice. Xiaoyan and Pei Meihai looked at each other and left silently. Let this kid have a good time. The hard days are still in the future. After Zhang Lin finished laughing, the two people disappeared. He scratched his head, started to laugh foolishly again, and then ran away like a gust of wind. He went to ask Uncle Lin when he would leave. And ask Sister Xiao Xiao if she would go. Sincerity can make a stone open, and an iron rod can be ground into a needle. He didn't believe it, and he couldn't persuade Sister Xiao Xiao. When Xiaoyan and Pei Meihai entered the house, Lu Feng and He Hu stood up. Since joining the 11th safe zone, this was He Hu's second time to enter the inner city of the safe zone. Thinking of what Xiaoyan and Pei Meihai were going to say next, he was excited and his blood was boiling. Looking at Lu Feng again, he was quite calm. "Sit down," Xiaoyan said lightly. After everyone sat down, Xiaoyan started the next topic. The four of them sat in the living room and chatted until the sun set and the dusk fell. When He Hu and Lu Feng came out of the inner city of the safe zone, it was already completely dark. A few stars twinkled in the sky. Tomorrow will be sunny again, without rain. He Hu put his arm around Lu Feng's shoulders and said warmly, "I hope Captain Lu can give me more advice on the tasks ahead." "You're welcome. You're welcome." Lu Feng grinned at He Hu. "Hey, it's great that we don't have to explore the blind spot." And Hu Qianli, who was going to follow Lin Ji and Zhang Lin into the blind spot survey in the shantytown this time, was not in a very good mood. Why is it his turn again? The point is that Feng Xiang, the future captain of their team, doesn't go this time. So who will the people in their team listen to? Now Feng Xiang is like a brick that Xiaoyan is used to using, and he can be moved wherever he is needed. This time, this good-looking brick will be moved to be responsible for the talent training plan of the safe zone. In addition, he himself will also be an important talent training target, and will go to other safe zones with the people in the safe zone to study and exchange. However, the subsequent work will not be implemented so quickly. The first step for Feng Xiang to do now is to select people with the people sent by the senior management of the safe zone. Although many of his tasks are directly arranged by Xiaoyan or Pei Meihai, the relationship between him and the internal personnel of the safe zone is still a lot worse. If you want to fully enter the management of the safe zone, you still have to make achievements step by step. Let alone 10 or 8 years, 3 to 5 years is always necessary. Everyone is doing their business, while Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao are sitting at the dining table, discussing where to go to scavenge tomorrow. Well, strictly speaking, where to go? Everything inside and outside the house was tidied up, and the vegetarian and meat food brought back from the high radiation area had been properly disposed of. For this reason, their family had 2 more large freezers. One was placed in the shantytown, and one in the safe zone. It felt so wonderful to have points, and not have to live a stingy life. Are you going to get flax and make your own clothes? Zhuang Xiao almost choked on the fruit he ate. Ahem, ahem. Hui Xiao hurriedly got up and gently patted Zhuang Xiao on the back. Zhuang Xiao waved his hand and told him to go away. So, Hui Xiao pushed the water cup on the table to Zhuang Xiao's hand, and this time Zhuang Xiao did not refuse. This throat is so uncomfortable from coughing. Zhuang Xiao drank the water in the cup in one gulp and put it heavily on the table. With our current family conditions, do we still need to make clothes by ourselves? Of course not, just buy. Don't you know how to spend points? Hui Xiao refilled the water in the cup, listening to the little girl's scolding, with a smile in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Spending points, of course I know. But the real purpose of tomorrow is not what he said. Are you still laughing? Zhuang Xiao stared at Hui Xiao and muttered, "You can't even spend money." Where does her satisfaction as a rich woman come from? Although she is not as rich as Xiaoyan, Zhang Lin, Lin Ji, and Du Zhong. But at least this should be enough to get to the middle level. Then how about we spend money and buy tomorrow? Hui Xiao held back his laughter. Forget it, I'll listen to you. Zhuang Xiao was a little discouraged when she thought of the meal at Xiaoyan's house. She hasn't lived a life of having everything she wants, so she's not that rich. At most she's a small rich woman. Besides, it's good to go out for a walk. It's been boring at home these past 2 days. With Huahua as a means of transportation, it only takes a few minutes to walk around the safe zone. And she hasn't been to the collection area where she scavenged last year for a long time. Just think of it as a trip to recall the bitter past and think of the sweet past. No, there's no sweet past. The first few months were all bitter. So we have to leave very early. Zhuang Xiao muttered. She was lazy recently and didn't want to get up early. Hua Xiao said, no, we'll leave after 4 in the afternoon. Huh? So late. Zhuang Xiao stared at Hua Xiao with disbelief on his face. The first time he planned to go out late. What kind of operation is this? It's totally inconsistent with the usual rules for traveling in the safe zone. Chapter 631. Hua Xiao nodded and said seriously, the solar radiation value during the day is too high. I am afraid of the sun. When saying this, Hua Xiao's face was not red, and he was not out of breath, letting Zhuang Xiao's suspicious eyes sweep over him. Oh. Zhuang Xiao made a long oh, then nodded slightly and said, okay then. It depends on what you have in mind. You don't have to get up early. Lu Feng and He, who drove out of the safe area and headed for the mining area before dawn. When the two arrived at the mining area, the sky was just a little bit white. Lu Feng got out of the car, stretched his stiff body, and yawned. Why didn't you sleep well last night? He, who stretched lazily, and asked Lu Feng. Lu Feng shook his head and said, I slept well in the first half of the night, but I woke up once in the second half of the night, and I kept thinking about the preparations to be done today. He, who exhaled a breath of turbid air and said easily, the notice of the safe zone will be issued tomorrow morning, and we will be really busy after tomorrow. Today is just some preparations. What is there to think about? The latter is what He, who thinks in his heart, but he did not speak directly, saying less and watching more. No one has ever taught him how the guards and mercenaries work in the past. The experience they had before was gradually explored through long-term life practice. To put it bluntly, it was just a makeshift team, which was not comparable to those who were formally trained. He also planned to take advantage of the talent training plan of the safe zone to study hard. It's a rare opportunity. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Mingyu again. If his daughter leaves him too far behind in the future, he will probably be in big trouble. Although he can't control her for a few years, he still has to take advantage of the present to change her fearless and impetuous temper. Lu Feng hummed, glanced at the time on his watch, and said, let's go. I'll take you to meet the members of the Qilin team. After that, Lu Feng strode towards the gathering point. He, who immediately followed and said with a smile, I called Qiu Shan and the others. I think they should have arrived at the gathering place. Let's get to know each other. Lu Feng hummed again inaudibly. The Qilin team is responsible for the first round of selection of more than 10,000 people near the mining area, or more accurately, auxiliary work. Tomorrow, people from the safe zone will be arranged to come here to join them. This work is almost zero risk, but it is quite troublesome. Although Lu Feng was very glad that he didn't have to follow the blind spot to escort the survey team, nor did he have to follow the transport team to deliver or to other safe areas, but the detailed work was more brain-intensive. So, there is no such thing as a perfect job. Someone responded, and He, who wanted to continue talking no matter how much or how little Lu Feng said. He followed Lu Feng and kept talking all the way to the gathering place. Shi Jingqing and Yang Lin arrived at the mining area yesterday. At this time, the vehicles of the Qilin team and the Vulture team were in front and behind the transport team. Shi Jingqing looked at the convoy of dozens of vehicles and felt a lot of pressure in his heart. The task of delivering goods to the number 6 safe area this time was undertaken by the people of the Qilin and Vulture teams. Each vehicle of the transport team was equipped with 2 members of the escort team, who were responsible for taking turns to drive and rest. Among the people following the car, there were 2 or 3 people from the mining area, who were responsible for connecting with the people in the number 6 safety zone. Captain, it's time, let's go! Wang Zhong in the car shouted to Yi Qing, who was still distracted by the convoy. Yi Qing came back to his senses, opened the door, and got on the car quickly. After the order was given, the trucks left the small square of the mining area one by one. Looking down from the sky in the dim light of the morning sun, it was like a long black mutant snake, winding forward in the green ocean. At this time, Gu Shuo and Sima Yin, who had just arrived in the number 6 safety zone a few days ago, were looking forward to this long team galloping in the dense forest. When Zhuang Xiao woke up from her sleep, it was already bright. She came out of the bedroom in her slippers, and breakfast was already on the table. Hua Xiao's bedroom door was open, but he was not inside. Zhuang Xiao picked up the cup on the table, drank half a cup of water, put it in the cup, and went outside the door. It sounded like the person was outside. I just don't know what he is doing? Zhuang Xiao looked at the door for a few times and muttered a few words. What are you busy with so early in the morning? She didn't see anyone, but she didn't care. She turned around and went back to wash up and prepare for breakfast. The food quality has been greatly improved now. Zhuang Xiao ate with relish. At this moment, Hu Xiao's footsteps came from outside the door. Zhuang Xiao looked up and was about to ask Hu Xiao what he was busy with so early in the morning. He saw Hu Xiao striding over the threshold and said, Zhang Lin should have sent you a message, saying that he would come over in the morning. Ah? Did you agree? Zhuang Xiao looked at Hu Xiao. Aren't we going out in the afternoon? I didn't agree. Hu Xiao sat down, touched it and continued, but I think he should still come here in the morning. There was nothing he could do about it. The boy seemed to not understand what he was saying. I only heard 4 words, at home in the morning. While Hu Xiao was talking, Zhuang Xiao lowered her head to check her new watch. Well, it's so new, but many functions haven't been used yet. After Zhuang Xiao finished reading the information on the watch, she said helplessly, Come on. Just talk about him going to the blind spot again and then... Zhuang Xiao paused and said, Then it's nothing more than lobbying me to go to the blind spot again, go to the blind spot. Speaking of this, she remembered the blind spot trip she and Hu Xiao had taken before going to the number 17 safe zone. Maybe she should go to see the progress of Xiao Yan's survey of the blind spot. I want to live at a brand new mountain villa, but I always feel that it is still a long way to go at the speed of Xiao Yan and his friends. Are you going this time? Hu Xiao asked. Well, Zhuang Xiao was still hesitating. Whether to go or not was really not a problem. So she said decisively, Go! Last time, we just strolled in the sky for a while, and didn't go down for a walk. While there are still people from the mercenary team, let's go and have a look and choose a place. She must choose a place with mountains, and water, and the lowest radiation value, so that Xiao Yan can build her big villa. Hu Xiao naturally knew what Zhuang Xiao meant by choosing a place. The pie that Xiao Yan drew was really just a huge pie so far. What they have to do is to choose the sweetest and most delicious piece from this supersized pie. Chapter 632. After finishing his breakfast, Zhuang Xiao started thinking about how to reply to Zhang Lin. If he replied earlier, Zhang Lin wouldn't have to come over. Hu Xiao put away the tableware on the table and went to the kitchen. When he came back, Zhuang Xiao had already sent out the edited message, and soon Zhang Lin replied, explaining the time and place of their mission and other information clearly. After the message was sent successfully, Zhang Lin hugged Lin Xiangrong, who was still sleeping, and kissed him, saying happily, Sister Xiao Xiao is going this time, ah! The sharp voice pierced Lin Xiangrong's eardrum and reached the nerves of his brain. Lin Xiangrong woke up from his dream with a start and sat up. Then there was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, but Lin Xiangrong, who was not very sober, said, I was bitten by a dog. Woo woo woo. Zhang Lin, who was knocked to the ground by Lin Xiangrong's elbow, touched his sore butt and grinned, I was kicked by a dog. The pain was too obvious, and even the excitement just now dissipated a lot. Lin Ji, who was passing by his son's door, heard the movement inside, and suddenly stopped. Are you two awake? Lin Ji raised his hand to knock on the door, and asked inside. At the same time, he seemed to be talking to himself. Did I hear that the little girl with the flame cat was going to the blind spot? Since Zhang Lin came to their house last night, he has been talking to Xiangrong endlessly about this matter. He still remembered that Zhang Lin went to the other party's house on purpose last time, but the other party did not agree. How could he suddenly agree? He really wanted to confirm it. Moreover, he had not had close contact with this miraculous mutant animal in the safe zone. Didn't his old man say that the mutant squirting melon was sent by the little girl from that family? Lin Ji's mind was full of thoughts, and the bedroom door was open from the inside, and it was Zhang Lin who came out. Second uncle, good morning. Zhang Lin rubbed his still aching buttocks and smiled. Good morning, you just... Lin Ji was about to ask about the little girl when he was interrupted by his son's greetings. Dad, good morning, you are standing at my door as a door god. Lin Xiangrong was still wearing pajamas, his eyes were confused, looking pure. Lin Ji thought so, and didn't pay attention to his nonsense. He just glanced at him coldly, and then asked Zhang Lin with a smile, Is the flame cat going? Go, I will definitely go. Zhang Lin answered without hesitation. He didn't think about it at all. In the message Zhuang Xiao replied to him, there was no mention of flame cat going with him. Zhang Lin, Is there any need to ask this? Hua is definitely going to go. Lin Ji smiled and nodded. After hearing the news he wanted, he said to Zhang Lin very kindly, Breakfast is ready. You two should pack up and go downstairs to eat. After that, he walked away briskly. Lin Xiangrong stared at his father's back for a while, blinked at Zhang Lin, and then the two of them went back to the house. As soon as the two of them returned to the house, Lin Xiangrong approached Zhang Lin and said, "Do you think I can go with you this time?" "No." Zhang Lin refused without thinking. "It's impossible. Lin Xiangrong has never participated in the training of the mercenary team, let alone the training of the guard team. Compared with a half-baked mercenary team member like him, there is no comparison. Even so, he still goes on a mission with them. What are you thinking?" Lin Xiangrong grabbed Zhang Lin's arm and said, "Why can't I do it?" Second brother Zhang, second brother Zhang. While holding him and not letting him go, he started to act cute. But it was useless. Zhang Lin was very self-aware. If he took the person away privately, second Uncle Lin and Old Man Lin would have to tear him apart together. Lin Xiangrong was very favored in the Lin family. Unlike him, his father didn't love him, and his mother didn't love him. But now it's good, didn't Uncle Pei and a Yin say it? His father praised him. Although his eyes were not eyes, and nose were not nose when he went home yesterday, his father must be shy and embarrassed to praise him in front of him. The most promising son? Hee hee. What are you laughing at? Lin Xiangrong looked at Zhang Lin with suspicion. Zhang Lin didn't expect that he would laugh out loud, and hurriedly said, "Okay. Don't come to me for this matter. Instead of nagging me, you might as well go to your old man." After saying that, he went into the bathroom. Lin Xiangrong stomped his feet on the spot in frustration, turned around and went out. If this mountain is blocked, then find another broad road. Zhang Lin is right, his old man is the head of the family. As long as the old man agrees, this problem will definitely not be a big deal. Xiao Yin, why don't you come to ask my opinion? But this matter was not as easy as Lin Xiangrong thought. He had been trying from breakfast to lunch without success. But he was not discouraged. There was still half a day left, right? Where there is a will, there is a way. He will succeed. Time passed little by little, and soon it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao took care of the mutant plants planted outside the yard in the morning, they sat on Hua's broad back and headed towards the sky full of red clouds. Flying with them was the flame cat Yin Yin. The mutant pangolin was left at the gate to guard the house. It was past 4 o'clock, and the sunlight was 2 points gentler. Zhuang Xiao was very comfortable flying in the wind over the lush vegetation. She vaguely remembered that the flax-growing area was near the mutant mantis she caught. At that time, in order to prevent others from coveting the prey on their flatbed truck, the group went there specially, and got a lot of flax to cover the truck. Looking back now, it seems like yesterday. It has been a year indeed. The flying speed of the flame cat is amazing. In the past, they took an hour or two to walk, but with the speed of the flame cat, they could see the place in just a moment. A vast sea of blue flowers suddenly appeared in Zhuang Xiao's eyes without any warning. Immediately, Zhuang Xiao sat up straight, looking at the blue ocean below with shining eyes. A breeze blew, and the blue waves rolled towards the distance one by one, endlessly, until the sky. Immersed in this beautiful scenery, Zhuang Xiao turned his head suddenly, and met Wu Xiao's eyes, with a satisfied smile. "Are we here to see this?" Wu Xiao nodded gently. The flax poles at this time were not usable, so they were not here to cut flax. Zhuang Xiao said she was very satisfied with Wu Xiao's sudden surprise. Brother Wu said. Chapter 633. The next day, before 4 o'clock in the morning, the ticking of the watch and the knocking of the wooden door were like a bunch of small hammers knocking on Zhuang Xiao's sleepy brain. Zhuang Xiao wrapped himself in a blanket and rolled 2 or 3 times on the bed. He suddenly pulled himself out of the bed and scratched his messy hair with his hands, feeling very irritated. He half closed his eyes and looked at the dark roof. The watch flashed persistently on his wrist, and the knocking on the door stopped. Zhuang Xiao turned off the alarm clock and fell suddenly on the bed behind him. Wu Xiao, who had just turned around and was about to leave, heard a dull thump outside the door. He had to stop again, took a deep breath, and was ready to bear the anger of the little girl when she got up and called out, "Xiao Xiao, it's time." The voice was very soft, but it was enough for Zhuang Xiao, who had just laid down, to hear it clearly. Zhuang Xiao, who was lying down again, suddenly opened her eyes, stared at the roof and blinked several times, then slowly sat up again and replied weakly, "I'm up." Zhuang Xiao dressed, got out of bed, and put on shoes. The movements were slow, but she got up after all. Until she stood in the bathroom, looking at herself in the mirror with lifeless eyes, secretly hated why she insisted on looking at the blue sea of flowers under the moonlight last night. Wouldn't it be nice to go home and sleep early, Alas, it was all because the moonlight was too attractive last night. After everything was packed up, Zhuang Xiao heard the sound of a car starting in the yard outside. She dragged her legs, not wanting to leave home, and slowly walked to the door. I wonder if it's too late to regret now. No matter how hard the early morning hours were for Zhuang Xiao, Lin Ji, Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong were completely unaware of it. At this moment, the three of them sat happily in the carriage. Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong talked excitedly about how they had fought side by side with the flame cat, while Lin Ji listened with great interest. All three of them were equally happy, but Lin Xiangrong was the happiest. Last night, while Mr. Lin was in deep sleep after going to bed, he finally got the consent of the highest leader in the family. And Mr. Lin was extremely happy at that time that he finally got rid of the magic sound of his grandson. As for whether he still remembered the promise he made last night after waking up today, it would no longer be Lin Xiangrong's business in the blind spot. So, under Lin Ji's deliberate release, Lin Xiangrong successfully boarded the car to the blind spot. In this way, facing the morning mist, the convoy rushed to the mining area. This time, some of the people who followed Lin Ji into the blind spot were from the mercenary team members of the future and the sharp knife team, who were on standby in the mining area, and the other part were the members of the escort team, who were currently traveling with them from the safe area. This time, the number of people entering the survey area was more than twice that of the last time. The main task of these extra people this time was to continue to bring back enough mutant plants from the blind spot according to Xiao Yan's requirements. In addition, all the problematic sections from Safety Zone number 11 to Safety Zone number 3 have been repaired. The idle people are prone to cause trouble in the current food shortage, so the Safety Zone will let these people continue to carry out land reclamation work around the mining area. The land reclamation with the security of the guards and mercenaries is equivalent to the annual autumn harvest collection activity, but the only difference between the two is that their target of scavenging has changed from artificially planted crops to mutant plants growing in the wild. There are still several months before this year's autumn harvest collection activity. After the acid rain fell, the crops in the artificial planting area were not treated differently, because they were artificially planted, and the ending was just as bleak. Fortunately, thanks to the extremely vigorous vitality and reproductive capacity of the mutated crops, the planting area is still lush and green. However, it is not known what the harvest will be. The safe zone has experienced natural disasters of this magnitude before, such as hail, strong winds, heavy rain, and extreme temperatures, which may cause damage to crops. The responsible personnel of the planting area do not have much hope for the harvest after this acid rain. Without expectations, there will be no disappointment. The people of the Wasteland are well aware of this truth. When Zhuang Xiao slept all the way to the vicinity of the mining area, the sky was slightly bright, and there was mist between the trees, and there was still a little bit of fresh air in the air. However, this just right temperature completely disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, as the mist in the forest dissipated after the sun emerged from the horizon. Lin Ji looked up at the intertwined branches above his head, searching for the two fiery red figures, but he was disappointed. Above his head, there was green, and even the occasional sunlight seemed to be soaked in green. He lowered his head, and continued on his way. He Ming and Jiang Qi from the sharp knife team followed closely on his left and right. Compared to the silence of Lin Ji and his team in the front, the back of the team was bustling. As soon as they entered the dense forest, Zhang Lin became a hands-off boss. He, the nominal leader, automatically retreated to the second line, and the captain of the sharp knife team, He Ming, took full responsibility for the leadership of this operation. As for Hu Qianli, Meng Qingyang and other members of the future team, without Feng Xiang joining this trip, their direct superior became Yi Ming. The people of the future team have responsibilities. Although they are also happy that Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao are also following the team, after listening to Zhang Lin's tragic experience last time, they decided to be more cautious. Sister, do you think there are a lot of flame cats in high radiation areas, just like mutant pheasants? Lin Xiangrong looked up curiously at the flame cats that could not be seen at all, and asked. At the same time, he was also thinking in his heart, since there is a second flame cat, does it mean that there is a third, a fourth? Zhuang Xiao rolled his eyes not very obviously. Is this too whimsical? She didn't see other flame cats when she went to Huahua's house last time, and what kind of cabbage is this flame cat? There are so many? Huahua, That is, things are precious because they are rare, do you understand? Hua Xiao, It is easy to become extinct. Huahua, I didn't see the third one. Zhuang Xiao gave Lin Xiangrong a very affirmative answer. Oh then, wait until Huahua gives birth. Lin Xiangrong's unfinished words were obvious That is, when the flame cat gives birth, he also wants to raise one. But Zhuang Xiao still firmly rejected his unspoken words, saying, Hua, it won't give birth to a baby. Well, it's Yin Yin who will give birth. Chapter 634. She said that, and there was nothing wrong with it, and this flame cat eats energy stones as snacks. It should be difficult for ordinary people to raise it. Sometimes, when she saw the flame cat couple chewing energy stones in harmony, she deeply felt that her eyes were born to serve the flame cat. Life is so hard. Okay then. Lin Xiangrong accepted this extravagant wish of not being able to own a flame cat very well. After all, except for his sister Xiao Xiao, no one else has one. The main point is the psychological balance after deducting Zhuang Xiao, inner city of the safe zone. Lin family. After returning from a round of exercise, Grandpa Lin planned to call his good grandson to turn the soil and apply fertilizer in the plantation, so that he would not grow up to be as lazy as his second son. Lin Ji, sweating in the dense forest, Isn't he working hard enough? Isn't he contributing to the construction of the safe zone? However, after asking his family members, everyone said that they didn't see anyone. Suddenly, some scenes before going to bed last night flashed in his mind. He immediately wanted to say something sweet to the kid. However, he held back after all. When he came out of the main house, Mr. Lin went to the plantation with a hum and a displeased face. Soon, Lin Xiangrong put aside the slight sense of loss in his heart. As the sun rose, the dense forest was like a big green steamer. The branches and leaves between the trees were lush, airtight, and stuffy. Sweating like rain, sweating all over, he was carrying a heavy load and moving forward at this moment. Entering the deep forest of the blind area, everyone has their own responsibilities. As a newbie in the team, he can only take care of himself. Zhuang Xiao wanted to take care of him and help him share the weight. However, Lin Xiangrong refused righteously. Although her sister is very capable, he is still a man. What's more? Brother Hua is still watching him covetously, as if he dares to nod, he can twist his head off. So scary. Okay. Who knows who is tired? The luggage carried by Zhuang Xiao is the least among the group. There are only 3 days of survival supplies in the wild. All other items are carried by Hua, and Hua Zhao's weight is almost the same as Zhuang Zhao's. Some of the extra survival supplies compared to others are all with Hua. Others come to the blind spot for a mission, using the standard of outdoor survival, while Zhuang Xiao and Hua Xiao more or less have the intention of coming to the wild for a vacation. When walking in the forest until almost noon, the group of people can finally see the blue sky outside. A gust of wind blows, it is hot. But there is no longer the suffocation and stuffiness in the forest, and everyone exhales heavily. Finally, we are out, the next journey is the most dangerous. Zhang Lin muttered in Zhuang Zhao's ear. The road they entered had been walked once last time. And they also chose to sprinkle animal repellent powder at intervals on some routes they thought were necessary. Not 100% effective, but useful. Facts have proved that this method is indeed effective, and the journey is relatively safe. We haven't explored the road behind yet, so we don't know what the situation is. Zhang Lin saw that Zhuang Xiao didn't say anything, just staring at the sky in a daze, and followed her line of sight to the distant sky. 2 figures were circling in the air, and near them, there was a black mutant bird flapping its wings and fleeing in panic. Feathers fell from the sky from time to time. They had their rations for lunch. Hua Xiao stood beside Zhuang Xiao and said lightly, "It's very dangerous ahead." Zhuang Xiao said in a neither loud nor low voice. Hua Xiao turned to look at her. Lin Xiangrong suddenly said, "This is definitely dangerous. There is no blind spot that is not dangerous." Zhuang Xiao retracted her gaze from the sky and glanced at Lin Xiangrong. There is nothing wrong with what she said. In addition to the highly irradiated area, there are also many mutant animals under the grass and bushes, so it is definitely dangerous. After He Ming and a few people checked the surroundings, they notified everyone to rest on the spot. An hour later, they entered the overgrown area in front. After hearing the order to rest on the spot, everyone showed a look of relief on their faces. This damn weather is too hot. Since the acid rain, there has been no rain in the safe zone and nearby areas. The temperature has not decreased at all. Now, the temperature has soared to 35 degrees Celsius, and it will rise to a new level in a few days. I always feel that this year's temperature may be a bit bad. It's really an eventful time. However, it's not completely without good things, new iron ore, new scavenging area, and more opportunities to enter the safe zone. These should also be good things for them. As soon as the break time came, the future team members, who had no responsibilities, rushed to the side of Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao. Hu Qianli and Wan He, who were responsible for the periphery, glanced at the group of people from a distance and turned away. There is still a long time in the blind spot, and I am afraid that I will not have time to spend with my cousin. An hour is not long or short, but it is definitely enough for cooking and eating. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao should be considered as the upper middle among these people in terms of physique, and the two of them have been carrying light weights all the way, so they feel okay. Especially Zhuang Xiao. She thinks it is really strange that she still has an appetite to eat in such hot weather. The key point is that Hu Xiao has prepared everything for this trip. He Ming gave an order, and Zhuang Xiao immediately called the flame cats, who had surrounded and killed the mutant bird. Hua hua. Zhuang Xiao opened his hands and shouted loudly to the sky. Then the two flame cats let out two earth-shaking roars, and the mutant birds hidden in the weeds and dense forests flapped their wings and flew out, followed by the sound of mutant animals shuttling through the grass. The mutant insects and mutant animals hiding in the caves did not show much reaction to this. The former just wanted to stay there honestly, while the latter were hiding in the caves and could still run in. Because of Zhuang Xiao's shout, everyone turned their eyes to her, and then they were attracted by the two flame cats gliding down from the sky. It's so cool. I don't know who in the crowd said this. Then someone else echoed, it's much more windy than a fan. The two flame cats landed, folded their two huge wings, shook their heads, and moved to Zhuang Xiao aside. Other people who were in the way immediately consciously moved away to welcome the arrival of the flame cats. Lin Ji's eyes were straight as he watched from the side. If he could have such a flame cat, the survey work would be so much easier. Chapter 635. The flame cats occupied most of the space beside Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao rubbed the heads of each of them, and then the two flame cats lay down on the ground obediently. Those mercenaries and guards, who had little experience, well, the few times they had seen flame cats, were dumbfounded and stunned. After witnessing it with their own eyes, it was even more outrageous, really out of the blue. In the current situation where even pet cats and pet dogs cannot be kept, how did this girl manage to live in peace with such two big flame cats? It's really too enviable. After a brief exclamation, Lin Ji moved towards the flame cats, and stopped only when he was 7 or 8 steps away from Zhuang Xiao and the others. Watching from such a close distance, it was even more incredible. Hu Xiao and Zhuang Xiao were used to being watched. Didn't they see that the two flame cats were so calm? After Hu lay down, Hu Xiao took 2 steps forward and took down a piece of luggage. This piece of luggage looked 2 times bigger than the luggage of Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao, and no one knew what was inside. Although everyone was very curious about the flame cat, they did not forget what they had to do. After a while, the crowd dispersed, and Zhang Lin, Lin Xiangrong, and the non-duty personnel of the future team were still distributed around the flame cat. Lin Ji looked at the people who left, and then looked at his son, who was sitting opposite the flame cat, and decided. People had to be thick-skinned. So, after pushing Zhang Lin, he squeezed in between Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong. The smile was as kind as it could be. Seeing his father's gentle smile, little Lin Xiangrong turned away with disgust, unable to bear to watch. However, he still moved his butt, which seemed to have grown grass, making a little space for him to sit more comfortably. Almost everyone's eyes fell on the new flame cat, Yin Yin. After all, this was a freshly baked flame cat, and they had seen it less. However, Yin Yin didn't even blink, and after lying down, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, with a somewhat aloof and inviolable temperament. The scorching stares of the crowd were swept by waves of coolness on his cheeks. Meng Qingyang was the first to come back to his senses. After seeing the items in Hu Xiao's unpacked luggage, he didn't know how to describe his mood. Luxury, luxury, too luxurious, enjoyment, enjoyment, too enjoyment. Boss Wu, you actually brought a small solar-powered freezer. This voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was enough to attract the attention of people around. No wonder I suddenly felt a chill. In front of the flame cat, square dark green cabinets were placed on the grass, and wisps of white mist came out from the open doors. With the freezer as the center, the temperature dropped in circles. The most obvious feeling was Zhang Lin, Lin Ji, and others sitting in the front. Zhang Lin looked at the ice cubes with white mist coming out of Hu Xiao's bag and thought, I should have brought one with me if I had known. Why didn't he remember it? Lin Xiangrong, Didn't he remember it? Who would bring a refrigerator when taking risks to do missions? Although this refrigerator is small, it is still heavy. And this item is not a necessity. Okay, Hu Xiao naturally didn't know what the people around him thought, and put the ice cubes in the iron bowl. The ice cubes rolled into the iron bowl, and made a crisp and pleasant sound. The sweat on everyone's foreheads was even more. Zhuang Xiao took her exclusive rice bowl from Wu Xiao and responded to Meng Qingyang's words. Do you want 2 pieces? Otherwise, it seems a bit bad to eat alone in front of so many people. And this is just ice cubes, nothing else. You can also put the drinking water you brought in it and ice it. Zhuang Xiao continued, this ice cube must also have their family Huahua's share, and the position where the air comes out can also be used by them. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Ji was the first to shout. He didn't care about the eyes that everyone looked at him. At this time, why be polite, he was going to get heat stroke. As he spoke, he wiped the sweat that had just appeared with his hand. Since Lin Ji spoke, the others had no scruples at all. Are there too many ice cubes? 2 cubes per person is enough. Wu Xiao took 2 large bowls, and put them aside, then began to distribute ice cubes to everyone. He Ming heard the movement here after Meng Qingyang shouted, but they were a little far away, so the situation in the encirclement here was not very clear. But his ears were not deaf, so he naturally heard the conversation between several people. He endured, and after the sweat rolled into his eyes, he finally picked up the water cup and slowly moved to the vicinity of the flame cat. Oh, they're all eating, he Ming said, fanning himself with his hands and glancing at the freezer. Cousin, give your cousin some ice too. The voice that seemed very plain to He Ming was full of flattery to the ears of his team members, who knew him well. Their captain had never spoken to them so plainly, he was as strict as he could be. Zhuang Xiao knew a few of the people in the sharp knife team, so he smiled at him. Then Wu Xiao took the water cup from He Ming with a clear mind and said loudly, Who else is coming? As soon as the voice fell, those who were listening to the situation around them rushed over instantly. I. Cousin, this is mine. Captain Hua, this is mine. And mine. In short, no matter who these people called, Wu Xiao was the one who did the work. Zhuang Xiao, who was sitting on one side, fed Hua and Yin Yin on both sides with a spoonful each. Of course, the spoons were separate. These two just don't brush their teeth. But even if they brushed their teeth, she could only accept feeding each other with Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao, who was greeting everyone, suddenly had a mouthful of crushed ice stuffed in his mouth, with sweet and sour fruit pulp mixed in the ice. Everyone, they couldn't bear to watch. They turned their eyes away silently, and they didn't see anything. The capacity of the small refrigerator was limited. After 3 rounds of icing work, they could finally take a break. As the refrigerator door opened and closed, the air around them became much cooler. Lin Ji ate the ice food in the bowl, and suddenly felt that this survey work didn't seem as hard as he imagined. After the end of this noon, the most popular object in their team of dozens of people suddenly changed. It was replaced by the refrigerator that was emitting cold air. Chapter 636. Although this small refrigerator cannot keep them cool all the time, every time when it is extremely hot, being able to drink a sip of ice water is an ultimate enjoyment in this sultry forest. Especially there are many people here who cannot afford such luxury items as refrigerators. Therefore, all afternoon, the people who shuttled through the bushes were excited and full of fighting spirit, like iron-blooded soldiers going to the battlefield. However, Zhuang Xiao did not feel their mood at all. Because the direction of this team was moving towards the high radiation area, she could not think of any good way to stop these people from moving forward, so she could only remain silent. Not long after entering the bushes, Lin Ji asked the team to stop. As soon as the team stopped, Zhuang Zhao's hanging heart was put down. And Lin Ji took his assistants to start activities nearby, and He Ming arranged a team of people to scatter around them. The remaining people were looking for edible mutant plants, while observing the surrounding conditions. Zhuang Xiao and Wu Xiao, 2 non-staff members, looked here and there. This patch of extremely lush grass was more than 2 meters high. If it were in Zhuang Zhao's world, wouldn't it be a proper grove? However, it really wasn't like that here. The mutant plants growing in this area were mainly herbaceous plants, shrubs, and vines that were either entangled with plants or crawling on the ground. On the exposed surface, rotten leaves accumulated over the years were everywhere, and they felt soft when stepped on. Occasionally, you can see mutant insects traveling leisurely. These are slow runners. Those fast runners have already fled as soon as humans enter this area. In the Wasteland, not all mutant animals are manic and dangerous. There are also many docile and cute ones. However, this docility and cuteness are only superficial. As long as you dare to provoke them, those mutant species with relatively large populations will think they are attacked, and their attack power is also quite amazing. Lin Ji and his team's work is mainly surveying, and some people are looking for mutant plants that meet the requirements. Therefore, they will not easily provoke mutant species that should not be provoked. Zhuangxiao walked aimlessly in the grass, and Huixiao told her about some things about the blind spot. The first function of the new watch on her hand has been reflected. That is, she and Huixiao can communicate with each other even in the blind spot, and she also received greetings from Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was naturally happy that Zhuangxiao and Huixiao were going to do the survey mission. He didn't have to think of ways to make a fuss, which saved his brain. Moreover, from the bottom of his heart, he also sincerely felt that the lives of Zhuangxiao and Huixiao were more comfortable and richer than anyone else in the inner city of their safe zone. Not to mention the two special mutant species of flame cat and dancing grass. Even the mutant plants they brought back from a distant place this time were amazing. With such a contribution, as long as they are willing to go to any safe zone, they will probably be guests of honor. But there are also dangers. Who knows, there might be someone with a dark heart who will do something secretly. Du Zhong, Sister Xiao Xiao, you can come to our safe zone. Sitting in the study, busy with official business, Xiaoyan's eyes felt a little sore. He looked up and saw the sky was clear. I don't know when it will rain. It has been so long since the eruption of the volcano in the number 17 safe zone. If there is rain, it will definitely not be acid rain. The condition of the soil can be slightly improved. The watch made a ding sound. It was a message from Huixiao, just 2 short words. Very good. Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle. This was Xiao. Another message came in immediately from that person. After that, he heard hurried footsteps outside the corridor. After that, there was a knock on the door. This news seemed to be true. Xiaoyan stretched his limbs, and the mood that had just felt a little relaxed suddenly felt more relaxed. In fact, he doesn't need comfort, really. What did you reply? Zhuangxiao asked Huixiao. Just after she took a look at Xiaoyan's message, her eyes accidentally swept over a strange mutant plant. The purple-red fruit of the mutant plant did not grow on the branches like she had seen before, but grew directly on the leaves. There was a fruit every few leaves. Most of the fruits had green skin, and a few had a little bit of light purple-red, which was not ripe at first glance. But it didn't matter if it was not ripe, as long as it was a fruit, and it was so special. Zhuangxiao, anxious to know what kind of mutant plant this was, naturally had no time to reply to Xiaoyan's greeting that had no real content, so this job fell on Huixiao's head. The versatile Huixiao turned into a little secretary, and replied to Xiaoyan's long greeting with extremely brief words for Zhuangxiao. He said we were very good? Huixiao replied honestly. Zhuangxiao said oh, and didn't care what he replied. Besides, they were in a dangerous blind spot, so they didn't have time to reply such a long greeting. Look at this. Zhuangxiao pointed to the mutant plant he had just discovered and showed it to Huixiao. At the same time, the juice of the mutant plant fell on the watch. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation, inedible. When she was about to see what kind of creature this mutant plant was, she heard Huixiao say, "This is a false leaf tree." After seeing the special form of the mutant plant, Huixiao knew why Zhuangxiao was paying attention to it, so he pinched off a leaf with green fruit from it and explained, "This is not a leaf, but actually its stem, but this stem looks a little flat." "It looks more like a leaf, right?" Zhuangxiao naturally answered. Huixiao chuckled and replied, "Yes, that's true." Zhuangxiao glanced at him. Huixiao took a look at the fruit on the mutant plant and continued, "This fruit cannot be eaten, but the tender buds are edible. You can pick them and take them back." Suddenly, Huixiao seemed to remember the conversation he heard along the way. So he shouted in one direction, "Xiang Su, come down." "I'm here, Brother Hua." Xiang Su's response came from the bushes. Then, there was a rustling sound from the bushes, and a red face covered in sweat appeared. "Brother Hua, Sister Xiao Xiao, what's the matter?" Xiang Su asked, his eyes falling on Huixiao who called him over. Chapter 637. Huixiao raised his hand and pointed at the mutant plant behind Zhuangxiao and said, "That should be one of the mutant plants you are looking for this time." Xiang Su pushed away the wheat stems that blocked his view, and looked behind Zhuangxiao. His eyes lit up instantly, and his expression was full of excitement. The green fruit looks very appetizing. Huixiao had never thought that in Xiang Su's little brain, he was thinking about eating. If he knew, he would definitely choose to change someone. "What is this?" Xiang Su walked around the mutant plant. Huixiao was silent. This time, he really didn't expect that he didn't know this mutant plant. "False leaf tree? You don't know it?" Zhuangxiao acted as a mobile encyclopedia before Huixiao answered. "It's a rare opportunity for her to popularize science. Grab it, you must grab it." Zhuangxiao babbled and repeat what Huixiao told him, and then Xiang Su's eyes brightened. "Mutated plants suitable for acidic soil? There should be some around here. Take your time digging. Your sister Xiao Xiao and I will go to other places to look around. After Hu Xiao finished speaking, he pulled Zhuang Xiao and went into the bushes and disappeared. But Xiang Su knew that the two of them must be in a place where they could be called out with a shout, so he felt relieved. He took the shovel from the bag behind him and began to dig mutant plants. Let's just leave like this, okay? Zhuang Xiao hid behind Hu Xiao, avoiding the scratches of the fine hairs on the leaves, and looked back from time to time at the closed bushes where he could no longer see anyone. He couldn't even see a corner of Xiang Su's clothes. Hu Xiao waved away the weeds in front of him with one hand, and replied without turning his head, "Do you want to help him dig?" Zhuang Xiao hurriedly shook her head. No, she didn't want to. So she immediately replied, "No. Who wants to work in such hot weather?" She, who always has ice water on her body and no heavy objects on her body, feels stuffy, not to mention asking her to work more. On the first day of following Lin Ji and Zhang Lin to the blind spot, Zhuang Xiao didn't feel anything special except the heat. She and Hu Xiao didn't catch any mutant animals, big or small. If they accidentally angered some mutant animals, she was not only worried that they would be exhausted, but also worried that it would affect Lin Ji's survey progress. At night, everyone chose a desolate river valley as the camping site for tonight. The river in the valley is a shallow stream. The stream is almost dry. In the mud at the bottom of the dried-up river, dead and rotten aquatic creatures can occasionally be seen. In such hot and humid weather, there is a fishy smell. The smell is really unpleasant. But fortunately, the location chosen by Ming and his team is still some distance away from the stream and is upwind of the stream, so the smell cannot drift to the camping site where they are now. After everything was arranged, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. Several bonfires were burning, but no one was willing to get close to these orange-yellow flames with flying sparks. The temperature in the forest at night began to slowly drop after the sun set, but it would take until after midnight for the temperature to really drop to a comfortable level for the human body. Therefore, at present, everyone is really indifferent to the bonfire. Unless they need to boil water and heat food, no one wants to get close to the bonfire. Will this survey work take at least a year or two to complete? Zhuang Xiao leaned close to Hu Xiao and whispered. It was already break time, but Lin Ji and his assistants were still busy summarizing the survey results during the day. It was really not an easy job. After Hu Xiao fed the flame cat snacks, he looked down at Zhuang Xiao who was sitting beside him, and said in a similar voice, "No, they just roughly demarcated a relatively safe area, set up a transition zone in the middle, and then the area was reduced. After that, it was the scope of the safe zone." Zhuang Xiao felt that Hu Xiao's statement was completely unrealistic. The high radiation area did not expand or shrink in a concentric circle. She went in and out of the high radiation area several times, and none of the boundaries of the high radiation area were regular lines. There were even non-high radiation areas in some high radiation areas. If the high radiation area is described as holes in clothes, then she can only say that the holes in the clothes are formed quite arbitrarily. "Let's go and see tomorrow," Zhuang Xiao said. "Okay," Hu Xiao replied. The exhausted people went to bed early after eating at night. Zhuang Xiao looked at the stars in the night sky, his thoughts flying farther and farther, straight into the Milky Way above the 9 heavens. In the quiet forest, the chirping sounds in the grass helped him sleep like a lullaby. He slept very soundly that night. As the sky brightened, Ming looked at the milky white color rising from the horizon, glanced at the flame cat not far away, and someone sleeping soundly on the flame cat, and he was really relieved. Spend a night safely in the blind spot. This luck is great. It's great to have a flame cat. It's great that no mutant mayflies appeared last night. Zhang Lin sighed. Lin Ji, who was standing behind him, kicked the boy on the butt and said angrily, "You kid, can't you think of something good?" Zhang Lin stumbled and bumped into Lin Xiangrong in front of him. The two of them immediately fell to the ground and rolled into a ball. They didn't dare to say a word of cursing, and silently supported each other to stand up from the ground. The two looked at each other. What's wrong with him? Why is he so angry so early in the morning? The two looked confused and moved away from Lin Ji. Lin Ji didn't expect that this kick was so powerful that he could kick someone. He immediately felt a little embarrassed and turned his head to find a small refrigerator. Have some ice water to cool down. Hu Qianli had no important tasks assigned to him today, so he came to Hu Xiao early in the morning. He was sitting happily on the side of the small refrigerator, drinking ice water from the cup very economically. It was necessary to save money, but the stream dried up like this. Even if they brought water purifiers, it was difficult for a good cook to cook without rice. This clean water should be saved as much as possible. second uncle. Hu Qianli greeted Lin Ji in a low voice when he saw him coming, with a very enthusiastic expression. Lin Ji glanced at Zhuang Xiao, who was still sleeping, and nodded slightly. Zhuang Xiao, In fact, she woke up, but she just didn't want to get up. No one else stayed in bed so long that they came to the blind spot. Hu Xiao said that he had no choice but to do it, but since the team hadn't set out yet, the little girl could do whatever she wanted. Lin Ji sat down on the side of Hu Xiao, looked at the morning mist in the mountains, and sighed heavily. How many days has it been since it rained? Chapter 638. The two chatted casually, and Hu Xiao would occasionally interject a few words. It was not until He Ming notified them that they were about to set off that Zhuang Xiao stretched and slid off Hua Hua. Forget about washing? In this horrible weather, it would be useless to wash. During the day, Hua Hua would take her for a few laps. She would look for lakes or rivers and take Hu Xiao to wash. By the way, she would look for energy stones. You can't just eat without taking them. These two big cats are now relying on this thing to prolong their lives. They have to eat too every day. If they don't eat, they will learn to throw a tantrum. Who made me love to spoil them? Thinking this way, Zhuang Xiao helped Hu Xiao carry the large luggage to Hua Hua. Then she patted the flame cats' heads. As soon as the flame cats left, Xiang Su ran over happily. Sister Xiao Xiao here. Xiang Su came to Zhuang Xiao and spread out his palm. In the middle of his dark and rough palm, there lay a milky white fruit covered with fine hairs. Judging from its freshness, it seemed to have just been picked from some mutant plant. For me? Can I eat it? Zhuang Xiao said, as he picked up the small fruit in Xiang Su's hand. You can eat it, of course you can. It's sweet, Xiang Su said happily. He had eaten this fruit when he came to the blind spot last time. This early morning, he only got this small edible fruit. There were also members of other mercenaries and guards who wanted to offer fruits, but they were too embarrassed. It would be easy to appear a little too flattering. What's more, there was a tall and strong man standing beside Zhuang Xiao, Hu Xiao, who never left his side. Try it, Xiang Su urged. Zhuang Xiao didn't hesitate to wipe it on her body and put it in her mouth. Sure enough, it was sweet and delicious. Zhuang Xiao finished it in 2 bites and praised, delicious. Xiang Su, who was praised for the delicious fruit, felt like he had done something very glorious and glanced at Hu Qianli proudly. Hu Qianli, What are you looking at him for? Zhuang Xiao, who had eaten it all, took out a slice of purple Ganoderma from her pocket and handed it to Xiang Su, saying, Drinking it in water is good for your health. This is what Hu Xiao said, but there are too many effects, so she didn't remember it very well. In short, for people who are exposed to solar radiation for a long time, it must be beneficial and harmless. Xiang Su didn't even look at it, opened the cup, and was about to put it in. Suddenly, a big hand stopped him. Let me see, let me see. Lin Ji didn't know when he got close to the group of people, and happened to catch a glimpse of what Zhuang Xiao took out of his bag. His eyes were wide open. Mutated purple Ganoderma. Good stuff, good stuff. Lin Ji looked at the slice he snatched and praised it. Xiang Su took the thing from him as gently as possible and said with a smile, Uncle Lin, this is mine. Lin Ji didn't have the habit of snatching things from a child, he was just too surprised. Okay, this kind of mutant purple Ganoderma has very harsh survival conditions, and it is not easy to encounter. Like he ran in the blind spot for so long before. He had never seen a living mutant purple Ganoderma. I'll take a look, give it to you, give it to you. As he said this, Lin Ji rudely stuffed it into Xiang Su's arms. After Lin Ji's commotion, Xiang Su knew that what his sister gave him was definitely a good thing. It turned out that he really didn't see that this would be a mutant purple Ganoderma lucidum, one of the top medicinal materials for treating radiation sickness. It ranks before dragon fruit, which shows how precious it is. A few people are at the bottom of the list. In front, He Ming thought that Lin Ji would be back soon, but half an hour later, he was still hanging behind and didn't come back. He had no choice but to come to find him in person. It's a pity that he thought the second uncle of the Lin family was very dedicated yesterday, but today. What was Lin Ji doing at this time? He was discussing barter with Zhuang Xiao in the back. He wanted to use a low-level energy stone to exchange a few pieces of mutant purple Ganoderma lucidum from Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao had no experience. She just took out a handful and gave it to him. It's not that she didn't know how precious this mutant purple Ganoderma was, but she had too many at home. The point is, there were so many of them that she felt they were a bit cheap when Hua Hui took her to the place last time. This purple Ganoderma is much easier to get than energy stones, right? Based on this mentality, she felt that it was not a loss for her to give these. She also gave Hu Qianli a piece by the way. This stuff, if you drink too much, it will also make you get angry. Hu Qianli, It looks like it has turned into a raging fire. Zhuang Xiao, It can easily cause a forest fire. After the transaction was successful, Lin Ji was very satisfied and followed He Ming happily to the front of the team. It seems that I have a little more energy to work today. The whole morning went smoothly. With a little affection for the goods transaction, Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao followed Lin Ji and his group in the afternoon. They followed the people not far away, not disturbing them, just watching. Zhuang Xiao was curious about how the work was done. Hui Xiao was just a sticky person, so he would go wherever Zhuang Xiao was. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the weather reached the highest point of the day. Although they had a short break at noon, they still shuttled through the grass and the woods. Whoever experienced it knew the sour taste. The accident happened at this time. Be careful of the mutant plants around. In the dense jungle, no one knew who shouted. Then, there were exclamations one after another. Everyone stopped their actions immediately, their eyes alert, staring at the mutant plants around them with bright eyes. Zhuang Xiao was a little confused. Be careful of mutant plants? Shouldn't it be careful of mutant animals? Although she had many thoughts in her mind, she chose to wait and see before she knew the truth. Perhaps it is a strange mutant plant like the dancing grass? Who knows? Purple stamens. Another voice came at this time. But no one has come yet. It's just that no one has come, Zhuang Xiao can understand. Because they are now surrounded by a mutant plant with purple stamens. Under the tall trees, there are pale yellow flowers with purple stamens everywhere, and the shape of the flower looks like a big-bellied porcelain vase with a mouth. They had just entered this area not long ago, and the weather was hot. She lost her enthusiasm for testing flowers and plants for a short time, and she just focused on watching Lin Ji work. Unexpectedly, this mutant plant. It actually eats meat. This luck is really bad. Chapter 639. They didn't encounter the carnivorous mutant animals, but they actually ran into the carnivorous mutant plants, or they took the initiative to run into the encirclement. Zhuang Xiao didn't know how to describe her mood at this moment. Just as Zhuang Xiao was thinking wildly, on a mutant plant on her left, an overweight green fat man slowly climbed to the lower edge of the pale yellow petals, and the green fat man's pointed tentacles just touched the pale purple stamens. The petals below immediately closed suddenly, as if someone pulled the drawbridge in front of the city gate. Zhuang Xiao even heard the slight closing sound of the petals when they closed. Zhuang Xiao opened his eyes wide in surprise, staring at the closed flower. The flower trembled and the branches shook. Can the green fat man still survive? After the scene just now, Zhuang Xiao suddenly thought of the reminder words of others. Purple stamens? It seems that this is the switch that causes the flower to close. Zhuang Xiao quietly moved his feet, and moved closer to Hui Xiao, and began to carefully look for a breakthrough around him. At the same time, Hui Xiao was also wondering whether this mutant plant had other characteristics. It was still unclear whether it had other characteristics, so it was better to be cautious. If it is like the mountain ghost flower, the fragrance of the flower can also kill people. Thinking of this, Hui Xiao even slowed down his breathing. Zhuang Xiao, Is it too late to remember it now? However, there was no fragrance invading his nose. As his searching eyes turned around, Zhuang Xiao's sight suddenly stopped. That was. Suddenly, Hui Xiao's arm was tightly hugged by Zhuang Xiao. Xiao, what's wrong? Hui Xiao could sense that this was not fear or terror, but excitement. I saw a flower that looked very special, the kind that glows. Zhuang Xiao couldn't contain her excitement, and said something nonsense. Actually, it wasn't nonsense. She just saw it. Meat-eating flowers are good, they are simply too good. Hui Xiao, She was speechless for a moment. It's bright in broad daylight, and it glows? If she told him at night, he might believe it. Zhuang Xiao put the spatula in her hand to work, like a flexible female executioner, and with 2 swipes, the huge flower head in front of her fell from the flower stem to the ground. One of them happened to be the one that swallowed the fat green man. In a few breaths, the flowers that lost their branches and trunks withered at a very fast speed, and the trapped green fat man rubbed his 2 rows of short legs and rubbed, drilled onto the branches of the same mutant plant. Zhuang Xiao, She couldn't save the green fat man who wanted to die. After the initial confusion, the group quickly understood the principles of these flowers and tried to take a detour, or directly cut them off with a dagger. However, the dagger was still short after all, and when the flowers fell, a small amount of people splashed on their hands and were immediately burned. The place where the juice was splashed immediately turned red, and had a dense patch of small blisters. So, everyone didn't dare to cut off the flower stems of the mutant plants easily, and tried to take a detour. However, problems soon appeared. After walking for a while, they quickly realized that if they continued to move forward along the original route, the number of these mutant plants would increase, and the flowers would be so lush that the flowers would bloom without leaves. After discussing with Lin Ji, He Ming immediately decided to retreat. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao, who had just entered the range of the carnivorous mutant plants and were at the end of the team, were still moving slowly along the edge. Due to the obstruction of trees and vines, they could not see the flowering situation in front, but judging from the news they heard, the number of these mutant plants blooming in front was particularly large. Chapter 640. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao carefully passed through the mutant plant community and stopped in front of the mutant plant selected by Zhuang Xiao. At this time, since Hui Xiao knew that there was harmful liquid in the flower, the important task of beheading the flower as the executioner naturally fell on him. The pale yellow petals were tightly closed, emitting a faint glow. Of course, Hui Xiao could not see the latter. I don't know what mutant creature is trapped in it. Zhuang Xiao was still very curious. It was obvious that the flower in front of her was bigger than the previous one. As soon as she finished speaking, Hui Xiao raised his knife. The head of a fresh flower fell heavily on the ground. The originally bright and beautiful head instantly became old, withered and shriveled. It withered faster than the previous flower. Hui Xiao couldn't help showing a bit of surprise on his face, and he was even more careful with this mutant plant. And Zhuang Xiao deeply felt that the safe zone was really too normal. Look! Look! What a weird thing the plants in this blind spot have mutated into. It's not just getting bigger and stronger, it's mutated to a weird and terrifying degree. As the flowers wilted, the mutant creature trapped by the flowers appeared, and it turned out to be a small black snake coiled inside. Zhuang Xiao felt that this mutant plant was very weird. Despite this, it didn't stop her from finding the energy stone. The small spatula dug in it several times, and a shiny crystal was reflected on Hui Xiao's retina. Instantly, the memory was pulled back to the past. Zhuang Xiao dug the energy stone out of the rotten meat of the small black snake, rolled it on the ground for several circles, and was about to grab a leaf to pick it up when Hui Xiao took action before her. Of course, Hui Xiao was very careful. After all, the energy stone was stained with a lot of juice from the flower. Just when Zhuang Xiao was thinking about measuring the value of the energy stone, he heard someone exclaiming with indescribable surprise. Energy stone! There is an energy stone in this flower. What? There is an energy stone in the flower? Who are you kidding? If you don't leave, you will be corroded into a pile of rotten meat. Wang Fafa was too excited and didn't control his volume at all, and shouted out the 3 words energy stone. As a result, there are still people who dare to question him. Woo woo woo. Grievance. Isn't it good for him to make a fortune alone? He said it out, but no one believed him. It's too much, these people are too much. And Jiang Qi, who was standing beside him, looked straight at him. At this time, he was no longer dizzy, breathless, and the burning feeling on the back of his hand disappeared without a trace. Really, it's true. Jiang Qi murmured in a low voice. Energy stones can be found on mutant plants. Is this a flower that grows energy stones? However, he soon realized it. This should not be from mutant plants, but from the mutant animals trapped in the flowers after being eaten. After all, mutant plants don't run around. Ding, energy stone level F, energy value 43. A simple mechanical prompt sounded in the forest. The people who were retreating, there is really an energy stone, Meng Qingyang said in surprise, grabbing Wanhe's arm. Now, can the energy stone spent on buying the house be recovered? Wanhe was also full of joy. Sure enough, with her sister around, anything good will happen. Wanhe nodded heavily and began to look around. The people who were hiding in the flowers just now all stopped at once, and dozens of people seemed to have pressed the pause button at the same time. Even Lin Ji, who was not poor, was full of joy at this time. He didn't mind having too many energy stones. It would be best if there were so many that he could pave a gravel road in the yard. Walking on such a luxurious gravel road every day, that feeling. Lin Xiangrong, it's like daydreaming. Look for it. He Ming tentatively asked Lin Ji for his opinion. After all, the focus of this work is surveying. It seems not good for them to waste time on this. When he went to see Lin Ji's eyes had already been fixed on the flowers that looked particularly lovely. Lin Ji nodded randomly. We must look for it. They all brought their own energy stones when they went out. If they didn't have any, they naturally didn't have any. Xiao Yin wasn't so extravagant as to equip people who went out on missions with energy stones. Seeing that Lin Ji had no objection, He Ming reminded him, "Everyone be careful." After a pause, he added, "Everyone take your time to look." Everyone, All of a sudden, the mercenaries and the guards were excited. The leader agreed. For a moment, it was as if the mutant plant had lost all its threats. Everyone turned into an executioner and carried out the beheading operation. Flowers fell heavily from their stems to the ground, shrunken and dried up. Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao whispered, "The attraction of this energy stone is indeed extraordinary." Hui Xiao smiled, put the energy stone in a separate bag, and said, "Of course. In the Wasteland, who can resist the charm of energy stones?" The members of the escort team who followed the mercenary team this time were like chicken blood. The tasks they usually perform are basically within the sphere of influence of the safe zone, and the family conditions of the members of the escort team in the safe zone are not particularly bad, otherwise they can't join the escort team. Originally, they were reluctant to participate in this blind spot operation. After all, such dangerous work is usually done by mercenaries. However, everyone is very clear about the development trend of the safe zone now. The safe zone is in great need of people, especially talents that can be used. And by chance, they can also be regarded as a kind of talent. Therefore, there are too many jobs, and it is inevitable that some of them are assigned to them. The members of the escort team, who came with him, this time were the unlucky ones, who were nominated. I didn't expect that this time. Not only did I see 2 flame cats, but the bigger surprise was this. Energy Stone, this is Energy Stone. Long live the Wasteland Energy Stone. When a young man in the escort team found the Energy Stone, the eyes of other familiar people were green. The young man laughed dryly and said, "Thank you, thank you. Everyone, work hard." Others rolled their eyes at him and thought to themselves, "This kid is really lucky." After receiving the Energy Stone, the young man quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that someone would suddenly snatch him. Chapter 641. He Ming has always kept a distance of less than 1 meter from Lin Ji. It is okay to be absent from work, but if you mess up the work task, you will have no way to explain it when you go back. And Lin Ji, as the most important person to protect on this trip, naturally cannot be too far away from him. "Have you found it?" Facing Lin Ji's sudden voice, the energy stone in He Ming's hand almost flew out. When Lin Ji saw it, he showed an embarrassed expression on his face, laughed dryly twice, and said a few words of apology. He Ming quickly put the energy stone into his bag and nodded slightly. "Isn't it obvious? Do you still need to ask?" Ming Qingyang and Wan He stood under a tall and straight tree, looking at a closed flower, a little tangled. There is obviously a living thing in the flower, and the flower stem is still trembling slightly. It is obviously a mutant creature that has just been imprisoned. "Let's cut it later," Wan He suggested. Ming Qingyang nodded, his eyes never leaving the flower, and said, "Wait until the things inside stop moving, then cut. Let's look at the others first. Anyway, this guy can't hold on for long." The two also acted together. No one in the escort team or the mercenary team completely abandoned others and acted alone. At least they all started in groups of 2. If they acted in this way, if they really encountered something in this lush flower bush, they would have someone to take care of them. Zhuang Xiao, who had always been cheating, couldn't walk after seeing the sea of flowers. There was no road for her to walk in the sea of flowers. "Start working." As soon as the voice fell, Zhuang Xiao immediately squatted down and dug out an energy stone from the dead leaves on the ground, and quickly stuffed it into his small bag. Hui Xiao, who was watching all this, said, Just assume he is blind. There is no shortcut for him, so he just honestly searches in the flowers. This seemingly simple work of searching for energy stones, from morning to afternoon, most of the day, is not smooth sailing. There are also many problems in the middle. For example, this mutant plant is really liked by small mutant animals, whether they are crawling on the ground or flying in the sky. This leads to their search process. There are no big dangers, but small dangers are constantly encountered. Occasionally, there are mutant animals that break free from the heart of the flower. This kind of mutant animal that is stimulated and corroded, when it escapes, it can be said to be rampant. If you are not careful, it will suddenly hit people. You can't hide even if you want to. Although the process is a bit chaotic, fortunately, the results are still gratifying. Even if you only get 1 or 2 low-level energy stones, everyone is still happy. As for the energy stones here, Zhuang Xiaobin was still very enthusiastic to pick them up in the flowers. Unfortunately, after testing a few casually, the results were not very ideal. 90% of the energy stones are F grade, and nearly half of them have an energy value of less than 100, which really hurts Zhuang Xiao. She risked being disfigured by the flower juice, and so far she has found 2 E-grade energy stones. Her enthusiasm for picking up energy stones has decreased, but it doesn't mean she won't do this job. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it's still meat. It's just right to feed Hua Hua and Yin Yin with this. Anyway, they can't detect energy stones, and they can't feel the difference in energy value for a while. She also made a decision in her heart. She will give Flame Cat a snack at night, twice the amount of energy stones, and the 2 cats should be happier. The 2 flame cats flying freely in the sky had no idea that someone had already decided to replace quality with quantity. While the group was working hard in the blind area, Lu Feng and He Hu, who were far away in the mining area, were so busy that they could not even touch the ground. After 2 days, Lu Feng felt that he seemed to have lost weight. Glancing at He Hu again, this guy seemed to be fatter than when he was in the number 17 safety zone. He Hu, A happy heart makes a fat body. Finally, there are so many people that you don't have to take care of yourself, so naturally you can eat whatever you want, and you can eat anything without eating. Looking at the long line in the yard, Lu Feng patted Song Dun on the shoulder, and then told him in Fang Minghui, "You 2 are busy first, I'm going to take a rest." Song Dun, Fang Minghui, What can they say? They also want to rest, okay? Okay, Captain, you go and rest. Fang Minghui said against his will. But there was a smile on his face. When He Hu saw Lu Feng getting up and leaving, he also hurriedly told his people, "You guys cooperate well with Brother Song and Brother Fang, I'll be back soon." After he finished speaking, his voice was quite loud, and Song Dun and Fang Ming we couldn't help but hear him. What could they say? They all turned their heads to look at He Hu, then pulled up the corners of their mouths at him, and kept smiling. Lu Feng just walked out of the crowd, and went out of the door, and saw a person in the distance running towards them, as if there was a mutant animal chasing him. The man seemed to have seen Lu Feng, and he shouted while running, "Captain Lu, Captain Lu." He was panting when he spoke. Lu Feng squinted at the man. Who was this? He didn't know him. So, he continued to walk slowly on the road, as if he was taking a walk in a safe zone. The man ran quite fast, and almost in the blink of an eye he reached Lu Feng. He suddenly stopped when he was still 3 or 4 meters away from Lu Feng. He was a young man in his 20s, a member of the guard team patrolling nearby. The young man wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, panting, and said, "Lu Feng, that." As he spoke, he pointed in the direction he was running from. Lu Feng said slowly, "Don't be in a hurry, talk slowly, talk slowly." Even though they were several meters apart, Lu Feng felt that the hot breath exhaled by the young man was about to spray on his face. This weather is damn hot. The young man tried to make his breathing steady, and after a few breaths, he continued, "That mutant pangolin. It's here again." Lu Feng, Lu Feng was confused. What's the use of telling him this? He can't control where the mutant pangolin goes. "No, did you find the wrong person for this matter?" Lu Feng said tactfully. "Young man, Our captain asked me to come here, saying that you know it." When the young man said this, he was quite righteous. He just joined the guard team, and it was the first time he saw such a big mutant animal. If the guard team in the safe zone was not so small, he couldn't get in, and he didn't want to come to the blind area. There are so many things in the blind area. Today there is a mutant hare, and tomorrow there is a mutant pheasant. However, under the joint efforts of everyone to drive it away or hunt it, there has been no big trouble. And Chapter 642. When those mutant animals see a large number of people, they usually just run away. They are not like this mutant pangolin today, who is strolling on the road where humans come and go. The key point is that he knows to walk to the side. He looks no different from the people on the road, even more leisurely. As soon as He Hu went out, he saw Lu Feng being blocked at the door. There was a thin and tall young man standing next to him, and he looked quite anxious. He took 2 quick steps and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" His tone sounded a little anxious. "He Hu, That's not to be anxious, they have the most people in this mining area. The possibility of something going wrong is also the highest." The young man heard the rough voice, took a look at him, and immediately recognized him. However, He Hu probably can't do anything about this matter. So, he continued to urge Lu Feng, "Captain Lu, come with me to take a look." Their captain said that he couldn't let him get into the iron or operation area again. It would be troublesome to find him when the time comes. Lu Feng didn't know that Zhuang Xiao and Hui Xiao followed Lin Ji to the blind spot, so he calmed the young man down first, and then contacted Hui Xiao. If his words worked, he would do it himself. Unfortunately, there is a 99% chance that it won't work. How is it? The young man stretched out his hand and wanted to touch Lu Feng's arm. Their captain was still walking behind the mutant pangolin. Why aren't they all in a hurry? Lu Feng put down his wrist and shook his head. This cousin-in-law, are they going to the blind spot again? I'll go and take a look, Lu Feng said helplessly. Seeing the two of them leaving, Hu hurriedly followed them. He also wanted to see the mutant pangolin. In the past, he only saw its name, but never heard of it. Today, he can see the real thing. The mutant pangolin looked back from time to time at the two-legged human following behind him, and his black eyes kept turning around. What did this human follow him for? It was just bored staying at home alone, so it planned to find a place to sharpen its claws and kill time. The guard saw the mutant pangolin turn around and stop, and they also stopped. Captain, why is it looking at us? Asked a very strong young man. How should I know? The captain rolled his eyes. Anyway, we can't let it go to the iron mine. But isn't the road it leads to the iron mine? Another person questioned. Team leader, It seems to be true. When Lu Feng rushed over, he saw the following scene. 4 or 5 guards blocked the mutant pangolin. When the mutant pangolin went left, they went to its right and left. When the mutant pangolin went right, they also went to its right. The main role was to act as a roadblock. And the mutant pangolin had a good temper. It kept swaying back and forth on the road. Lu Feng was speechless. Are these people idle? The sturdy young man caught a glimpse of his companions, and Lu Feng, and the other 3 who came, and hurriedly informed his captain and said, Here we come, here we come. The team leader withdrew from the organization of the roadblockers, and ran towards Lu Feng. Captain Lu, can you take this mutant pangolin back? The people in the mining area are afraid of this ancestor. For this reason, they also specifically instructed that if the shadow of the mutant pangolin is seen nearby, immediately find someone to take it away. Lu Feng looked sideways at the mutant pangolin, who seemed to be having fun, and said, I'll try. Just give it a try. Then, unexpectedly, the mutant pangolin actually followed Lu Feng's ass. Not to mention that the people in the escort team found it incredible. Even Lu Feng, who was walking in front and looking for anyone who was left behind, was shocked. He said to follow, and he followed. Mutated pangolin, I'm tired, find a place to sleep. Activities at night. Fang Minghui and Song Dun saw their captain go out for a while and bring back the mutant pangolin from Zhuang Xiao's family. They were also shocked. Captain Lu, is Sister Xiao Xiao really not here? Fang Minghui asked Lu Feng, looking at the mutant pangolin curled up in the corner. Lu Feng shook his head, no contact. Fang Minghui was amazed. His captain has made great progress. The people waiting for the preliminary interview in the yard stretched their necks and observed the ball in the corner with curiosity. Before tomorrow, this mutant pangolin will definitely be on the front page of the mine tomorrow. The management of the iron mine was greatly relieved after receiving the news from the escort team. Recently, their work in the mine has been very busy, and no one has time to entertain this ancestor. When Lao Mo heard the news that the mutant pangolin came to the mine, he suddenly remembered the problems they had encountered recently, and wondered why the little girl didn't come. If they had come along, perhaps this mutant pangolin would have solved a bigger problem for them. These days, I hear those technicians mumbling about the mutant pangolin every day, and no one dares to take the initiative to suggest that the mutant pangolin be tried. After all, if it fails or other problems arise, they will be held responsible. The mutant pangolin sleeping soundly at Lu Feng's place would never have thought that someone under the iron mine still misses it. Since he misses it so much, it's not impossible to see it at night. Chapter 643. When the afterglow of the setting sun fell over the jungle, the light in the jungle became dim. Without the help of lighting tools, the group of people who were looking for energy stones among the mutant plants and flowers finally left this treasure land reluctantly. The darkness will not only swallow up the jungle bit by bit, but also imprison the humans in it. It is undoubtedly dangerous to move in such an open jungle at night. He Ming weighed the energy stone in his pocket, and then said a few words to the walkie-talkie. The dim light is an obstacle for others, but for Zhuang Xiao, it is like a gift from God. There is no reason. Without the interference of other things, this shining energy stone is the brightest child in this area. Going back now? Zhuang Xiao stood up, quite reluctant to leave. Listening to the creaking sound of footsteps on the ground and the sharp chirping sounds coming from the treetops as the crowd moved out, Hui Xiao nodded to Zhuang Xiao. Well, we must go back. Hui Xiao's tone was very firm. Zhuang Xiao looked around at the faint starlight and reluctantly followed the voices. Hui Xiao followed beside him, paying close attention to the situation around him. After they gathered together, Zhuang Zhao's eyes swept through everyone one by one, looking at everyone's expression. It was the kind of expression that everyone wanted to laugh up to the sky, but tried hard to hold back. Everyone, that's not it, today's work was a day off. If there is anything to be happy about, you have to hold it back and laugh secretly in your dreams at night. He Ming counted the heads and saw that everyone was there, and no one was missing limbs, but there were 3 or 2 people who were splashed by the flower juice, and they looked a little miserable. The hands and face were all red, with patches of small rashes, and the expression was calm. Despite this, He Ming still paid special attention to these people. Seeing that they spoke clearly and had clear thoughts, he thought that there should be nothing serious. All the limbs and brains were healthy, which was good. After a command, the group quickly retreated to the outskirts of the jungle. As the group got farther and farther away from the sea of flowers, Zhuang Zhao's persistence in not picking up energy stones at night gradually faded. After walking for a while, she found that she could see the energy stones, but she couldn't see those strange flowers clearly with her naked eyes. And how could she not encounter those flowers in the process of searching for energy stones? Such an important problem cannot be solved. No matter how beautiful the idea is, it can only remain at the idea stage. If you say to search with a lamp, well, it seems to be okay, but when she thinks of the energy value, she feels that it is really not worth it for her to risk her life to do so for the time and danger that will be consumed when working at night. Besides, there is Xiao. If she comes, Xiao will follow, and then both of them will be in danger. It turns out that danger is everywhere. Just as the group was about to leave the jungle and step into the riverside that was once nourished by the dry stream, the roar of wild beasts came from the distant mountains. Without waiting for He Ming to say anything, everyone stopped and listened to the source of the sound. When Zhuang Zhao approached the edge of the jungle, Hua and Yan Yan caught a glimpse of her figure between the dense trees, and then glided down from the air, walking on 4 legs on the ground with a large human group. At this time, hearing the roar of the unknown beast, which was louder than the other, the flame cat couple pricked up their ears and looked towards the source of the sound with vigilance. Let's go to the cave where we hid the mutant mayfly last time tonight. When no one said a word, Zhang Lin spoke up and broke the damn terrible silence on the scene. After hearing this, Zhang Lin immediately agreed. Captain I agree with Zhang Lin's proposal. He Ming thought it made sense, but he didn't know the location of the cave, so he asked, how far is the cave from here? If it is too far from their location, I'm afraid they should find a suitable place nearby to spend the night. After all, the blind spot shrouded by the night is always fearful. And the roar of the beast coming from the mountains is even more frightening and fearful. Excessive joy leads to sorrow, may be suitable for them at this moment. He Ming's eyes fell on Zhang Lin's unclear face. Since he was the first to propose it, and he was also the leader last time, it was natural that Zhang Lin knew the answer to this question best. Zhang Lin quickly swiped his wristwatch and checked the information on the map. Half a minute later, Zhang Lin gave an accurate answer and pointed out the location on the map to He Ming. He Ming looked at it carefully and told everyone to continue on their way, trying to reach the cave provided by Zhang Lin within an hour. In fact, it was still a bit risky for them to travel like this. However, firstly, the cave was located downstream of the stream, and secondly, there were 2 flame cats in their team. With these 2 factors combined, He Ming made such a decision. Traveling at night is obviously more difficult than traveling during the day. Even with the light of a flashlight, the uneven ground cannot become as smooth as an asphalt road. Because of the sudden appearance of the unknown beast, the excitement of the group of people who had picked up the energy stone was gradually replaced by tension under the rustling of leaves at night. The running and roaring of the beasts in the mountains were getting closer and closer to them. At the same time, the cave was getting closer and closer to them. The group of people walked faster. Zhuang Zhao lay on Hua's back, and the clearest sound in his ears was the sound of the beast moving in the mountains. Hua had several times more luggage on his back. However, this did not affect Hua's pace. It and Yan Yan were still walking at the front of the team at an unhurried pace, followed by Xiao and He Ming. And it was obvious that the flame cat had no fear of the mutant animals in the cave, which meant that at least those mutant animals could not fly. This made Zhuang Zhao feel relieved. Although the flame cat was walking at the front of the team, the flame cat didn't know the way, so when they walked to an unknown place, Zhang Lin's voice came from behind. Hearing this prompt, Zhuang Zhao immediately sat up straight, and the flashlight in his hand casually swept around once, and then swept again. At the same time, another flashlight light appeared, and after wandering around, it fell on a certain point in the dark. It was immediately clear that it was there. The team turned around and headed towards the jungle on the side of the stream. Chapter 644. This should be a gentle slope uphill. After a while, the flashlights of several people in the future team also shone over. All the light shone on a narrow crack. Here, they went from climbing to going downhill, and the bottom of the slope was the entrance to the cave. After seeing this narrow crack in the mountain wall, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and let go of the heart that had been hanging for almost an hour. Now the sound was deafening, as if it was close at hand. Finally, we're here. In the darkness, someone in the team said, and then everyone's mouths seemed to be liberated, and some people began to whisper. Zhuang Xiao stood outside the cave entrance. In fact, she didn't want to, but the cave entrance was too narrow, and the flame cats couldn't get in at all, so she could only stand here. Well, first distribute the luggage that Hua checked for them to everyone here. To be honest, if it weren't for the flame cat escorting them all the way and checking in their luggage, it would have been impossible for this group of people to reach the cave safely within an hour. For this reason, after dinner, when someone saw Zhuang Xiao coming out to feed the flame cat snacks, they gritted their teeth and provided a small energy stone. Others followed suit, so that Night Hua and Yan Yan ate several times more energy stones than usual. Today's harvest was a pleasant surprise, but they still had to stay in this blind spot for many days. If they wanted to get out alive and safely, bribing the flame cat was like buying insurance. Those in the future team who had gotten energy stones when they followed Zhuang Xiao out before, such as Hu Qianli, Meng Qingyang, etc., were even more generous. After others had fed one round, they came for another round. It's just an F-level energy stone, no big deal. The effort and reward are proportional. If you encounter a dangerous mutant animal, you don't ask for the flame cat to carry you to fly, but you just want to catch them one by one. However, the snack feeding activity has not yet started. The first thing they need to do now is to build defenses. Who knows what the mutant animal is? He Ming couldn't help but think, it would be great if Lu Feng was here. That person has good ears, maybe he can tell a little bit. What is this mutant animal that is getting closer and closer to them? Lu Feng, Don't look for him, don't look for him. He is busy. Did you find it? Lu Feng asked immediately after seeing Fang Mingwei. Fang Mingwei shook his head. I didn't see it. Before he finished speaking, he saw Song Dun running over in a hurry, panting. Captain, it ran away. Lu Feng's face darkened instantly. Who ran away, who ran away? Can't you say it clearly? Song Dun saw his captain's face as dark as the bottom of a pot, and hurriedly added, there is a big hole under the wall of the backyard, and the mutant pangolin should have gone out from there. Lu Feng felt that the sky was about to fall. What to do? He lost the mutant pangolin in his cousin's house. They didn't even have dinner. Except for those who had to be on duty, the rest of the Qilin team went out at night and began their search for the mutant pangolin. In the night, the mutant pangolin moved its thick legs and walked slowly. From time to time, he looked up at the moonlight in the sky. The moonlight today is so beautiful. This moon is big and round, so beautiful. Those two in the room really don't know how to appreciate it. He Rong put his hands behind his back and walked on the narrow and simple path to digest his food. When they met people on the road, they chatted with them. Not far away, there were guards walking back and forth in circles. The two people who were muttered by He Rong as not knowing how to appreciate were talking about what Mingyu saw and heard in the safe zone today. Mingyu was very excited. She was born after the defeat of the number 17 safe zone, and she had never seen what the real safe zone looked like. To be honest, after the convoy passed the shantytown outside the safe zone, she felt really heavy. She didn't expect that there were so many people as poor as them in the safe zone. However, this heavy mood did not last too long, and the car passed through the shantytown and entered the isolation zone. The isolation zone without any objects blocking it allowed the safe zone to enter everyone's heart very clearly. Suddenly, different emotions surged in my heart. And this emotion mainly hovered in the hearts of people like Mingyu who came from the number 17 safe zone. After they settled in the mining area, ordinary people like them basically had no chance to come to the safe zone unless they were on the staff in the safe zone. First, it would take a lot of time to settle down, and second, the distance was too far and inconvenient. Yesterday, she passed the first round of talent selection with her strength. Although the black boss always wanted to take the credit for herself, Mingwei thought to herself that she was chosen by the people in the safe zone because of her strength, and it had nothing to do with the black boss. Who wouldn't like a child like her who is smart, alert, and strong? Black boss, I want to be a botanist in the future. Mingwei told Heihu everything that happened since she entered the safe zone, as detailed as possible. including what she saw on the road, the places she visited, and the guide's explanation. She had been talking for 2 hours since she got home, without drinking a single drop of water. He was also stunned by what he heard, and he had to pretend that he understood everything, which made him feel tired. Until his daughter finally announced the conclusion, he had to ask his doubts out loud. Mingyu, is your career plan too demanding for yourself? Although he didn't know what a botanist did, but this had nothing to do with the series of words he usually heard, such as mercenaries, guards, miners, technicians, etc. No need to think about it, it was just a very complicated job. Who described it, but it didn't stop him from thinking that the industry chosen by his daughter was a bit high-end. Mingwei quickly gave the answer, but she did not follow the answer she heard from Hu, but said concisely, "It is to grow edible plants that fully meet the requirements." Hu's face was full of disbelief, and he felt that his daughter's goal was indeed too high. In such a high radiation environment, mutant plants that fully meet the edible standards. Isn't it too whimsical? Mingwei was speechless when she saw her father's expression, as if she had said something nonsense. The old man she met today said that the earliest crops of mankind were obtained by domesticating wild grasses. Chapter 645. Going back tens of thousands of years, the ancestor of millet was the grass of the grass family. After a long time, under the intervention of generations of humans, it grew into a shape that people like. So what if all the plants here have mutated? Then the crops are still crops. The mutation only leads to a decrease in the probability of being edible, not a completely inedible state. Perhaps, one day, they will slowly cultivate seeds with a high probability of being edible. It just takes time. At worst, can't the mini-mutant plants develop and cultivate new food crops? Mingyu argued confidently, with a confident glow on his face. Hu was stunned for a moment, and then secretly thought that his daughter had only been in the safe zone for one day, and she became so different. Sure enough, his choice was right. Although Hu was more or less skeptical about his daughter's high starting point, he still secretly convinced himself. Then my girl, do your best. I'm waiting to eat the new food you grow. Hu encouraged with a smile. Let alone tens of thousands of years, even if it's 100 years, he probably won't even have bones left. It's a good thing for your daughter to have ideals and goals, and you must not discourage her initiative. Don't give orders blindly if you don't understand. Mingyu responded loudly. After talking for so long, I felt my throat was dry. Hu was very considerate, and pushed the cup on the table in front of Mingyu. Mingyu had just finished drinking water, and moistened her throat. She was going to tell the black boss what she saw and heard today, when she heard Rong's full voice coming from outside the door. Who's he? Hey, I'm coming. I'll talk to you later, girl. After saying that, Hu stood up and hurried out of the house. He ran into Rong, who had just opened his door and entered. The two almost bumped into each other. What are you doing so rashly? Rong scolded. Hu, you were shouting so hard that I thought something happened to you. Hu defended himself. Rong glared at him and told him everything about what happened to Lu Feng, and what Lu Feng said, regardless of how he argued. He asked you to help find someone nearby to find a mutant pangolin. After Rong finished his instructions, he passed Hu and went back to the house. Hu hesitated for a moment, and went out to gather people. In addition, after leaving, he contacted Lu Feng and asked about the specific situation at the moment. At this time, the mutant pangolin had just swaggered into the mining area. The lights in the mining area were dim, and the mutant pangolin almost perfectly blended into the night. The mining area worked in shifts, and even at night, some people went down to the mining area to work, so there were many miners waiting to get off the elevator at the mine elevator. Among them, there was Lao Mo among so many people. A group of people were talking and laughing about what happened in the mining area, and the most frequent ones were the flame cat, the dancing grass, and the mutant pangolin. Have you heard that the mutant pangolin has come to the mining area again? A young man leaned close to Lao Mo's ear, and said in a low voice. The way he spoke looked mysterious, as if he was talking about some state secrets. The old Mo pushed the young man's head, and said unhappily, Just talk. Why are two grown men so close to each other? No wonder it's so annoying. The young man smiled and stood back to his original position, still speaking in a low voice. I'm afraid that others will hear it, right? And I heard the news secretly. He pointed upwards. It means to listen to what the leader said. The old Mo listened to the rattling sound of the metal chain in the deep well elevator without blinking. And the other people standing nearby, some turned their heads and smiled at the young man and said, I heard it. The young man, The mutant pangolin, Well, it heard it too. The mutant pangolin looked up at the familiar-looking people in front of it and stopped. It was definitely this place. The sound from underground was getting closer and closer, and an iron cage appeared in front of everyone. As the elevator door opened and closed, the waiting people entered the elevator one by one and found a suitable position to stand. Laomo and the young man stood at the back and were the last to enter the elevator. The mutant pangolin was just behind them, waiting in line. Laomo was the last to enter the elevator. As soon as he stepped in, before he had time to adjust his position, he heard the young man facing the elevator door and pointing behind him. You? Behind? The young man's voice was a little trembling, and it was hard to tell whether he was afraid or excited. But although he stuttered this time, his voice was loud enough. Everyone in the elevator suddenly became quiet, and their eyes were all focused on Laomo's back. Laomo turned his head suddenly and looked behind him. I didn't see anything. However, I heard the young man's unfinished words. It's a mutant pangolin. Laomo quickly looked down again, and sure enough, 1 meter away from a door, the mutant pangolin was looking at him with its head held high. Laomo was really silent. Time passed in silence, and the elevator door slowly closed. Ming directed some people to work outside the cave. From a distance, the entrance of the cave looked like a long and narrow gap, but there was another world inside. The entrance to the cave only occupies a very small part below the gap, and most of the remaining positions are closed, and it is impossible to enter the cave from above. They only need to deal with the cover in front of the cave entrance. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao did not stay in the cave, but stayed outside with the flame cat and lent a hand. For example, Zhuang Xiao helped push a stone, pulled up a bush. Seeing the girl who said she would lend a hand easily solve the problem of moving stones and cutting branches, everyone felt mixed emotions. Suddenly I felt so useless. Hu Xiao, Get used to it. Zhuang Xiao didn't want to work, she just occasionally saw 2 or 3 big men working so hard, and couldn't help but want to move her hands and feet. Facts have proved that necessary physical activities must be done. Otherwise, she would never find that her strength seemed to have increased a little bit. She didn't even exercise, but her strength could actually increase. This is really strange. Could it be that she also mutated, but her mutation direction is not in height, but in physical strength? That's right, this mutation direction makes her really hard to say whether she should be happy or unhappy. She won't grow into a muscular dwarf in the future. Chapter 646. When she thought of this, she felt a little sad for no reason, and the force on her feet increased. The stone under her feet gurgled twice, and rolled towards the flame cat. Hua's drooping eyelids suddenly widened. What is this trying to do? Yin Yin fluttered her wings and flew into the air, baring her teeth and yelling at Zhuang Xiao. Hua quickly moved to the side of Hu Xiao, and the unlucky Hu Xiao was knocked to the ground by this sudden change. Then, there was a bang, and the stone hit the stone wall, but it did not break as expected, but attracted everyone in the cave. What's wrong? What's wrong? Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong ran out of the cave and looked at the people outside. Hu Xiao got up from the ground and calmly patted the grass debris on his body. Brother Hua, what's wrong with you? Zhang Lin asked Hu Xiao with concern. Hu Xiao looked like the one who needed the most attention. Hu Xiao glanced at Hua and replied calmly, I'm fine. Yin Yin fell back to the ground. Facing the chaotic life, I really want to curse. People? Didn't he know that it had a cub? Didn't he know that pregnant women should not be frightened? In order to calm down this accident, Zhuang Xiao paid a large amount of energy stones, F level, newly picked up today. This made Ming, who was in a superior geographical location and happened to see Zhuang Xiao's extravagant behavior, couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and at the same time completely gave up the idea of raising mutant animals. If the obedience of mutant animals is accumulated by energy stones, it is really unaffordable to raise them, unaffordable. At the same time, he couldn't help but have a new thought in his mind. He also wants such a luxurious owner. Zhuang Xiao, She doesn't want such useless humans. Hu Xiao, The sound of wild animals running on the ground is like a large-scale migration of mutant animals, but they don't know where to migrate to. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao, 2 non-staff members, don't need to remind Ming and his group of such things. After they found the abnormality and decided where to stay, Ming sent the news here. After dinner, the sound gradually faded away. Everyone who was resting or on duty breathed a sigh of relief. Until then, Zhuang Xiao decided to sleep. She wanted to sleep with the flame cats. The smell and sound in the cave made it difficult for her to fall asleep. And Hu Xiao naturally slept with her outside without a doubt. But when she slept, Zhuang Xiao tried not to look at the attractive light emanating from the huge bodies of the two flame cats. These two had a great time eating the energy stones tonight. Xiao, With so many people feeding, how can it not be fun? He Ming and his group in the blind area had a good night's sleep, while the Qilin team in the mining area had to follow the mutant pangolin for a walk and admire the mutant pangolin's nails. At the same time, they had to stay alert at all times to prevent the mutant pangolin from digging another hole in the mining area and running away. As for why no compulsory measures were taken to take the mutant pangolin away, it was naturally because the order issued by the inner city of the safe zone did not allow it. Besides, this mutant pangolin was really obedient, really. The claws were just sharpened here and there all night, and nothing else was done. Moreover, the Qilin team, who occasionally followed the mutant pangolin, became excited in the second half of the night. This is because when the mutant pangolin sticks its buttocks out to grind its nails, it can often dig out some, well, ores with a relatively high gold content. This makes people very fascinated. So in the early morning, after the new round of miners came down, the people of the Qilin team were still in the mine like ghosts, wandering around with the mutant pangolin without any purpose. After getting the news about the mutant pangolin last night, Lu Feng asked He Hu to go back and rest. After all, today's talent selection plan has to proceed as usual. He arranged Fang Minghui and Song Dun to go back and cooperate with He Hu's work, but Fang Minghui and Song Dun were a little unhappy about it. It's so comfortable to accompany the mutant pangolin to do manicures, not to mention that there is extra money to earn. Lu Feng knew what was in the minds of the two guys. After one of them kicked them, and added 2 more words, the two of them walked up happily. Similarly, He Ming was reluctant to give up the overwhelming wealth. After getting up early in the morning, the group of people went back to the flower sea of the mutant plants after 3 or 2 detours, pretending to check the situation yesterday. After seeing the scene that suddenly appeared in their eyes, the group of people slowed down unconsciously. I saw a large footprint on the ground that looked like a small pit, and all the weeds and shrubs that originally grew on the ground were trampled and deeply sunk into the soil. Entering the footprint area, looking along the road opened up by the unknown animal, it seems that there is the place they want to go most on this trip, the mutant flower sea. He Ming squatted down to check the outline of the footprints left on the ground, and the still wet poop, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Xiao also squatted down, searched the ground for a long time, and saw a bunch of dark brown animal hair. What kind of mutant animal is it? Can it be detected? Seeing Xiao staring at a bunch of animal hair without saying anything, Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but suggest. She is now a high-level watch. There should be more information in this database. Unfortunately, the detection can be detected, but the result is not satisfactory. It is an unknown mutant animal. Zhuang Xiao cursed in his heart. He had just entered the blind spot, and was in a high radiation area. Why are there so many unknown mutant creatures? Soon, He Ming also finished collecting information. The group followed the road opened up by the unknown mutant animal to the mutant flower sea. They didn't need to open up the road, so the speed of travel became faster. In less than half an hour, the group arrived at the flower sea area. But at this time, what kind of flower sea was there? There were dead branches and leaves that were destroyed and broken by the trampling of animal hooves, and they were deeply sunken in the soil. Zhuang Xiao looked at the empty area, and this time he really wanted to say a few words about the quintessence of Chinese culture. What kind of clever mutant animal is this? It actually knows to come here to pick up energy stones to eat. The point is, isn't this mutant animal afraid of getting the juice from the flowers of the mutant plants on its body? While wondering, Zhuang Xiao searched around, hoping to find a fish that slipped through the net. But the result was cruel. Looking at the direction where the mutant animals left, Zhuang Xiao fell into deep self-doubt. The end of the road was a high radiation area, and this group of mutant animals seemed to come here specifically to enjoy a feast of energy stones. After the meal, they left leisurely. Chapter 647. Although this place has become such a dilapidated state, the group still searched the surroundings carefully with expectation. Of course, these people did not include Zhuang Xiao, who already knew the result. Even if they dug deep into the ground, they could not find even one energy stone here. After searching fruitlessly, the group quickly gave up here. Since there were no energy stones, who would waste time here? They still had serious work to do. And the main force of the serious work, Lin Ji, the second uncle, looked at everything in front of him, and he couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. He hadn't had enough of picking up energy stones from mutant plants. What a pity! Lin Ji couldn't help but sigh. Yes. He Ming responded, and there was a strong sense of regret in his voice. Such a good opportunity. However, No matter how regretful it was gone. Everyone's schedule had to get back on track. After leaving here, He Ming and Lin Ji discussed and decided to temporarily avoid the route of the unknown mutant animal to avoid any more trouble. And according to He Ming's initial judgment, the total number of people in their group is probably not enough to fill the teeth of the mutant animal. Zhuang Xiao, maybe, they are herbivores. Today, without the stimulation of energy stones, the scorching temperature and the sultry feeling of the jungle have returned to everyone's senses. The sharp bird calls, and the roars of mutant animals from the depths of the jungle seemed to challenge every nerve cell of everyone. Everyone just felt the heat and pain. Zhuang Xiao, who was behind the main group, sat on Huo's body, holding a small pot of ice cubes in his arms, looking down at the people in front of him, and occasionally looking at the surrounding environment. The grass and trees on the road today were not as dense and lush as yesterday. Although the ground was also covered with various weeds, they were not very tall, and there were not so many vines popping up from time to time in this area to block their way. So, overall, today's journey was easier than yesterday. The only difference is that there are no energy stones. Zhuang Xiao thought so, and turned his head to look at the red radiation area that was getting closer and closer. Oh, it's really a headache. What's wrong? Hu Xiao looked up at Zhuang Xiao, and I don't know why the little girl suddenly sighed. Among all the people, is there anyone who is more relaxed than her? Zhuang Xiao didn't notice that she sighed accidentally. She was a little stunned by Hu Xiao's question. She looked down at Hu Xiao and replied blankly, "It's okay." "Really okay?" Hu Xiao was worried and confirmed it again. "It's really okay." After saying that, Zhuang Xiao looked up at the top of her head, hugged the small iron pot in her arms tightly, patted Huo's head, and slid down from its back. Hu Xiao was startled by her sudden action, and didn't know how she got down so well. Hu hasn't even stood up yet. With the help of Hu Xiao, Zhuang Xiao stood quite steadily. There was no one on the back. Hu rubbed Yan Yan beside him, and the two flame cats held each other and flapped their wings away. He Ming and Lin Ji heard the sound of flapping wings behind them, and they looked up at the same time. Sure enough, it was the flame cat. After a brief glance, the two men focused on their respective work. And the high radiation area that Zhuang Xiao was worried about was getting closer and closer, but really, they didn't reach it until the sun set in the evening. Zhuang Xiao felt like he was running to the death. Today's destination is in the wild. On the second day, their route changed again, and this time it seemed to be moving with their backs to the high radiation area. In this way, every day was a different route, and there were even 2 days when Zhuang Xiao changed his direction. Chapter 648. After all, it is not easy to tell the direction when you are in the dense forest that blocks out the sun, and you are still a little dizzy from the heat. After going around in circles, the distance between the group and the red area was sometimes close, sometimes far, sometimes close. Zhuang Xiao no longer thought about the high radiation. She and Hu Xiao were busy looking for edible mutant food in the blind area. 7 or 8 days passed in a flash. The flame cat was playing with cats and dogs in the blind area, and had a lot of fun. Zhuang Xiao wanted to go back to the safe area. It happened that their current location was the closest to the mining area in a straight line. He Ming originally planned to let 7 or 8 people go back first, and bring back the harvest in the blind area during this period. He Ming's idea coincided with Zhuang Xiao's desire to return home. Although He Ming and Lin Ji were reluctant to let the flame cat go back with Zhuang Xiao. However, there was nothing they could do. Originally, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao were 2 idle people, especially Zhuang Xiao, who was able to accompany them in the blind spot for so long, which was already very rare. How could they force her to stay in the blind spot? Xiang Su and Wan He were 2 of the members who were going back this time. They were so excited to hear that Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao were going to return to the safe zone with them. With the flame cat along the way, there was basically no need to worry about safety. Brother Hu, Brother Ming, will leave first. You should be more vigilant these days. Before leaving, Xiang Su was not afraid of death and ran to Hu Qianli, Ming Qingyang and other future team members to show off, but he got countless wide eyes and glares from everyone. Get lost, Hu Qianli said unhappily. Xiang Su jumped away with a smile, turned around and went to find his sister Xiao Xiao. Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong looked at the group of people leaving, standing there until the group's figures completely disappeared in the greenery. Okay, stop looking. Get to work. Lin Ji kicked each of the 2 little guys. Hey, there's no ice water to drink. He might have a heat stroke. He Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hey, why isn't his cousin a member of their mercenary team? And Hu Xiao. He got angry just thinking about it. However, he didn't know what he was angry about. Maybe it was just because the weather was hot and he was irritable. Unlike Yiming, the members of the Qilin team have been so refreshed these days, as if they had taken a tenfold tonic pill, and they are full of energy. Especially Lu Feng. Walking behind the mutant pangolin all day, picking up minerals, this little life is so happy that it's about to bubble. And the members of the Qilin team specially arrange shifts to walk behind the mutant pangolin. Who doesn't love this kind of work? While working, you can also earn points part-time, and there is no risk. Minghui, our work here is the last day. Isn't Captain Lu going to come back to take a look? Heihu asked with a smile, patting Fang Minghui's shoulder. Fang Minghui fell down on the chair dejectedly and said weakly, "The captain said that he has a heavy responsibility and can't do without the mutant pangolin." "Bullshit, it's all lies. Don't you just want to be lazy, but who let him be the captain?" Heihu curled his lips and said disapprovingly, "Isn't the mutant pangolin very obedient? There is no need for several of you to follow together." "That's right. I don't know what the captain is thinking." Over the past few days, the Qilin team and the Black Tigers have become familiar with each other. Song Dun, this iron-headed man, is not soft-hearted when he confronts his own captain. Of course, he dared not do it in front of him. It was just a little bit of crickets behind his back. "Hu." Lu Feng rubbed his nose, looked at the leisurely mutant pangolin, and muttered to himself. "I don't know who is scolding him behind his back, Fang Minghui, that kid, or Song Dun?" Wang Ding stepped forward and asked with concern, "Captain, are you okay?" Lu Feng waved his hand and said, "It's okay, it's okay." Suddenly remembered the news he had just received, and said to everyone, "This job is probably over." Everyone didn't understand, and all looked at Lu Feng, and at the same time, everyone's eyes were looking at the mutant pangolin. This work has been carried out to the end, and there can't be any mistakes. Hua Xiao is coming back. Lu Feng explained to everyone. Everyone understood immediately that the owner of the mutant pangolin was coming back. Inner city of the safe zone. Sima Yin and Gouge were returned with a transport convoy of the mining area. The first thing the two did after returning was to report the work situation in the past 6 months to the inner city of the safe zone. At this time, the two were sitting in the conference room, waiting for Xiao Yin and Pei Meihai. The conference room was open from the outside, and the two turned around at the same time. After seeing the people coming, they stood up at the same time to greet Xiao Yin and Pei Meihai, as well as Feng Xiang, who was following Pei Meihai. When Sima Yin saw Feng Xiang for the first time, he was stunned. Why did their captain become like this? A little dark? These 3 words are too euphemistic. However, this spirit seems to be 3 points better than before, and the expression and temperament on his face are particularly similar to the big leader of their mercenary team. Feng Xiang also looked at Sima Yin twice more. After being out for so long, he looked much more calm. Guzhua next to him was the first time Feng Xiang met him, but before coming, he had heard Pei Meihai talk to him about this person in detail, so he also had an idea in his mind. After Feng Xiang sat down, he asked everyone to sit down. "Is it going well?" Feng Xiang looked at Guzhua first. The person in charge of this mission was Guzhua, and Sima Yin was mainly to cooperate, or to be more precise, to learn from experience. Guzhua's answer was very brief. "It went well." Then he stopped talking. But his silence did not mean that he would not report the work. However, the way of reporting can be done without speaking, which is also possible. Sima Yin saw his leader for the past 6 months gently push the file in his hand to Feng Xiang. Can it be operated like this? He really didn't expect that when Guzhua didn't want to talk, he really didn't want to say a word. No wonder he kept writing and drawing on the way back. It turned out that it was all to talk less. Xiao Yin took the file calmly, with no expression on his face, and Pei Meihai was the same. Sima Yin looked at the two people with the same expressionless faces. Well, okay, obviously, they are aware of the personality and habits of their new leader. Thinking back again, these 6 months. It's all tears if I say too much. Chapter 649. Xiao Yin slowly flipped through the report that Guzhua handed over. He already knew most of the contents, and even if he read slowly, he finished it quickly. Xiao Yin pushed the report to Pei Meihai's hand, and his eyes swept back and forth between Guzhua and Sima Yin. Looking at the faces of the two people, it was obvious that they had just come back and had not rested before coming here. So Xiao Yin slowly opened his mouth and said gently, "You did a good job this time. You two should take a good rest for a while. The follow-up work will be discussed after you have rested." Guzhua really wanted to rest. Since Xiao Yin said so, how could he refuse such a thing as a vacation? Sima Yin was even more unnecessary. So, the two people nodded happily. After obtaining Xiao Yan's consent, the two people left briskly. Xiao Yan, Pei Meihai and Feng Xiang stayed in the meeting room, talking about the transport team's departure this time. Next time the transport team goes to the number 6 and number 3 safety zones, you lead the team and Sima Yin will go with you, Xiao Yan said. After a pause, he added, by the way, select another batch of people from the selected this time, and send them to the number 6 and number 3 safety zones to learn and exchange. The group of people who came back after genetic modification last year were mainly used as reserve personnel for the mercenary team and the guard team. However, there is a fatal flaw in this group of people, that is, they are generally too young, and it may take another 5, 6, 7 or 8 years to be used. But the construction of the safety zone itself can't wait. Therefore, this large-scale selection work was carried out. Moreover, with the income from iron ore, they can exchange resources with other safe zones, which can save the expenses of the safe zone. If not, the income of the safe zone is almost impossible to support this business. Feng Xiang had heard a little bit about Xiao Yan's arrangement from him and Pei Meihai before, so he had no objection. Life is about tossing. And he still likes the current sense of fulfillment. It is quite interesting to deal with people. He enjoys it. Besides, in a short time, his family will be able to buy a shop as big as his cousin's. Such a goal is something he dared not think of when he was just the captain of the mercenary team. At least, he did not dare to expect it to be achieved so quickly. But Feng Xiang suddenly remembered what Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang asked him some time ago. So after accepting the new job arranged by Xiao Yan, he said, should I arrange other people for my position in the mercenary team? Feng Xiang stopped talking here. Logically speaking, this matter was not his responsibility. But he thought that Xiao Yan might be too busy and might have forgotten about it. He also served as the captain of the future mercenary team. Of course, Xiao Yan did not forget about this matter, but he was still thinking about Hu Xiao. I don't know if that guy was assimilated by his cousin. Now his enterprising spirit is really not visible at all. Seeing that he and his cousin were running around in the blind spot every few days, even if he didn't go to the hospital for a physical examination, I think the previous bad symptoms should have gone by 9 out of 10. This is enough for him to resume his position in the mercenary team. Not to mention, his physical condition may be better than before. Zhuang Xiao, That's right, good things are eaten every day. If it's not good, she will cry to death. Xiao Yan's head ached when he thought about talking to Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao, so he said to Xiao Yan, I will think about the future captain of the team. Okay. Feng Xiang replied. As for recommending who to take over, he still doesn't want to, and doesn't worry about it. Besides, he really can't recommend a suitable person. Meng Qingyang? Hu Qianli? Or, in short, it doesn't seem to be suitable. Things like gene collapse are too sudden. When Hu Xiao withdrew from the mercenary team, he was forced to take over this position. Look at the people below. Well, forget it, I still don't want to. Too short of people. Next, Xiao Yan, Pei Meihai and Feng Xiang explained the details of the follow-up work in detail, and talked until dusk. Before the sun set, Zhuang Xiao and his group walked back to the parking place outside the dense forest in the dusk. This is the farthest point that the car can drive in the blind spot. Finally out. When Xiang Su saw the vehicle that could be used for transportation appeared in front of him, it was more intimate than seeing 2 pounds of edible meat. During this period, walking was entirely dependent on 2 legs. If you say you are not tired, you must be lying. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao walked behind. After the 2 flame cats circled in the air for a while, they glided in one direction. He looked back at Zhuang Xiao and said, Are they both home? Yes, I'm home. Zhuang Xiao replied without hesitation. It depends on the direction. Of course, it may not be, maybe it turned halfway. And these days, she found that the flame cat really likes to move freely in the non-high radiation area in the blind spot. Maybe it can beat all opponents in the world. Especially now it is a couple. With that fighting power, ordinary mutant animals should not be able to hurt them. He is not like Xiang Su, who pounced on the car when he saw it, but slowed down his pace, and waited for Zhuang Xiao, and Hu Xiao behind to catch up. As soon as Zhuang Xiao approached, he heard Hu Xiao suddenly say in his ear, It may rain tomorrow. Ah? Why did it suddenly switch to the weather forecast channel? Zhuang Xiao went to see Hu Xiao, only to see him staring at the last few rays of sunset, looking very serious. It is indeed very likely to rain. He also echoed. Why doesn't the watch notify you? Zhuang Xiao questioned. In theory, shouldn't there be a notification when it rains? As for the formulas for identifying the weather by observing the clouds, she had long forgotten them. What's more, the formulas were just theories, and she had no chance to recognize the ever-changing clouds, so this special skill naturally didn't come to her. There is no corresponding weather forecast in the blind spot. Hu Xiao retracted his gaze, and turned to explain to Zhuang Xiao. However, Zhuang Xiao also had his own logic. The surrounding blind spots and safe spots added together were no more than the size of a province. Was it necessary to divide the range of the weather forecast so finely? It's only a few kilometers, so I won't predict it. Although the weather is different every 10 miles, the distance between the blind spot and the safe spot at this location is not too far. If it rains in the blind spot, there is still a high probability that it will rain in the safe spot. In this case, Chapter 650. If it rains in this area, then there is at least a 60 to 70% chance that it will rain in the safe zone, right? Zhuang Xiao argued. After Zhuang Xiao finished speaking, he looked at Hu Xiao, then at Wan He, and waited for their answers. That's also possible, Hu Xiao said uncertainly. It takes more than an hour to get to the mining area from here, and it will be dark by then. We can't travel overnight, right? Zhuang Xiao said. Half of the way from here to the mining area is a wasteland, that is, there is no road. It's just a low wheat area, and the ground is relatively flat. In addition, their vehicle chassis are high enough, so the car can barely drive in it. Rest for a night before leaving. Xiang Su suddenly shouted at them in front. Zhuang Xiao looked up and saw Xiang Su standing with the guards, and it was obvious that they had reached a consensus on whether to travel overnight. It's better to take a rest for a night. The bumpy road at night is easy to break down or drive into the ditch. Wan He muttered. This was expected. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao would naturally have no objection to the decision of their mercenary team and the escort team. If there is an objection, Hu Xiao dares to travel at night, she doesn't dare. After the agreement, Xiang Su and his group quickly started. The mutant plants brought back must be placed first. In addition, without the flame cat tonight, several fires were lit. There is no water source within a radius of 10 miles here, and the weather has been very dry recently. The river has dried up, which is not suitable for the large-scale reproduction and survival of mutant mayflies. Therefore, they were not worried that the fire would attract a large number of mutant mayflies. Except for the night watchman, everyone rested in the car at night. Zhuang Xiao felt uneasy when she thought that there was no fire cat at night. After falling asleep, people began to dream. In the second half of the day, a thunderclap exploded in the sky. Zhuang Xiao suddenly sat up from the blanket and looked out of the dark car through the small iron window of the car. Another white light flashed, and thunder rolled from afar. It's really going to rain. Can we still go tomorrow? Zhuang Xiao muttered softly. I hope the rain won't be too heavy. It's best to just thunder without rain. Zhuang Xiao looked forward to it in her heart. Hu Xiao, who was on her side, woke up when he heard the thunder, but he didn't get up. He was worried that the little girl would be scared by the thunder, but it didn't seem to be the case. Zhuang Xiao, she didn't do anything wrong. You probably won't be able to leave tomorrow, Hu Xiao said to Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao looked back, and a flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and the white light slid across Hu Xiao's face. All of a sudden, she felt really scary. She choked. Someone suddenly spoke outside, as if they were dealing with a bonfire that was about to burn out. Put it out quickly, don't leave any sparks. Wait until the wind blows, and then burn this place. If it rains, we may not be able to get out. Get in the car after you're done. When the voices outside were heard, Zhuang Xiao's breathing returned to normal, and she listened attentively to the noise outside. After a while, the voices disappeared. They probably all returned to the car. A moment later, thunder exploded again. Zhuang Xiao felt that her car was shaking. Then came the smell of wet grass and trees blowing in from the open car window. The wind started. Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao quickly closed the small windows on both sides and lay down again. Suddenly, there was a snapping sound. Bean-sized raindrops hit the glass, blurring the night. I wonder if Zhang Lin and the others are staying in the cave or in the wild. Zhuang Xiao listened to the sound of rain and thunder, and was not sleepy at all. Hu Xiao replied with certainty, Cave. In the dark, Zhuang Xiao turned her head to look at Hu Xiao's face. Brother Hu was so sure, however, she understood it immediately. Hu Xiao and Wan He could guess that it would rain, and many people in Zhang Lin's group must have been able to tell. In the chat, Zhuang Xiao fell asleep with the sound of rain and thunder. If you want to sleep, you can still sleep. The next day, when Zhuang Xiao woke up again, it was still raining outside. It was drizzling, and there was no sign of stopping. The moment Huishao opened the car door, a warm breath hit her face. The temperature hasn't dropped yet. Zhuangxiao wanted to stick his head out to see, but was pulled back by Huishao. Zhuangxiao took 2 steps back and sat cross-legged in the car. I really want to take a bath in the rain. Huishao looked back at her in disbelief. Being looked at by Huishao like this, Zhuangxiao grinned and said, I'm just saying, how can you take a bath in this rain? Hey, why can't you take a bath in this rain? The rain kept falling, and it didn't stop until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky above was still gloomy, but the horizon in the distance was faintly white, as if the clouds had dispersed and the rain had stopped. Wan He and Xiangsu came over, said a few words, and then left. Fortunately, the place where they parked was a small high ground. Compared with the surrounding land, there was water stagnant, but it was not too deep. Unfortunately, their vehicle was almost surrounded by water. The depth of the rainwater in the weeds was about 10 centimeters. They were like being trapped on an isolated island. How to drive the car out of such a waterlogged ground was really a problem. Chapter 651. However, God did not receive Lin Ji's hope. The rain and the blind spot stopped in the evening, and the sun shone on the world again. The weather was very good for several days. Under the high temperature of the sun, the water on the ground evaporated quickly into the air, and the entire blind spot was like a huge steamer, which made people on the road very uncomfortable. The vehicle was bumping violently in the wilderness, and Zhuangxiao felt dizzy. I don't know if it's going to be heat stroke or motion sickness. Huishao wanted to slow down, but Zhuangxiao insisted not to slow down. If she left the wilderness a second earlier, she could suffer less. Therefore, she followed Xiangsu and his team in front of her and ran all the way. The vehicle driving in the wilderness was like a lonely boat encountering a storm on the sea, bumping violently. Finally, after a violent bump, everything became calm. Zhuangxiao couldn't wait to look out the window. The gray road stretched far into the distance, with lush greenery on both sides of the road, and the leaves above formed mottled spots of light on the ground. Finally, it's a normal road, Zhuangxiu thought. Then she slumped down on the back of the chair, and in an instant she felt her breathing smooth, refreshed, and the whole world was beautiful. When Xiangsu and Huishao were on their way back, Lu Feng received the news, and was now waiting with people on the road they had to take to return to the safe zone. Under his feet was a mutant pangolin that was sleeping in a ball. The group was like passengers waiting for a bus, looking at the time on their watches, chatting with the people next to them, and looking at the special passenger, the mutant pangolin. Fortunately, the solar radiation is now strong. Apart from a few people in the Qilin team, there are no other living people passing by here. Without the crowd of onlookers, Lu Feng and others don't need to deal with the masses, who want to come up and ask questions at any time. It's different from being in the mine. There are few people there, and everyone is busy with their own things. Basically, there is no onlookers. But it's different on the ground. There are people scavenging nearby everywhere, and everyone wants to take a closer look at this line of monkeys. Here they come. Fong Mingli stood up from the ground and shouted loudly, pointing at the vehicle at the end of the road. The few people in the Qilin team, who were a little depressed, all locked their eyes on the end of the road. It's them. Song Dun waved enthusiastically in the direction of the vehicle. Xiangsu looked at the person waving at them frantically on the side of the road ahead, and asked Wan He who was driving, "Is it from the Qilin team?" Wan He nodded, and soon the people in the car could see the face of the person below clearly. Xiangsu's car drove forward, and Zhuangxiao and Huijiao's car just stopped where the mutant pangolin was waiting for the car. After a few simple greetings, several cars drove towards the safe zone like a gust of wind. The people of the Qilin team looked at the vehicles in the distance. Their eyes were blank, and they were a little bit unable to recover for a while. "Did you carry it up?" Fong Mingli pinched Song Dun's arm. Song Dun nodded blankly. "Yes, you carried it up." Lu Feng recalled the scene when they brought the mutant pangolin rolled into a ball. This guy was carried by 3 or 4 of them. "Look at you guys, you are so big and strong, you can't even compare to a little girl," Lu Feng said with contempt. Although he also despised himself, it didn't stop him from despising others. The Qilin team, What is Zhuangxiao doing at this moment? She was laughing 300 times, and while laughing, she showed off to Huishao. "Ha ha! I don't need to eat spinach to become Popeye." "Ha ha ha! Huishao, Can eating mutant spinach also increase strength?" The mutant pangolin that successfully caught a ride home rolled around in the carriage, hitting the metal inner wall of the carriage with a bang. Zhuangxiao raised his fist and knocked on the carriage a few times. The round mutant pangolin immediately stretched out its body and became a long one lying down. Well, it's quiet now. When I returned to my home in the shantytown, the two flame cats were not at home. The car drove into the yard, and the rear door of the car opened. The mutant pangolin rolled down from the car with a force and turned to the root of the dancing grass. The first thing Zhuang Xiao did when she got home was to rush into the bathroom and wash herself. When she came out of the room, Hui Xiao had already arranged the gains from this blind spot trip. Xiao Yin will come tomorrow. Hui Xiao told her the news immediately after seeing Zhuang Xiao coming out of the bedroom. Zhuang Xiao's face immediately fell, and she said dejectedly, "Are you coming to borrow Huahua from me again?" Looking for Huahua, but Huahua was not there. "No," Hui Xiao said, "you are coming to find me." "Oh, then you should treat me well. I will go out to scavenge with Sister Lan and Shenyi tomorrow," Zhuang Xiao said. "Okay." Early the next morning, Hui Xiao said Zhuang Xiao to Shenyi's home and drove to the safe zone. Finally, he and Xiao Yin made an appointment at the safe zone's home. And while it was still early, they could still clean up the house. After saying goodbye to Hui Xiao, Zhuang Xiao turned around and knocked on the door of Shenyi's house. As soon as she stretched out her hand, before she touched the door, the wooden door was opened from the inside. "Xiao Xiao, come in quickly. Sister Lan is here." Shenyi enthusiastically led Zhuang Xiao in. This was Zhuang Zhao's second time to Shenyi's house. The last time was when Shenyi and Meng Qingyang's families merged into one. I thought Shenyi and Lan Hong would live in the house for a long time after buying it in the safe zone. Who would have thought that the two families would spend more time living in the shantytown? Although Zhuang Xiao was a little confused, she understood. After all, she still liked living in the shantytown. It was convenient and close to everywhere. And they still have a car. If they don't have a car, they don't know how much time they will waste on the road when they go out of the safe area to pick up rubbish. It takes time to get out of the safe area, it takes time to cross the isolation belt, and it takes time to get out of the streets and alleys of the shantytown. In this time, there is no need to do anything in the morning. Just walk to the scavenging area outside the shantytown, and most of the day has passed. Then it's noon when the solar radiation is the strongest, and you can't work again. So, it's better to live in the shantytown, which is suitable for ordinary scavengers. Of course, if you have a stable job in the safe area, it's another matter. Naturally, it's safer to live in the safe area. Xiao Xiao is here. Let's go! Chapter 652. Before Zhuang Xiao entered the house, Lan Hong came out of the house quickly, carrying a large backpack. Zhuang Xiao, are you in such a hurry? Zhuang Xiao secretly glanced at his watch. Okay, it's really late. Then let's go now. Zhuang Xiao nodded in agreement. Shenyi hurried into the house, picked up the bag and tools he was going to take, and ran out again. The three of them walked on the messy path in the shantytown. At this time, many people opened their doors one after another, and one after another gathered on the street. Zhuang Xiao looked straight ahead, chatting with Shenyi or Lan Hong from time to time. She hadn't participated in such a large group of scavengers for a long time. It was quite fresh to participate once. Moreover, with the blessing of force, she is no longer the same as before. Ha ha ha. There is a small square in the East Shantytown. Recently, a public transportation route to the east side of Biling Mountain has been set up. 5 points for a round trip. Shenyi and Zhuang Xiao were talking about their trip. Although Zhuang Xiao knew that they were going to Biling Mountain to pick up waste, she thought they would just walk to the west side of Biling Mountain to find some mutant poisonous insects and poisonous plants there. Unexpectedly, the purpose of this trip was actually the east side of Biling Mountain. The area that was once engulfed by flames, the end of the mutant crows. That area left her with many golden memories. It was where she earned her first pot of gold. Of course, bad memories are not good either. For example, being chased by mutant water snakes. For example, being trapped in a group of mutant spiders. For example, being chased by the flames. One by one, it was really thrilling enough. When was the route opened? Zhuang Xiao asked. Lan Hong answered Zhuang Zhao's questions before Shenyi. Half a month ago, during the trial operation phase. Isn't there a big lake in that area? Speaking of the eastern side of Biling Mountain, Lan Hong knew everything about it. She and Shenyi have been there quite a lot recently. Compared to the surrounding areas that have been scavenged by people, this newly launched scavenging area is a hot commodity. Moreover, the entire area around Biling Mountain has been patrolled by guards and mercenaries. Of course, in the first year of using this area as a scavenging area, the security and defense force is still a little worse than the autumn collection activity, but it is better than nothing. It is better to have something than nothing. Lan Hong is very satisfied with the current arrangement. The three of them walked and talked, and soon arrived at the small square of the East Shantytown. A long line is formed. Zhuang Zhao's eyes roughly scanned the small square. The vehicles on this small square do not look like the standard configuration for autumn collection in the safe zone, but they all have one thing in common. Look at the logo on the car. It's your Huahua and dancing grass, right? Shen approached Zhuang Zhao, glanced at the people around him, and asked in a low voice. Zhuang Zhao nodded subconsciously. That's right, aren't these the pictures Xiao Yin showed him before? Her Huahua and the Serpent Beauty are really promising. I said it was. After getting Zhuang Zhao's affirmative answer, Shen turned around and looked at Lan Hong triumphantly. Lan Hong rolled her eyes and thought, she didn't say it wasn't. Let us go! Let us go! Suddenly there was a commotion in the crowd. Zhuang Zhao, who was standing at the end of the team, turned around and stood on tiptoe to look at the source of the sound. However, she could not see anything due to her height limitation. Compared with the people around her, who were 1.8 meters tall, she looked pitiful, weak and helpless at the moment. What's wrong? What's going on? Shen and Lan Hong also turned their heads to look over, but they could still see a little bit through the gaps in the crowd by standing on tiptoe. Zhuang Zhao was sandwiched between the two people, looking left and right, but still stopped looking. It's faster to listen than to look. Zhuang Zhao listened carefully, trying to get effective information about the incident from the chaotic noise around him. However, the effect was not ideal. It was only judged that they were from the safe zone, maybe from the mercenary team, or the guard team. It's Yan Ming. At this moment, Lan Hong's voice came into Zhuang Zhao's ears from above. As they were talking, the crowd behind them had already come close to them. It was unknown whether Zhuang Zhao was too conspicuous or what. Yan Ming did not recognize Lan Hong and Shen at the first time, but recognized Zhuang Zhao between the two. This seemingly normal result seemed a little abnormal. Everyone here either wore a straw hat or various anti-radiation items on their heads. Zhuang Zhao really felt that it was not easy to recognize a person. Yan Ming, But it was not easy to pick out another person of this height among the people with similar figures. Zhuang Zhao, Naughty kid, are you polite? Sister, you're back? Yan Ming immediately slowed down and greeted Zhuang Zhao. His eyes were so bright. Zhuang Zhao smiled, and although Yan Ming couldn't see, she started to reply, yeah, I just came back. Just when Zhuang Zhao wanted to ask Yan Ming what they were going to do, the person behind Yan Ming urged, Yan Ming, hurry up, you're falling behind. You'll be punished if you're late. Hearing the words behind him, Yan Ming couldn't help but tremble. Sister, I'll go first. Wait. Before Yan Ming finished speaking, he was pushed forward by the person behind him and disappeared into the crowd. Lan Hong whispered, does Yan Ming have no eyes for me? She didn't even look at her. Shen didn't feel anything. She had many opportunities to see Yan Hu. Meng Qingyang and Yan Hu were teammates. Yan Hu would occasionally go to Meng Qingyang's house in the past, and she had met him several times. As for Yan Ming, he knew that Yan Hu had such a brother, but he had never seen him. After the three people got on the car quickly drove out of the shantytown and headed east to the foot of Biling Mountain. Walking along the mountain road at the foot of Biling Mountain, passing through the canyon of Biling Mountain. The car was not bumpy at all along the way. Just because the road in the canyon area has been repaired, the flat and rugged mountain road spirals up in the valley. When the car reached the highest point, the area that was burned clean before, after going through the bitterly cold winter, the grass and trees have completely recovered, and it is lush and green at a glance. It's just that there are fewer towering trees. Thinking about it, those thick and tall trees can't grow up in just half a year. The mutation of this wasteland has not yet been so outrageous. Then the car swooped down, and a row of vehicles meandered down. Chapter 653. In less than half an hour, their car stopped at a flat and open place, close to the Biling Mountains and the lake where they had collected water chestnuts. It is an excellent area for scavenging, but it also means that there are a lot of people here. Of course, there is not only one parking spot like this in this area. There are currently 3 parking spots set up, at the foot of Biling Mountain, in the north and south, and further east. It is the part that was not burned by the wildfire at the beginning, and it is an unsurveyed area. Zhuang Zhao has no opinion on where to scavenging. Nowadays, it is not easy to scavenging anywhere. The east of Biling Mountain is so popular, but it is only after the acid rain that the scavenging results here are slightly better than other areas. Not everyone is willing to spend the 5 points for a round trip. For example, most of the people living in the East Shantytown, which is closer to Biling Mountain, came here on foot very early. After the three people got off the car, they went into the grass. After a long period of time without rain, the dry grass and leaves on the ground were broken into pieces after being trampled for days. The three people walked in the grass for an hour before stopping. Now, with the blessing of the new watch, Zhuang Xiao is not too worried about getting lost. Although the map of the eastern side of Biling Mountain is not very detailed, it is enough for her to go out and find the right way home. Let's stay nearby. Lan Hong looked at the surrounding environment and the dead leaves on the ground. The shape of the leaves was relatively intact, and it seemed that there were not too many people scavenging here. This way, they would have a much higher chance of detecting edible food. Zhuang Xiao had no objection, it was the same everywhere, so he nodded and agreed. Okay. Shen Yi also said, then I'll go over there. Shen Yi pointed in a direction. Although the three of them came out to scavenger together, they couldn't all be concentrated within a few meters. Of course, the distance was not too far. In short, if something happened, they could hear each other's voices. So, the three of them went in a direction, and after confirming that the distance between them was appropriate, they began to concentrate on today's work. Zhuang Xiao pulled off a grass leaf and tested it. Ding, high radiation mutation inedible. A good start. It was really red. The light on the watch flickered red, which was really irritating to watch. Despite this, Zhuang Xiao was not discouraged. Because everyone was like this, she also heard the beeping sound of Shen Yi and Lan Hong's watches. Whenever this happened, she missed the blind spot. In fact, strictly speaking, this place was not included in the sphere of influence of the safe zone. The reason why the people were provided with a transportation route to come here was mainly to solve the problem of low edible probability detected. What is this called? This is called winning by quantity. When the amount of food obtained in the existing sphere of influence of the safe zone is not enough to feed the people, then we can only expand the territory to feed these people. In this way, Zhuang Xiao worked in it for half an hour, but did not gain anything. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged, but he also. Chapter 654. As Yanming said, the tree holes were very close to the place where they met. The so-called tree holes were not real tree holes, but grass holes woven together by tall shrub branches and many unknown weeds. This was obviously the nest of some mutant animal. The moment Zhuang Xiao, Lan Hong and Shen Yi saw it, they paused, but after seeing Yanming and others quickly get in, the three of them decided to hide in it. Zhuang Xiao didn't know what the grass holes that others entered were like. The one she chose might have to pay rent today. When their eyes met, to be honest, they were both a little angry. What is meant by fate meeting thousands of miles apart? This is it. The warm and peaceful atmosphere in the grass hole was instantly broken by her sudden intrusion. A mutant squirrel bared its teeth, and its small black eyes stared at her viciously. There was a familiar gap on one of the furry ears. Although the other party looked very ferocious, it had no intention of jumping on her. The sound of rain was getting louder and louder. The inside and outside of the grass cave seemed to be two completely different worlds. Zhuang Xiao slowly moved back a little bit, but she had no intention of going out. Before coming in, she saw that people had entered the grass caves. Should she go out and look for them again now? Of course, that was impossible. When the mutant squirrel saw Zhuang Xiao retreating, it didn't know why it still remembered this two-legged beast that had traded with it before, and didn't show its aggressive side further. Just as Zhuang Xiao was relieved that she could take shelter from the rain with the mutant squirrel's precious place, she heard a chirping sound like a baby animal in her ear. She followed the sound. She saw three furry, cute heads popping out from under the mutant squirrel. Zhuang Xiao's eyes widened immediately. Seeing the human's expression of wanting to eat him, the mutant squirrel seemed to be furious and bared its teeth at Zhuang Xiao. Hee hee. Hee hee. Zhuang Xiao laughed twice, then said, the kid is pretty cute. Pretty cute. Moms like others praising their children. Zhuang Xiao thought. Maybe the mutant squirrel mother is the same. Anyway, the mutant animals in the wasteland sometimes cannot be judged by common sense, and this group of mutant squirrels, her former god of wealth, had some really weird actual interactions with each other. Thinking of the generosity of the god of wealth, Zhuang Xiao suddenly reacted. There must be more than one here now. There were several of them at first, maybe 8 or 9. Just when she was thinking about how many mutant squirrels she had met, the dead grass beside the mutant squirrel moved, and a round head popped out of it. Her eyes were rolling. But Zhuang Xiao didn't recognize it. I wonder if it's a new member, or a previous one? After all, this mutant squirrel, whose body was completely exposed in front of Zhuang Xiao, didn't have any obvious features as a memory point for her to identify. Hi, hello. Squeak. Zhuang Xiao, It should be you. Unlike the old acquaintance in front, this new mutant squirrel obviously had no sense of propriety. After staring at Zhuang Xiao for a while, it actually took action. No, it was directly using its claws to pull the bag on her body. Zhuang Xiao was speechless. Dog nose? Zhuang Xiao looked at the old acquaintance, staring at her bag with her bright eyes. Well, she did bring a lot of goodies with her. It was certain that today's scavenging would not cover the cost. Chapter 655. I'm here. Zhuang Xiao said, and poked her head out from a clump of grass behind them. The rain had just stopped, and crystal clear water drops hung on the leaves. The ground was wet. Occasionally, small puddles could be seen in low places. Lan Hong and others heard Zhuang Dao's voice, and looked towards the source of the sound. Seeing that she only poked her head out, they thought it would be difficult to get out of the grass hole, so Lan Hong and Shen Yi hurried forward to help. However, Zhuang Xiao realized their intention, and hurriedly raised her head to stop them. I'll do it myself. While speaking, she gently kicked the mutant squirrel that was holding her trouser leg. Squeak! 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 Everyone's face changed immediately, especially Yan Ming, who even sacrificed an energy stone. At this moment, Zhuang Xiao shouted angrily, "What are you arguing about? I'm so annoyed." Mutated squirrel, The biped became so fierce, everyone, So what's inside the grass cave? It's not what they thought. The three teenagers standing behind Yan Ming had cold sweat on their foreheads, and their legs were shaking. No, big sister, who are you yelling at? Shen Yi and Lan Hong were also people who had seen the world with Zhuang Xiao, and they should have acted calmer, but they still had to be afraid. Xiao. Do you want to come out first? Shen Yi swallowed and decided to help Zhuang Xiao get rid of the mutant squirrel's entanglement. When Hu Xiao arrived, Zhuang Xiao had already come out, and the group was a little farther away from the place before they stopped. However, her backpack was hijacked by the mutant squirrel and left in the grass cave. Compared to the rush when she went in, Zhuang Xiao began to carefully look at the surrounding terrain after she climbed out, and at the same time evaluated the location of the mutant squirrel's nest from the parking place. She had to say that this group of mutant squirrels were really brave. In this bush where people come and go, they dared to settle here. Although it is not clear whether this nest is just for temporary residents or long-term. It seems unlikely to live there for a long time. After all, she met this group of mutant squirrels more than once or twice, and every time they appeared in different places. Perhaps this mutant squirrel is like the hare, with 3 burrows. Brother Hua, we are here. Yan Ning took advantage of his height, and saw Hu Xiao who was heading to the mutant squirrel at a glance. Hearing someone calling him, Hu Xiao looked around. He saw Yan Ming jumping and waving at him. Seeing Hu Xiao looking over, Yan Ming immediately added, "Here. My sister is here." After Hu Xiao came closer, Zhuang Xiao said to everyone, "Hu Xiao and I will be back soon." Yan Ming, Lan Hong and others wanted to stop him, but they couldn't. In the end, they had to give up. With Hu Xiao here, it should be okay, right? Zhuang Xiao took Hu Xiao away for only a moment, and then she redeemed her bag. Fortunately, the energy stone was still there. After such a toss, the thin clothes had been exposed to the sun and had long been dry. It just looked a little wrinkled. However, everyone was like this, and Zhuang Xiao didn't want to change clothes so much, but she put on the raincoat that Hu Xiao brought. It was a little hot, but this raincoat was not only waterproof, but also radiation-proof. Hold it, since Hu Xiao was here, it was impossible for him to go back alone. So, from this moment on, he joined the scavenging team of Zhuang Xiao, Lan Hong and Shen Yi. By the way, why aren't you leaving yet? Zhuang Xiao suddenly remembered that they and Yan Ming just met by chance today, and they were not in the same group. Hu Xiao also looked at Yan Ming. Why is he everywhere? Yes. I'm late, oh no. Yan Ming seemed to have just realized that he had a mission. He was just doing some private work during the lunch break and looking for edible things. Who would have thought that it would rain? Chapter 656. The two groups met suddenly, and parted quite suddenly. Before Yan Ming could finish his words, he and the other 3 hurriedly went into the bushes. They didn't even say goodbye. What are they doing here? Hu Xiao asked Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao, I don't know either. Zhuang Xiao answered confidently, we just ran into each other suddenly. And I fell down. Look at the mud spots on her body, they are still there. For an afternoon, the 4 people were scavenging around the mutant squirrels. Not to mention, the place chosen by the mutant squirrels is good. In the process of scavenging, the 4 people accidentally harvested the granaries built by the mutant squirrels everywhere. After they took over several granaries, Zhuang Xiao was not worried that the mutant squirrels would be hungry. After all, the mutant squirrels have so many places to store food that sometimes they even forget it themselves. So, I don't feel guilty at all. Besides, she also gave them a lot of purple Ganoderma today, and they shouldn't mind. Dried fruits, dried mushrooms, etc. Before leaving, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao went to see them. However, in just a few hours, the place was deserted, and there was no trace of a mutant squirrel. The 3 smaller mutant squirrel cubs also disappeared along with the adult mutant squirrels. However, Zhuang Xiao's special trip was not in vain, and the other party actually returned the gift. An energy stone with an energy value of 9 was left in the cub's nest. You run so fast. Zhuang Xiao put the small energy stone in his arms, looked around again, and confirmed that there was no energy stone left, and then went to find Lan Hong and Xin Yi with Hu Xiao. After the 4 people arrived at the parking spot, Lan Hong and Xin Yi insisted on taking the transportation they used to go home. They were not ignorant people. If they had walked here and hitched a ride, they would definitely be rude. However, now there is a car, and it is paid. It feels a bit wasteful not to take it. After saying goodbye to the 2 people, Zhuang Xiao followed Hu Xiao to his own parking lot. After getting in the car, they didn't need to wait for anyone and could leave directly. After they could no longer see the vehicles at the parking lot, Zhuang Xiao asked Hu Xiao about his going to the safe zone. She was quite curious about Xiao Yan's matter. What did Xiao Yan want to find Hu Xiao alone? You don't know either? Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but raise his voice, staring at Hu Xiao's profile. No, how could you not know? As soon as he arrived at the door of his house, I saw that it was going to rain. Hu Xiao explained. He really didn't know. Then, you came to Biling Mountain? This is beyond doubt, Zhuang Xiao said. Then let's stay in the safe zone tonight. Anyway, Hu is not here, and the mutant pangolin is alone at home. There shouldn't be anything wrong. If Xiao Yan comes to find you again tomorrow, you don't have to go there again, Zhuang Xiao said. In fact, the main reason is that Hu Xiao spent half a day cleaning the house again. If he didn't go there to sleep, wouldn't it be a shame for Hu Xiao's work this morning? Hu Xiao naturally agreed and nodded in response. When they got home, it was dark. Zhuang Xiao had been tossing around for a day and didn't want to bother Hu Xiao anymore. After returning home and cleaning up the dirt, the 2 of them casually ate some ready-made food and went upstairs to rest. Of course, the only one who fell asleep after going upstairs was Zhuang Xiao. Hu Xiao lay on the bed, staring at the roof with his eyes open, and fell asleep only after midnight. Early the next morning, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao were having breakfast when Xiao Yan came in. As soon as he entered the living room, Xiao Yan actually scanned the food on the table. This breakfast is good, I haven't eaten it either. Xiao Yan was self-reliant, found a stool, and sat at the table. Hu Xiao closed the door and stepped into the living room. He saw the little girl's eyes rolling up to the roof. Despite this, he heard the following conversation. In that case, cousin, come eat something too. Zhuang Xiao said very politely and softly, just. So weird. When Xiao Yan saw Hu Xiao coming in, he said, Hu Xiao, add a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Hu Xiao, eh? The breakfast ended in silence. As for whether anyone had indigestion, of course no one did. Zhuang Xiao had a simple meal last night, so Hu Xiao prepared a particularly rich breakfast, with vegetables, dried fruits, and meat. Hu Xiao cherished food with low and medium radiation. Unless there were special circumstances, he would chew it slowly. How could he have indigestion when eating like this? And for Xiao Yan, the unexpected but not too unexpected visitor, it was also satisfactory. Don't you look at what's on the table? The dried fruits are dragon scale fruits, and there is purple Ganoderma in the soup. There are also fruits that he can't name. At first glance, this is what his cousin got from the blind spot. All good things. You guys chat slowly, I'll go wash the dishes. Zhuang Xiao just hesitated for a while, and finally stopped the washing work. You can't let Hu Xiao wash, then she will have to chat. You can't let Hu Xiao and Xiao Yan chat while doing housework, that doesn't seem appropriate. Although she basically doesn't get involved in kitchen work, it's nice to experience it occasionally. Chapter 657. As expected, after a brief greeting, the 3 of them quickly got down to business. Although everything should be based on first come first served, Xiao Yan should have finished speaking first, followed by old man Lin Ji. But there is a saying that goes respect the old and love the young. Naturally, old man Lin started the topic first. I'm here to talk about the mutant plants you said back last time, and the dancing grass. After Lin Ji opened his mouth, he said the purpose of his trip in one breath. He also mentioned the impact of acid rain on mutant plants in the safe zone. The Research Institute will probably be able to compile a detailed data report and submit it to Xiaoyan tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, so Lin Ji didn't say too much in detail. Anyway, the result is good. Old Man Lin, then. Do we still need to look for acid-resistant mutant plants? Xiaoyan thought, if we don't need to look for them, he will ask some of the people who followed the survey team in the blind area to come back. He wanted to break a person into 8 pieces, so he would save as many as he could. However, as soon as Xiaoyan finished speaking, he was glared at by Old Man Lin. Looking, why can't you find it? If you don't look for acid-resistant mutant plants, will you not look for other useful mutant plants? Other safe areas. Lin Ji was scolding Xiaoyan, and he felt like he was scolding his grandson Lin Xiangrong. Xiaoyan was silent, and quietly waited for the old man to finish his output. Xiao closed his lips tightly, looked at his nose, and listened quietly. Suddenly, a violent coughing sound came from the kitchen, interrupting Mr. Lin's lecture. Xiaoyan was relieved immediately. I'll go and see. Xiao bowed to Mr. Lin. Lin Ji waved his hand and let him go. After Xiao entered the kitchen, 2 people whispered in it. The voice was too low, and Xiaoyan and Lin Ji didn't hear it clearly. Xiao stood in the kitchen, looking at the little girl who winked at him, and smiled helplessly. I'm helping you. Zhuang Xiao said with his mouth, I'm fine. You go out quickly. Then, he kicked the person out. Xiao looked back and saw that the kitchen was only half cleaned up. He thought that at this speed, I guess lunch can't be cleaned up properly. What's wrong with Xiao Xiao? Have a cold? As soon as he saw Xiao coming out, Lin Ji asked with concern. Xiao shook his head, glanced at the water cup on the table and said, It's okay, she just choked on the water. Zhuang Xiao, Such a far-fetched reason? Who would believe it? Oh, it's okay, Lin Ji said. Xiao glanced at Xiaoyan. At this moment, as if assisted by God, Xiaoyan immediately understood what Xiao meant. He had been lectured for so long, and it might be possible to solve the problem faster if he took the initiative to ask questions. So, Xiaoyan sorted out what Mr. Lin had said before in his mind, and summarized it again, the questions that Mr. Lin wanted or hoped for. The first one is naturally the mutant plant, and the unknown mutant plants have to continue to be found. The second one is that the dancing grass can be tried. This can be arranged in advance. Now there are trial planting results on the east side of Biling Mountain and the edge of the mining area. The third mutant spray melon may have to wait until next year. The number is limited, and it cannot be bred at all. As for the fourth, after Xiaoyan briefly talked about the above key points with Lin Ji, he asked about the yellow fruit plant. This mutant plant was given by my cousin, right? Xiaoyan asked Lin Ji affirmatively. Lin Ji replied, Yes, Xiao gave it to me. This mutant plant has grown well, since the temperature has risen, and the probability of producing edible standard leaves is 20% to 30% higher than that of ordinary mutant plants. Speaking of this, Lin Ji was still very happy. This is a mutant plant that can be used directly as food. He tried to eat some leaves while pruning the branches yesterday. Chapter 658. The leaves are thick and juicy, and they don't taste bitter. Compared with those mutant plants that make your throat ache and are bitter and astringent, this can undoubtedly be called a kind of vegetable. And it's a vegetable that can produce delicious fruits. Xiao gave him the yellow fruit last year. It's delicious, sweet, and crisp. Unfortunately, there is no sign of flowering until now. I don't know if it's because of the climate and soil. Xiaoyan was very happy when he heard that the probability of producing edible food was so high, and he said hurriedly, Then we must cultivate and reproduce it as soon as possible, and, as he said that, he looked at Xiao and said, Xiao, which area did you dig this mutant plant from? At this time, he didn't care about whether other people's private scavenging sites were suitable. If the probability of edible food is really so high, it can really be regarded as a high-yield crop. Zhuang Xiao, who was dawdling in the kitchen, was a little depressed after hearing Lin Ji's words. The production rate is less than half. Compared with Xia Wenquan, this is a cliff-like drop. Even the new growth data can be said to be cut in half. Danqing Mountain, Xiao said concisely. What a pity, Xia Wenquan is probably destroyed long ago. Where the lava passes, there must be no grass. Danqing Mountain? Xiaoyan repeated the name in his mouth, and suddenly realized that's the mountain range where the volcano erupted in the number 17 safe zone. His voice was full of regret. How come? Lin Ji knew Danqing Mountain, and was also very regretful. What a pity! As he said that, Lin Ji sighed. After sighing, Lin Ji said, Fortunately, we now have the mother plant, and we can slowly reproduce it later. What else can Xiao Yin do? This is the only way. It's still there is still hope. Nothing is achieved overnight, and in some ways, they are also very lucky, aren't they? At least before the volcano erupted, this mutant plant came out of the mountain. It's also a blessing. In addition to several important mutant plants, Lin Ji also talked about the growth of several other mutant plants that Zhuang Xiao brought to him at that time. Time passed little by little, and the sound of water in the kitchen continued. How about, what boy, you go and help? Lin Ji suggested. Xiao Xiao hasn't finished it for so long. She must not be used to doing this kind of housework. Was Xiao who was assigned? Okay, he's used to it. He's very used to it. Wei Xiao stood up and went to the kitchen. Zhuang Xiao said that she didn't want to stare at an old man at all. How boring. Just then, her most loyal friend, Flame Cat, swooped down from the sky and landed on the bamboo shed built in the next yard. After all, this yard is still small. It was definitely not a big problem for Huahua to live in it, but now that he has found a wife, the house seems a little crowded. Hearing the movement outside the yard, Lin Ji and Xiaoyan both looked into the yard. Lin Ji stood up immediately and rushed to the yard with his 2 old legs. Yin Yin landed on the roof, while Huahua stood on the bamboo shed built for it. After standing firm, he stretched his head to the door of the living room in this yard, and came face to face with Lin Ji, who came out quickly. The strange smell scared Huahua, and his head shrank back immediately, and his 2 big eyes flickered and looked at this, smelling old meat in surprise. Humans are also animals. An old animal is definitely inferior to a newborn baby in terms of taste and flavor. That's what Huahua thinks. Lin Ji didn't know Huahua's thoughts, so he couldn't refute them. All Lin Ji said after realizing it. This scared Zhuang Xiao, and she hurried out of the kitchen. The old man was not scared. Chapter 659. The heart is not good, the blood vessels are not good. Everything is not good, what if? Zhuang Xiao simply dared not think about it. Huahua, why are you scaring people? Zhuang Xiao stood beside Lin Ji, put his hands on his hips, and scolded Huahua. Yin Yin on the roof found a comfortable position to lie down, watching the show quietly. This scene is the first time I see it, and the second time I see it, it happens every 5 days. Well, I'm used to it. Besides, it's emotionally unstable now, and it's like this every day. The 2-legged beast in the house may be in the same situation as it. Zhuang Xiao, the 2 of us? Almost? The crisp and loud female voice exploded in his ears, and Lin Ji felt his head buzzing and his temples throbbing. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Zhuang Xiao, Hearing Lin Ji's trembling voice, Zhuang Xiao immediately changed her expression, turned into a gentle lady, and hurried to help the old man beside her. Although the old man was still strong, but don't let Huahua hurt her. Grandpa Lin, go back to the house and continue chatting. I'll take Huahua out for a walk. Zhuang Xiao said, and helped Lin Ji turn around and lead him to the living room. Lin Ji stood still. Zhuang Zhao's movements were extremely gentle. She really didn't dare to use any strength, always worried that if she didn't control the strength well, she would break the bones. So, she really didn't pull it at all. As for Lin Ji, he had already said what he should say to Xiao Yin, so what else was there to talk about? Besides, he came to visit recently, and he was originally looking for Zhuang Xiao. It just happened that Zhuang Xiao had something to do, and Xiao Yin was there, so he just said a few more gossips. Xiao Yin, What do you call gossip? It's half the topic, and half the scolding. That? Ah Yin, you play with Hui Xiao, Xiao, and I are going out for a walk. Lin Ji pulled the little girl's arm, and turned back to Xiao Yin in the living room, and said loudly. His voice was so loud that Xiao Yin was afraid of hearing loss. After all, premature baldness is a fact. How could hearing loss be far behind? Xiao Yin, No, I haven't finished washing the dishes in the kitchen yet. Zhuang Xiao hurriedly pulled out the housework as an excuse. Then Lin Ji said again, 2 grown men are here. Why do you need a little girl like you? Xiao Yin, Is he here to wash the dishes? Hui Xiao, Sure enough, this job is still his. Zhuang Xiao, This is not good. Good or not, it doesn't matter in the end. When Mr. Lin Ji got on the exclusive big bathtub of Zhuang Zhao's family, he was in high spirits, as if he had returned to his youth, excited, and excited. His blood pressure soared with excitement. Zhuang Xiao sat on Huahua's back, looking at the old man's condition from time to time. Yesterday, the feeding of purple Ganoderma was free, today's Flame Cat brand flight was free, and the day after tomorrow? But forget it, it's good like this. she doesn't have to chat with the old man. Xiao Yan and Hu Xiao stood at the door, looking at Hua Hua who had disappeared. And Yin Yin, who lived in Hua Hua's bedroom, squinted at the two bipeds standing at the door. TSK, how pitiful. What was it that you were going to talk about yesterday? Hu Xiao just stood there, and didn't go back to the house. After retracting his gaze, he turned his head, and asked about Xiao Yan's visit. He couldn't really let Xiao Yan wash dishes with him. Xiao Yan's eyes were still fixed on a certain place in the air. After hearing what Hu Xiao said, he smiled and said directly, "Invite you back to the mercenary team." After saying this most crucial sentence, without waiting for Hu Xiao to respond, he talked about Feng Xiang, Sima Yin, and the future team. If he didn't say this quickly, who knows if someone else will come later. After hearing what Xiao Yan said, Hu Xiao fell into silence for a while. Xiao Yan was not in a hurry, just waiting quietly, his eyes looking at the flame cat dozing in the yard. By the way, the belly of this flame cat seemed to be much bigger than that one, and it seemed to be a female flame cat. Thinking of this, his eyes couldn't help but glance in another direction. Yin Yin, who was half closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and glared at Xiao Yan fiercely. Xiao Yan felt a murderous aura coming towards him, and his eyes unconsciously swept around, and met Yin Yan's unfriendly big eyes. Xiao Yan, whose eyes are bigger? After gliding over the safety zone, the old and young group, who also didn't want to go back, crossed the tall wall of the safety zone, passed through the isolation belt, flew over the shantytown, and strolled around. Suddenly, when he saw the bamboo forest below, Zhuang Xiao remembered the bamboo shoots that he couldn't dig last year. Bamboo shoots after the rain? Although the temperature now can be called midsummer, it is after the rain. It just rained so hard yesterday. There should be fresh bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest. Chapter 660. Although Lin Ji was not very interested in the project of digging mutant bamboo shoots, he silently lifted his old legs and climbed out of the bathtub when he saw the little girl's expression of impatience. Zhuang Xiao saw that he was climbing so hard, so he decided to help him. After finding the right place to start, he lifted Lin Ji out of the wooden barrel with one hand. Lin Ji's eyes were rounder than fire. He looked at Zhuang Xiao, who was walking towards the mutant bamboo forest with the flame cat as if nothing had happened. After opening and closing his mouth for a few seconds, he immediately raised his feet and followed. He still remembered that half of the mutant bamboo forest was in the blind spot. There might be some extraordinary mutant animals nearby. With his frail body, he couldn't fight or run away. He had better follow the flame cat and the little girl. When he came out, he didn't think that he would come to the blind spot to scavenge or something. Zhuang Zhao's backpack today was missing the most important tool, the small spatula. In fact, it is not impossible to dig with bare hands according to the current strength, but when you can use labor-saving tools, who would be willing to waste a little bit of strength? This strength is supplemented by food. The more you consume, the more you eat. What a waste. This one. Zhuang Xiao pointed to one of the bamboos with a diameter of about 20 centimeters and said. After that, she also made a gesture. As a smart flame cat, how could she not understand Zhuang Xiao's random gestures? After seeing Hua was ready to go movements, Zhuang Xiao brushed past Grandpa Lin Ji and ran quickly towards the bushes to prevent the mutant bamboo she chose from swarming with mutant bamboo worms. She wanted to dig bamboo shoots, but the shadow of the mutant bamboo worm never disappeared. Lin Ji watched Zhuang Xiufeng passing by, and with a loud click in his ear, a bamboo fell in front of him with a bang. The sound of dong 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 sounded again. That was the heart that he had used for decades. Such a strong heartbeat, Lin Ji couldn't help but touch his chest. This life is really exciting. It's deadly. With this mutant bamboo, the bamboo spatula is naturally available. This time, the Nine Heavens mysterious lady did not favor her at all. There was no terrifying figure of the mutant bamboo worm in each section of this mutant bamboo. Grandpa Lin, here. Zhuang Xiao smiled and handed Lin Ji the rough version of the bamboo spatula that he had transformed with a dagger. Lin Ji accepted his fate and said kindly, "Thank you. Thank you." Xiao Xiao. When Zhuang Xiao made the second spatula, he knew that he had to experience the bamboo shoot digging project today. How helpless he is now. When he returns home at sunset, Lin Ji feels that this bamboo shoot digging project is really good, it's just that he doesn't have this feeling yet. Before entering the mutant bamboo forest, Zhuang Xiao also specifically explained her whereabouts to Hu Xiao, so that he wouldn't worry if she returned late. This entry point was carefully selected by her, located at the border of the blind spot and the safe zone. The new watch allows her not to worry about losing contact. At this time, she feels that this watch is still quite useful. Zhuang Xiao did not let Huohui enter the mutant bamboo forest. The mutant bamboo forest in this area is very dense, with large and small bamboos scattered in an orderly manner, which looks extremely dense. People can walk through it without any obstacles, but Huohui's huge body is estimated to have broken many mutant bamboos along the way. What are the consequences of breaking bamboo? Zhuang Xiao doesn't want to think too much. After Zhuang Xiao and Lin Ji stepped into the bamboo forest, the light became noticeably dimmer. The ground was covered with thick bamboo leaves, and there were very few ordinary weeds. The most common ones were dark green mosses and lichens. Chapter 661. Perhaps it was because it rained yesterday, the ground was still a little wet. Zhuang Xiao paused and looked back at Grandpa Lin, considering whether to help the old man walk But after seeing Grandpa Lin's brisk pace, she felt that she was worrying too much, and his body didn't look that weak. As if sensing something, Lin Ji's eyes collided with Zhuang Xiao's. Why don't you walk? Lin Ji continued to walk deeper into the mutant bamboo forest while talking, but he passed Zhuang Xiao while he was talking. Zhuang Xiao hurried to catch up. The old and the young walked in the mutant bamboo forest for about half an hour, and finally stopped in front of a gentle slope. After all, he was old, and after walking for a while, Lin Ji's breath was a little unstable, and he held a giant bamboo next to him with one hand. How come I don't see a single bamboo shoot? The bamboo shovel in Zhuang Xiao's hand was more than 1 meter long. She was walking while digging the thick bamboo leaves on the ground, fearing that there would be something that slipped through the net, and she didn't find it. However, she was disappointed. She really didn't see a single mutant bamboo shoot. Even the mutant bamboo fungus eggs were not there. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. She might as well ask with Xiao. Just as she was thinking this, Mr. Lin, who had heard Zhuang Xiao's complaints, spoke. At this time, he breathed steadily and said slowly, "This place is not right. Walk a little further. I guess there will be some." Although he hadn't come to dig bamboo shoots himself for many years, Lin Ji was an expert in studying mutant plants. He still had a wealth of knowledge about the growth characteristics and habits of mutant plants, especially this very common mutant bamboo. Ah! Zhuang Xiao only thought that the old man's family probably had never done the job of digging bamboo shoots, which was really a complete waste of his other career. So after hearing the rather confident words of Grandpa Lin, he was a little surprised. "Do you know how to dig bamboo shoots?" With doubt in his heart, Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but ask. Lin Ji glanced at him and said angrily, "How difficult is this?" The tone sounded as arrogant as it could be. "Then Grandpa Lin, let's go quickly. It's okay to have someone who understands." Zhuang Xiao didn't mind Lin Ji's proud look at all. Digging bamboo shoots is the most important thing at the moment. With Lin Ji's on-site teaching, as expected, the job of digging bamboo shoots became simple. Soon, at another place on the gentle slope, Zhuang Xiao saw a bunch of brown towers with pointed heads. "Grandpa Lin, you are so awesome." Zhuang Xiao praised Grandpa Lin generously, making Lin Ji's face red. "It's just SOSO." Lin Ji waved his hand and was modest. With bamboo shoots in front of him, Zhuang Xiao's spirits were high, and he immediately joined the old man digging bamboo shoots. Lin Ji walked around in the bamboo shoot nest, looking around, but he was not in a hurry to dig bamboo shoots, because the probability of the mutant bamboo shoots being edible was not very high. He didn't want to spend so much effort to dig. It was a rare trip to the blind area, and he wanted to see if there were any uncommon mutant plants nearby, so that he could dig them back for research. While Zhuang Xiao was digging bamboo shoots, he also paid attention to Lin Ji's dynamics. It didn't matter if Grandpa Lin didn't want to dig bamboo shoots, but he didn't want the mutant animals to take the bamboo shoots away later. That would be terrible. The small bamboo shoots here are several times larger than normal. 10 or 8 kilograms are the normal weight, and there are many bamboo shoots weighing 20 or 30 kilograms. Ding, low radiation mutation, edible. Ding, high radiation mutation, edible. Ding. A series of watch reminder sounds echoed in the bamboo forest. Compared with silence, she likes to hear this joyful sound. This is a harvest, of course. She hates such reminders. Ding, high radiation mutation, inedible. In the case that there are no strangers within a radius of 5 or 6 miles, this watch does not need to be muted at all, and the number of edible times is obviously higher than that of inedible times. Between the ups and downs of mood, there are more times when she is in a good mood. At first, Lin Ji didn't pay much attention to the beeping sound of Zhuang Xiao's watch. He was focused on finding special mutant plants. However, when he returned after a fruitless search and saw the sacks of bamboo shoots, and heard the beeping sound from Zhuang Zhao's watch, he felt that the land and plants here seemed unusual. Is there something special about the soil here? Are the bamboos nearby not the ordinary people he once knew? In short, in just a short while, Lin Ji's brain suddenly entered a high-speed operation state. He squatted down hurriedly and tested the soil on the surface. Randomly sampled the soil under him, which was a medium radiation soil. No wonder it can produce so many edible mutant bamboo shoots. Although soil is not the only factor and decisive factor in determining the production of edible food, it is also one of the most desired soils when they cultivate edible mutant plants. Lin Ji hated it so much that he wanted to shovel this piece of land back. This natural soil that meets the normal value standard is rare. Usually, they use it for their own scientific research, which is processed through many procedures, or it is provided by the trading center after it is acquired. Of course, it is not free. The annual funding is actually quite limited, so Lin Ji first made a mark on the watch, went back to inform the people at the research institute, and asked them to come and dig it themselves. If you ask why not today? How can it be possible today? Isn't Xiao Xiao still digging bamboo shoots here today? With more people, wouldn't there be fewer bamboo shoots? After the soil identification was completed, Lin Ji took the bamboo shovel and smiled and began to dig bamboo shoots. Look at the little girl's harvest. Look at this excellent land. If he doesn't dig 2 bamboo shoots to eat, wouldn't it be a shame for his excellent luck today? Ding D, high radiation mutation, inedible. Ding D, high radiation mutation, inedible. Lin Ji looked at the bamboo shoots he had dug out, and silently checked the soil under his feet again. It is soil with moderate radiation, that's right. Why is the yield so poor? Zhuang Xiao, who was obsessed with digging bamboo shoots, had completely forgotten that she had to take care of an elderly person. As a person, he would always cry out when he encountered danger. It's not too late to save him then. When you think about it, come to the inner city of the safe zone to find me or Uncle Pei. Xiaoyan came out of Hu Xiao's house and told Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao nodded to show that he understood. Although he had guessed it before, when Xiaoyan really brought it up, he felt it was necessary to ask the girl's opinion. Obviously sometimes, the girl likes to go out alone and doesn't want to take him with her. Zhuang Xiao, she didn't, how could she? I can't admit it. Chapter 662. Zhuang Xiao, who was busy digging bamboo shoots, heard hurried footsteps. She knew without guessing that it was Grandpa Lin coming towards her, so she looked up at Lin Ji. Xiao Xiao there? There. Lin Ji pointed to the hillside, and said to Zhuang Xiao in a low voice. Listening to the cautious voice, it seemed that he was afraid of attracting the attention of the mutant squirrels. Just when Lin Ji thought that Zhuang Xiao would stand up, and the two of them would hide together, he heard Zhuang Xiao said slowly, Grandpa Lin, don't be afraid, I know him. Lin Ji's body moved quickly and staggered, and he almost fell on Zhuang Xiao. Fortunately, there were countless mutant bamboos around, and he just reached out and stabilized his body. Know him? Lin Ji hadn't figured out the confusion of his thoughts yet, and heard Zhuang Xiao's voice again. Come here. Who is coming? Of course, the mutant squirrels are coming. Lin Ji slowly turned his head and looked over. He saw that the mutant squirrels on the hillside were really jumping down one by one. They looked very happy. Lin Ji closed his eyes and opened them again. The mutant squirrels were close. Dig bamboo shoots? Do you understand? Zhuang Xiao held the exposed head of a bamboo shoot with both hands and pulled it hard, and the shoot was broken off. Do you understand? Zhuang Xiao tested the bamboo shoots in his hand while teaching on the spot. The students on the opposite side were not human, but they were very serious about learning. There were even mutant squirrels who really went to dig bamboo shoots. Some of them directly dug with their claws, and some directly broke them off. There were many ways, but the results were good. At least the shoots came down intact. Occasionally, there were injured ones, but it didn't affect Zhuang Xiao. As long as it's edible, she's not picky. The first mutant squirrel that successfully dug bamboo shoots, holding the victory, jumped in front of Zhuang Xiao in a few steps, holding the bamboo shoots in his arms with one paw, and spreading his paw with the other paw. Zhuang Xiao, no matter how cheap the labor is, it still needs to be paid. Lin Ji, what kind of operation is this? Until Lin Ji saw Zhuang Xiao take out a piece of purple Ganoderma lucidum from his bag, and the mutant squirrel took the purple Ganoderma lucidum and stuffed it into his cheek. The mutant bamboo shoots in his arms rolled to the ground with a clang, turned around and jumped away. Lin Ji looked over with its figure, and it actually went to dig bamboo shoots again. In the following time, the mutant squirrel's behavior was like copying and pasting, repeating the same behavior, following the same purpose, that is, digging bamboo shoots for purple Ganoderma lucidum. After exchanging 3 times, Zhuang Xiao looked at the time on his watch. It was getting late, and it was time for lunch. Although not every bamboo shoot dug up by these mutant squirrels is edible, in general, with the addition of mutant squirrels, she can still have new harvests when eating. At this time, Lin Ji had found a relatively dry place and sat down, chewing a small piece of purple Ganoderma lucidum given to him by Zhuang Xiao. In this way, the 2 humans started the mode of not working and supervising. It can't be said that they don't work at all, and the inspection work still needs to be done. Zhuang Xiao puts all the mutant bamboo shoots that can't be eaten separately. Mutated squirrels can eat high radiation food. These are of such high quality that they can still be allowed to take them back to eat after the scavenging activity in the afternoon. Zhuang Xiao thinks who can be as beautiful and kind as her. After 2 or 3 hours, Lin Ji gradually relaxed and started his stroll again. Look at the small hill of bamboo shoots. There must be some secrets in the environment here that he doesn't know. The bamboo shoots here are definitely. No, the bamboo shoots here are ordinary bamboo shoots that he knows. He can confirm this completely. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Hu Xiao arrived. Looking at the bamboo shoots all over the ground, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Chapter 663. He silently calculated the time and distance in his mind. If he started working now, he would have to move until dark. Are you going to carry it back to the car like this? Zhuang Xiao stared at Hu Xiao in disbelief, looking at him as if to say, Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Then let the mutant squirrel carry it? Hu Xiao asked back. He felt that Zhuang Xiao might be able to do this. As a result, Zhuang Xiao had a look of Are you stupid? Again, which made Hu Xiao unable to do anything. Lin Ji stood by, his eyes scanning back and forth between the 2 young people, listening to the conversation between the 2 people, and was happy in his heart. It's good to be young. A quarter of an hour later, Hua Hua and Yin Yin fell from the sky. The mutant bamboo made a crackling sound, and Zhuang Xiao and Lin Ji stood far away from the bamboo shoots. Until the 2 flame cats landed and Hu Xiao said it was safe, Zhuang Xiao and Lin Ji went back slowly. The mutant squirrels scattered at the moment when the 2 flame cats had not landed. However, they did not run too far. They were afraid of strange mutant animals, but not much, because they were ignorant and did not notice the obvious murderous intent. The sacks and hemp ropes that Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao carried with them were not enough. In the end, they chopped some bamboo, cut them into large bamboo sticks, and strung the mutant bamboo shoots one by one. I don't know if these bamboo shoots can be grilled directly. Suddenly, she missed Chuang Chuang Xiang, Bobo chicken, and grilled skewers. Hu Xiao heard it, and said, Eat bamboo shoots tonight. The main ingredients of tonight's menu were decided. After collecting her own harvest, Zhuang Xiao did not forget to help the mutant squirrels string up the highly radioactive mutant bamboo shoots one by one. For bamboo shoots on one bamboo stick. If there were more, she was worried that the mutant squirrels would not be able to carry them back. The 2 flame cats knew the route home, so Zhuang Xiao, Lin Ji, and Hu Xiao walked back to the car and took the car back together. Besides, there was no wooden barrel for Grandpa Lin to sit in. The special seat was full of bamboo shoots. As for the problem of unloading, Zhuang Xiao was not worried at all. She believed that the 2 flame cats could work together to handle it. She was so confident in them. 4 o'clock. It took an hour from here to the parking lot, which was more than enough time. The 3 of them walked in the bamboo forest while looking for other edible small mutant animals. Bamboo shoots are better with meat. The mutant squirrel carried a large bamboo shoot skewer and followed the 3 people for a short distance before leaving with a chattering voice. What a coward! Zhuang Xiao said to Hu Xiao while looking at the mutant squirrels' backs as they left. There are more people from here to the periphery, and we may become prey if we are not careful. Lin Ji interrupted. His hand subconsciously rested on his waist. It hurts. I thought I was still strong and healthy. How excited I was when I came here, how depressed I was on the way back. Hu Xiao suggested to carry him on his back after noticing the strangeness of Mr. Lin, but the old man glared at him and refused righteously. Who are you looking down on, Zhuang Xiao? If I had known earlier, I would have tied this old man to Hua Hua and let him carry him back together. So, both Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao slowed down their pace. While walking through the bamboo forest, he actually ran into quite a few familiar faces, several of whom were from the mercenary team. Although there were not many opportunities for direct communication before, he still got to know them well. Cousin, I'm Wang Fafa, from the Sharp Knife team. Our captain is He Ming, remember? After Wang Fafa met Zhuang Xiao and his group, he immediately carried the sack and followed them. Today's harvest was not bad, so he didn't waste time here. Cousin Jiangyan? When Zhuang Xiao heard this name, he thought of Jiangyan and Jiangping, the two siblings in the number 3 safety zone. Chapter 664. Yes. Wang Fafa nodded quickly. He didn't expect Zhuang Xiao to remember his cousin Jiangyan. Why didn't you go on a mission with the Sharp Knife team? Zhuang Xiao was quite curious. Wasn't Captain He of the Sharp Knife team on a mission with Zhang Lin and his group? Why didn't Wang Fafa go? What about this? Wang Fafa scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. This involved some family affairs, so he said it out loud. Just as Wang Fafa was thinking about how to answer Zhuang Xiao's question, Hu Xiao saw Wang Fafa's expression and guessed that there was something he couldn't say, so he said to Zhuang Xiao, "The mercenary team doesn't always go on a mission with all the members of the team." Zhuang Xiao said, "Oh." For her, she just asked casually, and it didn't matter to him who answered. When they were about to leave the mutant bamboo forest, 2 more people joined their group. They were Wang Ding and Wang Qiong from the Qilin team. They were twins. Zhuang Xiao recognized them immediately. The reason is simple. Twins are rare in this wasteland. She has not seen many female members of the mercenary team. Wang Qiong is the one she has met the most, and the only one. There are 2 of them in the Emperor Lin's trip. Lin Ji walked beside Hu Xiao. Seeing so many people, he did not show any desire to meet them. Of course, Zhuang Xiao did not think about introducing them to each other. They are on the road, why are they talking nonsense? She only said a few words when they first met, and she was silent at other times. Until they walked out of the bamboo forest, Zhuang Xiao and his team of 3 people, along with a flow of people, gradually became a small team of 12 people. Except for the 3 of them, the other 9 people all walked here. Since they knew each other, their car. The roof was still empty, so they could sit in it. What's more, with so many mercenaries in their car, they felt safe. The only person sitting in the car was Lin Ji. Tired, really tired, he just wanted to lie down and go back. Before the last light in the sky disappeared in the horizon, Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao finally returned to their home in the safe zone after sending Mr. Lin off. As expected, the goods on the 2 flame cats had been unloaded. Hu was lying on the roof, and Yen was curled up on the bamboo bed. Hu Xiao, is there anyone living next door? Zhuang Xiao looked at Hu on the roof with melancholy, and really felt that his yard was still too small. Hu Xiao was moving bamboo shoots to the living room. When he heard Zhuang Xiao's question, he replied, "Someone is there." Even if no one is there, he can't buy the house over there. The house with a yard here is not big. It is more than enough for living, but it is not enough for living in a large mutant animal like a flame cat. The yard of the house next door has been transformed into a place for the flame cat to sleep. But the house next door, inside the storage room on the 1st floor, there is a small door directly leading to the living room next door, which is now their warehouse. Every time Hu Xiao stands inside and looks around at the neatly stacked edible food, he feels full of security. After hearing Hu Xiao's answer, Zhuang Xiao sighed lightly. Okay, we still have to build a bigger house in the blind spot. Since the 2 flame cats want to sleep here tonight, Zhuang Xiao naturally has no reason to drive them back to the shantytown to sleep. So, after feeding a few energy stones, Zhuang Xiao helped Hu Xiao with the work. You have to finish the work early, so you can eat early. The main ingredients for dinner are naturally bamboo shoots, and bamboo shoots. Needless to say, this meal is very rich. In short, Zhuang Xiao is very satisfied with it. At the same time, the mercenary team in the mining area is in a state of chaos. He Ming and Zhang Lin, who were responsible for the survey work in the blind area, came back at night. We must send the people back to the safe area for treatment immediately. It's too late. Lu Feng anxiously ordered his staff. Chapter 665. It was almost 12 o'clock in the morning when Xiaoyan received the news from the mercenary team. He usually didn't go to bed at this time, but today, under Uncle Pei's repeated urging, he lay in bed before 10 o'clock. He thought he couldn't sleep, but who knew he fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. Coming down from the 2nd floor, the lights in the living room were on. Pei Minghai had obviously received the news, and was standing in the hall waiting for him. After the 2 people went out and got in the car drove away from the inner city of the safe zone at high speed, and went to the largest hospital in the safe zone. When the car passed by Zhuang Zhao's house, Hu woke up. It raised its head and looked at the car on the road, blinked its eyes, and went back to sleep until the car disappeared in the night. What's going on? As soon as Xiaoyan got out of the car, Lu Feng responded. Facing Xiao Yan's question, Lu Feng had already understood something from Zhang Lin's statement, so he answered without any hesitation. That's roughly what happened. Lu Feng quickly explained the cause and effect, and then went on to talk about the current situation. Several people are not in good condition and are still being rescued. As soon as he entered the hospital, someone who knew Xiao Yan immediately came forward to greet him. Xiao Yan nodded without stopping. He walked through the hospital lobby and entered the elevator. The blood stains on the floor of the elevator had not been cleaned up yet, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood mixed with the smell of disinfectant. The air circulation in the enclosed space was not good. In such an environment, even in the elevator for just a few tens of seconds, Xiao Yan felt very uncomfortable. With a ding, the elevator door opened. Under the pale light, several people stood at the end of the corridor. Hearing the sound of the elevator opening and closing, several people turned their heads and looked in their direction. During the waiting process, Zhang Lin's nervous mood had calmed down. At this time, when he looked up and saw Xiao Yan, he immediately rushed toward Xiao Yan. Lin Xiangrong sat on the stool, looking dazed, and no one knew what he was thinking. "A Yan!" Zhang Lin shouted hoarsely, and hugged Xiao Yan. There was a faint sob in his voice. "Wu, he escaped death again." Xiao Yan gently patted Zhang Lin's back and comforted him. "It's okay, it's okay." Pei Minghai left the two people and walked towards the end of the corridor without saying a word. Lin Xiangrong, who was silent and unbelievable. "That child, it doesn't look like he is in a good state." Lu Feng just said that since meeting Lin Xiangrong, this kid has basically not said two complete sentences, and most of the time he answers questions irrelevantly. Lin Ji was injured so seriously, and it was to save him. I don't know how much pressure this kid must be under. He is different from Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin and Xiao Yan have been in the mercenary team for a while, and they have seen many bloody scenes, big and small, whether it is human or mutant animals. And Lin Xiangrong is really just a child who is well protected by adults. Besides, among the injured this time, there is also his father. Just think about it. Pei Minghai thought so, slowly came to Lin Xiangrong, and sat next to him. It was not until Pei Minghai sat down that Lin Xiangrong gave him a look. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he was still trapped in despair and fear. Pei Minghai's warm and dried big hand pressed on Lin Xiangrong's hand on his knee. The blood on that hand was all over, but it had already dried up. The dark red color looked shocking. Perhaps, feeling the temperature on the skin, Lin Xiangrong's bloodshot eyes gradually became moist, and tears fell down, hitting the backs of the two people's hands. Pei Minghai felt that the tears were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. All the words at the moment were pale and powerless. Pei Minghai just patted the boy's hand gently. Lin Xiangrong's lips moved several times, but he didn't say a word after all. Let the tears fall like a flood. The solidified memories rushed forward in the mind like a tide, and finally turned into drops of tears and released. Xiao Yan felt bitter when he saw this scene. Although everyone was mentally prepared, when they really faced it, their mood was always inevitable to have ups and downs. The door of the treatment room was tightly closed, isolating everything inside. The atmosphere outside was oppressive and heavy. Except for Lu Feng himself, everyone else in the Qilin team left. Time passed by little. Perhaps he was too tired, or perhaps his nerves were tense. After the pressure was completely released, Lin Xiangrong leaned on Pei Minghai's shoulder and fell asleep. Even when Lu Feng carried him to the temporary rest room next door to rest, Lin Xiangrong did not wake up. "Zhang Lin, Uncle Pei, you two should go to the next door to rest for a while," Xiao Yan said softly to Zhang Lin and Pei Minghai. Zhang Lin shook his head and said hoarsely, "I'm not sleepy." After that, he turned to Pei Minghai and said, "Uncle Pei, you go and rest." Pei Minghai was an old man after all, so he said, "Then I'll go next door to accompany Lin." After such a thrilling experience, the boy probably couldn't sleep well tonight, and he would probably have nightmares. After Pei Minghai left, only Lu Feng, Zhang Lin and Xiao Yan were left here. At dawn, several people came out of the operating room next door. They were members of the mercenary team with relatively minor injuries. The operations on several people were relatively simple. Under local anesthesia, they were awake when they came out. Who is Xiao Yan now? He is the highest person in charge of the safe zone. Unexpectedly, he was waiting at the door of their operating room. The younger guy felt complicated for a while, excited, and a little touched. "Xiao Yan, that's not necessary." He came mainly for Lin Ji. This is really a beautiful misunderstanding. Since it was a misunderstanding, it was a misunderstanding to the end. Xiao Yan said a few words to these people, and explained a few words to the nurses and doctors. Zhuang Xiao woke up at dawn. When she looked out from the second-floor window, Yin Yin was still sleeping. She tilted her head and looked at the roof, and Hua Hua was there. With Xiao, we can't go on like this. Hua Hua has no place to sleep. We have to hurry up and fix the house. Zhuang Xiao turned and said to Hui Xiao, who had just come out of the bedroom. Hui Xiao stopped going downstairs and said slowly, "Which house do you plan to repair?" "I will go to the mercenary team after the house is repaired." The two of them agreed to go to the mercenary team last night. In Hui Xiao's view, it was the result of the two people's discussion, and in Zhuang Xiao's view, Hui Xiao was willing to work like a cow and horse, and she couldn't stop him. Naturally, he would go if he wanted to, so Hui Xiao decided. Chapter 666. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you don't want to go to work. If you eat and drink at home, it will definitely be enough for this life. Everyone has his own way of life. She can't ask Hui Xiao to be a salted fish lying flat like him, and she also wants some time for herself, hee. Of course, she will never tell Hui Xiao this. Can the new city area of Shaoyan start construction in the fall? Zhuang Xiao asked Hui Xiao. Hui Xiao shook his head slightly and said, "I guess not. The survey work has not been completed yet, and after a while, when the temperature rises to a certain level, people will not be able to go out, and the progress of the survey will definitely be affected." Zhuang Xiao's shoulders collapsed immediately, and he said a little discouraged, "Is it so slow? How about I go and help? Even with you, and the flame cat to help, the land has to be measured step by step," Hui Xiao said with a smile. Listening to what Hui Xiao said, Zhuang Xiao thought that Brother Hui didn't understand what she meant, and she had no way to make him understand what she meant. What if someone wants to dig out her eyes? Zhuang Xiao couldn't help shivering. Don't stand at the window. It's still a little cold in the morning. Seeing Zhuang Xiao's body shaking, Hui Xiao stepped forward and took Zhuang Xiao's hand. The two went downstairs hand in hand. Hui Xiao asked Zhuang Xiao what he wanted to eat for breakfast while walking. When asked by Hui Xiao, Zhuang Xiao suddenly felt hungry. Sure enough, she got hungry quickly when she used her brain too much. If it really didn't work, she reluctantly spent some more effort to renovate the two houses in the safe zone. The morning light shines through the glass and falls on the two people, which is surprisingly peaceful and warm. Inner city of the safe zone. Lin family. After finishing his meal last night, Lin Ji went to bed early. Perhaps he was too tired, and all last night was full of dreams, and they were all nightmares. He can't remember most of them clearly, but there is only one, which is the last one, and he still remembers it clearly. A group of mutant squirrels with bared fangs and claws and bloody mouths chased after him, as if he was a piece of supreme fat meat. Lin Ji shook his head and threw away the horrible picture in his mind. These are all just dreams. The mutant squirrel is obviously well-behaved and cute. And the purple Ganoderma, well, it's suitable for him to eat. Yesterday, he should have dug more bamboo shoots and asked Xiao Xiao to exchange some purple Ganoderma slices. And the soil in the mutant bamboo forest, and after dinner, notify the people in the research institute and let them take the equipment to take a look. Maybe there will be some different discoveries. Even if nothing unusual is found, the soil still has high yield of bamboo shoots, so they should be happy to make a trip. Just as he was thinking about the arrangements after breakfast, the eldest son's noisy voice came from the living room. "Dad, Dad." Lin Sheng walked around the living room and didn't see anyone. He was about to go to the plantation behind to find someone. The strong voice of Mr. Lin came from upstairs. "What are you shouting for? You are calling for souls in the early morning." Lin Ji's figure emerged from the corner of the stairs, and he taught Lin Sheng, "I have told you many times, be modest when encountering things." Before Lin Ji finished speaking, Lin Sheng rushed up the stairs, helped the man down slowly, and then quickly asked, "Dad, do you have medicine with you?" The universal first aid medicine of his old man is basically never without him. If what he said later makes the old man faint, he will not die with the medicine. Lin Ji, what a good son. Lin Ji glared at Lin Sheng, although he didn't understand, but still nodded very honestly. I have it, life-saving medicine and energy stone. He never leaves these two things. The energy stone with 10,000 energy value that he gave to Zhuang Xiao last time is also precious to Lin Ji, but it is not so precious that it cannot be given to others. Besides, for the things said by the little girl behind, the energy stone is simply too worth it. Just bring him. Then listen to me, Dad, there is something very serious. Lin Sheng slowed down his tone to let the old man prepare himself first. If you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to say, fart quickly. Old man Lin couldn't stand the eldest brother's nagging and cursed directly. It has been so long, and the business has not been said. Okay. Listen carefully. Lin Sheng closed his eyes, and opened them again, and reported the fact that Lin Ji was being rescued in the hospital. Immediately, old man Lin felt his feet go soft, and his body hung on Lin Sheng's arm, and then he quickly asked, "Where is Xiang Rong? How is Xiang Rong? If the old man is in trouble, the young one must be fine. Lin Ji in surgery, he is still breathing, and is being treated. Xiang Rong? Xiang Rong is fine, he is just scared," Lin Sheng said, and felt his arm being pulled out. Lin Ji had already walked in front of him. Lin Sheng could only follow, and comforted him as he walked. "Dad, go slowly, you are not a doctor, it is useless to go." Lin Ji, Look. Is this human language? Lin Ji was very anxious, and at the same time, he did not forget to silently complain about his eldest son in his heart. Although what his eldest son said made sense, why was it so unpleasant to hear? He can live until now, thanks to his good mentality, otherwise he would have died young. Thinking about the second child again, hey, this time he might really get what he wanted. Lin Ji, he's still breathing, really. As soon as the car stopped at the hospital gate, Lin Ji opened the door, and even his eldest son Lin Sheng didn't wait. His two old legs were about to leave a shadow, and rushed into the hospital gate. Fortunately, there were so few people at this time, otherwise, it might be possible for another person from their family to enter. At this time, Lin Xiangrong's condition had recovered, and he communicated with people more normally. After Xiao Yan and Pei Meihai discussed it, they felt that it was necessary to notify Lin Sheng. As for whether Mr. Lin notified or not, it was up to Lin Sheng to decide. Therefore, as soon as the sun rose today, Pei Meihai contacted Lin Sheng and briefly told him about Lin Ji and Lin Xiangrong. When notifying, Lin Ji had not come out of the operating room yet. Just as Lin Ji and Lin Sheng arrived, Lin Ji was pushed out of the operating room. He was still unconscious and his face was a little pale, caused by excessive blood loss. "He's fine now," the doctor said. "Stay in the hospital for a month to observe his condition. If there's no problem, just go home and lie down." Lin Ji and Lin Sheng heard the doctor's words as soon as they stepped into the elevator. It's safe now. The second child's dream of lying down has come true. Chapter 667. Seeing the doctor say so, Xiao Yan was greatly relieved. It's okay as long as the person is fine. There is only one left, He Ming. He is probably the most seriously injured among them. I hope it's nothing serious. It would be best if he can recover and go online after a rest like Lin Ji. Lin Ji, Did the dream fall so quickly? He Ming, He is not out of danger yet, and he has to start working again? Just when Xiao Yan was thinking about who would be responsible for the work these people were doing, Lin Sheng came over with Lin Ji. Although looking at the old man Lin, there was a bit of disgust. Lin Ji saw the pale face of his second son on the hospital bed, and his heart was immediately sour. Xiao Yan was about to go forward to comfort Master Lin, and then he heard the old man muttering, "It's better to lie down and look more obedient." Xiao Yan's forward steps suddenly stopped. It seems that he doesn't need to comfort him. At this moment, Lin Ji was still not awake. His eyelashes trembled as if he heard his father's voice, but he did not wake up. "Second brother," Lin Sheng called in a low voice. His voice was trembling. He looked okay. His arms and legs were all there. His limbs were healthy, and his head was hanging on his neck. It was really scary. As soon as Lin Sheng finished speaking, he heard a timid voice from the side. "Uncle." It was Lin Xiangrong. Lin Ji and Lin Sheng remembered that they were just busy looking at Lin Ji, who was lying like a dead person, and completely forgot that there was a little one who was psychologically traumatized. Now they should pay more attention to the one who was awake and breathing. Xiangrong. Lin Sheng pressed Lin Xiangrong's shoulder hard, and was speechless for a moment. He really wasn't good at comforting people. However, even so, it was enough to make Lin Xiangrong feel uncomfortable again after a whole night of calming down. Tears were about to fall. Lin Ji said with disdain, "Your father is still alive. Why are you crying as a young man? It's not too late for you to cry after he dies." Everyone, Is there such a way to comfort people? The doctors and nurses who were listening nearby were speechless. What's going on? What's going on? How come this family of family members are so talkative? Lin Sheng, What did he say? He couldn't talk. Let the patient go to the ward first, and then you can cry. The middle-aged patient felt that these people delayed him from going home to sleep after get off work, and this was said with a bit of anger due to lack of sleep. Everyone was immediately shocked again. Lin Xiangrong held back his tears. He just stopped crying. Who was he looking down on? Half of the people blocking the corridor soon dispersed. Pei Minghai went downstairs with Lin Ji. Only Xiao Yan and Lu Feng were left in the corridor. They stared at each other. Lu Feng turned his eyes away silently, looked at the light above the operating room, and yawned secretly. So sleepy. So sleepy. I want to sleep. He Ming, why don't you come in and sleep together? The mutant bamboo shoots brought back by the flame cat yesterday, Shuang Xiao, and Wu Xiao just moved them into the storage room without doing anything. According to the current temperature, the bamboo shoots will definitely go bad in a short time. Do we have enough salt at home? I remember we bought a lot of sea salt when we went to the number 3 safety zone last time. Shuang Xiao looked around and didn't see the trace of the batch of sea salt. Where did you put it? Most of the supplies they have now were sorted and placed by Hu Xiao. To be honest, sometimes she can't remember clearly what ingredients are in the house. When she thought of this, she remembered a particularly serious problem. After Wu Xiao went to work as a cow and horse, what would she do with her 3 meals a day? She won't have to cook 3 meals a day by herself in the future, right? As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. After being a hands-off shopkeeper for so long, she felt that these miscellaneous things in the kitchen made her have to carefully consider Hu Xiao's going to work. Alas, yesterday's answer was still too casual. Why didn't she express her strong reluctance to not be around brother Hu Xiao? Is she reluctant to leave him as a person or as a cook? Shuang Xiao. Argue my exclusive cook for this life? Hu. You are a person who can say earthy love words. Hu Xiao raised his head from a pile of mutant bamboo shoots and answered Shuang Xiao's question. The sea salt is stored on the 2nd floor, enough for pickling bamboo shoots this time. Yes, this is Shuang Xiao's plan. She plans to make some of these bamboo shoots into dried bamboo shoots and pickle some of them. Of course, the main work is still Hu Xiao's. She helped cut the bamboo shoots. If she has more strength, she can cut bamboo shoots even if the tools are not sharp enough. Besides, her tools were sharp enough. The blade was made of the wings of a golden butterfly. Not to mention cutting a small bamboo shoot, even cutting off Hu Xiao's head would be like cutting vegetables and melons. Hu Xiao didn't know what Shuang Xiao was thinking, but he just felt a chill on his neck. Is it so cold today? Hu Xiao glanced out the window. Sunlight sneaked in from the gap. On the roof of the bamboo house, outside the window, Hu half closed his eyes, enjoying the extremely disgusting high-radiation sunlight. That's good. Shuang Xiao was relieved now. The two people were busy in the storage room, and the knocking sound lasted for half a morning until after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Perhaps Hu and Yan Yan were hungry. The 2 big flame cats flew away affectionately. Lunch was bamboo shoots again. Shuang Xiao decided to eat as much bamboo shoots as she could while they were still fresh, until she would not want to eat them again for 10 days or half a month. Although bamboo shoots were the main ingredient for lunch, Hu Xiao still prepared dishes with other ingredients for Shuang Xiao. It was good enough that there was no shortage of food at home, so he could eat whatever he wanted. Perhaps the reason why he wanted to join the mercenary team was that he had solved his food and clothing problems to some extent, and wanted to pursue a spiritual life. If Shuang Xiao, who was eating delicious food, could resonate with Hu Xiao's brain waves at this time, she would have to tell Hu Xiao what Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory was, and explore the relationship between human motivation and needs in depth. But Shuang Xiao, who was immersed in the supreme food, obviously didn't know. And as far as she was concerned, she was still at the bottom of the pyramid and lived in a state that was not in line with human common sense. Those high-level pursuits seemed to be out of her reach. Or maybe he hasn't awakened yet, otherwise, she might need to kill Xiao Yin. After all, the ultimate goal of those ideal and ambitious heroines is to become an empress and benefit all the people in the world. Chapter 668. A heroine who can't be an empress is not a good heroine. In short, if she is a heroine, she is definitely not the ideal type in the minds of readers. Maybe she will be scolded to death. Who makes her a normal person with a little abnormality? Are you going to Xiao Yan's place this afternoon? After finishing her meal, Shuang Xiao rubbed her belly and lay on the sofa, looking at Wu Xiao, who was busy. Wu Xiao glanced at Shuang Xiao and said, I'm thinking about it. I'll talk about it in a few days. Although the girl agreed readily, he looked at Shuang Xiao's current appearance and wondered if it would be better for him to stay at home. From the time they met until now, except for being more active and finding edible food, other things really didn't matter much. Shuang Xiao said, turned over, and decided to take a nap. However, before she fell asleep, she was picked up from the sofa by Hu Xiao. What's wrong? You can't let me sleep if you don't sleep. Zhuang Xiao was very dissatisfied with Hu Xiao's behavior. Lack of sleep would cause dark circles under his eyes, which would directly affect his beauty. Something happened to Yiming and Zhang Lin, Hu Xiao said quickly. The little sleepiness that Zhuang Xiao had just accumulated was instantly shattered by Hu Xiao's words, and his mind instantly became clear. What happened? What happened? Zhuang Xiao asked hurriedly. I heard that they encountered mutant animals, and everyone was injured. Yiming's life or death is unknown. Lin Ji was also seriously injured, and the others. Hu Xiao paused, and then said, others were also injured to varying degrees. What about Zhang Lin, Lin Xiangrong, and the second uncle? Zhuang Xiao couldn't wait to ask. While thinking whether Hu Xiao called her up, did it mean that they should go to visit the patient? Zhang Lin and Lin Xiangrong are fine, but Uncle Lin is not well. Yin Hu is not very clear about the specific situation. Hu Xiao replied. Yin Hu has been working in the mining area recently. This news came from the mercenary team in the morning, but the group of people who came back only sent people to the safe zone in the early hours of last night. The follow-up events are not very clear. Then Brother Hu, Brother Meng, and Zhuang Xiao asked a series of names. In addition to Xiang Su and Wan He, there were several people in the future mercenary team who were in the blind spot when they came back. And there were several people in Yiming's team that she was familiar with. All of a sudden, they all went to the hospital. Hu Xiao was not very clear about the details, so he could only shake his head helplessly. He had not contacted Xiao Yin or Lu Feng yet. According to Yan Hu, Lu Feng should still be in the hospital. There was no news from there, which meant that the matter was not over yet, and they certainly could not just go to the hospital rashly. I'll contact Lu Feng first. Don't worry, Hu Xiao said truthfully, and then clicked on Lu Feng's contact information. The sound of knocking echoed in the living room. No one answered the call, and no one knew what was going on. Safe Zone Hospital. Feng Xiang and Sima Yin had just arrived, and Xiao Yinren couldn't stand it, so he went back to rest temporarily, leaving Lu Feng alone here waiting for them. At this time, the three people were sitting in a temporary lounge. Lu Feng told the two people everything he knew. That's roughly what happened. After saying that, Lu Feng yawned without hesitation. Finally, someone came to take over. He was really exhausted all night. In addition to physical fatigue, he was more mentally exhausted. Judging from what Chief Xiao said when he was chatting with others, they were annihilated in the hospital, but the follow-up work still had to be carried out without any delay. That means that there will still be mercenaries entering the blind spot to be responsible for security work. Who will be the next one? Whoever is next will be the unlucky one, the unlucky group. After listening to Lu Feng's story, Feng Xiang and Sima Yin were worried about everyone, and at the same time, they were glad that there was no news of death yet. Okay, I know, Captain Lu, go back and rest early, Feng Xiang said to Lu Feng with a smile. He actually came to take over Xiao Yin's job. There are still many things to do in the safe zone, and Xiao Yin can't stay here all the time. He has come here and expressed his position, which is enough. He and Sima Yin just didn't go out these days, and there are a lot of people from the future team here, so the job of coming to the hospital naturally fell on his head. Lu Feng nodded to the two of them, then got up and left. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang came out of the operating room. The last one to come out was undoubtedly Yiming. He was the most seriously injured among them, and the injury on his left arm was very serious. It was hard to say whether he could be saved. Fortunately, he is still alive. This is really a blessing in disguise. The problem of limbs can be solved by medical technology. Now, the pictographic degree and flexibility of prostheses are completely comparable to real limbs. Despite this, when Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao came to the hospital the next day and saw people wrapped like mummies, they were shocked. Brother Hu, Brother Ming. What are you doing? Zhuang Xiao saw a whole row of beds and a row of mummies on the beds as soon as he entered the ward. This is also thanks to Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang, who only had slight scratches on their heads otherwise. Based on the appearance of these people in the ward, Zhuang Xiao might not be able to recognize them just by recognizing people with her two eyes. Cousin, why are you here? Hu Qianli said in surprise. There were people sleeping in the ward. When they heard Hu Qianli's voice, the cousins all opened their eyes and looked in their direction. Zhuang Xiao was staring at so many people, and for a moment, he didn't know what kind of expression he should make. Laugh? This occasion is not appropriate. Cry? It seems even more inappropriate. Then there is only one choice left, expressionless, zombie face. Zhuang Xiao had a serious face, and went forward to greet the awake people one by one. Those who were not awake were really still in a coma. Among so many injured people, the only two who had separate wards were Lin Ji and He Ming. From this point, we can see the gap between people. This gap is not only reflected in money, but also in status. Of course, as far as He Ming is concerned, he was just too seriously injured and was given special care. After all, people are still in danger. Chapter 669. We came here to see what happened after receiving the news. Hu Xiao replied to Hu Qianli. Zhuang Xiao looked at the injured people in the bed, and saw that there was no one else in the ward. He wondered if they had not informed their families. Or maybe, getting injured was common. Zhuang Xiao followed Hu Xiao's words, and said to Hu Qianli, "Yes, we came here to see everyone." From Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang, the two learned about the whole process of their accident. Are you saying that the unknown large mutant animals that appeared before appeared again? Hu Xiao took the lead in taking over Hu Qianli's topic about mutant animals before the topic went off track. Hu Qianli nodded. When it came to the mutant animals that swarmed the energy stones, like locusts, everyone in the ward gnashed their teeth. These guys couldn't just rob them of their money, they also wanted their lives. Hu Xiao and Zhuang Xiao stayed here for about half an hour, then got up and said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang repeatedly told the two not to tell Lan Hong and Shenyi about their injuries, and that they would be discharged from the hospital soon, so they could just assume that they were on a mission in the blind spot and had not returned, so as not to worry their families. Although Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao were not sure whether the news could be kept secret, they still agreed. After leaving Hu Qianli's ward, the two went to see other people. He Ming was too seriously injured to enter the ward at all, but Lin Xiangrong was at Lin Ji's place today, and they happened to meet. I don't know if it was because of this incident, the youthful and vigorous aura of the young man seemed to disappear suddenly, and he faintly revealed a bit of stability and perseverance. It turns out that people really grow up overnight. On the way back, Zhuang Xiao was very silent. Hu Xiao looked at her several times, but finally said nothing. Compared to comfort, the little girl may need more quiet. Zhuang Xiao, Yes. At this moment, she just wants to be alone and quiet. Think about the meaning of life. A few days later, new news came out from the safe zone. The Qilin team took over the work of the blind spot survey team and entered the blind spot. The days passed, and the temperature was rising. Zhuang Xiao didn't go anywhere during this period. After helping her transform the yard outside the shantytown, Hu Xiao officially started his life as a cowherd. Since most of the members of the future team are still lying in the hospital, Xiao Yan arranged for Hu Xiao, Xiang Su, Wan He and others to participate in skills training. Isn't this equivalent to going to school? Zhuang Xiao expressed his sympathy to Hu Xiao. Anyway, she didn't want to go to school at all. No matter what she learned, she didn't want to go. She really had enough. She didn't want to experience the days of getting up in the early morning and going to bed in the early morning again. Hu Xiao nodded and said, I guess so. If you want to go, you can go. Hu Xiao pointed at his watch. Do you still have to punch in? Zhuang Xiao looked at Hu Xiao's actions in confusion. Is it so strict? I don't want to go, I don't want to go. I really don't want to go. Hu Xiao smiled and explained. No, this watch symbolizes a kind of identity. You have the qualification to audit. No, I won't go. I don't want this qualification. Zhuang Xiao shook his head like a rattle, extremely resistant. However, Hu Xiao's daily time to and from the safe zone is still very regular. At least Zhuang Xiao has never worried about breakfast and dinner, and now the weather is too hot, the appetite for eating is far better than when the temperature is suitable. As for Hu Qianli and Meng Qingyang, they kept the truth under wraps. Lan Hong and Shenyi still found out what happened to the future team, only because Lan Hong's brother Lan Jin returned home from the mining area. Chapter 670. After Mingwe left the mining area and arrived at the safe zone, they no longer lived near Heihu's house, but followed the scavenging team to the blind area around the mining area and scavenged on their own. Therefore, Lan Jin got the news quite late. Do you think they are waiting to die so that we can collect their bodies before they make a sound? Lan Hong complained under the flame tree outside Zhuang Xiao's yard. Shenyi nodded hurriedly, but what he said was, if they die, they probably won't be able to make a sound. Zhuang Xiao, who had no such personal experience, laughed immediately, and then attracted the glare of two eyes burning with anger. No. I don't want to laugh. Unless you laugh too much. Zhuang Xiao sat cross-legged on the straw mat, and readjusted his expression to make himself look more serious. Hey. Lan Hong sighed and changed the subject. Forget it. Let's not talk about my old Hu. Let's talk about why your Hu Xiao went to the mercenary team again. Yes, this mercenary team is so dangerous, you can get killed if you are not careful, Shenyi said. As soon as Shenyi finished speaking, Lan Hong rolled her eyes. This is a talker. Why didn't I realize that the Shen family girl's mouth was so talkative before? It's not bad. It's not that she goes to the blind spot every day. Zhuang Xiao agreed with Shenye's words. This mercenary team is very easy to get killed. When she first came, didn't Brother Hua almost get killed? He was only left with one breath in the mercenary team, and the remaining breath after he left the mercenary team was almost killed by someone. In this way, it is actually quite dangerous whether you are in the mercenary team or not. Zhuang Xiao paused for a moment, and then continued, at most, he will go on a mission, and let Hua go with him. Lan Hong, No, why did they come here to rub the shade of the tree? Are they looking for abuse? Shenyi, So, they are going to realize the value of life? Okay. Stop talking, let me slow down. Lan Hong covered her chest, and lay down. As far as the eye can see, there is a dazzling red, like a burning flame. But this flame is cold. Shenyi also lay down, looking at the branches above his head, as if muttering to himself, this flame tree is so special. Seeing that both of them were lying down, Zhuang Xiao would naturally lie down instead of sitting, and said after lying down, this flame tree is naturally special. The mutant plants and animals in her family are not special. It's just her. They are not normal. If we talk about normal people, there is only Brother Hua Xiao in their family. The green plant next to your flame tree is also special. Lan Hong continued. Dancing grass is also special. Shenyi said. I am special too. Zhuang Xiao said, and then burst into laughter. Lan Hong and Shenyi turned to look at her and laughed. That's not the case. Let's look at the two big sleeping flame cats next to them. How can they not be special? Yin Yan's belly is now obviously bulging, and Zhuang Xiao has changed the frequency of feeding it energy stones from once a day to once every morning and evening. This has led to the fact that the two flame cats have not gone anywhere except for foraging recently. Lan Hong has a lot of things to do at home, but she stayed at Zhuang Xiao's house for half a day and then went back, while Shenyi stayed until Hua Xiao went home in the evening before leaving. When she left, she also carried a bundle of dancing grass branches that she had just cut. Now, the dancing grass is growing well, and Zhuang Xiao has not planted the seeds of dancing grass at home. Apart from the few seeds that Grandpa Lin gave her, she didn't give any to anyone else. She didn't know if Grandpa Lin had found anything unusual after so long. It's been so long, and there's no news at all. Even the last time Xiao Yin and Lin Ji met at their house, Lin Ji didn't mention this. Zhuang Xiao returned to the living room with the scissors, thinking about asking another day. Chapter 671. What are you thinking about? You look absent-minded. Hua Xiao changed his clothes and came out of the bedroom, and saw Zhuang Xiao was distracted and almost fell on the dining table. Hearing Hua Xiao's voice, Zhuang Xiao immediately gathered his thoughts and said, I was thinking of going to Mr. Lin to ask about the dancing grass another day. The branches of the dancing grass are about to fall to the ground again, and I plan to trim it again. Hua Xiao glanced outside the living room. The dancing grass was quiet, and seemed to not understand what people said. Dancing grass, A second language that I don't understand, Hua Xiao, How can you treat them differently? Dancing grass, This is metaphysics. Then I'll help you after dinner. Okay. After Zhuang Xiao agreed, Hua Xiao found the ingredients in the storage room and went into the kitchen. An hour later, the two of them cut the branches of the dancing grass to the same length as the roof of their house under the moonlight. Just as they were about to return to the house after finishing their work, a faint orange scent spread in the night and filled the entire yard. What a nice smell. Zhuang Xiao closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It must be the mutant monkey-faced dragon orchid that has bloomed, Hua Xiao said as he walked towards the alley between the courtyard walls. Sure enough, under the silver glow of the moonlight, huge flowers bloomed one after another, competing for beauty. This flower actually bloomed at night. Zhuang Xiao passed Hua Xiao and moved forward, and the smell became stronger. The delicate fragrance that I didn't enjoy last year was finally enjoyed this year. After a slight click, Hua Xiao saw that the little girl had two more flowers in her hand. One for each person, Zhuang Xiao said with a smile. The next morning, Zhuang Xiao woke up to the scent of oranges, and suddenly, she wanted to eat oranges. Is there anyone selling fruit in the safe zone? Before Hua Xiao went out, Zhuang Xiao asked what she was most concerned about today. Yes. Are you going to the safe zone today? Hua Xiao asked. Are there oranges? Yes. But they are very expensive. Hui Xiao said silently in his heart, but his Xiao Xiao didn't seem to lack a few orange points. So, the two went out together. When they were about to reach the gate of the safe zone, Shuang Xiao thought of a very serious problem. How should she come back? Should their family buy another car? A smaller one. For example, if she went to the safe zone to buy something, she couldn't ride a flame cat back and forth. This was too ostentatious. Although she was very ostentatious now, she didn't know it. However, she should keep a low profile if she can. When you are on vacation, let's buy a smaller car? Shuang Xiao said to Hui Xiao, who was still in the car after getting out of the car. Okay. After that, Hui Xiao turned off the car and got out of the car. Shuang Xiao, No, is this a rhythm of skipping classes or truant classes? Don't you have to go to class? Although Shuang Xiao was very happy that he didn't have to walk back, it was not good for Hui Xiao to skip classes like this. I asked for leave, Hui Xiao said nonchalantly. One of the conditions for agreeing to Xiao Yan to re-enter the mercenary team. Free time, free to come and go unless there are special circumstances. This is also the confidence given to him by the little girl. In that case, let's go to another shopping street. By the way, go to the shopping street in the inner city of the safe zone, Shuang Xiao said happily. Since you have already asked for leave, you don't have to cancel it. Moreover, Hui Xiao has been going out early and coming back late every day recently, and the two of them haven't strolled together for a long time. After getting the new watch given by Xiao Yan, they have fewer procedures to enter and exit the inner city of the safe zone, which is very convenient. Last time when sending Mr. Lin home, he experienced the benefits of privilege. If you have privileges but don't use them, isn't it a waste? It's over. If I had known that I would go into the inner city, I would have loaded the branches of dancing grass into the car. Shuang Xiao regretted. I don't know if they will not survive after being sunburned at home for a day. I moved them to the shade when I got up in the morning, Hui Xiao said when he started the car again. That's good. Then find time to give them to Xiao Yan or anyone of Mr. Lin tomorrow. Didn't you say last time that you would start to try to plant the dancing grass? These branches from their house will definitely come in handy. After all, the grass of the grass can't be reproduced a second time.